Su Yang, I have decided to pursue a relationship with Liu Haoran, so perhaps we should cease our contact from now on. I fear he might misunderstand. Sitting at his computer desk, Su Yang listened impassively to the delicate voice emanating from his phone. Hello? Su Yang, are you listening? Beep. Su Yang abruptly ended the call. He sighed, swiftly blocking the number and then navigating to his WeChat, where he deleted the contact labeled Achu Mumu 7.3. As long as he acted quickly and decisively, would not appear the fool. Chu Mumu had been his unattainable love throughout high school, the belle of their class, beloved by many beyond himself. Liu Haoran had once been his deskmate. Their relationship had been amicable until they both vied for Chu Mumu's affection, resulting in a severance of their friendship. In retrospect, it seemed he had lost. Su Yang picked up his phone, examining the reflection of Wu Yinzu on the screen. Truly handsome. Setting aside his confidence, many would indeed agree he possessed greater allure than Liu Haoran. Yet I purchased so many gifts, where did I falter? Su Yang murmured to himself. He felt no rage nor despair, only a tinge of confusion. Chu Mumu had shown no overt preference for anyone. How could she suddenly yield to Liu Haoran? Before he could ponder further, a sudden intake of breath escaped him. He pushed his chair forward, leaning closer to the screen. Before him was a seemingly infinite series of mirrored images. This was his live streaming room. Indeed, he was live streaming, and he had neglected to turn it off. He was engaged in game. Boosting the streaming was merely a casual endeavor. Yet the owner of the account occasionally joined in for amusement. As Su Yang focused, a striking comment appeared on the screen. Matcha cake. Oh dear, you've been dumped? And I just happened to catch your stream? Matcha cake. He'll send you a gift care to elaborate. What is there to discuss? You could find a funnier anecdote online than my tale. Su Yang chuckled lightly. It was a tad awkward, but not overly concerning. He felt a slight discomfort, yet his heart ached more for the money he had invested in pursuing Chu Mumu. After all, he had garnered no emotional value from it. It was purely a waste. Matcha cake. You seem rather optimistic. Truthfully, I feel quite miserable right now. Matcha cake. Oh, I didn't notice. Perhaps I should say I feel embarrassed. Matcha cake. Then let's pretend I didn't see that. Matcha cake. The comments are delayed. Let's chat on WeChat. Nodding, Su Yang closed the stream and logged into WeChat. Then came a series of notification sounds. He clicked to ignore them all and found the white cat avatar of Matcha cake. Matcha cake. Hi. Yang, the boss is generous. May you enjoy good health. Matcha cake. Yaben Sinan Monet. Yang, I completed your order. Matcha cake. Oh. Transfer, 500. Su Yang clicked to accept, a smile gracing his lips as he couldn't help but hum joyfully. Matcha cake. Feeling better now? Let's get to the point. Yang? Matcha cake. I actually just used tarot cards to read your fortune. You should be expecting love soon. Yang? Matcha cake. Just a bored whim. Yang? Clearly, the fortune-telling was inaccurate. Matcha cake. Not necessarily. Silent emoji. Yang? Matcha cake. Is there luck in nearby your place? Yang, boss, have you boxed me in? Matcha cake. Don't rush, it's merely a reading. If you go there, you might encounter love. Why not give it a try? Yang, such an abstract reading, I apologize, but I am a materialist at heart. Matcha cake. Oh, come on, just give a shot. Even if nothing happens, they'll treat you to coffee. Yang, all right, thank you, boss. Sian has blocked me. Outside Wanda Plaza, two vibrant young girls huddled together. Among them, Chu Mumu, clad in a floral dress, her pupils slightly constricting, swiftly scrolled on her screen. A red exclamation mark. The other party had enabled friend verification. Chu Mumu clutched her phone tightly, disbelief etched on her pretty face. Mumu, your joke with Su Yang might have gone too far. You clearly didn't agree to Liu Haoran. TCH, he didn't even ask why. Besides, my tone was unmistakably playful. Why would he block me outright? Chu Mumu's face burned with emotions beyond words. Su Yang was undeniably handsome, with a pleasant demeanor, while Liu Haoran came from a wealthy family and was quite charming. With these two suitors, conversing with either would enhance her standing. To maintain their rivalry, she had intended to instill a sense of urgency in both. Before joking with Su Yang, she had employed similar tactics with Liu Haoran. He had panicked, asking numerous questions, even promising to treat her better and buy her more gifts. Only then did she clarify it was a jest, merely to gauge his reaction. Thus, she sought to elicit a response from Su Yang in the same manner. Yet how was it that she was met with a block from Su Yang instead? What gave him the right? It was Su Yang pursuing her, not the other way around. If anyone should block, it should be her. Fuming, Chu Mumu ground her teeth, stamping her foot in frustration. Mumu, don't be hasty. Su Yang has been gaming daily. Perhaps he is simply in a foul mood, and your joke was indeed a bit over the line. Gaming? All he does is game. Can a game compare to me? Humph. Even if he calms down later, I won't bother with him again. Anger aside, Chu Mumu seemed to accept this explanation. Su Yang was likely absorbed in his game, unable to come to terms. Moreover, her birthday was approaching next month. Surely he would seize the opportunity to apologize then. She envisioned Su Yang's regretful expression when that time came. All right, let's set that aside for now. Shall we go for coffee? There's a nearby Luckin that seems to have launched new products. Let's go sample them. They'll let Lu Howard know. He'll probably treat you as well. Great. Free coffee for me. At Luckin Coffee. Upon arrival, Su Yang stood at the entrance, removing his headphones and draping them around his neck. Encounter love? I might as well believe I am Qin Shi Huang. He had no faith in matcha cake's reading. Of course, he wasn't here merely for free coffee. He was simply honoring the boss. He took out his phone and typed swiftly. Yang, arrived. No love, I'm heading back. Matcha cake. Then I shall treat you to coffee, but would you not linger in the shop a while? What if love comes? Let it linger a bit longer. Yang, thank you, boss. I appreciate the kind gesture, but I'll treat this as a stroll to clear my mind. Work is work, but beyond that, Su Yang wished to avoid being a freeloader. However, adhering to the mindset of having come this far, Su Yang resolved to indulge himself with a cup of coffee before departing. Then, Su Yang found himself momentarily frozen. It was only then that he noticed a strikingly conspicuous girl sitting in the corner by the window. Beneath her stunning visage, her gaze was as piercing as frost. She was tall and elegant, clad in a simple black dress, her skin as fair as snow, with cascading long hair that fell gracefully over her shoulders, and her slender, black-stockinged legs crossed delicately. Suddenly, Su Yang felt that not being the Emperor Qin Shi Huang was of little consequence. This extraordinarily beautiful girl was familiar to Su Yang. She was none other than the epitome of beauty at their school, Nan Xiao. While the concept of a school belle did not exist at their institution, there was a general consensus on who the most beautiful girl was. Nan Xiao was akin to an ice-cold beauty, keeping others at arm's length, always solitary, and no one dared to provoke her. Nor did anyone have the audacity to approach her, especially since she was escorted by bodyguards and a chauffeur in a luxury car after school. Students of their school would often reflect on the disparities of the world when faced with this young lady. Su Yang averted his gaze. To stare any longer would be impolite. He approached the counter and ordered a caramel macchiato, then casually chose a seat, taking out his phone for a glance. Li Ling, why did you block Mumu? This was one of Chu Mumu's close friends. Su Yang opted to read the message without responding. Matcha cake. Still brooding. Yang, I'm brooding. Matcha cake. Look around you. Surely there are some beautiful women to behold. Yang, there is one, and she seems to be our school's belle. Matcha cake. A school belle? Snap a picture for me. I want to see how beautiful she is. Yang, sorry, I declined. Taking candid shots is poor etiquette. Matcha cake. Thumbs up. How gentlemanly. Matcha cake. Aren't you going to try and strike up a conversation? Yang, I only wish to return home and study. Matcha cake. Didn't you just finish your college entrance exams? Are you insane? Yang, indeed. Matcha cake. Go on. As for her contact, it's just a trial. Yang, it's unnecessary. Matcha cake. Alas, you still cannot forget your goddess, the white moonlight. TSK. Su Yang's expression darkened as he stowed his phone away, retrieved his coffee from the counter, and strode directly to Nan Xiao. Hello? May I sit across from you? Suit yourself. Her crisp voice was quite melodious. Nan Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Su Yang, then nonchalantly sipped her coffee and returned to her phone, seemingly engrossed in typing. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Su Yang had fallen victim to the provocation of matcha cake. After sitting down, he quickly regained his composure, extinguishing the notion of continuing the conversation. While at a distance from Nan Xiao, he felt emboldened and fanciful. But upon sitting closer, the pressure became somewhat overwhelming. Matcha cake. I implore you, do ask for her contact. Be a man. Yang, I've sat down, but am unsure how to initiate. Matcha cake, oh? Just say it directly even if you're not classmates. you're still schoolmates, right? Hello, may I have your contact information? Su Yang truly said it. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted approach her with such a casual line felt somewhat. Sure, let's add on QQ, I don't use WeChat. Her voice was icy, and her swift delivery was such that Su Yang initially thought he had misheard her, until she produced her QQ friend code, thrusting her phone towards Su Yang's face. Su Yang blinked in bewilderment. Not scanning? Should I scan your code instead? Su Yang awkwardly smiled and opened QQ to scan the code. Yao, the cat avatar. This cat image seemed to be a popular choice among many girls. The friend request was quickly accepted, and Su Yang opened the note page. What should I call you? Su Yang asked, feigning ignorance. Nan Xiao. All right, Su Yang do. Nan Xiao took another sip of her coffee, gently tucking her hair behind her ear, shifting her crossed legs, and resumed her focus on her phone. Su Yang also glanced at his phone. Yang, I've acquired her contact. Matcha cake. Thumbs up, well done. No follow-up. Yang, continuing the conversation would be impolite. Matcha cake. Nonsense. Listen to me, her willingness to add you already signifies much. You should seize the opportunity to engage in further conversation, get to know one another. Su Yang chuckled helplessly. Setting aside the bleakness of hope, he had just experienced a breakup. Even though Chu Mu Mu had not inflicted much harm upon him, transitioning to a new target seamlessly was no easy feat. Su Yang conveyed this sentiment to Matcha Cake. Matcha Cake, what are you afraid of? Start chatting, this barely qualifies as a friendship yet. Are you still dreaming that a casual chat will win her over as a girlfriend? Yang, that will be excessive. Matcha Cake. Then chat quickly, first inquire if she is alone, then segue into discussing coffee, and continue the conversation like checking her background. Got it? Fine. The boss has become a strategist. Su Yang took a deep breath, preparing to follow the tutorial for a successful interaction. Then he received a gentle kick. Sorry, my leg is a bit numb. Nen Xiao explained coldly, that's all right. By the way, did you come here alone? Su Yang had not noticed any bodyguard around. If that were the case, he wouldn't have dared to approach her even if given 100 times the courage. Yes, I suppose I am alone. Are you trying a new drink? The jasmine latte. Yes, I feel it pales in comparison to the caramel macchiato. How coincidental. That's what I'm drinking. Su Yang took a sip of his coffee. Shall we switch? Nan Xiao maintained her impassive demeanor. Cough, cough. Haha, sorry, I must decline. Su Yang nearly choked at her jest. This young lady had quite the sense of humor. Oh, Nan Xiao returned to her phone. The brightness of her screen was low, seemingly equipped with a privacy filter. Su Yang began to tactically engage with his own phone. Yang, unable to breach the enemy's defenses, the conversation stagnates, making it impossible to explore further. Matcha Cake, is she of the aloof type? Yang, I suppose so. Matcha Cake, perhaps she, like you, wishes to converse but doesn't know how to begin. Yang, that would be pure fantasy. It's better to believe I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Matcha Cake, Your Majesty, why not try to chat a bit more? Yang, they'll wait until I get home to message her, let me reflect, and they'll share a screenshot with you later for your strategic input. Matcha Cake, a stroll. Su Yang finished the last of his coffee and prepared to rise, as fate would have it. Two familiar figures entered the CF. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Chu Mu Mu and Li Ling immediately noticed Su Yang. Li Ling tugged at the dazed Chu Mu Mu. In a fit of anger, briskly approached Su Yang. Logically, at this moment, she should have ignored him, especially since she had previously stated that she would not engage with Su Yang. Yet, Chu Mu Mu could not suppress her indignation over being blocked. Su Yang, what do you mean? Her voice was not particularly loud, but it brimmed with fury. Su Yang took a sip from his empty coffee cup and leaned back strategically. Following your advice, I ceased all contact, fearing I might be misunderstood by Lu Haoran. All right, I wish you both happiness, Jiao. There was not a hint of sarcasm. This was truly Su Yang's inner sentiment. You, couldn't you have checked again? And even if I were blocked, it shouldn't be up to you. It was then that Chu Mu Mu noticed the icy beauty seated across from Su Yang. Undeniably frigid, her anger was extinguished in an instant. Chu Mu Mu was quite sensitive to appearances, especially to such unfiltered beauty. She immediately recognized the goddess of the school, Nan Xiao. Nan Xiao possessed both exceptional looks and figure, and her attire, along with the designer bag beside her, was undoubtedly high-end. At that moment, Chu Mumu's close friend Li Ling also approached, equally expressing her astonishment towards Nan Xiao. Li Ling's concerns mirrored those of Chu Mumu. But the pressing question remained, why was the school Belle sitting opposite Su Yang? Nan Xiao cast a glance at Chu Mumu, remaining silent as she took a delicate sip of coffee. Su Yang, after blocking me, you moved on so quickly? Chu Mumu glared fiercely at Su Yang, her lips pressed tightly together. Su Yang furrowed his brow, lost in thought. In the past, he found Chu Mumu's every move endearing. Yet now, that charming filter seemed to have vanished. Su Yang chuckled softly. Li Ling, unable to bear the discomfort any longer, stepped forward. Su Yang, speak up. I texted you, yet you didn't reply. If you have something to say, please say it properly, can you? Before their duo could continue their coordinated assault, Nan Xiao abruptly stood up. Without warning, she tossed her bag into Su Yang's arms. Su Yang, let's go. Let's find somewhere quieter, it's a bit noisy here. Chapter 3 The Strategist Inside Adolescence renders young women particularly sensitive. Moreover, Nan Xiao possesses an aura that repels others from a great distance. A reputation she has long held throughout her school. The disparities in beauty, physique, attire, and demeanor are such that any ordinary girl would feel a profound sense of inadequacy when compared to her. Thus, the moment Nan Xiao rose, her two companions instinctively took a step back. The words she had just uttered left them momentarily stunned. Was she truly associated with Su Yang? Not only they, but the entire affiliated school would be shaken should this news circulate. Nan Xiao's worth within the institution is indisputable. She is a genuine goddess, not an exaggeration to say. A beacon of faith for many. Likewise, Su Yang, clutching his bag, was enveloped in confusion. However, he quickly realized that Nan Xiao was aiding him in a moment of crisis. A significant favor indeed. Yes, it is a bit noisy, let us depart. With complex expressions that hinted at their unspoken thoughts, Nan Xiao and Su Yang exited the CAF together. Once Nan Xiao vanished from sight, Chu Mumu clenched her fists and stamped her foot. How could he be entangled with Nan Xiao? Mumu, do not fret. You know well our goddess. There is no hope for Su Yang, no matter how much he faunts. I am fully aware that he has no chance. But just after he blocked me, he immediately went to Nan Xiao. What does that signify? Perhaps he seeks solace in such a manner. Your jest may have impacted him more than you realize. You didn't explain yourself earlier, did you? Li Ling's smile was tinged with subtle mischief. Explain what? He has blocked me. Should I beg him to add me back? Forget it. When Nan Xiao mercilessly rejects him, he had better not come crying to me for forgiveness. Nearby, a young woman diligently wiped down the counter, having watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. While she was unaware of the specifics, her imagination had already conjured up various scenarios. Youth is such a splendid time. On the street, foot traffic was sparse, and the din of advertisements from fast food establishments and bubble tea shops was rather pronounced. You love me. I love you, sweet as honey. Thanks. After returning the bag to Nan Xiao, Su Yang strolled leisurely beside her, hands in pockets. It is indeed noisy. Inviting you along was merely incidental. In that case, I should express my gratitude. Without you, they would likely have detained me for quite some time. As he pondered this, Su Yang felt a tinge of perplexity. Chu Mumu had instructed him to cease all communication, and he had dutifully complied by blocking her completely. Though it may not have been his place to sever ties, he had done so, and the worst-case scenario would be to live as strangers, never crossing paths again. Was it necessary for them to confront him with such urgency? Was that girl quite insistent? Is she your girlfriend? Nan Xiao inquired, unusually proactive. No, merely an acquaintance, not familiar at all. Su Yang was disinclined to elaborate on Chu Mumu, yet he was somewhat surprised to glance at Nan Xiao. This icy goddess appeared to be less formidable than the rumors suggested. It is said that Nan Xiao has been aloof since her school days, disregarding even the authority of teachers and school leaders. However, upon closer interaction, it becomes apparent that she is not as formidable as rumored. While there is an undeniable pressure, it stems merely from Nan Xiao's icy demeanor. Not only is she capable of engaging in normal conversation, but just moments ago, in the CAF, she even shared a light-hearted joke with him. As they walked a short distance, a sleek black Maybach suddenly approached and came to a halt. From the driver's seat emerged a mature woman clad in professional attire, Xiao Yuhan, the designated driver responsible for Nan Xiao's transportation. Miss, it is time to return, she stated. Nan Xiao glanced at Su Yang. Do you need a ride? Thank you, but no. I'll just stroll around the vicinity before heading back, Suyang replied, waving his hand before donning his headphones and departing decisively. Miss, is he your friend? Xiao Yuhan inquired, her gaze lingering on Su Yang's retreating figure, her expression one of astonishment. The idea of the young lady forming friendships, especially with a male, was indeed unexpected. Perhaps, Nin Xiao mused. Then I shall have someone look into it. Shoo, do not spoil my good fortune, Nin Xiao smirked. I'll treat you to a nice meal later. Don't mention this to my parents. I will explain when the time is right, she added, dismissing the bewildered Xiao Yuhan as she opened the car door. Expertly fastening her seatbelt before retrieving her phone, she activated the WeChat application she had previously claimed she did not use, revealing a profile picture of a cat and a matcha cake. This was her. She clicked on the pinned chat with Yang. Matcha cake, have you cleared your thoughts? Or are you still involved with her? Upon sending the message, Nan Xiao covered her mouth, seemingly suppressing a laugh, while Xiao Yuhan looked on, bewildered. She could not fathom what amusement Nan Xiao found. Yang, just parted ways. Matcha cake. Then hurry and interact with her. She might be waiting for your message. Go. Go. Remember to screenshot it for me. I'll strategize with you. Yang. Boss, that essay bit exaggerated. I'm merely expanding my social circle. It's unlikely to develop further, and certainly not to the extent of your divination. Matcha cake. So, you're saying this campus belle is not as appealing as your previous crush? Yang. Not at all. She is indeed a genuine goddess. And they are not of the same caliber. Matcha cake. If you can pursue a lower-tier crush, why not aim for the higher-tier belle? Have some ambition. Yang. You make a valid point. Seated at the bus stop, Su Yang pondered thoughtfully, acknowledging the reasonableness of Matcha cake's assertions. Though he did not experience an overwhelming infatuation towards the goddess Nin Xiao, he felt that engaging in further conversation would not be unwelcome. Thus, he clicked to open the dialogue box with her. As they had just become friends, a bond of camaraderie had been unlocked between them. Yang, hello. Yao, hello. Yang, are you still on your way home? Yao, yes. Yang, I apologize. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you today. Yao, it's fine. Yang, did you previously attend Class 3 at Shanda Affiliated High School? Yao, yes. Yang, I was in Class 1. Yao, oh. Something felt amiss. Su Yang did not rush to continue the conversation. He sensed that Nan Xiao appeared to be even more aloof online than in person. Moreover, her responses bore a striking resemblance to those of Chu Mumu, albeit with a quicker reply rate. Su Yang resolved to seek counsel from his strategist and promptly took a screenshot of their conversation, sending it to Matcha Cake on WeChat. Matcha Cake, wow? Your school goddess is quite aloof, isn't she? Yang, shrugging emoji. Matcha Cake. Why not investigate her background? Didn't you just finish the college entrance examination? Ask her about her preferences. Yang. Given her demeanor, I suspect her replies might merely be polite formalities. Matcha Cake. Let me ask you this. Did your white moonlight respond similarly back then? Yang. Indeed, it was quite similar. Matcha Cake. What were your thoughts at that time? Yang. She was probably busy. It was already commendable that she replied. Matcha Cake. So? Just as you admired your white moonlight back then, do the same for this school goddess now. It shouldn't be difficult, right? Yang. Oh, that makes sense. Chapter 4. The unrepayable favor of the boss upon returning home. Su Yang immediately retrieved his 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation book. Even though the examination had concluded, he could not quell his thirst for knowledge. He propped the textbook under his computer screen, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Satisfied, he nodded to himself. It was time to delve deeper. Su Yang opened the chat and promptly sent a message to Nan Xiao. Yang, have you made it home? Yao, yes. A swift reply. Without comparisons, one cannot appreciate the pain. Su Yang couldn't help but think of the cycle with Chu Mumu. Yang, your results should be out soon. Which school is your institution planning to report to? Yao, Shanda. Yang, have you considered attending Tsinghua or Beida? In Su Yang's memory, Nin Xiao was the pinnacle of academic excellence at the affiliated high school. Furthermore, she excelled in sports and the arts, making her a paragon of perfection. Through the lens of admiration, her usual aloofness transformed into an alluring quality, enhancing her appeal. Yao, I can't be bothered to go. Yang, oh. Given Nan Xiao's family background, the choice of institution seemed to hold little significance. Yao, what about you? Oh. It seems we are destined to be schoolmates once again, remarked Su Yang, exuding confidence in his academic prowess. Amusingly, His stellar performance during the college entrance examination was largely fueled by the thought of attending the same institution as Chu Mu Mu. Oh, came the brief response. At that moment, Su Yang's WeChat notification chimed. Matcha Cake, how are things progressing with your goddess? Mind sharing the chat history? Currently, there are no issues, he replied. Matcha Cake, let me see the chat history. Boss, it wouldn't be appropriate to share trivial matters with you. If I encounter any problems, I shall reach out. Matcha Cake. Oh, do you think it's unkind to me or to your goddess? Both, I suppose. Matcha Cake. No worries. You must realize that women pay great attention to details. What if you inadvertently offend her over something you deem insignificant? I'm merely assisting you in double-checking. All right then. Su Yang acquiesced. At the Shangri-La Hotel, in the Shang Palace, Nan Xiao was utterly oblivious to the exquisite array of dishes laid out before her. As she remained engrossed in her phone and power bank, incessantly tapping the screen. Matcha Cake, your goddess truly embodies the aloof and taciturn archetype. Mere flattery is futile. Why not try inviting her out? I am Qin Shi Huang, replied Su Yang. Matcha Cake, your majesty, there is no need to be anxious. You've already dared to add her contact. What is there to fear about asking her out? Do I not need to continue the household registration checks? Foolish one. Take your time with the checks. Besides, if you invite her out, wouldn't that provide ample opportunity for thorough inquiries? That's a fair point. Also, refrain from sending mundane messages like good morning, good night, have you eaten, or what are you doing? Instead, share more, preferably things you both know. So, should I attempt to engage in face-to-face interactions first? Otherwise, finding topics of conversation may prove challenging. A teachable spirit. However, you might also inquire if she plays games. If you excel at gaming, perhaps guiding her would enhance your rapport. Then I shall endeavor to invite her out. Well, in any case, refrain from messaging her today. Further messages may come off as impolite. I'm dining out. Once I return home, you can join me for a gaming session. Feeling emotional. My boss is strategizing for me even while dining out. I feel rather embarrassed to take on the role of a paid gaming companion. A soft chuckle escaped Nan Xiao, catching the attention of Xiao Yuhan, who was diligently enjoying her meal. She took a bite of abalone rice. Casting a curious glance towards Nan Xiao. Miss, are you chatting with that boy? Uh-huh. Just focus on your meal and pay no mind to this. Nan Xiao replied, sipping her matsutake chicken soup. Rest assured, I won't mention this to Mr. Nan and the others. But could you give me a hint? You aren't falling in love, are you? Fear not. For now, we are merely ordinary friends. For now? Inquiring further would be somewhat intrusive. Nan Xiao adopted her usual aloof demeanor, her face devoid of expression. Xiao Yuhan, sensing the atmosphere, refrained from further inquiries and focused on her meal. However, when she observed Nan Xiao fiddling with her phone once more, she couldn't resist commenting. Miss, why not eat a little more? I'm not hungry. You go ahead. Nan Xiao replied. I'm too full. If you can't finish, take it home. We mustn't waste food. But you placed the order, Xiao Yuhan thought to herself, stifling her urge to retort. Since this meal was complimentary, she chose to remain silent and continued eating in quietude. At that moment, Nan Xiao, with an impassive countenance, was sending messages on WeChat. Matcha Cake. Haha, it's not that serious. I'm quite amused myself. In the early hours of the morning, Su Yang yawned and opened his microphone in the game lobby. Boss, I think we've played enough for today. He had been playing a battle royale game, Apex Legends, with Matcha Cake for quite a while. Su Yang was competent in academics, and he also possessed a modest talent for gaming, excelling in shooting and tower defense genres. Matcha Cake, since it's a rare occasion to enjoy your company, let us keep playing. How about we switch games or do something else? You seem to struggle with navigation. Are you truly enjoying this? Matcha Cake, I'm quite happy. At that moment, Su Yang received a WeChat notification. Matcha Cake, transferring 500. Surprised, Su Yang clicked to refund and sent a question mark. Matcha Cake, I'm happy, but it seems you're not. Consider this a tip or compensation. Son, not at all. I'm enjoying myself too. I just worry that you might not find it entertaining. Su Yang maintained a positive mindset and was already aware of Matcha Cake's gaming prowess, so he bore no ill will towards her. Though it was labeled as complimentary gaming, Su Yang treated it like spending time with a friend. Transfer, 5,000. Su Yang paused in astonishment. Matcha Cake, I accidentally added an extra 0. It's roughly the same. Just accept it, so when you treat me tomorrow, it'll be less troublesome. Consider it my blessing and goodwill. Before Su Yang could type a response, Matcha Cake anticipated his refusal and sent another message. Matcha Cake, here's the deal. You accept the money, and for this month, don't go live or take any orders, just play with me. Matcha Cake, don't overthink it. I have no ulterior motives. You're simply good at gaming and have a pleasant personality. Playing together helps me unwind. Son, that is not the case. Matcha Cake, this 5,000 is essentially renting you for a month. If you still feel uneasy, just send me more selfies or something. Reluctantly, Su-Yong acquiesced and accepted the money, effectively entering into a virtual labor contract. Payment in advance for flexible and relaxed work was rather agreeable. Now, he truly felt compelled to work willingly. Su-Yong couldn't help but ponder a question. What could be the true identity of Matcha Cake? A rough estimate suggests that she resembles a wealthy woman. Yet Su-Yong recalls her engaging in numerous male-oriented dating simulation games. Judging solely from her profile picture, his assessment lacks rigor. Nevertheless, whether she is male or female is inconsequential. Even if she were indeed a woman, endowed with a melodious voice or an alluring photograph. As long as she remains an online acquaintance, Su-Yong would not develop feelings that exceed the bounds of friendship. The boss is indeed the boss. Not only does she provide employment opportunities, but she also acts as a confidant and strategist, a debt of gratitude he can hardly repay. Chapter 5. The approachable young lady of Nanda. The early morning is the foundation of the day. Su-Yong sat in a breakfast establishment, cradling a bowl of sweetened porridge, with chopsticks poised over a beef pot sticker. During this time, he perused a flurry of messages from Matcha Cake on his phone. It seems you might have a chance encounter at the CAF. The distance between your residences should not be too far. If she were completely disinterested or disliked you, she would not normally agree to add you as a friend. So if you manage to invite her out, it should be a high probability of success. Remember, once you meet, minimize your phone usage and refrain from contacting me. We can review the situation afterward. If circumstances become urgent, find an excuse to excuse yourself temporarily. Dress handsomely and remain as natural as possible. If she is well dressed, avoid staring too long. Inviting her directly might feel awkward. You could use breakfast as a pretext to test the waters. Be sure to inquire about her residence, daily whereabouts, and activities in a casual manner, avoiding any stiffness. Consider activities like shopping at the mall, strolling in the park, sampling street food, watching a movie. If there happens to be a beach nearby, that would be splendid. Observe her preferences, but it's likely she will let you choose. Initially, Su-Yong thought he had stumbled upon a gaming guide. The plethora of details and precautions outlined by Matcha Cake was quite extensive. Yet, these guidelines seemed akin to those for a date post-relationship. No, he was overthinking it. It would be perfectly acceptable for ordinary friends to embark on an outing following such a plan. In any case, with such a strategist at his side, Su-Yong felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. He then opened a message to Nanshi Yao. Yang, good morning. Yao. 6. The other party retracted a message. Yao, good morning. Yang, have you had breakfast yet? Yao, no, just woke up. Yang, do you live in Huangdao? Yao, yes. Yang, would you like to join me for breakfast? It's on me. Yao, send me your location. Is she really coming? Su-Yong had not harbored much hope. In fact, he had approached the invitation with a hint of jest. Otherwise, he would have inquired before his own meal. Having just met, the uncertainty of their distance made it unrealistic to invite her for breakfast. However, since she had responded affirmatively, Su-Yong dutifully sent his location. Before long, a Maybach pulled up in front of the breakfast shop. In contrast to the opulence of a Maybach, Nanshi Yao, descending from above, undeniably commanded more attention. Adorned in a light blue short-sleeved shirt paired with a deep gray pleated skirt and canvas shoes, she exuded a refreshing aura tinged with a hint of aloofness. Her minimalist ensemble further accentuated her exquisite figure. With a flawless, porcelain complexion, a proud and pert bust, and long, snow-white legs, she radiated brilliance that surpassed even the sun itself. Upon noticing Su-Yong standing at the entrance, she waved to signal Xiao Yuhan to depart before taking a few dainty steps forward. You're really here. What would you like to eat? Then Xiao inquired coolly. I've already eaten. What do you wish to have? Anything. Then how about some seafood wontons and pot stickers? Su-Yong tentatively suggested. As he was still unfamiliar with Nanshi Yao and her preferences, this casual suggestion could prove perilous. Anything. All right. What flavor of pot stickers do you prefer? Beef? I don't eat beef. Then how about pork? I don't eat pork. Shall we try chive? I don't eat chives. A twinge of regret washed over Su Yang for having invited Nan Xiao out for breakfast. Then how about soy milk with fried dough sticks? Sounds good. The young lady proved to be more approachable than he had anticipated. Su Yang had merely jested, yet she acquiesced without hesitation. Thus, amid envious glances filled with jealousy, he ordered a serving of soy milk and fried dough sticks for the young lady. Is one fried dough stick enough? Two would be fine as well. With a barely perceptible hum, Nan Xiao seized the fried dough stick and began to dip it into the soy milk. All right. Su Yang promptly retrieved another fried dough stick for her. The sight of Nan Xiao munching on the fried dough stick was unexpectedly endearing, prompting him to steal a few more glances. The aloof goddess appeared not so cold after all. Do you have any plans after this? Anything. Having devoured one fried dough stick, Nan Xiao quickly snatched the second one from Su Yang's hand and began to eat it as well. This could be considered a successful outing, and he felt confident continuing with the planned itinerary provided by his boss. As he waited for Nan Xiao to finish her meal, engaging in idle chatter or simply sitting in silence felt inappropriate. So Su Yang seized the opportunity to check messages from others on WeChat. He wasn't particularly sociable in class, and his few friends consisted mainly of Lu Haoran, who was now in a relationship with Chu Mumu. Consequently, after the college entrance examination, no one had reached out to him for outings. However, there were still some who sought his attention. Li Ling, let me be straightforward. Mumu is not dating Lu Haoran. She was just teasing you. Yang, she doesn't seem inclined to clarify with me. After a long hiatus, Su Yang replied to Li Ling. Li Ling, you completely blocked her after her little joke. How do you expect her to explain? Besides, you know Mumu's personality. You need to charm her a bit. Yang, forget it. I choose to surrender, leaving all opportunities to Lu Haoran. Li Ling, surely, you do not genuinely believe there is a chance between you and Nan Xiao? Even if you were to play the sycophant to that young lady, it would hardly be your role. Please, do not jest. Mumu is quite upset with you. You ought to mend that rift promptly. Su Yang remained silent, casting a discreet glance at Nan Xiao, who was savoring her soybean milk across from him. Upon sensing his gaze, she turned her attention towards him. In the midst of her meal, Nan Xiao did not exude her usual aloofness. Instead, she appeared somewhat dazed. Do continue with your drink, he encouraged softly. Oh, she replied. Noticing that Nan Xiao's soybean milk was nearly finished, Su Yang seized the fleeting opportunity to type quickly. Yang, firstly, I do not find her joke particularly humorous. I am weary and cannot endure the strain. Naturally, one might also attribute this to my fragile state of mind. Yang, secondly, this matter bears no relation to Nan Xiao. As for my feelings towards her, and hers towards me, I believe these are of little consequence to you all, are they? Yang, the results are forthcoming. I wish you all the success you desire in your endeavors and the institutions you aspire to attend. Yang, life is filled with dreams. May each of us shine in our own way. Meanwhile, on the couch at home, Li Ling sighed in resignation. As a close friend of Chu Mumu, she understood well that Mumu leaned more towards Su Yang than to Lu Haoran. Chu Mumu had even confided that once they enrolled at Shanda together, she would likely agree to date Su Yang. It was a shame that such a small jest had severed their connection. However, with Su Yang's words having reached this point, it would be impractical for her to encourage him to pursue Chu Mumu further. Li Ling, very well, I shall refrain from persuading you. However, it seems Lu Haoran intends to host a gathering for classmates at the beginning of next month. Will you attend? Yang, it depends on the circumstances. Chapter 6. Friendship endures. Lu Haoran's gathering at the beginning of the month would, if Su Yang's intuition served him right, coincide with Chu Mumu's birthday. Should Lu Haoran and Chu Mumu not yet be an item, he would likely seize this occasion to make his move. Su Yang held no interest in the affair, yet he had no objection to partaking in a complimentary meal. Wanda Plaza. Su Yang followed the usual protocol and brought Nan Xiao to this locale. It offered a plethora of activities and was generally conducive to outings with friends. Miss Nan, he began, I am but a fellow student. Do not dwell on such trifles. She replied, is there a particular place you wish to explore? Or perhaps something you desire to eat? In celebration of our acquaintance, I shall treat. Anything is fine. How about some dessert? I am not inclined to sweets at the moment. Shall we visit Starbucks for a caramel macchiato? I do not wish for that either. Then let us wander aimlessly. Anything is fine. Nan Xiao's expression remained unperturbed. Su Yang, too, exhibited little emotion, resulting in an inexplicable harmony between the two. Deep in thought, Su Yang realized he must not misplace his focus. The alliance with Nan Xiao is not a date, but rather an opportunity for mutual familiarity, solidifying their friendship first and foremost. Therefore, the destination is of little consequence. What matters is the interaction and getting to know each other better. Su-Yang felt as though his strategist was ever present, allowing his thoughts to flow with remarkable clarity. Is your hometown Huangdao? He inquired. I suppose so, she replied. Do you live with your parents? No, my parents reside in Shanghai. Usually, it's Sister Xiao who takes care of me, the one who drives. Oh, I see. What about you? Nan Xiao countered. I'm a local, but I live alone. My family has become estranged. Estranged? Nan Xiao furrowed her brow. My parents quarreled. And although they haven't divorced, they are living separately. I don't associate with either of them, so we each inhabit our own space. I'm sorry. It's nothing. It was my topic of discussion, Su-Yang shrugged. For him, it hardly constituted a scar. Suddenly, Su-Yang sensed a dissonance in the atmosphere. His dynamic vision remained sharp. A cursory glance around revealed some peculiar individuals. Dark sunglasses and black suits were not unusual in combination, yet the sheer number of people embodying both elements, all fixated on them, felt decidedly unnatural. May I inquire, do you know those individuals wearing sunglasses? He asked cautiously. No need to concern yourself with them. Understood. They were likely bodyguards, he surmised, which amplified the pressure he felt. A typical young lady wouldn't usually have such a significant entourage shadowing her, would she? Were those same individuals observing them from the shadows during their last encounter? Any films you'd like to watch? Su-Yang asked, attempting to lighten the mood despite the mounting pressure. Not at the moment. Shall we head to the arcade? Not particularly inclined to do that either. Why is it always not for now? Is it too early? Su-Yang found himself perplexed. If it were Chu Mumu, she would have already taken the initiative to lead him to buy this and that. Oh, strategist, lend me your wisdom. My target is deviating from the established script. Then where shall we wander? He ventured. Anywhere, she replied nonchalantly. Since we are merely meandering, let's south go to the park. Sounds good. Upon noticing that the young lady was finally engaging with more intention, Su-Yang promptly hailed a taxi on the street. Where to, handsome couple? The driver, a burly middle-aged man with a kindly demeanor, asked. To Tangdao Bay, please. All right. Oh, handsome, your girlfriend is truly lovely. You are fortunate. The uncle gave Su-Yang an admiring thumbs up before setting the vehicle in motion. Should he clarify their relationship in such a situation? Uncle, we are just ordinary friends. This explanation felt somewhat awkward and abrupt, yet failing to address it, Su-Yang cast a sidelong glance at Nan Xiao. Nan Xiao's face remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the earlier description provided by the older gentleman. Well, if the principal party showed no concern, then it could be disregarded as an unremarkable event. A female friend could also be deemed a girlfriend. Indeed, rounding off, a girlfriend is merely an ordinary friend. Wait a moment. Does this imply that a friendship has been tacitly acknowledged? Initially, Su-Yang felt a twinge of anxiety, but upon contemplating this notion, he exhaled in relief. However, his sense of ease was short-lived as he observed the taxi's departure, followed closely by a procession of individuals in dark sunglasses and black suits. The pressure that had just dissipated surged back with renewed intensity. Adding to his disquiet was the subtle fragrance, reminiscent of either body wash or shampoo, wafting from the back seat where he sat beside Nan Xiao. Su-Yang's gaze was resolute, akin to one preparing for a solemn oath. Unbeknownst to him, his awkward demeanor was entirely captured by Nan Xiao's keen observation. She fought back a smile, her lips curving momentarily before quickly suppressing it, striving to maintain her aloof persona. Consequently, both of them sat rigidly, their expressions devoid of emotion. The taxi driver, glancing at the young couple in the rearview mirror, began to think they bore a striking resemblance to a married couple. Unfortunately, their taciturn nature prevented any engaging conversation throughout the journey. Ah, youth is indeed a splendid thing. Tangdao Bay Park was constructed along the coast, featuring a winding seaside pathway that traversed the park. Lush trees lined the path, and with the gentle sea breeze caressing their skin, one could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of comfort and relaxation. Su-Yang, feeling a wave of relief, spread his arms wide, embracing the ocean wind. Classmate Nan, he began. I prefer you call me by my name or my online moniker, Nan Xiao sighed, her cool demeanor slightly cracking. Very well, Nan Xiao. All right, Su-Yang, she replied coldly, mimicking his tone. Su-Yang achieved an impressive second place in the Do Not Laugh challenge. Locking eyes with Nan Xiao for a few fleeting seconds, he could not suppress a chuckle, remarking, You seem quite different from the rumors. You are also not quite as the rumors suggest. I have rumors? Su-young blinked in surprise. Very handsome, but unfortunately a sycophant. I believe I've heard someone say that about you. Fair enough. Su-young was indifferent to such remarks. He had few friends, and the situation between him and Chu Mumu had become a topic of discussion among their small circle, which was hardly surprising. Moreover, having graduated, such matters seemed trivial. Surely you are not referring to that noisy stranger from yesterday? As she asked, Nan Xiao turned to wave at the cluster of individuals in black trailing behind them, signaling them to disperse to a more comfortable distance. I was immature back then, Su-young admitted without denial. Oh, Nan Xiao did not press further. The two maintained a silence as they walked a considerable distance before Nan Xiao suddenly halted, turning to face Su-young. By the way, why did you invite me out? What prompted you to take me out for food and entertainment? Due to my lack of companions to engage with. The period of waiting for the college entrance examination results has become exceedingly tedious. Su-young replied with composure, which was indeed the truth. So are we friends now? Nan Xiao tilted her head. It could be, or it might not be, depending on your mood. Oh, then I suppose we are, Nan Xiao nodded. Very well. May our friendship endure through the ages. Indeed, for eternity. Chapter 7. Casual at Wanda Plaza, Chu Mumu and Li Ling strolled arm in arm, thoroughly enjoying their shopping excursion. Both donned short sleeves and skirts of varying styles. Trailing behind them was a tall, slender young man. While he was not particularly striking in appearance, his attire was branded, and his shoes authentic, exuding a sunny disposition. Lu Haoran, Mumu and I are thinking of heading to Starbucks first. Afterwards, shall we go to Haidaleo for lunch? Li Ling suggested with a smile. No problem. Feel free to order whatever you desire. It's on me. So generous. By the way, how many people are you planning to invite to the class reunion at the beginning of the month? Lu Haoran rubbed his hands together, cautiously glancing at Chu Mumu. Let us choose Mumu's birthday for that occasion, shall we? Truth be told, I didn't initially intend to organize a class reunion. My intention was to throw a birthday party for Mumu. You certainly have a knack for selecting dates. Chu Mumu remained disengaged from the conversation. Today, the absence of Su Yang's morning greetings left her feeling unusually unsettled. Although her anger had subsided considerably, she still could not comprehend why Su Yang had chosen to block her. For 2 years, Su Yang had pursued her, showering her with gifts of varying significance. How could he falter at this minor trial? Among her two admirers, Chu Mumu leaned more towards Su Yang. Quite simply, whatever Lu Haoran could provide, Su Yang could also fulfill. At her age, she was not solely fixated on material possessions such as cars and houses. Rather, she valued character and appearance, where Su Yang almost scored full marks. Undoubtedly, the primary reason Chu Mumu remained preoccupied was Nan Xiao. Why was Su Yang with Nan Xiao? What prompted Nan Xiao to ask Su Yang to carry her bag? What was the nature of their relationship? These questions plagued Chu Mumu's thoughts. Yet she could never arrive at a conclusion. However, she understood that she could not measure up to Nan Xiao in any regard. Thus, Su Yang's decision to block her and then pursue Nan Xiao left her feeling particularly irked. Is Mumu feeling down today? Lu Haoran inched closer to Chu Mumu. Oh, don't even mention it. Li Ling shot Lu Haoran a disapproving glance. She had yet to inform Lu Haoran that Su Yang had blocked Chu Mumu, as she was aware that her dear friend was maintaining a delicate balance. Even if that equilibrium faltered, the involved parties should remain oblivious. At least it was not her place to disclose it. Humph, it's nothing too disheartening. I'm just grappling with some perplexing matters. It matters not. Regardless of your grievances, you may share them with me, though silence is equally acceptable. Let us indulge in merriment without the weight of troublesome matters or individuals. Humph. Chu Mumu subtly lifted her head, the gloom on her face dissipating, replaced by a faint smile at the corners of her lips. Beside her, Li Ling let out a quiet sigh. While Su Yang possessed many admirable qualities, he fell short of Lu Haoran in the art of comforting Chu Mumu. Lu Haoran, on the other hand, willingly engaged in conversations about those whom Chu Mumu despised, even going so far as to offer pointed critiques of her adversaries, all in an effort to bring her joy. Su Yang, however, exhibited no interest in such topics. Oh, by the way, Lu Haoran, I informed Su Yang about the gathering. I trust you have no objections? Li Ling inquired. Why would I object? Although our relationship is currently strained, we are still classmates, if he chooses to attend. So be it, Lu Haoran replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. He eagerly anticipated Su Yang's presence, for it would be his domain, with peers rallying to his side. Mention of Su Yang caused Chu Mumu's countenance to sour once more. Yet, she quickly reconsidered. Surely, after a few days of reflection, Su Yang would have come to his senses. He would undoubtedly seize the opportunity of her birthday to offer an apology. Yet it would take more than a mere apology to amend things. Imagining Su Yang's indifferent expression, coupled with a vision of his regretful demeanor, caused a smile to involuntarily surface on Chu Mumu's lips. Surely, he must now comprehend that he and Nan Xiao belonged to entirely different realms. On a seaside bench, Su Yang and Nan Xiao sat a seat apart, their expressions devoid of emotion as they gazed ahead, their demeanor and movements strikingly synchronized. As the sea breeze tousled Nan Xiao's flowing hair, it brushed against Su Yang's face. With an impassive expression, Nan Xiao retrieved a hair tie from her wrist, skillfully gathering her locks into a high ponytail. Even with a change in hairstyle, the perfect goddess remained flawlessly captivating. Now adorned with a high ponytail, Nan Xiao radiated an additional air of spirited confidence. "Are you feeling hungry now?" Su Yang inquired. "Not at all." "Then shall we grab a coffee?" "Not in the mood for that either." "Is there anywhere you wish to go?" "Anywhere is fine." Su Yang began to suspect that this young lady was deliberately teasing him. Yet, in a peculiar sense, being the object of Nan Xiao's playful antics felt like a unique privilege. At this moment, Su Yang longed to consult his strategist for guidance on his next course of action. However, Nan Xiao had scarcely glanced at her phone today, and he knew he must be attentive, especially since his strategist had emphasized this point. "You bought me breakfast, so allow me to treat you to lunch." Nan Xiao suddenly stated. "That hardly seems necessary. Your meal was hardly extravagant. Do you wish to become my sycophant?" Su Yang turned to Nan Xiao, a hint of awkwardness in his gaze. NXYO's expression remained as frosty as ever. She slightly furrowed her brows and explained. "They all say that sycophants enjoy vying with girls over who pays the bill. But that's unnecessary. After all, I was the one who invited you out. It's quite normal for me to treat you." She continued, "Since we are friends, it is equally normal for me to cover the expenses." "You make a valid point. But shall we consider it my attempt to impress?" With that, NXYO relented. As their conversation concluded, the two resumed their impassive gaze upon the sea. "Isn't this a bit dull?" Swine casually inquired. "Not particularly. And you?" "I'm all right as well. I often come here alone to unwind." "Is it more enjoyable to unwind together than alone?" "It is indeed slightly more entertaining." "What makes it so?" "I can't quite articulate it." "Oh, by the way, have you been engaged in anything or planning to do something recently?" Swine doubted that someone of NXYO's stature would have idle time. "Recently, I've been preparing for my driving test." "Driving test?" "Yes, I wish to drive. It's rather troublesome always relying on Xiojia." "Isn't that akin to undermining her livelihood?" "Not at all. Xiojia can still be a caretaker." "Are you hungry?" "Not particularly." "Where shall we dine?" "Do you have any favorites?" "Anything will do." "Shall we find a grand hotel?" "I'd rather not." "How about hot pot? Something like Haidaleo?" "I'm not in the mood for that." "Then let us randomly find a Shandong cuisine restaurant." "All right." Chapter 8. Genuine Heart for Genuine Heart. Nightfall. The stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across the sky, and the streets appeared picturesque. Sying and NNXYO walked side by side along the street, with Sying carrying a multitude of snacks and treats. He had seemingly discovered the secret to interacting with the esteemed young lady, refrain from asking questions, and simply make the purchase. Despite NNXYO's earlier remarks about various trivialities and refusals, she would graciously accept whatever he offered after he paid. Sying belatedly recalled that the strategist had mentioned this before, though it had not been emphasized in today's strategy. Moreover, he noted that NNXYO had a fondness for snacks and affordable comfort foods. "I'm exhausted." NNXYO halted her steps. "Then let us take a break, but we ought to head home soon," he suggested. Indeed, after spending an entire day together, the icy veneer surrounding NNXYO had somewhat shattered, yet her overall demeanor remained cool. Perhaps she had inadvertently influenced him. Sying found himself imbued with a hint of her aloofness. He felt that the day had been quite fulfilling. While their interactions were not frequent, she engaged with whatever he said, offering him a modicum of emotional satisfaction. Alas, the fleeting beauty of moments always slips away too swiftly. NXYO retrieved her phone and made a call. "Xiojia, please come pick me up. I'll send you my location." After ending the call, she silently sat on a nearby bench, and Sying followed suit. The distance between them diminished to half a body's width as NXYO reached into SY's arms to retrieve her snacks. This is delicious. You should have some too. Nan Xiao opened a bag of cucumber-flavored chips, took a bite herself, and then playfully offered a piece to Su Yang. Isn't it tasty? Noticing Su Yang's indifferent expression, she tilted her head in curiosity. It is delightful. Yet, Su Yang felt slightly perplexed. Had some essential step been overlooked? Why was she feeding him? He had little experience interacting with girls and was unsure if such behavior was deemed normal. It should be considered normal. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao seemed untroubled by such thoughts. She remained silent, engrossed in her snack, until the arrival of the Maybach. I must take my leave. You can keep the rest for later. All right, goodbye. Farewell. Nan Xiao waved goodbye to Su Yang and then hurried into the back seat of the Maybach. Miss, have you spent the entire day with that young man? The expression of Xiao Yuhan, the driver, was rather subtle. Once inside the car, Nan Xiao's aloof demeanor completely shattered, and she even let out an ambiguous hum. In the presence of her elders, she was always the obedient child, while she maintained a goddess-like coolness around outsiders. Only before someone who resembled both an elder and a friend, like Xiao Yuhan, would she occasionally reveal her youthful charm. Dear miss, you have the freedom to pursue romance, and I shall not interfere, but perhaps you could share a few thoughts with me? I can offer guidance. Stop mentioning romance. I've already stated he is just a friend, and our friendship is everlasting. Nan Xiao recalled Su Yang's serious demeanor and immediately mimicked him, but soon couldn't contain her laughter. You two have only just met, haven't you? Not quite. Nan Xiao glanced down at her phone as a message popped up. Yang, 111. Are you there, boss? It's over. I need your review now. Matcha cake. I'm busy. You should reflect on it yourself for now. Yang, then I'll head home first. Thus, Nan Xiao had advised him to reflect. The thought of this fellow sitting on a bench with his phone, reviewing their day, made her want to laugh. Temporarily setting her phone aside, she leaned back, closed her eyes, and reflected on what had been a relatively fulfilling day. Most of her memorable moments revolved around Su Yang's awkward and complex expressions. What made him so endearing? Nan Xiao murmured softly to herself. What cute. That young man. Yes. Nan Xiao saw no reason to refute it. Miss, the one you typically chat with and play games with isn't this young man, is he? Xiao Yuhan inquired tentatively. She had been attentive to Nan Xiao's daily life and had noticed these details, but had never found the right moment to ask. Oh, quite perceptive, Nan Xiao responded, giving Xiao Yuhan a thumbs up. As long as you're happy, that's what matters, Xiao Yuhan said with a wry smile. She intended to advise Nan Xiao to exercise a bit more caution, yet the fact that Nan Xiao was able to make friends was, in truth, a cause for celebration. Xiaoyan was well aware of her young mistress's intelligence. Many matters did not require her interference. When with Nan Xiao, Su Yang did not feel excessively weary. However, upon taking a taxi home, the accumulated fatigue surged forth all at once, leaving him with a slight sensation of weightlessness. After changing his shoes, he could hardly muster the energy to change his clothes and simply collapsed onto the bed, as if ensnared by its embrace, motionless. After regaining a measure of vitality, he finally rose to retrieve his phone. Initially, he intended to inquire whether Yao had returned home, but recalling the admonition from Matcha Cake, he abandoned that thought and instead opened WeChat. Yang, boss, I have settled down. How about you? Matcha Cake, I have settled down as well. Go ahead. Send a voice message and succinctly summarize the gist. Thus, Su Yang recounted the day's events to Matcha Cake. Matcha Cake. Oh, it sounds uneventful. How do you feel? Yang, how do I feel? Matcha Cake. Yes, after spending a day with her, did you experience any special feelings, perhaps a flutter of the heart? Yang, no. Matcha Cake. Matcha Cake. Not even a little. Yang, it's hard to say. I can't quite articulate it. Matcha Cake. Then what was your intention in inviting her out? What outcome were you hoping to achieve by seeking my advice? Yang, to make a friend. Matcha Cake. 6. Matcha Cake. Congratulations, you've graduated, smile. Yang, boss, please don't say that, it frightens me. Matcha Cake. Come on. Can you not engage in genuine exchange with me? Speak from the heart. Yang. Matcha Cake. Will you say something? Smile. Yang. Well, prior to the outing, I had many fantasies and expectations. Matcha Cake. So, are you suggesting that after interacting, you developed new feelings? Yang, yes. The aloof goddess seems less aloof than I imagined. Matcha Cake. Oh. Yang. It appears she simply lacks friends. Matcha cake. Indeed, from your descriptions, she seems to fit that mold. Yang. Thus, after finally managing to befriend her, it feels somewhat inappropriate to merely desire her physical presence. Meanwhile, in another part of the villa, Nan Xiao sat on the sofa in the first-floor hall, clutching her phone. Continuing to maintain her facade, she murmured softly, pouting her lips, her cheeks slightly flushed. Humph, perhaps this could be considered a plus. Nan Xiao belatedly sensed that something was amiss. Matcha cake, that's not right. If you only think of lasting friendship, you needn't ask me for a recap, nor do you need to have me play the strategist anymore. You haven't truly exchanged sincerity with me. Yang, boss, are we gaming? Chapter 9. A moment of tremor time swiftly advanced to June 25th, the day of results. While many were engulfed in anxiety, Su Yang was engaged in conversation with Matcha Cake via WeChat. Yang, she's been busy with her driving test, and hasn't been able to meet up. I feel reluctant to disturb her. Matcha Cake, true friendship lasts forever. But everyone has their own lives. It seemed that since the exchange of genuine feelings, the boss had become rather perfunctory. Su Yang felt a tinge of melancholy. Although Matcha Cake still sought him out for gaming during the nights, he was evidently disinterested in matters concerning Nan Xiao. Nevertheless, during this period, everything remained normal between him and Nan Xiao, and the strategist was not required. She even took the initiative to chat with him, sending him morning and evening greetings. Yao, have you checked the results? Yang, 651, enough for Shanda. What about you? Yao, 722. Yang, impressive. Su Yang truly felt the disparity of the world. Shortly thereafter, a call came in, marked as Mr. Su. Hello, Dad. The results are out. How did I do? 651, enough for Shanda. Oh, that is not bad. It's not far from what I expected. Well then, enjoy your break. If you need money, just give Dad a call. All right, goodbye. Before Su Yang could catch his breath, the phone rang again. This time, it was Mrs. Chun. Hello, Mom. My dear son, how did you do? 651, enough for Shanda. Oh my Chun Shio's wonderful son. How have you been living alone? Are you eating well? I'm keeping up with 3 meals a day and eating fruits and vegetables. That is good. Make sure to take care of yourself while you're out. If you run short on money, let me know. Don't skimp on food or clothes. I can take care of myself. That is fine. By the way, your dad came to apologize to me yesterday. You wouldn't believe how awkward he was. I nearly laughed myself to death. Have you two reconciled? Yes. So, will you come back and stay with us? Now that your results are out. Shall we prepare for a trip? Let us hold off for now. I'll decide after the end of next month. Oh, by the way, did your dad call you? Just hung up not long ago. Well, at least he remembers to check on you. Remember, eat well while you're out and don't suffer any grievances. You should also consider dating. All right, I got it. After the call ended, Su Yang suddenly recalled that someone had reached out to him on WeChat. Li Ling, the results are out. How did you do? Su Yang fell into contemplation. He pondered whether to remove Li Ling from his contacts. Considering their acquaintance was rather superficial, Li Ling often accompanied Chu Mu Mu, and if he intended to purchase something special for her, it would be prudent to consult her close friend for confirmation. Did Li Ling's approach imply it was Chu Mu Mu's intention? It was perplexing. Yet Su Yang maintained a courteous response. Yang, enough for Shanda. Li Ling, you performed quite well. I just barely met the ordinary score for a Tier 1 university. By the way, Mu Mu also scored high enough for Shanda. Yang, oh. Li Ling, I inquired about Lu Haoran as well. He is unlikely to reach even a Tier 2 university. Yang, oh. Su Yang was not deliberately dismissive. He simply had no genuine interest in these matters. The academic performance of Chu Mu Mu and Lu Haoran held no significance for him. Li Ling, so, you and Mu Mu still have a substantial opportunity. Don't mention this to anyone else, but I'll let you in on a secret. Mu Mu has always had a fondness for you. Especially now that you will attend the same school, you are bound to succeed. Yang, discussing this further is futile. She is a wonderful girl, and I do not deserve her. Li Ling, truly, reconsider. Her recent jest was misplaced, but otherwise, there are no issues. If Su Yang were to contemplate this seriously, he would find numerous concerns regarding Chu Mu Mu from beginning to end. He had no desire to express such thoughts to Li Ling, as he generally disdained behind-the-back critiques. Yang, there is no need to mention Chu Mu Mu again. I wish her the best in finding a suitable partner, excelling academically, and achieving success in her future career. Yang, I am not being dismissive, I mean it sincerely. Su Yang was weary of reiterating similar sentiments to Li Ling. Should she persist in discussing Chu Mu Mu? Li Ling, a true man. That jest from Moo Moo was. Without finishing the entire conversation, Su Yang swiftly and decisively removed Li Ling from his friend's list, preventing any further complications. He should have done this sooner. It was something to mention to his boss. After all, he now worked for the matcha cake shop, and reporting his examination results to his employer seemed entirely appropriate. Yang, my college entrance examination results are out. I scored 651. What do you think? Matcha cake, rubbish. Yang, matcha cake. If you hadn't been playing games, wouldn't you have scored significantly higher? Yang, I only played more during the holidays. It's merely a way to unwind during the school year. Matcha cake, you should study more. Yang. Su Yang felt an urge to inquire about the matcha cake's examination results. However, it was likely that they had long since entered the workforce, rendering such questions pointless. Moreover, the financial gains they accrued were substantial. Even if their examination results were less than stellar, what of it? The disparities of the world. Matcha cake, send over a couple of photos. Yang, what kind of photos? Matcha cake, everyday life photos. And did you not take any pictures from your day out with that goddess of a school flower? Candid shots count too. Once we became friends, it doesn't mean you can casually take candid shots of me. Besides, what do you even need my life photos for? Just to see what you look like. If you're handsome, you should share more. Alright. Su Yang, unfazed, send a selfie after getting a perm. Oh wow, you really sent one. Not bad, you're quite handsome. Sending a photo isn't a big deal. If you get a girlfriend, would you still dare to send me pictures? Definitely not. But what if I ask you to? Then I would refund you, and we'd be even. TSK, such a gentleman. You look good too. How could your previous white moonlight bear to let you go? Sometimes, things just aren't compatible. Life is about dreams, and each person has their own brilliance. True. By the way, where are you from? The more details, the better. I might send you something. Why are you checking my household registration? Is it wrong to ask? We've known each other for quite a while, and you still call me boss. What's wrong with checking a household registration? Do you think I have a crush on you? I'm from Island City, Huangdao District. He provided a rough idea and even shared a location, though he pinpointed it to the neighboring community. Ah, I see. Hey, can girls in your area not sit at the dining table? At least in my family, we don't keep that custom. That is acceptable. Transfer. 3,000 what? I checked, and it seems the average salary there is around 8,000. Let me give you a little extra. Don't say I'm heartless. That is unnecessary. Su Yang clicked to refund it. Even if Matcha Cake was a wealthy woman who didn't regard money as significant, he still felt a twinge of conscience for accepting something for nothing. Transfer. 30,000 what? My hand slipped, but since you don't want to raise, consider it my way of buying you another 6 months. Chapter 10. Su Yang's time management in the small villa. Here, the photo has arrived. Nan Xiao shoved her phone into Xiao Yuhan's face. He indeed looked quite handsome, as Xiao Yuhan nodded in agreement. Despite reaching an age cloaked in mystery, her taste still appreciated the sunny charm of Su Yang. Why are you looking at his photo? Haven't you met him? Nan Xiao tilted her head, perplexed. Dressed in casual shorts and a t-shirt, her long, fair legs swayed restlessly. We only had a brief encounter, and last time I picked you up, I didn't get a good look. Could you send me that photo? No, I refuse. Just showing you is already a favor, and you are asking for more. Nan Xiao coldly glared at Xiao Yuhan. Oh, I was merely joking. That joke is not amusing. Do refrain from making such remarks in the future. With a huff, Nan Xiao reached for a grape from the coffee table, consuming it whole without discarding the skin. Aren't you merely ordinary friends? Why won't you let me see a photo? Xiao Yuhan teased. I fear you might harbor inappropriate thoughts about my friend. Oh, our friendship is everlasting. All right, but miss, your desire to attend Shanda University isn't merely due to this ordinary friend, is it? You're overthinking. I simply have a sudden urge to attend Shanda. Without any particular reason. We are just ordinary friends. Is that truly the case? If so, I shall not allow you to join the table for dinner today. In an instant, Nan Xiao transformed into a frigid demeanor. Yet this did not deter Xiao Yuhan's curiosity. It's fine, miss. I shall dine in my room. Why not share a bit more? If you're so idle, assist me in selecting a new car. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuhan ceased her inquiries and sighed. Very well, miss. What type of car do you prefer? Anything is fine. Just choose one that pleases your eye. Understood. As the clock of time began to reverse, Su Yang turned off the song that had been on repeat, concurrently closing the current webpage titled Entrepreneurial Guidance for College Students. He reflected on the plethora of knowledge he had absorbed, yet it seemed futile. The primary considerations for opening a store were location and initial capital. But no amount of video watching could conjure free funds. His practical skills were average, and he lacked the time to learn the foundational knowledge pertinent to entrepreneurship. It seemed that the key to success lay in having influential connections or aligning oneself with wealthy patrons. Soo-young grasped this truth. He then opened WeChat, momentarily entranced by the message stating, "Received 50,000. He had been entangled with Matcha Cake for quite some time. Matcha Cake, consider yourself an esports coach, mentor, and collaborator. Offering psychological and lifestyle consulting services, juggling multiple roles, with work hours dictated by the boss's mood. A mere 5 for half a year is quite generous." Having been silenced by such remarks, Soo-young relented. It wasn't entirely disadvantageous. It could only be deemed a safety net. Lightly tapping on his computer desk, various calculations swirled in his mind. After being contracted by Matcha Cake, despite the absence of a formal agreement, he had ceased taking orders and participating in live streaming projects. His foray into gaming assistance and streaming was not merely a whim, it was an exploration. The internet had become immensely developed. Even if one did not observe the top-tier influencers reaping substantial rewards, there were still narratives to be found among the mid-tier. Live streaming and video creation were mutually compatible, and with a bit of editing, one could gradually amass a following. Furthermore, one could intertwine these endeavors with gaming assistance and companionship, and once a modest fan base was established, one could begin to accept small advertisements and promotions. Aside from account boosting, the requirements for other activities in gaming are not particularly high. Skill merely serves as an advantage. However, the income remains inconsistent, accompanied by the time cost of trial and error. Thus, Soo-young refrained from neglecting his studies to immerse himself entirely in the online realm, treating it merely as an experiment. After achieving academic success, he would possess greater choices, and his sources of income would likely stabilize. Soo-young's schedule is relatively fulfilling. He engages in conversations with Nan Xiao and Matcha Cake, and participates in companionship games. He also allocates time for appropriate exercise and familiarizes himself with entrepreneurial knowledge. Approximately every 3 days, he makes a phone call to check on his parents and occasionally video calls his grandparents. The remaining time he manages to carve out is predominantly spent watching anime, films, and indulging in single-player games. After completing his volunteer applications, time slipped away unnoticed. And before he knew it, it was July 2nd. This day held no particular significance, but the following day would mark Chu Mumu's birthday. At this juncture, he recalled an important detail. No one seems to have notified him. Aside from Chu Mumu's birthday, there would likely be a class reunion the next day. However, having blocked Li Ling, no one would specifically inform him. As the date approached, the class group remained silent. It seemed there was an additional smaller group of which he was evidently not a part. Suddenly, WeChat lit up. Regret, requesting to add you as a friend. The profile picture featured the male protagonist from the anime Hyoka, albeit with a black and white filter. This was Lu Haoran. Out of courtesy, Soo-young accepted the friend request, but felt disinclined to add a note. Regret, tomorrow, I am hosting a graduation gathering for the class. I have rented a villa at Jinsha Beach. I will send you the location shortly. After sending this message, there was no further communication. So it truly was tomorrow. However, why was it assumed that he would attend? Soo-young found himself both amused and exasperated. He had some understanding of Lu Haoran. Under normal circumstances, this former rival would not wish to see him. Perhaps he wanted to flaunt his status, relishing the chance to show off. If Lu Haoran could use this opportunity to deepen his relationship with Chu Mumu, his pretense would become even more pronounced. Soo-young remained indifferent to his ostentation. Since the other party wished to treat, he could certainly take a stroll. Just as Soo-young prepared to toss his phone aside, another message popped up. Yao, do you usually play games? Yang, yes. Yao, do you play Honor of Kings as well? Yang, occasionally. Previously, when accompanying Chu Mumu, Soo-young had created an account in that region, although he primarily assisted Matcha Cake in the WeChat area. Yao, will you play with me? Yang, that should be fine. Let me confirm. Yao. Soo-young opened WeChat and clicked on Matcha Cake. Yang, boss. I'm just playing King of Glory with a friend. That shouldn't count as a breach of contract, right? Matcha Cake, I haven't signed any contract with you. Nor have I installed surveillance cameras in your home. Feel free to do as you please. Yang, I am quite honest. Matcha Cake, thumbs up, go ahead. I can tell you are playing with your long-standing goddess of friendship. The boss is truly perceptive. No wonder he excels as a strategist. It was only then that Soo-young returned to the chat window. Yang, sure, enjoy, I need to update something. Shortly after, Nin Xiao called him. Suyong hesitated for a moment but eventually clicked to answer. Hello? A clear and melodious voice resonated. It was slightly different from her usual tone, yet recognizable. What role are you playing? Mid or support? I'm playing jungle. Oh. Suyong expressed mild surprise. You should play support. Attach yourself to me with Yao. Chapter 11. Class Reunion. Oh no, I've died. Hey. That was mine. TSK, your Yao seems rather ineffective. How about we switch? Suyong suppressed his urge to critique and accompanied Nin Xiao in destroying their crystal. Although he was confident while playing jungle, Nin Xiao's skills were undeniably amusing. What intrigued him, however, was her demeanor while gaming, devoid of any aloof facade. I don't want to play anymore. It's not fun. Nin Xiao appeared to have lost her enthusiasm after that match. It was hard to imagine what expression this cool goddess would wear now. Then let us stop. Do you have plans for tomorrow? Nin Xiao suddenly inquired. I might have something around noon, but it's not significant. Why do you ask? I've just acquired a car and want to get accustomed to driving. Why don't you come and sit in the passenger seat? That sounds great. But since you're a novice, wouldn't it be safer to have an experienced driver in the passenger seat? Xiao Jie has something to attend to, and I'm not familiar with the others. You're my only friend. Nin Xiao's tone turned slightly colder. Upon hearing her words, Suyong sensed an undertone of grievance, stirring a pang of concern within him. All right, I'll come. Although I'm not an expert, I can help ensure your safety. Suyong couldn't help but envision Nin Xiao's figure behind the wheel of a Maybach. It must look incredibly cool. He also began contemplating whether he should dress more stylishly for tomorrow. He was indifferent about the class reunion, but sitting in the passenger seat of a high goddess, he felt the need to pay more attention to his appearance. The day to sit in Nin Xiao's passenger seat quietly arrived. Suyong didn't overthink his outfit, opting for a white shirt, beige jacket, and shorts. However, he had restyled his hair yesterday, opting for a subtle wave. Outside the community, Suyong glanced at his phone, which was on standby, and sighed. Looking sharp. After this moment of reflection, he prepared to contact Nin Xiao. Suyang's movements came to a halt as he suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten something. Right, the class reunion. Preoccupied with thoughts of Nin Xiao and her luxurious Maybach, he nearly overlooked the gathering. The joy that had graced his face moments ago dissipated instantly. With a sense of disappointment, he opened the location shared by Lu Haoran and summoned a ride through the map application. The vehicle arrived swiftly. After confirming the driver's phone number, Suyong settled into the back seat, reclining his head and gently massaging his temples in an effort to regain his composure. It wasn't that there was anything amiss with the reunion. Rather, Suyong found himself consumed by thoughts of Nin Xiao, whom he considered merely an ordinary friend. During their heartfelt exchange over matcha cake, he had pondered extensively. The answers, both then and now, remained largely unchanged. He couldn't quite articulate his feelings. He was uncertain whether he had begun to view Nin Xiao as a new Chu Mumu. No, it likely wasn't that profound. Perhaps it was simply that his circle of friends was too small, rendering Nin Xiao extraordinary in his eyes. Maintaining a tranquil mind was essential. True friendship endures through time. Half an hour later, Suyong arrived at the villa district near JNSHT Inn and fell into contemplation. The location provided by Lu Haoran pinpointed the entire community, lacking specificity regarding which building to approach, and there were no welcoming figures at the entrance. Suyong struggled to discern the whereabouts of his intended destination. Is this solely directed at me? He mused, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The surroundings were serene, devoid of the city's clamor, and few pedestrians ambled by, making inquiries nearly impossible. Thus, he decided to wander aimlessly, tentatively searching. It was then that he encountered Xiao Yuhan, adorned in professional attire, as she emerged from the nearest villa, clutching a blue folder. Oh, hello there, handsome, she greeted, her smile brightening as she closed the distance between them, unabashedly appraising Suyong from head to toe. However, her piercing gaze made Suyong somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Sister Xiao? That should be acceptable, right? He ventured. Casual is fine. Just call me whatever makes you happy. My name is Xiao Yuhan, and you may address me directly if you wish. All right, Sister Xiao, do you live around here? No. Then, is Nin Xiao residing in this area? I recall her mentioning that you seem to be responsible for her care. Oh, you seem quite informed. Are you curious about whether the young lady resides here? Xiao Yuhan replied with a knowing smile, her demeanor replete with maturity and charm. Just a simple inquiry. Well, prepare to be disappointed. The young lady has not been living here recently. I am here to attend to some matters. I see. What brings you here? Looking for someone? My classmate is hosting a gathering in this vicinity, but the location is rather vague, so I am trying to locate them. The gathering seemed to attract quite a number of students, all of whom headed towards the left side ahead. All right, I shall take a look, said Xiao Yuhan, who wasted no time and stepped ahead to guide Su Yang. Upon reaching the fork in the path, she pointed out, those gathered over there must be your classmates. I want to join you. Thank you, Xiao Jia, Su Yang replied. Why the formality? Sooner or later, cough, cough. I have some matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Under Su Yang's gaze, Xiao Yuhan approached a villa they had just passed and knocked on the door. Was she there for research or something else? Su Yang had only a vague understanding of Nan Xiao's background, knowing merely that her family ran a large corporation and that Xiao Yuhan was a pivotal employee. Well, I shall head to the gathering now. Su Yang thought as he moved closer to his destination. He recognized many familiar faces, though regrettably, he could not recall many names. As anticipated, he drew everyone's attention. His academic performance had always been among the top in class, complemented by his handsome appearance, which should have rendered him quite popular. Unfortunately, he was seen as nothing more than Chu Mumu's devoted admirer. Girls held back, while most boys gravitated towards Lu Haoran, the social hub. At first glance, Su Yang appeared isolated and alone, making his attendance at the gathering seem rather unwise. In truth, he had not pondered this much. He merely wished to bid farewell to his high school days. If any unpleasant incidents arose, they would serve as a reminder of his past foolishness, guiding him through his upcoming university life. Ah, Su Yang has arrived. Lu Haoran, donned in a tailored suit, approached with a mocking smile, flanked by a few companions. Meanwhile, from another villa, Xiao Yuhan was on the phone. Hello, miss, your Su Yang is here with me. I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your words. The voice on the other end was chillingly cold. Hey, miss, where did your thoughts wander? I'm at Jinsha Beach collecting rent and just happened to run into him heading to a class gathering. Oh, miss, you've always forbidden me from sitting in the passenger seat. Does that mean? Shut up, I'm on my way. All right. Chapter 12, Getting in the Car. Su Yang. I didn't expect you to actually come. Lu Haoran, hands tucked into his pockets, wore a well-fitted, new suit that didn't seem rented. There's no reason for me not to attend the class gathering. However, if I'm unwelcome, I shan't make a fool of myself. Su Yang replied with a calm expression. How could anyone be unwelcome? We are all classmates, after all. Hey, Lu Gu. You must have spent quite a bit renting this place, right? It's all decked out with various snacks and drinks. Impressive. The classmate conversing with Lu Haoran, whom Su Yang vaguely recognized as Wang Chong, remarked. Ah, just a small expense. It's merely a temporary arrangement for everyone to relax and gather here. I've also made reservations at a restaurant. We'll head there once everyone arrives. There are activities planned on the beach tonight. Impressive, Lu Gu. Wang Chong seemed to have signaled a cue, and the entourage trailing Lu Haoran began to shower him with flattery and agreement. Su Yang had quietly slipped out of sight and retreated inside to indulge in some refreshments. He felt that Lu Haoran's demeanor was somewhat conservative, as he had not summoned his followers for a joint display of sardonic wit and veiled jabs. Beyond the courtyard, the villa comprised 3 stories, each stocked with an abundance of fruits, snacks, and beverages. Su Yang endeavored to remain inconspicuous, quietly taking a piece of cake and savoring it. Oh, Su Yang. A girl unexpectedly approached him. Su Yang swallowed the cake, seemingly taken aback. You're here too. Indeed, I'm not far from here, she replied, and goodness. You look even more handsome than usual today. Thank you for the compliment. After a brief exchange, Su Yang moved on to another area in search of more delectable treats. Speaking of which, what was her name again? He vaguely recognized her as a classmate, but nothing more. Similar encounters occurred several times. Those who were more active in class, yet not part of any fixed clique, would greet Su Yang whenever they saw him. It was far more effortless than he had anticipated. Upon reaching the 3rd floor in search of supplies, he unexpectedly bumped into Li Ling. Li Ling was momentarily startled upon seeing him. Su Yang, hello. Su Yang politely acknowledged her, and then purposefully moved aside to grab a drink. Although I'm unsure how I have offended you, now that Mumu is here, if you wish to seize the opportunity, it must be now, otherwise. You truly won't stand a chance against Lu Haoran. Su Yang looked at Li Ling with a puzzled expression, while she maintained a half-smiling demeanor. You must have realized by now that you have no chance with Nan Xiao. You make a valid point, Su Yang conceded. So, what birthday gift have you prepared for Mumu today? What do you think? Well, of course, nothing at all. Su Yang wanted to escape. To be fair, he had not anticipated such a complete severance, and that Li Ling could still believe he would go back to curry favor with Chu Mu Mu. Was it not better to act as if they were strangers? Excessive conversation would only serve to amplify the awkwardness. After managing to brush off Li Ling, Su Yang continued to explore the third floor, but found nothing to his liking and reluctantly descended. Upon reaching the lower level, a commotion seemed to be brewing. Driven by a desire to join in the excitement, Su Yang made his way over, only to find that many parted to make way for him. He spotted Chu Mu Mu. She had her hair styled in 2 small braids, dressed in a pink floral dress and sandals. Chu Mu Mu was reasonably attractive. Her simple attire exuded a unique charm. Unfortunately, she could not compare to Nan Xiao in the slightest. At that moment, Li Ling had already formed a close connection with Chu Mu Mu, and the 2 good friends were linked arm in arm. Lu Haoran also approached with a puff. And naturally, many gazes converged upon their small group. Su Yang sought a place to momentarily retreat, but Chu Mu Mu had already set her sights firmly in his direction. As expected, Li Ling, ever the accomplice, joined in, even calling out, "Su Yang, come here quickly." Su Yang admitted to himself that attending this gathering was a mistake. While he remained ensnared in an awkward predicament, Lu Haoran took a step forward, clearing his throat. "Ahem, it seems everyone is nearly present. Allow me to reiterate that all expenses today are on me. Feel free to indulge. Next, we should be heading to the hotel." However, Lu Haoran glanced at Su Yang before turning to Chu Mu Mu. "Some of you may already be aware that today is actually Mu Mu's birthday, so this gathering serves as a celebration in her honor. My apologies, everyone. This is my little selfish wish." The atmosphere quickly became lively. Combining a graduation party with a birthday celebration. How audacious. The extravagance of renting a villa and a hotel for a birthday bash was impressive. Surely, there would be grand surprises awaiting at the end, perhaps even a birthday gift as the grand finale. The fervor escalated rapidly, with the buzz of conversation filling the air. Su Yang felt increasingly uncomfortable, as the few instigators of the revelry were clearly Lu Haoran's sycophants. He found it hard to bear this self-indulgent performance and quietly retreated to the courtyard. "Su Yang." Chu Mu Mu's voice suddenly rang out. Not only Su Yang, but also the others turned in bewilderment toward the villa as Chu Mu Mu emerged. Ignoring her classmates, she boldly questioned him in front of everyone. "What do you mean by this?" Until now, Su Yang had not returned to add her as a friend or to apologize. Without his nightly goodnight, her sleep had been restless, plagued by absurd visions of Su Yang with Nan Xiao. "Chu Mu Mu, I removed you from my friends list. What else is there to discuss?" Su Yang replied with a resigned smile. This statement ignited a flurry of murmurs among the onlookers, as the revelations that Su Yang, the so-called puppy dog, had unfriended Chu Mu Mu, alongside her public confrontation, carried significant weight. Li Ling and Lu Haoran, who had followed Chu Mu Mu out, stood frozen in place. Chu Mu Mu's face flushed a deeper hue than words could convey. While her questioning of Su Yang was impulsive, how dared he speak so publicly? The air thickened with tension. Lu Haoran, though unclear about the unfolding drama, recognized that Chu Mu Mu was irate with Su Yang. He stepped forward, his voice icy. "Su Yang, today is my treat. And it is also Mu Mu's birthday. I advise you." His words were abruptly cut short as a red Ferrari sped into view. The roar of the engine instantly captured everyone's attention. The Ferrari gradually came to a halt, and as the doors swung upwards, a pair of long, graceful legs emerged. Clad in a sleek black gown, Nan Xiao swiftly entered the collective gaze of the crowd. The moment she stepped out of the Ferrari, a collective gasp echoed among onlookers. It was unmistakable. She was the undisputed goddess of their affiliated high school. However, before anyone could fully appreciate Nan Xiao's beauty, she briskly approached Su Yang. "Get in." Chapter 13. A change of circumstances. Nan Xiao was not only the goddess of the school, but also a looming shadow over all the female students. No matter how attractive one might be, standing next to Nan Xiao would inevitably diminish their allure. Now, this high and mighty goddess, arriving in her Ferrari, was inviting Su Yang to join her. "Did Xiao Jie inform you of my presence here?" Su Yang was somewhat taken aback. "Get in," Nan Xiao reiterated coldly, then returned to the driver's seat. With a resigned shrug, Su Yang waved goodbye to the still-stunned Lu Haoran. "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Enjoy yourselves." With those parting words, he elegantly slid into the passenger seat of the Ferrari, fastening his seatbelt obediently. The engine roared to life, and the unexpected crimson Ferrari quickly vanished from sight, leaving the crowd in a frenzy once more. Oh my, was that really Nen Xiao? The goddess from our school? Surely, I am not hallucinating. It was hardly surprising that the divine figure would drive a Ferrari, but what was her connection to Su Yang? When did Su Yang become associated with our goddess? Wasn't he always pursuing Chu Mumu? Wait, that must have been an illusion. How could our goddess possibly come to pick up Su Yang in a Ferrari? It was indeed peculiar. Su Yang had always been infatuated with Chu Mumu. How had he suddenly become entwined with Nen Xiao? Discussions about Su Yang inevitably led to conversations about Chu Mumu. She remained silent, her temperature rising like a ticking bomb. Lu Haoran, having recovered from the shock of the Ferrari, noticed Chu Mumu's distress and approached her with concern. Mumu, let us not worry about those who've already left the gathering. Today is your birthday. Let us focus on having a good time. Although he was puzzled by Su Yang's connection with Nen Xiao, he had never entertained fantasies about her. Now that she was gone, he chose to seize the moment. After all, without Su Yang, the greatest obstacle between him and Chu Mumu had been removed. Yes, Mumu, let it go, Li Ling remarked, finally at ease. Even though Su Yang had blocked her, she had always held a fondness for him, primarily due to his good looks. Humph, Chu Mumu gradually composed herself. Inside the Ferrari, Su Yang felt a whirlwind of emotions. He earnestly wished to maintain his composure, yet the moment Nen Xiao alighted from the Ferrari struck him with profound impact. That fleeting image of Nen Xiao was indelibly etched in his mind. At present, he found himself at a loss for words, too intimidated to gaze upon her. Enveloped in an unprecedented awkwardness. Was he feeling nauseous? Nen Xiao drove with remarkable steadiness, her demeanor utterly calm, far from the disposition of a novice driver. No, perhaps it was merely a bout of indigestion. What brings you to such a gathering? Do you have a close relationship with anyone here? It's a graduation party. I am. After all, a member of the class, just joining in the merriment. Oh, Su Yang turned his gaze toward the window. It felt somewhat warm. Enough to redden his face slightly. Ordinary friends, may our friendship endure, Su Yang repeatedly chanted in his mind, as if reciting a mantra to ward off malevolent spirits. Alas, the effect was less than satisfactory. He decided to casually shift the topic to divert his attention. I thought you would take that Maybach out. That one is not appealing. I asked Sister Xiao to help me pick a new one. Impressive. Your face looks a bit flushed. It's the heat. But I've had the air conditioning on the whole time. I was just a bit overheated outside, I suppose. Oh, where are we headed? Just wandering. Where would you like to go? I don't have a specific destination in mind. Oh, throughout the journey, Nen Xiao maintained her impassive expression, consistent with her demeanor upon departure. This only served to highlight Su Yang's contrasting state. As the temperature inexplicably rose, Su Yang chose to continue admiring the scenery outside the window. Nen Xiao drove westward for about half an hour. The towering skyscrapers gradually faded from view, and the number of pedestrians and tourists diminished. Su Yang had nearly restored his composure. With a serious expression, he fixed his gaze ahead, his eyes resolute as if aspiring to join a party. I'm tired. Let us take a break. As soon as Nen Xiao finished speaking, she found a suitable spot to park. It seems your skills don't require my oversight. You don't want to oversee? I actually quite wish to. Why? I've never been in a Ferrari before. It's a chance to broaden my horizons. Yet you seem disinterested in the car. Nen Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Su Yang, noticing his nonchalant demeanor. My interest is indeed substantial. Oh, they both turned to their respective windows, and the car fell into silence, with the hum of the air conditioning resonating clearly. Su Yang took the initiative to break the silence. By the way, do you have any plans for the latter half of the holiday? What is the matter? Nen Xiao turned her head to look at Su Yang. Feeling her gaze, Su Yang continued to stare out the window, just asking, oh, and what about you? As for me, I plan to enrich my knowledge during the holiday while also taking on a part-time job. What kind of job are you doing? Nen Xiao's eyes sparkled momentarily, her lips curling into a barely perceptible smile. Esports coaching, mentorship, and collaborative support, complemented by psychological and lifestyle consulting services. Su Yang maintained an unflustered demeanor, seemingly unfazed. It sounded quite impressive. Yet, you haven't shared your plans. Reading and gaming. Is that all? Su Yang regarded Nen Xiao with a hint of surprise. She met his gaze as well. Their eyes locked for less than 3 seconds before Su Yang turned his head toward the car window. Nen Xiao nearly succumbed to laughter, but managed to maintain her composed and aloof expression. What else could there be? The college entrance examination has concluded. It is perfectly natural to unwind a little. I anticipated you might have more sophisticated plans. Perhaps you were expecting too much. Very well. Let us discuss the gathering of classmates. Nan Xiao took the initiative to steer the conversation. It's rather mundane, to be honest. If it's so dull, why attend? It's about participation. It serves as a farewell to our high school days. Oh, does your class not have a graduation gathering or something similar? Perhaps there is. But no one reached out to you? How astute of you. It's not difficult to deduce. Once we've rested sufficiently, let us take a leisurely drive back to the city. Nan Xiao released the handbrake. All right. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a striking red Ferrari was parked in Su Yang's neighborhood. Seated in the driver's seat, Nan Xiao couldn't help but hum softly. So the location she sent me earlier was next door. At least, she wasn't completely oblivious. The car contained only Nan Xiao. She had invited Su Yang for a meal at a hotel, and naturally, she was driving him home, all the while gleaning his actual address. For Nan Xiao, today was both fulfilling and enjoyable. A message arrived on WeChat. Young, boss, I think you ought to play the role of my strategist. Matcha cake, oh. Isn't friendship supposed to last forever? Do ordinary friends also require strategists to assist them? Young, the situation has changed. Matcha cake, oh, do elaborate. Chapter 14, you are so aloof. Young, today, I made plans with her, intending to sit in the passenger seat, but I first attended a class reunion. Young, during the gathering, I regretted it a bit, feeling it was a waste of time. Young, just as I contemplated escaping, she arrived in the Ferrari to pick me up. Young, at that moment, I felt as though I were still dreaming. After reading Su Yang's summary, Nan Xiao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her lips involuntarily curving upward. Fortune favored him, and the timing was impeccable. Matcha cake, so, what are your current thoughts? Are you quite smitten? Yang, it's hard to articulate. It feels rather subtle. Matcha cake, liking someone is liking someone. What is so subtle about it? Yang, our friendship is everlasting. Matcha cake. 6. Nan Xiao sighed in exasperation, reclining her seat as her thoughts drifted away. What is she anticipating? Similar inquiries had crossed Nan Xiao's mind on several occasions. From the dual perspectives of Matcha cake and her own persona, many of Su Yang's actions appeared both amusing and endearing. Initially, however, she hesitated to articulate her thoughts. It was during the moment she had invoked tarot cards as an excuse to persuade Su Yang to visit Ruixing that the situation unfolded. At first glance, it seemed like a well-planned jest to tease Su Yang. Yet, in reality, she simply lacked the courage to reveal that she was, in fact, the matcha cake. Originally, she intended to meet Su Yang in person as online acquaintances, but due to an absence of opportunities to explain herself, it inadvertently morphed into her assisting Su Yang in wooing her own self. Yang, strategist, how does a casual friendship transform into something more special? Matcha cake, my lord. If you do not reciprocate sincerely, how can you expect me to devise strategies for you? Yang, strategist, it's not that I do not wish to express myself. It's just that some things are truly difficult to articulate. Matcha cake, all right. Matcha cake, we haven't exchanged updates lately. Which prestigious institution is your aloof goddess attending? Yang, we are both at Shanda University. Matcha cake, then why the rush? Can't we take our time? Do you wish to obtain a marriage certificate right upon entering university? Are you of sufficient age, young man? Yang, your reasoning is sound, strategist. But I merely wish to know what I should pay attention to. No need for you to provide overly detailed strategies. Matcha cake, just behave like a normal person. Interact more with her. If you can get her to hang out, do so. Isn't friendship built on shared interests? Yang, indeed. How adorably naive, Nan Xiao mused sincerely. Yet, that naivety was charming. Thinking of Su Yang, who was likely lost in contemplation behind the screen, displaying that awkward demeanor, she couldn't help but smile. But as she continued to strategize for Su Yang, her amusement began to fade. To what extent would this guidance lead? Would Su Yang ultimately succeed in winning over her, the very strategist? It all felt rather peculiar. Although she had consistently urged Su Yang to be clear about his intentions, she herself was not much better off. Her contributions were largely superficial, merely relishing the spectacle. If one day, her identity as matcha cake were to be unveiled, it wouldn't be a significant issue. He would likely feel far more embarrassed than she. With this thought, Nan Xiao felt a bit more at ease and decided to send a message. Yang, have you returned? Yao, not yet. I'm resting. Today was exhausting. Yang, Was it really that tiring? Yao, yes. Yang, will you need me to hold the fort later? Yao, what if I do? Yang, I'd be more than willing. Yao, then let us do it. Yang, tomorrow? Nan Xiao, in a moment of boldness, directly called him. Hello? Su Yang responded, slightly taken aback. Do you have plans for tomorrow? It is nothing, just a confirmation. Oh, so is there any other reason for your call? Su Yang's voice was somewhat gentler than in person. There is nothing. Typing is rather exhausting. It is preferable to converse over the phone. Or perhaps send a voice message. Very well. You are quite aloof, commented Nin Xiao suddenly. Am I? Indeed. Well then, I shall speak more. Why? This way. I will appear less aloof. Is being aloof such a bad thing? Very well. Su Yang fell silent. Seizing the opportunity, Nin Xiao launched an additional inquiry. Are we friends? Indeed, unless you wish otherwise. I do wish to be, but why would you want to be friends with me? Su Yang fell into silence. After a prolonged pause without a response, Nin Xiao remarked coldly, You are quite aloof. Yes, I indeed am. Oh. The topic was abruptly changed. Let us have breakfast together tomorrow. Very well. The aloof Su Yang maintained his demeanor. Farewell. Nan Xiao hung up the phone, stifling laughter with her hand. It is quite amusing. How could he be perceived as cool and handsome? Su Yang often exhibited a distinctly aloof demeanor. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Nan Xiao found him strangely adorable, as if viewed through a soft filter. She could not articulate the reason. While she was lost in her thoughts, a call from the contact labeled Sister Xiao came through. TSK. Young lady, I have only neglected you for a short while. Surely you cannot be this impatient? Or perhaps I have inadvertently disrupted your pleasant affairs. My apologies. What is it? Let us speak of serious matters. Oh dear. Those individuals have noticed you lingering in the community and are concerned for your well-being, yet they dare not approach, resulting in their report to me. We live in a society governed by law, with surveillance everywhere. I am quite safe and do not require such exaggeration in my daily life. Nonetheless, some precautions are necessary. Xiao Yuhan was unyielding on this matter. So you merely wish to confirm my state of mind? Not entirely. Today, I went to collect rent at Jinsha Beach, where Su Yang mentioned his classmate was hosting a gathering. I thought I would check it out since his classmate had quite a number of activities scheduled for today. And then, given that it is Su Yang's classmate's gathering, should we not keep an eye on it? Su Yang is not particularly fond of that gathering. Nan Xiao's tone grew considerably colder. Should we not address this? There is no need. Simply disregard them. Very well. Nightfall. The bonfire at Jinsha Beach burned particularly brightly. The gathering proceeded regardless of Su Yang's absence, with Lu Haoran leading the classmates to this location. In addition to the bonfire, there was beachside barbecue, specialty beer, and open-air karaoke, with a substantial area reserved exclusively by Lu Haoran. The group of classmates reveled in merriment, and praises for Lu Haoran flowed abundantly from the atmosphere group. After all, those still present were treated to a splendid luncheon by Lu Haoran at the hotel. Those with discerning minds could largely anticipate that Lu Haoran would make a notable move during the final bonfire party. Woohoo! Li Ling tugged at Chu Mumu, and the two began to dance in an abstract manner before the flickering flames, as if reverting to a primal state. Chu Mumu, having emerged from the shadows of the recent events involving Nan Xiao, cast aside all her worries. Suddenly, the stage illuminated in the distance, revealing Lu Haoran cradling a guitar. The atmosphere quickly surged as Lu Haoran began to passionately strum and sing one popular love song after another. Though his singing was not particularly melodious, the ambience was electric, and classmates rallied to support him, enhancing the mood. Something significant was on the horizon. Everyone had an inkling of what Lu Haoran was about to do next, though some were oblivious. Among the crowd, there was the somewhat out-of-place Xiao Yuhan. Due to the fervent atmosphere and the attention focused on Lu Haoran on stage, few noticed this professional woman, with one hand clutching several skewers and the other holding a large cup of beer. She mused how delightful youth could be amidst such an atmosphere. Perhaps the staff should cut the power to the stage? No. It was better to heed the young lady's wishes. Chapter 15. Su Yang, without looking back, morning sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, spilling into the room. A muddled Su Yang, in a rather hazy state, reached for his phone. The reflection on the screen was invariably handsome, regardless of the time. Yet, Su Yang was not preoccupied with admiring himself. He merely sought to check the time. Unfortunately, he lost his grip, and the phone struck his face. Ouch! Su Yang was jolted awake. Compared to before, he had evidently become more refined of late. In addition to his usual grooming and bathing, he had taken to styling his hair rather than allowing it to air dry naturally. Moreover, he had acquired some perfume, not for immediate use, but placed within his wardrobe to imbue his clothes with a subtle fragrance, neither overpowering nor intrusive, just right. After all, she was a refined young lady, despite being merely friends. Attention to detail was essential. This was how Su Yang rationalized it to himself. As he prepared to leave, he naturally did not forget to send a message to Nan Xiao. Yang, good morning. Yao, yes, good morning. The greetings of good morning and good night were typically met with immediate replies from Nan Xiao. Although the strategist had advised against such pleasantries, Su Yang had developed a sort of muscle memory for it. He did not consider these greetings to be a form of bad etiquette. Rather, they fostered a delightful interaction with Nan Xiao. Yang, shall we go have breakfast together? Yao, I am already waiting for you downstairs. Su Yang was taken aback by this revelation, prompting him to hasten his dressing and shoe tying, quickly making his way downstairs. You're so slow, Nan Xiao remarked coldly, her gaze fixed on the hurriedly emerging Su Yang. She donned a lace-trimmed short shirt today, paired with a knee-length light blue skirt. Below, she wore classic canvas shoes. How long have you been waiting? Just arrived. You came down rather slowly. Which floor do you reside on? The 6th. I don't think my descent was particularly slow. So you truly just arrived? Is there any need for me to deceive you? Nan Xiao crossed her arms, locking eyes with Su Yang. After a night of reflection, Su Yang's composure was evidently much improved compared to the previous day, achieving a commendable 5 seconds in their staring challenge. Let's eat. Is the place far? I parked in the underground garage. Not far, let's walk. Oh, Nan Xiao and Su Yang fell in step beside each other, their expressions synchronizing once more as they gazed expressionlessly ahead. During the summer and winter vacations, Su Yang's neighborhood rarely saw peers in the morning, at most. There were hurried office workers and some elderly taking leisurely strolls. Even so, the presence of a dreamy young lady like Nan Xiao, alongside him, a rather unremarkable green leaf, evoked a wave of sentiments. Youth is truly wonderful. The street selling breakfast was indeed nearby. The two arrived after traversing about half a street. Boss, 2 servings of sweet soup, 2 beef pies, and 2 tea eggs. All right. After settling the payment, Su Yang led Nan Xiao to a corner of the breakfast shop. Although Nan Xiao preferred beef and also ate pork, Su Yang had gleaned this information from several meals shared with her. However, it was true that she did not eat leeks. Why did you say you didn't eat beef before? Su Yang inquired casually. I just didn't want it then. Do you want it now? All right. Breakfast was prepared swiftly. Even if the shops varied, as long as similar items were ordered, the taste would generally be consistent. Yet, Su Yang inexplicably felt that today's breakfast appeared exceptionally appetizing. Quite strange. Under this curious psychological influence, he began to eat, but simultaneously heard Nan Xiao draw in a sharp breath. It must be freshly made. It's a bit hot. Take your time and blow on it, Su Yang advised. Oh, Nan Xiao puffed her cheeks adorably and blew softly before taking a bite. How is it? Not bad. What do you usually have for breakfast? Su Yang slurped some sweet soup. Xiao Jie generally makes Western-style breakfasts. I seldom eat these local specialties, Nan Xiao replied, also slurping her sweet soup. If I invite you to eat, will Xiao Jie be upset? No, she appreciates your gesture. She has gone back to sleep. All right. By the way, yesterday, Xiao Jie encountered a classmate of yours at the beach for a party. Oh, that's normal. It seems the boy who spends money confessed to a girl named Chu Mumu. That's also normal. After this exchange, they fell into a comfortable silence, diligently enjoying their meal. After finishing the pie and savoring the sweet treat, Nan Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Su Yang, who was devouring his food at an even quicker pace. Aren't you curious about the outcome? She inquired. It has little bearing on me. From a bystander's perspective, I wish them well together. If Chu Mumu were to be with Lu Haoran, any future encounters would likely feel less like a reunion and more like 2 strangers passing by. Your well wishes seem appropriate. According to Sister Zhao's account, it appears that Chu Mumu has indeed consented. Oh, the two rose from their seats in the breakfast shop, yet the conversation continued unabated. Nan Xiao seemed particularly intrigued by the topic. That girl, you once pursued her, didn't you? Now that someone else is after her, how does that make you feel? Not much at all, Su Yang replied with a hint of resignation. It wasn't so much the news of Chu Mumu and Lu Haoran that stirred his emotions, but rather the subtle curiosity he felt regarding Nan Xiao's gossip. You truly feel nothing at all? Nan Xiao pressed on. Strangely enough, I do not, Su Yang admitted candidly. After he had blocked Chu Mumu, her affairs ceased to concern him. Of course, the inner workings of Su Yang's psyche were unknown to Nanxiao. The aloof goddess occasionally glanced at Su Yang, attempting to discern any unusual expression from his somewhat stoic visage. You really aren't interested? She had laughed when she first learned of this situation from Sister Xiao. After all, apart from her own nascent acquaintance with Su Yang, she had long been aware of his connection with Chu Mumu. Thus, upon hearing that Su Yang attended a class reunion, her immediate thought was that he could not forget Chu Mumu. While she could somewhat empathize with this sentiment, it inexplicably left her feeling unsettled. Had she perhaps overthought the matter? However, it was said that the two attended different universities. Nanxiao continued her inquisitive probing. Have you thoroughly investigated their situation? Was it truly a chance encounter with Sister Xiao? Sister Xiao had been indulging in food and drink while eavesdropping on the conversations of their classmates, finding it amusing enough to relay to me. Very well. You seem disinterested in this topic. I simply have no inclination to discuss their interests. You are quite aloof. Nanxiao remarked coolly. All right. Su Yang retrieved 2 pieces of gum from his pocket, offering one to Nanxiao. Chapter 16. The fear of being governed by Nanxiao. Since the Ferrari incident, the rapport between Su Yang and Nanxiao had noticeably deepened. Consequently, Su Yang's daily routine transformed as well. Dining with Nanxiao became an ordinary affair, and they frequently studied together in places like the library. Their chat history was quite succinct, primarily consisting of morning and evening greetings, punctuated by a few call records. Moreover, the owner of the matcha cake shop had reduced the demands for his accompaniment, only occasionally requesting him to assist with some online games. During the remainder of his time, he mostly engaged in discussions with matcha cake regarding the nuances of interactions between boys and girls, as well as assisting in analyzing some of Nanxiao's behaviors. It could be said that the boss had entirely assumed the role of a strategist. This filled Su Yang with a sense of guilt, yet more so with gratitude. He felt indebted to the boss. Time stealthily slipped into the 15th of July. Su Yang received a notification from the postal service, and with his identification in hand, he went to collect his admission letter. He took a photograph of the letter and promptly sent it to his parents. Mr. Su. Thumbs up. Soon after, he received a call from Miss Chun. Oh, has the admission letter arrived already? I'm about to dominate our family WeChat group. Mom, as long as you're happy. Su Yang chuckled, somewhat exasperated. With my son performing so well in exams, how could I not be delighted? How have you been managing on your own? Are you eating properly? If you need anything, just let me know. Don't put yourself at a disadvantage. It's fine. I can take care of myself. Even though he had heard similar admonitions countless times, he still possessed ample patience to respond. My son is growing up. When will you come back to see me? Now that you have your admission letter, you should return in a couple of days. Really? If so, I'll make you some delicious food. All right. By the way, have you met any girlfriends recently? With how handsome you are, it would be a travesty if you couldn't find one. Mom, you needn't worry about that. Oh, does that imply there is someone already? No. Really, there is nothing? Are you shy? Why be shy with your mother? Tell me, which girl is it? A classmate or someone else? You might as well wait for me to return. That's enough for now. Goodbye. Su Yang finally exhaled, relieved. He also received a message. Yao, has your admission letter arrived? Yang, just got it home. You didn't just receive yours, did you? Yao, quite a coincidence. Yang, I'm planning to visit my parents in a couple of days. Yao, and then? Su Yang found himself silent for a while in front of the screen. Yang, so I want to be able to go out with you these days. Yao, oh. Yang, you seem rather aloof. Yao, oh. Yang, oh. Yao, you seem rather aloof. With his phone in hand, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Once again, he had lost in the challenge of suppressing laughter. Since getting to know Nanxiao, he had gained considerable insight into this young lady. For instance, although she often maintained a cold demeanor, she possessed a humorous side and was not the type to be unapproachable. She simply did not enjoy talking or was not adept at it. This was a sentiment he had analyzed with the strategist on several occasions and found to be quite accurate. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Su Yang decided to call Nanxiao directly. She answered quite quickly. Nanxiao exhibited no unusual behavior, seamlessly continuing the previous conversation. By the way, do your parents reside in Chizhou? Yes. Is your school also located there? You seem quite aloof. You're right. But why do I sense that you still have something to express? Not really. I'll accompany you on your trip. Nanxiao spoke up. Su Yang's hand trembled, nearly causing his phone to plummet to the ground, but he managed to react in time. What is happening on your end? You didn't hold your phone steadily? Are you coming back with me? The unexpected prospect of meeting her parents left Su-young momentarily stunned and somewhat dazed. What do you mean by coming back with you? I just happen to have some matters to attend to in Chizhou and can conveniently give you a ride. All right. Rather than feeling disappointed, Su-young felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wasn't prepared for his parents to meet this recently acquainted, ordinary friend. However, there seemed to be nothing to fear about introducing a casual friend to one's parents. Su-young promptly regained his fearless, aloof demeanor, though he could not withstand Nan Xiao's probing inquiry. What are you anticipating? I'm not anticipating anything. Oh, shall we depart tomorrow? Do you have any plans today? Perhaps we could read together? Let us not read. Let us just wander aimlessly. I'll come pick you up. At Wanda Plaza, Chu Mumu and Li Ling were engrossed in animated conversation. Even though Chu Mumu had agreed to date Lu Haoran, the bond between these two friends remained unchanged. Lu Haoran was present as well, but at that moment, he had dashed off to buy them bubble tea. Mumu, what is the status of your relationship with Lu Haoran? At most, we just held hands. That's all right. Li Ling refrained from elaborating further. In her eyes, Chu Mumu's acceptance of Lu Haoran's affection stemmed not only from the irresistible atmosphere at the time, but also as a reaction against Su-young. The most evident sign was that she had not sensed any joy of romance emanating from her friend. In many ways, aside from the added reward of holding hands, her relationship with Lu Haoran hadn't significantly deviated from its previous state. Of course, Li Ling wouldn't broach the topic of Su-young with Chu Mumu any longer. There was no possibility left between them, and considering that Chu Mumu had reaped so many benefits from Lu Haoran, it would be unreasonable to speak ill of him now that she had won his affection. Yet, if pressed, Li Ling would confess to harboring skepticism about the future of Chu Mumu and Lu Haoran's relationship. While there were no issues during the holiday, once school resumed, the distance, beyond just the city limits, would render their relationship akin to an online romance. These thoughts lingered in Li Ling's mind, yet she dared not voice them. For the same reason, as Lu Haoran transitioned to university, potential issues might also arise between her and Chu Mumu. Clearly, Chu Mumu had not contemplated such matters. She continued, as always, wearing a carefree demeanor. Today, the admission letter arrived. Where shall we celebrate? Oh, let us see what Lu Haoran has in mind. He must have planned this outing in advance. Humph. Without waiting for Chu Mumu to arrogantly lift her head, a sudden stir arose from the nearby crowd. Such occurrences were rare, prompting both Chu Mumu and Li Ling to join in the commotion and glance toward the source of the disturbance. They were soon rendered speechless. There was no incident unfolding. It was merely the presence of two radiant individuals. One was breathtakingly beautiful, reminiscent of an ethereal ice princess who seemed to have stepped from another realm, leaving an awe-inspiring impression. The other was exceptionally handsome, his presence harmonizing seamlessly with that of the ice princess. Nan Xiao and Su-young walked side by side, their expressions devoid of emotion. The commotion sparked discussions among onlookers speculating whether the two were celebrities, with some eager to approach for a photograph. Chu Mumu's pupils constricted sharply as memories of the terror imposed by Nan Xiao and the red Ferrari flooded back to her mind. Chapter 17. Nan Xiao's jest for Su-young and Nan Xiao. Inciting such a stir was hardly an unusual event. In this information age, the collective awareness and aesthetic standards of the populace have been elevated by the internet. Thus, many merely glance at handsome men and beautiful women without excessive reaction. However, when peers began to cheer, it took on a different significance. It remained unclear who initiated the rumor that Su-young and Nan Xiao were celebrities. But the crowd continued to swell. Remarkably, as the crowd grew denser, the bodyguards who had been discreetly following Nan Xiao swiftly stepped in to separate her from the excited throng. They thoughtfully provided both Su-young and Nan Xiao with masks and sunglasses to obscure their faces and prevent unauthorized photographs. Evidently, this approach made them appear even more like stars, drawing closer attention from those who had initially observed from a distance. The overwhelming scene left both aloof celebrities feeling rather uncomfortable. Their previous outings had never attracted such a commotion. Perhaps, with the admission letters being distributed, more peers were out celebrating. Plans for shopping were momentarily abandoned as Su-young and Nan Xiao, escorted by their bodyguards, returned to the red Ferrari. A few students lingered nearby to take pictures, but upon noticing the influx of black-suited bodyguards, they wisely dispersed. It was somewhat exaggerated. Once inside the vehicle, Nan Xiao expressed her thoughts. remarking that she had indeed experienced the sensation of being a star. Su-young also removed his sunglasses and mask. From the sound of it, you found it quite enjoyable? Let us not have such situations arise again, he cautioned. Where to next? Perhaps to Jinding Square? Whatever you prefer, Su-young replied, showcasing the very skill that Nan Xiao had once cherished. Nan Xiao fixed her gaze on Su-young for a considerable moment, her expression unchanging. It seemed she had perceived the steadfastness of Su-yang's resolve, prompting her to abandon her scrutiny of him and drive in silence. Chu Mumu's cheeks flushed with a hue surpassing all expressions. The greater the commotion stirred by Su-young and Nan Xiao, the more crimson her face became. She could not forget Nan Xiao's frigid gaze, nor could she disregard Su-yang's indifferent demeanor. Most haunting of all were the memories of Su-yang's past tenderness towards her, coupled with his daily greetings. Thus, as Su-yang's connection with Nan Xiao sparkled ever more brilliantly, her discomfort intensified. At that moment, Lu Haoran returned, carrying several cups of milk tea. Upon noticing the recently dispersed crowd and Chu Mumu's rather poor complexion, he hurried over. Mumu, what is the matter? Nothing much. Chu Mumu swiftly suppressed her negative emotions, yet even so, a smile eluded her lips. Lu Haoran glanced helplessly at Li Ling, who sighed in resignation. Don't dwell on it. It's merely the sight of someone you'd rather not see. Let us just carry on with what we were doing. Is that someone, Su-young? Chu Mumu suddenly exclaimed. All right, got it, Lu Haoran replied, visibly startled. Although puzzled, he understood that Chu Mumu's attitude towards Su-young was decidedly negative. And as her boyfriend, he felt little need to ponder further. However, as he gazed down at the milk tea in his hands, he couldn't help but reflect that becoming Chu Mumu's boyfriend had not significantly altered his own circumstances. In the library, Nan Xiao did not lead Su-young to another shopping mall, but instead drove them to the ocean of knowledge. Su-young had no objections and quietly selected a book titled I Have Never Been So Fond of the World, settling down beside Nan Xiao. A glance revealed she was engrossed in a book entitled The Overbearing Female CEO, truly befitting her character. Su-young had seen her read similar works before. Perhaps this young lady sought to glean some wisdom from such narratives, as she aspired to embody the essence of a formidable female executive. Yet, it appeared that these tales often emphasized romantic entanglements over professional pursuits. Without overthinking, Su-young immersed himself in the wealth of knowledge surrounding him. They maintained a serene silence, absorbed in their reading, until Nan Xiao nudged him with her foot. What's up? Su-young inquired, slightly perplexed. Apologies, the content is rather captivating, and my leg has gone a bit numb, she replied. All right, Su-young resumed his reading. However, had he glimpsed the contents of Nan Xiao's book, he would have understood her predicament. The page she was perusing depicted the domineering female protagonist inadvertently kicking the male lead, which led to numerous interactions between them. It seemed of little practical relevance. Nan Xiao's visible disappointment in the book grew as she recognized the disparity between its content and reality. She continued to read, soon encountering a scene where the female lead removed her boots, compelling the male lead to kneel and kiss her. When he declined this proposition, he instead bent down to assist her in donning her shoes. During the process of having her shoes put on, the domineering girlfriend felt a sense of shyness and began to take an interest in the male protagonist. Nan Xiao pondered why such an unusually explicit book could find its way into the library. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decided to remove her canvas shoes while simultaneously catching Su-young's attention, maintaining eye contact with him. Su-young, undeterred in this silent challenge, found himself somewhat perplexed, his feet aching slightly. This is rather inappropriate in a public space, especially in a library, Nan Xiao remarked coolly, lifting her chin with pride as her petite feet, adorned in white socks, swayed playfully, signaling her disregard for wearing shoes. At this point, Su-young chose to ignore her antics and continued reading, which nearly provoked Nan Xiao to slam her hands on the table in frustration. She longed to activate WeChat and entice Su-young with a hint of matcha cake to garner his attention. Yet, she opted for restraint. Nan Xiao belatedly considered that the tactics from the book might seem somewhat frivolous, yet she too had neglected to properly wear her shoes, choosing instead to immerse herself in reading. Su-young, too, found his focus on the book waning as he contemplated the meaning behind Nan Xiao's behavior. While a playful kick would be acceptable, suddenly removing her shoes seemed out of character for the typically aloof young lady. He glanced down to see that she had even kicked her shoes a small distance away. Put your shoes on, He couldn't help but advise. I want tea. Nan Xiao replied, her expression unfazed. Why not? Su Yang asked, puzzled. I simply don't want to wear them. If you refuse to wear them, shall I put them on for you? He teased. Whatever, she responded, although he was merely jesting. Noticing that he seemed to be gearing up for an action, Nan Xiao set her book aside, turned slightly, and lifted her delicate foot, almost pressing it against Su Yang's face. Wear them. He realized that Nan Xiao was likely teasing him. Such jest should not be taken lightly. With a serious demeanor, he prepared to deliver a moral lecture to her. However, before he could proceed, he reached out and grasped her exquisite foot in his hand. Chapter 18. The battle is about to begin. The library was remarkably clean. Its orderly environment infused with the subtle fragrance of books, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. Moreover, the silence within the library was profound, to the point where Su Yang could hear the sound of his own breathing distinctly. For a fleeting moment, he believed he might be dreaming. This marked the first physical contact with his good friend Nan Xiao, not through hands or arms, but rather her foot. As the subject of this interaction, Nan Xiao could not help but tremble slightly at the unexpected touch. Are we serious? She thought, realizing it was too late to reconsider. Though she had wished for Su Yang to act according to the book and her own desires, his actual response left her feeling a mix of fear and bewilderment. This contradictory state had previously surfaced in their interactions. What are you staring at? Nan Xiao endeavored to calm her mental state, striving to maintain her usual cool and aloof demeanor, though her delicate cheeks could not help but flush. Upon hearing the words, Su Yang's mind resumed its function, silently picking up Nan Xiao's canvas shoes, but hesitating to assist her in putting them on at that moment. With one hand gripping her petite foot and the other holding her shoe, he looked up, puzzled, and asked, We are friends, are we not? Or else? Nan Xiao tilted her head slightly, feeling a bit of an itch in her foot, which she was trying hard to suppress. What kind of friends help each other put on shoes? You should do it yourself. Su Yang, somewhat exasperated, handed the shoes to her. Miss Nan was momentarily taken aback. You've already touched my foot, and yet you refuse to help me put on my shoes? She thought to herself. However, upon reconsideration, she realized that such behavior was indeed inappropriate, so she coolly accepted the shoes and put them on. Su Yang, as if nothing had transpired, continued to read his book. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally realized he was holding the book upside down. Instead of immediately correcting it, he glanced down at his left hand, which had just held Nan Xiao's foot. This action caught her attention. Unable to contain herself, Nan Xiao explained, I just took a shower before coming out. I'm quite clean. Su Yang found himself at a loss for a retort. Not only was Nan Xiao's series of remarks filled with potential jests, but he also felt his composure wavering. He was certain he harbored no peculiar inclinations, yet he experienced an indescribable subtlety when in contact with her. Noticing Su Yang's unusual demeanor, Nan Xiao recognized that she might have gone too far with her teasing. She set her book down and looked at him earnestly. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? I was too lazy to put on my shoes earlier and thought to trouble you. It's fine. What concerned Su Yang more was why Nan Xiao had taken off her shoes. Was she merely joking? Yet, if she intended to jest, such behavior did not align with her refined persona. But you seem to have something on your mind. Really, it's nothing. Are we friends or good friends? Nan Xiao inquired. Friendship lasts forever. We should be good friends, Su Yang analyzed calmly. Good friends should share everything. He met Nan Xiao's gaze with coldness. In this silent contest of stares, Nan Xiao surrendered first. She ceased speaking, adjusted her posture, and resumed her reading. Su Yang, in a tacit understanding, mirrored her expressionless demeanor as they continued their reading. Soon, the day arrived for Su Yang to return home. However, this time he did not take the high-speed train, but rather rode in a Maybach driven by Xiao Yuhan. The car was filled with the music of Deng Ziki. In the back seat, Su Yang and Nan Xiao sat on opposite sides, a noticeable distance between them. Xiao Yuhan observed them for a while, but no matter how she looked, the situation felt rather peculiar. She had rarely witnessed the interactions between Nan Xiao and Su Yang. Yet every time she observed Nan Xiao's unusual exuberance upon returning home, it seemed evident that they were entangled in a complicated phase. Yet, why did they appear as strangers to one another? Xiao Yuhan cleared her throat. Ahem, Su Yang, do you reside in the Lishi district? Yes, he replied. Then why do you usually stay in Huangdao? The school isn't located here either. Since the exams, I've been here. I used to come occasionally. Su Yang had not even discussed this matter with Nan Xiao. apart from the fact that his parents had quarreled. Another reason for his stay was that Chu Mumu was in this area. I see. So, are you planning to stay until the semester begins? Xiao Yuhan continued to inquire. Her curiosity was not born from any ulterior motive. It was simply a dull drive with no one to converse with. That depends on the circumstances, Su Yang said, glancing out the window, though his gaze was really fixed on Nan Xiao's reflection. Under normal circumstances, he would indeed remain in Qizhou until the start of school to spend more time with his family. However, now that he had this good friend, he found himself uncertain. Speaking of which, the young lady plans to stay in Qizhou until the semester begins. I thought if you were not leaving this time, you could enjoy some outings with her. Really? Su Yang looked at Nan Xiao with curiosity. The usually aloof goddess, who had been in a passive state, finally spoke. I have some matters to attend to, so I will be staying there. Oh, I see, Su Yang pondered thoughtfully. Xiao Yuhan seized the opportunity to tease. What? Are you also considering staying in Qizhou? That's hard to say. Let's see, Su Yang replied, though he had indeed contemplated this idea. However, answering affirmatively might seem a bit odd. Xiao Yuhan wore a knowing smile, as if she understood something, yet she said nothing further, continuing to engage Su Yang in casual conversation. It was evident that she held a favorable impression of him. However, when the topic of romance arose, such as whether he had a girl he liked or was dating, Nan Xiao interrupted coolly. Sister Xiao, discussing this further would be rather impolite. Perhaps due to the air conditioning, the temperature in the car seemed to drop slightly. Xiao Yuhan obediently fell silent, leaving the stage once again to the pair of awkward friends. In truth, Su Yang had several things he wished to communicate with Nan Xiao, particularly regarding her sudden stay in Qizhou, which she had never mentioned before. Yet, with Xiao Yuhan present, he found it difficult to broach the subject. He understood that Xiao Yuhan was quite close to Nan Xiao, but it felt as if an elder was present, making him hesitant. Nan Xiao exhibited a touch of this same hesitance. Although she felt comfortable around Xiao Yuhan and could converse freely with Su Yang, the two of them together made her feel somewhat unnatural. In hindsight, she thought it might have been better to drive Su Yang back alone. Perhaps the two had been spending more time together recently, as they synchronously retrieved their phones and accessed the same page. Why didn't you mention before that you were staying over there? Yang inquired. I only decided before leaving today. I didn't have the chance to inform you. Yao replied. Oh, Yang responded. Oh, Yao echoed. Oh, Yang repeated. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The two began to engage in an inexplicable exchange of messages, repeatedly sending "oh" to each other, seemingly in a competition to see who could respond the fastest. Chapter 19, Nan Xiao and Mrs. Chen Lixia District serves as the epicenter of various sectors in Qizhou, encompassing political, economic, and educational hubs. Therefore, the development in this area undoubtedly stands at an impressive level. As Su Yang observed the familiar scenery and architecture from the back of the Maybach, nostalgia washed over him. Ah, I'm back, he thought, feeling a sense of warmth and belonging. Before Xiao Yuhan could speak, Su Yang's phone rang, announcing a call from Mrs. Chun. Hello, Mom, he said, lowering his voice slightly, mindful of being in someone else's vehicle. When are you coming home today? What time is your ticket? Why didn't you send me a screenshot? She asked. Typically, when taking the high-speed train home, Su Yang would inform his family and send a screenshot. I'm riding with a friend who is also heading to Lixia District, he explained. Oh, a friend is giving you a ride back? You should thank them properly. If it's convenient, invite them over. I'll prepare a nice meal for you both, Mrs. Chen suggested. Su Yang glanced quietly at Nan Xiao and then at Xiao Yuhan. The car was silent, and even though he wasn't on speakerphone, they likely caught some of the conversation. However, both maintained a polite silence, showing no signs of concern. Why aren't you speaking, son? Let us discuss that later. Oh, you must express your gratitude, you know? We can't take advantage without offering something in return. If they need your help, you should assist them. I understand. All right then. Call me when you're nearing home, and I'll come to pick you up. Okay, goodbye. After hanging up, Xiao Yuhan was the first to break the silence with a smile. Su Yang, the friend who is giving you a ride back, are you talking about our young lady or me? It was an exceedingly precarious question. Logically, the friend he referred to was implicitly Nan Xiao, yet Xiao Yuhan's relationship with her was not merely one of hierarchy. Responding too quickly might seem a tad impolite. Sister Xiao, let us not delve into trivial matters. Are you that familiar with him? Nan Xiao decisively dismantled the dilemma that troubled Su Yang. Hey, I was just making casual conversation. No need to rush, young lady, Xiao Yuhan retorted, pouting slightly as she resumed her focus on driving. having narrowly escaped a tricky situation. Su Yang remained silent and turned his gaze toward Nin Xiao. NXYO was also observing him. In this contest, neither of them gained the upper hand. It was a stalemate. Yang spoke first. If it's convenient, how about you and Xiao Ji come to my home for a visit? NXYO fell into a strategic silence, her mind blank in an unprecedented manner. Meeting the parents? That seemed inappropriate. Although there was no special relationship between her and Yang, and she had no reason to feel shy, NXYO still felt a sense of awkwardness. Moreover, this unexpected turn of events was something she, as a strategist and a matcha cake, had not anticipated. No, we have some matters to attend to. NXYO suppressed her impulse to investigate further. All right. Yang inexplicably felt relieved. By the way, Yang, could you please share your home address? Xiao suddenly joined the conversation. Just drop me off anywhere. I can return on my own. No, it's fine. We are in a bit of a hurry, but not too urgent. As a friend of the young lady, it's only right to ensure you get home safely. NXYO replied in agreement. WNK Community, Building 2. Yang yielded. Great. Xiao began to set the location. Weevee arrived. Yang had called Ms. CHN in advance to notify her, and he was now at the entrance of the community with Xiao. There were still many cars parked here, mostly taxis picking up and dropping off passengers, which made the black Maybach stand out even more. Of course, what drew the most attention was NXYO, who got out of the car alongside Yang. At the moment she stepped out, it seemed she unleashed an indiscriminate attack of silence upon all the surrounding women. Weevee arrived, so you don't need to see me off, but I must express my gratitude once more. No need to thank me, dear friend. NXYO maintained her cool demeanor. Yet, compared to the initial meeting with Yang, her attitude had warmed considerably. The iceberg showed signs of gradual melting, although the core had long since thawed. You both go ahead with your business. We can chat later if needed. Yang gently smiled. NXYO visibly hesitated, momentarily rooted in place. A crisis quietly approached. A woman in a white sweatshirt, exuding vitality and maturity, drew closer to the two. Oh, my dear son, I've missed you so much. And who is this beautiful girl? This was none other than Ms. CHN11, Yang's mother. Time had not etched many marks upon CHN11. Her skin was well maintained, and she wore only light makeup on her exquisite face. If she remained silent, one might easily mistake her for Yang's older sister. Good afternoon, Auntie. We are schoolmates and friends. My name is NXYO. NXYO's response was evidently quicker than Yang's. Yang found himself swallowing back the words that had lodged in his throat after NXYO spoke. NXYO, is it? The child you have is truly beautiful. It is indeed a privilege for Su Yang to know you. Chun Xiao smiled warmly, her demeanor exuding a sense of approachability. In response to Su Yang's astonished expression, Nin Xiao returned her smile. Auntie, you flatter him. Su Yang is quite exceptional, and there is no question of privilege. Rather than feigning modesty about her appearance, Nin Xiao deftly shifted the focus of the conversation back to Su Yang, affirming his qualities. Such subtleties were of little consequence to Su Yang. What surprised him was how the current Nin Xiao bore no resemblance to the aloof goddess she had once been. One might even think she had undergone a transformation. Beautiful and considerate. Indeed, Auntie's praise was not exaggerated. Knowing you is truly a blessing for Su Yang. You're not the one who brought Su Yang back, are you? Well, I had some matters to attend to here and happened to bring Su Yang along. Oh, why not come to our home for a visit? Perhaps share a meal? Thank you, Auntie, but we have other matters to attend to and must be on our way. All right, I want to keep you. However, do feel free to visit whenever you have the chance. Thank you, Auntie. Oh, look at you. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask Su Yang for help. Sure. Like a gradual transition, Nin Xiao slowly resumed her cool demeanor, but to Qin Xiao, it merely reflected her good upbringing. After their exchange, Nin Xiao politely bid farewell and returned to the Maybach, leaving Su Yang with an odd sensation of being the outsider. You rascal! Bringing such a beautiful girl home without giving your mother a heads up? It was unplanned. Is Xiao your girlfriend? When did you meet? She is stunning, and she seems to come from a wealthy family. We're just ordinary friends. Well, good friends. Good friends? Well, I'm good friends with your father too. Chapter 20. A coincidence home had begun to feel somewhat unfamiliar to Su Yang. Mr. Su and Mrs. Chen had quarreled during his senior year of high school over trivial matters, both in poor spirits, which led to their argument. Moreover, due to Chu Mumu's involvement, Su Yang ended up living alone on the island, honing his self-reliance in the process. Son, be honest with your mother. You aren't actually dating Xiao, are you? Don't be shy. I've already mentioned that finding a girlfriend is quite normal. Throughout the journey home, and even after arriving, Mrs. Chun relentlessly questioned Su Yang. Mom, we are truly just friends. And when will you no longer be just friends? This girl is wonderful. Surely many would want to pursue her, so you must act quickly. Su Yang found himself with no time to ponder Nen Xiao's peculiarities. Speak up. Don't make your mother anxious, Chen Xiao teased, pinching Su Yang's cheek. Listen to me. Don't be in such a rush. Oh, don't rush me. You're just like your father. I advise you to take care. Next time, you'd better invite her to our home, or there may be no place for you here. With a final glare directed at Su Yang, Ms. Chen shifted her focus to the kitchen, commencing the preparation of the fish and shrimp that had already been cleaned and set aside. Su Yang remained silent as he settled onto the sofa, casting a glance at the enigmatic man beside him, engrossed in his newspaper. Dad, you're back. Su Zhengong replied, nodding slightly while continuing to peruse the newspaper with an air of aloofness. Time had evidently left little mark on Mr. Su. He possessed similarly handsome features to Su Yang, albeit with glasses that lent him a more mature and composed demeanor. Dad, you're holding the newspaper upside down. Without uttering a word, Mr. Su adjusted the paper to its proper orientation. What are you thinking about? The usually aloof Su Yang couldn't help but smirk. He briefly envisioned his father's demeanor when apologizing to Miss Chun. What your mother just mentioned, what does it mean? It was only then that Su Zhengong set down the newspaper, scrutinizing Su Yang from head to toe before continuing. You've lost weight. It's an illusion. I haven't lost much weight, though I have grown taller. So what about what your mother said? Are you seeing someone? It's a misunderstanding. Su Zhengong furrowed his brow slightly, fixing a commanding gaze on Su Yang. Feeling somewhat intimidated under his father's scrutiny, Su Yang sighed with resignation. It's truly a misunderstanding. My friend was just giving me a ride home, and my mother spoke with her briefly, and that's all there is to it. Oh. Su Zhengong lost interest and resumed reading the newspaper, this time correctly. Su Yang was certain that a significant portion of his personality mirrored that of his father. Yet, seeing the long-absent cool demeanor of his father brought him a sense of warmth. Dad, how did you and Mom reconcile? A tearing sound echoed as the newspaper crumpled. It naturally got better. It's an adult matter you needn't concern yourself with, Mr. Su replied, folding the newspaper neatly and placing it aside. Then leaning back against the sofa with his arms crossed and eyes closed. I should be concerned about your issues. Do share. Mr. Su remained unresponsive. Su Yang shrugged, refraining from pressing further, as he already knew the answer. He merely wished to gauge his father's reaction. Thus, he turned his attention to his phone. During his time spent with Nan Xiao, he had nearly overcome his internet addiction. Initially intending to contact Nan Xiao, he decided to first share the current situation with his strategist. Yang, strategist, there's a situation. Could you analyze it for me when you have a moment? No response came, which was rather typical. Aside from their first encounter, Matcha Cake rarely appeared during the day. It was worth noting that earlier. Matcha Cake had merely passed him the account for practice, and only on rare occasions would he join her for a game. Someone as affluent as Matcha Cake likely spent her days either engrossed in business or enriching her real-life experiences. Nevertheless, Su Yang resolved to report the situation, intending to wait for the strategist's availability. Yang, a good friend gave me a ride home, and afterward, she chatted with my mom, behaving a bit differently than usual. That was essentially the crux of the matter. Then Su Yang opened his chat and sent a message to his good friend, Nen Xiao. Yang, are you there? Yao, not here. Yang, you don't seem so aloof. Yao, it's an illusion. I am indeed quite aloof. Yang, I initially thought that someone like my mother would be the type you would find difficult to handle. Yao, it's a facade, meant to display my politeness. Yang, there's no need to pretend, just be natural. Even if you are a bit aloof, it's perfectly fine. My father is also of that temperament. Yao, do you wish for me to act as your stepmother? Yang, Su Yang maintained a tactical silence. He listened to the ticking clock at home, which seemed to pass slowly, perhaps a few minutes later. Yao, I'm sorry. Yang, what's wrong? I was just chatting with my father. As soon as he sent this message, Su Yang nearly laughed out loud, casting a guilty glance at Mr. Su, who was busy taping newspapers. Yao, it's nothing. Yang, By the way, what brings you here, and why will you stay until school starts? Yao. Mainly because Sister Xiao is handling some matters. And I'm learning from her. Plus, I don't want to live alone. Yang. Oh. Yao. You're quite aloof. Meanwhile, in another place. At the Vent Community No. 1, adjacent to the community where Su Yang resided, on the rooftop terrace of Building 9, Nen Xiao sat elegantly with her legs crossed, putting down her phone as she gazed at Xiao Yuhan, who sat opposite her, her expression as cold as ever. Sister Xiao, the house we bought here is conveniently next to Su Yang's community. Don't you think that's a bit of a coincidence? Oh, it's just that I was worried about your convenience when you go out, but we might as well see if there are any houses for sale in his building. It would be even better if we could end up right across from each other. Next time you plan something like this, please inform me in advance. Nan Xiao furrowed her brows slightly. After sending Su Yang off, Xiao Yuhan brought her to stay in the neighboring community, which was quite unexpected for her. Consider it a surprise. What, you don't like it? Xiao Yuhan teased with a smile. TSK, young lady, you've already met his family. Why not find an opportunity for me to take Su Yang to meet President Nan? Nen Xiao's gaze grew colder. I'm not joking, seriously. Someone like Su Yang would probably not be disliked by President Nan, and she doesn't intend to restrict your freedom and love. We are just ordinary friends, good friends. All right. Nan Xiao, disinterested, expressionlessly opened WeChat. Matcha cake. Haha, I was busy and didn't see the messages. Matcha cake, Aren't you living alone? Didn't someone come to pick you up several times before? Matcha cake. Oh, perhaps they were just escorting you back to your hometown? Matcha cake. It's quite normal for them to behave differently when meeting your elders. Why don't you tell me how your mother views this good friend of yours? Chapter 21. The photograph of Nan Xiao Yang. My mother holds her in high regard, constantly confirming whether she is merely a friend. She even remarked that if I do not invite her back next time, there will be no place for me at home. Matcha cake. Oh, Yang, no. That's not the crux of the matter. The real focus is how she behaved at that moment. It was extraordinarily ordinary, completely detached from her usual aloof demeanor. What is the underlying principle here? Who can I ask? Nan Xiao murmured. Although she told Su Yang that it was all an act, the truth was quite the opposite. She did not intentionally put on a facade. Her demeanor was entirely spontaneous. If one were to insist on a reason, she only displayed such an attitude in the presence of her mother. What is up with the young lady? Xiao Yuhan, engrossed in her video, was drawn to Nen Xiao's presence. Nothing. Continue watching your videos, Nen Xiao replied. Matcha cake. After all, she is your elder, even if she were to pretend. It would be courteous, which is entirely normal. You needn't overthink it. Yang, it's not that I'm overthinking, it's just a bit surprising. After all, it's rare to see her smile. Matcha cake. Oh, does that mean your aloof goddess looks stunning when she smiles? Nan Xiao was uncertain about her own beauty. But after sending that message, the corners of her lips subtly lifted. Observing her expression, Xiao Yuhan knew without a doubt that she was chatting with Su Yang. The smiles Nen Xiao produced because of Su Yang surpassed all those she had shared in the preceding years combined. With a wistful thought that youth is truly delightful, Xiao Yuhan retreated to her room to tidy up. Nan Xiao remained absorbed in her phone. Yang, she is indeed beautiful. Matcha cake. How beautiful. Yang, in short. Her beauty is extraordinary, the kind that is difficult to articulate. Matcha cake. You should capture a photo of your goddess and let me see what she is like. Yang, boss, I must decline. Matcha cake. After all my strategizing for you, you won't even let me have a glimpse of the target photo? Yang, how about this? I will ask her if I can take a picture. Matcha cake. Matcha cake. What? Are you going to tell her that a friend wishes to see her photo? Yang, boss, you see, that is indeed unreasonable, so let us just forget it. Matcha cake. Actually, I am quite good looking too. I simply wish to see how I compare to your aloof goddess. Nan Xiao realized she needed to cultivate a more authentic persona for Matcha cake. This was something she only came to understand after some reflection. Currently, Su Yang harbored little suspicion regarding Matcha cake's identity, but that could change. At this moment, she dared not even take out her phone in public, fearful of attracting Su Yang's attention to any potential inconsistencies. While some of Su Yang's confessions were genuinely intriguing to her, the thought of being discovered as the same person would certainly lead to embarrassment. The paper cannot conceal the fire. It may eventually be exposed, yet it remains necessary to maintain appearances for the time being. However, Su Yang had not inquired about the details of the matcha cake, and she could only convey certain information indirectly through her words. At present, She regarded Su Yang as a younger brother. Oh, don't you want to see a photo of your older sister? I could wear some black stockings for you. Boss, please don't do that. It frightens me. Consider it an employee benefit. I understand that you may possess great charm, but it would be preferable if I did not have to witness such things. Oh, come on. After knowing each other for so long, it's no trouble to show you a photo. Let's not. TSK, you're off the hook this time. Nan Xiao hummed ambiguously before dialing Su Yang. Hello? The voice on the other end was evidently taken aback. What are you doing? Chatting with someone. Who? My boss, chatting on WeChat. Oh. Nan Xiao's tone was neither warm nor cold, yet her expression revealed a hint of surprise. Really, you're so honest? She had hoped to see Su Yang's adorably awkward demeanor, yet he remained composed and candid. Isn't there something on your side? How do you have time to call me? I haven't started yet. I just found a place to stay. Where are you staying? A hotel or something. Just rented an apartment. In truth, it was a meticulously chosen purchase by Sister Xiao, but if she mentioned it, Su Yang might inquire about the location of the purchase. Wait. Nan Xiao suddenly realized that she would inevitably go out with Su Yang, and he would soon discover that she lived in the neighboring community. Never mind. I'll explain later. Is that so? Well, contact me once you're free. I'm off to dinner now. Oh. Nan Xiao hung up the phone and lowered her head. Lost in thought, she did not wish for Su Yang to be overly honest, for such transparency would instill a sense of guilt when she approached him as matcha cake. After a prolonged internal struggle, Nan Xiao made a bold decision. Meanwhile, on Su Yang's end, after Ms. Chun had busied herself for quite some time, a lavish spread of delicious dishes was set before them. Su Yang, recognizing the cue, moved to fetch utensils, only to be halted by Ms. Chun. Son, just sit there and wait. Su Zhenggang, get the utensils, it's time to eat. The first half of the sentence was a gentle reminder, while the latter half was a commanding shout. Su Yang's lips twitched as he watched Mr. Su hurriedly fetch the utensils, the authoritative demeanor dissipating, replaced by a look of helplessness. Silently taking his seat, Su Yang felt his phone vibrate with a message and glanced down. A picture from Xiao had arrived. As Su Yang opened his phone, he nearly dropped it in shock, hastily locking the screen, only breathing a sigh of relief when he confirmed his parents were unaware of his actions. Once the family of three settled at the table, Su Yang finally directed his gaze beneath it, where his phone displayed 3 photographs of legs, one clad in sheer black stockings, another in white, and a third in fishnet. The images were devoid of heavy filters, showcasing long, perfectly sculpted legs, akin to flawless works of art. These photographs were strikingly authentic, leaving little doubt about their origin. Yang, what does this mean? Yao, I'm pondering which looks better. I'm unsure of which to wear, so I thought I'd ask you. Yang, it's rather inappropriate to consult me about this. Yao, they're just stockings. What is inappropriate about that? It's not like I'm asking you to critique my lingerie. Yang, why not ask Sister Xiao for her opinion? Yao, Sister Xiao said as long as I'm happy, that's what matters, but you're my only friend to consult on this. Upon reading the phrase, you're my only friend, Su Yang involuntarily conjured the sound of Nan Xiao's voice in his mind, and he felt a subtle squeeze around his heart, his emotions becoming quite complex. Son, eat your meal first and refrain from looking at your phone, Mrs. Chen urged, placing a piece of pork rib onto Su Yang's plate. Su Yang remained preoccupied, contemplating how to respond. Should he message someone? Surely he wasn't team messaging Xiao. Was he? Mrs. Chun perceptively noted the peculiar expression on Su Yang's face. Indeed. Finish your message before you eat, she instructed. Chapter 22. A visit to the school. Having re-established his sense of familiarity at home, Su Yang's daily life began to regain its rhythm. During the first 2 days after returning, Mrs. Chun prepared lavish meals for him daily. However, due to his failure to invite Nan Xiao over, Mrs. Chen's patience, which could have lasted a week, dwindled rapidly. In just 3 days, she reached the point where she nearly wanted to kick Su Yang out of the house. Faced with the pressure of spending all his time playing on his phone and computer, Su Yang felt compelled to temporarily escape the confines of his home. In the neighborhood, it was afternoon. Even with tall buildings and greenery providing some shelter, the sun was relentless. Su Yang sought refuge in a shaded area and opened his phone. Yang, I've been exiled from my home. Yao, impressive. Yang, that is hardly something to be impressed by. Yao, then let us go out for a bit, or perhaps visit the school early? Yang, sure, where shall we meet? Where you could send me a location, and I'll come to you? Yao, I'll pick you up. Where are you right now? Yang, I'm in the neighborhood. I'll wait by the main entrance. In about 10 minutes, a Maybach glided to a stop before Su Yang. The driver was none other than Nanxiao. Today, she donned a black shirt paired with ripped denim shorts, her hair tied into a high ponytail, exuding an air of confidence. She coolly lowered the car window and called out to Su Yang, "Get in." Su Yang had once imagined the elegance with which Nanxiao would handle a Maybach. Yet upon meeting her in person, he was still profoundly struck by her beauty. No matter what vehicle she drove, her impeccable aura seemed to harmonize effortlessly with every circumstance. However, as Su Yang entered the car, he was initially met with confusion. "How did you arrive so swiftly?" he inquired. "My residence is not far from here." Nanxiao replied coolly. "Oh, I had no idea you lived nearby. Why didn't you mention it before? You never asked." "Fair enough. Please fasten your seatbelt." "What about Sister Xiao?" "She had to attend to work matters. It seems she has a few things to wrap up afterward." "Understood." To the south gate of Shan University. During the summer break, the campus was nearly devoid of activity. After Nanxiao found a suitable parking spot, she and Su Yang walked towards the outer gate. As they approached the entrance, Su Yang paused, pondering aloud. "It seems rather late to say this, but are we permitted to enter?" "Visiting is not an issue. I have already made arrangements," Nanxiao replied expressionlessly, taking the lead. The security guard did not even verify their identities before granting them passage. "Isn't this a bit hasty?" Su Yang mused. However, once inside the campus, he noticed figures clad in dark attire and sunglasses lurking in the shadows, which assuaged his concerns. It was evident that prior arrangements had indeed been made. Pretending to be oblivious, Su Yang silently followed Nanxiao deeper into the campus, taking in his surroundings. This was the central campus, characterized by its austere and orderly architectural style, predominantly in shades of gray, exuding a sense of simplicity and solemnity. Yet, the scattered arrangement of these buildings, coupled with the lush greenery, imparted a remarkably relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Su Yang found the ambience quite to his liking, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Are you pleased?" Then Xiao glanced at him. Her tone implied a question. "Are you not satisfied?" "It's decent," he replied. "You are rather aloof." "Oh." Before their playful banter could continue, a tall girl dressed in a white short-sleeved top and a skirt approached them. "Hey!" The girl froze in her tracks. The reason was simple. Nanxiao's beauty held an undeniable intimidation factor, even for her female peers. As the girl halted, Su Yang and Nanxiao did the same, resulting in an awkward standoff. Both were not particularly adept at initiating conversation, especially given their mutual unfamiliarity with each other's identities, leading to a silent agreement to remain quiet. The girl facing them was Zhang Jing, a second-year student currently working in the student council. She had come to the school to assist her advisor in verifying the new semester's arrangements. Yet, what was this exceptionally stunning girl doing here? Such a figure was not typically seen on campus. She wanted to inquire, but the chilling aura emanating from Nanxiao left her at a loss for words. "Who are you?" Zhang Jing mustered the courage to ask. "Consider me a newcomer," Su Yang explained, "since the school is not far from here." "Ah, so you are freshmen." "My name is Zhang Jing, a member of the student council. I will be entering my second year after the semester begins, so I suppose I am your senior." Zhang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, senior, goodbye." Su Yang nodded and continued on with the quietly observant Nanxiao. Shouldn't they introduce themselves at this juncture? "Wait." Zhang Jing quickly called out to them. "What is it?" Su Yang turned to glance at Zhang Jing. If you are here to tour the school, might I accompany you?" "That would be unnecessary, senior. We can explore on our own." "Dear freshman, I can not only guide you but also provide insights about our esteemed institution, which would save you some effort. The time you save could be better spent on dates at the mall." Su Yang discerned that this senior possessed remarkable social skills. However, setting that aside, he felt it prudent to clarify that his relationship with Nanxiao was merely that of ordinary friends, and dates were not on the agenda. Before Su Yang could voice his thoughts, Nanxiao stepped forward. "Then it would be a pleasure, senior. I am Nanxiao, and this is Su Yang." "Oh, it's no trouble at all." Zhang Jing waved her hands in surprise. It soon became apparent that Zhang Jing was not merely attempting to arrange campus cards for them. She was genuinely enthusiastic about introducing the school environment. "If you continue down this path, you will reach the dormitory buildings. We have been fortunate in recent years. The 4-person rooms with lofted beds and desks have become widespread. Had we been here a few years earlier, we might have had to endure 6 or even 8-person rooms." "Indeed, that is quite fortunate," Su Yang thought, as he was not particularly interested in the minutiae, merely accompanying Nin Xiao to get a general sense of the surroundings. However, apart from her initial greeting, Nin Xiao had remained largely silent during her interaction with Zhang Jing, responding only with brief acknowledgments. Thus, Su Yang felt compelled to engage in conversation to alleviate any potential awkwardness for the enthusiastic senior. Over there is the cafeteria. Our cafeteria has quite the reputation and is well known outside the campus. Yes, I had heard about it before coming, he replied, though in truth, he had not paid much attention to such matters, nor had anyone shared insights with him. Having covered most of the key areas, Zhang Jing inquired, "So, what are your plans moving forward?" "Thank you, senior. We plan to continue exploring at our leisure." "All right then, I won't intrude any further. Goodbye." Zhang Jing waved to Su Yang and then jogged away. Once she had distanced herself, she lowered her head to open WeChat. Group chat, Dorm 206. Jing, family. I just returned to school for some errands and encountered legendary male and female deities, who are prospective freshmen and appear to be a celebrity couple. Lily, is it really that dramatic? Jing. The male deity is quite easy on the eyes, with a wonderful personality. While the female deity is so stunning that it makes me feel somewhat inferior, she exudes an air of aloofness. Lily, unsubscribe. They're already a couple. So what is the point? Jing, consider this an early tip, so you won't be taken aback later. We will soon be seniors, you know. Lon, so, have you helped her get the campus card? Jing, oh dear, I forgot. Chapter 23. The culinary skills of Nan Xiao. Thick clouds shrouded the sun, accompanied by a gentle breeze, rendering this moment the epitome of comfort. Amidst the tranquil and pleasant campus, Su Yang and Nan Xiao strolled aimlessly as usual. The serenity was disrupted by Su Yang's inquiry. By the way, which way is the exit? That way? Have you forgotten the way? I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. Oh, not funny. Did you just tell a joke? It's rather amusing to hear me, just having turned 18, claim that I'm getting old. Nan Xiao nearly burst into laughter, although she hadn't perceived Su Yang as making a joke. His earnest explanation was indeed both adorable and humorous. Naturally, Su Yang noticed her wavering demeanor. With a smile, Su Yang remarked, "We've strolled enough. Perhaps it's time to head back." Not yet done. The area is so vast, we'd be exhausted if we explored it all. Let us take our time to wander after school starts. Oh, by the way, when will Xiao Jie be back? Are you quite concerned about Xiao Jie? Nan Xiao tilted her head, her face devoid of expression. A gentle breeze swept through, and in the oppressive heat of summer, what should have been a refreshing wind felt rather chilly to Su Yang. You don't like being alone, do you? If Xiao Jie doesn't return to keep you company, I can stay out with you a little longer. Nan Xiao paused, her pupils quivering slightly. Fortunately, the aloof goddess adjusted her demeanor quickly. Aside from a slight blush on her cheeks, there were no other visible changes. So when will Xiao Jie finish her business? She probably won't be back today. Oh, in this context, Su Yang actually wished to invite Nin Xiao to his home, as it seemed reasonable and the timing appeared opportune. Yet, he found it somewhat difficult to broach the subject. Speaking of which, Xiao Jie attended your classmate gathering before, didn't she? Aside from those two dating, she also learned quite a few interesting things. Nan Xiao initiated the conversation. Why are you only bringing this up now? Su Yang had nearly forgotten about the classmate gathering. He had a habit of discarding insignificant matters into the mental recycling bin to conserve his energy from unnecessary pondering. I was merely curious. That Chu Mu Mu is attending Shan University. With so many campuses, she shouldn't be on our side, right? Oh. Nan Xiao chose not to pursue the topic further. She was indeed curious about what Su Yang had once admired in Chu Mu Mu. But fearing that he might not appreciate the subject, she opted to refrain from probing. Su Yang, not wishing to discuss Chu Mu Mu, swiftly shifted the conversation. Xiao Jie must have had her moments of running errands before, right? When you were alone, did you order takeout, or what? I cooked for myself. And NXYO lifted her head slightly, a confident smile gracing her lips. Oh, it appears you have made accomplishments in this area as well. Truly deserving of the title of a perfect goddess, an all-encompassing genius. The instant noodles I prepared are quite delectable, and I can also make fried eggs, she added. Yang's smile faltered slightly, for there was no doubt that NXYO was utterly serious in her expression. Not impressive? NXYO frowned, her gaze directed at Yang imbued with a hint of melancholy. Impressive, Yang replied, giving a thumbs up. Being able to fry an egg is already quite remarkable. That's more like it. The aloof goddess's cheeks flushed with warmth. Yang's lips also curled into a smile. For the most part, NXYO maintained her cold exterior, yet during their acquaintance, Yang had discerned that she possessed a warm interior beneath that icy facade, perhaps even a touch of social anxiety. At present, it seemed to Yang that NXYO's demeanor was only somewhat normal when interacting with Xiao, and her attitude towards him was nearly identical, serving as a testament to their friendship. This is precisely why he found it peculiar that NXYO had communicated so fluently with Ms. CHN. It was revealed that she had feigned ease to prevent her good friend from feeling awkward. Such dedication was truly touching. Let us head back. The sun is out, and it's quite warm. Meanwhile, in the commercial district near SHND, many shops catered primarily to university students, resulting in numerous establishments closing their doors during the holidays. Xiao, clad simply in a white shirt paired with a black skirt and sheer black stockings, clutched a large bag of cucumber-flavored Lay's potato chips. Accompanying her was a mature woman dressed similarly, holding an umbrella to shield her from the sun. Shaoli, please liaise with the nearby shops to see if any are available for transfer. If not, offer a bit more to secure a few prime locations. Understood, Manager Xiao. Once completed, we should focus on securing profitable franchises under our enterprise. I'll leave the management to the young lady so she can acclimatize to these responsibilities. Of course, Manager Xiao. Also, I have declined the request for assistance in caring for the young lady. But Manager Xiao, it must be too exhausting for you to look after her alone. Would it not be better for me to share the burden? The young lady is shy. My presence is sufficient. Besides, it's not overly taxing. Just an extra meal to prepare, a bit more household chores, occasionally driving you all, and managing the routine tasks and objectives of the company. As the conversation unfolded, Xiao felt the allure of the potato chips in her hand diminish. Thankfully, she reassured herself that President NN would provide additional compensation, and the young lady often entrusted her with her card for discretionary use, which brought her some solace. Manager Xiao, are you truly fine? Rest assured, there are other arrangements in place for you. I will likely be staying with the young lady in QZHU, so you will be responsible for the matters in the island city. Understood. Alas, Xiao sighed. What has happened to Supervisor Xiao? Is there something amiss? No. It's merely that I feel the weight of my years and find myself somewhat envious of the youth. I too yearn for a sweet romance. Why is it that no charming prince has come to woo me? Is my fate destined for arranged meetings? The supervisor is quite charismatic. Does he truly experience such anxieties? There's no time, and given the nature of my current work, I have little interaction even with colleagues. Enough of this. You should go dine with others. I'll return and handle the reimbursement later. Aren't we going together? I fear that the young lady will resort to instant noodles. I shall check in later. You all go ahead and eat. At Nan Xiao's residence, on the rooftop terrace, a delicate silence lingered between Nan Xiao and Su Yang. Aware that secrets cannot remain hidden indefinitely, Nan Xiao chose to be forthright about her abode, even extending a direct invitation for Su Yang to keep her company. Is it inappropriate for me to be here? Su Yang inquired. Not at all. You can stay. There's a spare room, she replied. Well, it feels a bit strange. He mused. We are friends, good friends. It's perfectly fine, Nan Xiao assured him earnestly. You make a valid point. Should I prepare a meal for you? Instant noodles? Su Yang's lips twitched. Yes, as long as you are happy. Chapter 24. Speaking up in the living room, Su Yang sat alone on the sofa. Nan Xiao had gone to prepare the meal, leaving Su Yang in a state of restless discomfort. The room was impeccably clean, the air infused with a subtle fragrance, which not only invigorated him but also left him somewhat dazed, unable to remain still in such an environment. Su Yang decided to reach out to his strategist for assistance via WeChat. Yang, 111, strategist, help me. Matcha cake. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Nan Xiao let out a sigh of relief for having brought her phone along. While monitoring the noodles in the pot, she quickly typed a response. Matcha cake, speak your mind. Yang, I'm at my good friend S house, just the two of us, and she's cooking. I'm feeling a bit uneasy. What should I do? Matcha cake, a lone male and female together in a room? Yang, yes. Matcha cake, be brave and take action. Yang, matcha cake, reaching out to me 1T change anything. You're in her territory, so either be bold or just wait for her to make a move. Yang, you make a reasonable point. Before long, Su Yang and Nan Xiao were seated at the dining table, each with a bowl of braised beef-flavored instant noodles before them. With an egg and ham added, This was quite a luxurious meal. Su Yang gave Nan Xiao a thumbs up. Eat up. I'm afraid it's hot. You go first, she said. I'm also worried it's hot. All right. By the way, when we're done, would you like to visit my home? My mother has been wanting me to invite you over. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang finally voiced his invitation. Sounds good. Nan Xiao delicately lifted a handful of noodles, gently blew on them, and then slurped a mouthful. Realizing her surroundings, she turned to Su Yang and inquired, Annie wants me to go, but what about you? Do you wish for me to go? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang replied, Of course I do. Oh, with that, the conversation concluded, and the two fell into a quiet rhythm of slurping noodles until the door swung open. My dear young lady, I could smell the instant noodles from here. Even in my absence, did you not order takeout? As Xiao Yuhan was removing her shoes, she finally noticed Su Yang's presence. She awkwardly slipped into her slippers and then stood in a daze before the two, who were engaged in their noodle feast. Xiao Yuhan first glanced at Su Yang, then at the instant noodles before him. For a moment, she was at a loss as to where to begin her criticism. How could you bring a person home so casually? A solitary young man and woman, both on the brink of impulsive youth. The question of danger aside, why were they sharing instant noodles in the same room? The scene was truly explosive for Xiao Yuhan. It was I who invited Su Yang over, and I'm the one cooking for him, Nan Xiao explained. Having Su Yang here is certainly not a problem. I welcome him. But can you truly call this cooking? Xiao Yuhan remarked, as Nan Xiao's demeanor instantly turned frosty. Ignoring Nan Xiao's displeasure, Xiao Yuhan turned to Su Yang and forced a smile. We have some meat and vegetables at home. Would you like me to order more food for you? No need to trouble yourself, Xiao Jia. I actually quite enjoy instant noodles, Su Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiao's icy demeanor melted away, her face warming, and she even let out a barely perceptible hum of satisfaction. Very well, Xiao Yuhan acquiesced. To be frank, she genuinely felt that Su Yang and Nan Xiao were well matched. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say they were evenly matched adversaries, sharing many similarities and demonstrating a clever synergy in certain matters. This was precisely why Xiao Yuhan felt so pleased with Su Yang, and if she was satisfied, it was likely that Nan Xiao's parents would be as well. Although Nan Xiao was a noble heiress of a corporation, her family only had one requirement for her: to avoid breaking the law. In matters of emotion and relationships, she enjoyed considerable freedom to pursue her happiness as she saw fit. By the way, I will be going to Su Yang's home later, she announced. Xiao Yuhan furrowed her brows slightly. While she found Su Yang agreeable and respected Nan Xiao's wishes, the two were still in the early stages of friendship. So why were they visiting each other's homes? However, upon reflection, Xiao Yuhan realized that it was her idea to have Nan Xiao purchase a home in the area. And given their close proximity, it was quite normal for them to visit one another. With that thought, Xiao Yuhan smiled, feeling reassured. In the afternoon, Su Yang returned home with Nan Xiao. Mr. Su was absent, and upon seeing Nan Xiao, Mrs. Chun greeted her with the warmth and affection of a long-lost daughter. Xiao, you've come. Have you eaten? Oh, you have, I see. How about having some fruit, Su Yang? Why are you just standing there? Bring her some fruit, and remember to peel it, she said. Regretfully, Su Yang left the scene, making way for them. Notably, at the very moment Su Yang departed, Nan Xiao felt a sudden urge to reach out and grasp him. She was quite anxious now, even a bit frightened. Their initial encounter with Ms. Chen had taken place outdoors, where the atmosphere felt less intense, but being at home made it difficult for her to maintain that natural demeanor. Fortunately, Nan Xiao reassured herself that she and Su Yang were merely good friends, and she kept reiterating this in her mind, which eased her tension considerably. Where are you from? Xiao? I'm from the island city. My family came to Qizhou for some matters, and with the school year approaching, I'm temporarily staying here. That is wonderful. I heard from Su Yang that you both enrolled at Shanda. Indeed, so not only are we high school alumni, but soon we will also be university alumni. That is great. Su Yang is truly fortunate to have such an outstanding girl as a friend. You probably know he is not very talkative and hasn't he had many friends in the past. Nan Xiao maintained a somewhat stiff smile. If one were to be honest, she felt she was actually a notch below Su Yang in this regard. Moreover, during their initial meeting, Ms. Chun seemed to have made similar comments. Thus, Nan Xiao found herself at a loss for how to respond at that moment. Thankfully, Su Yang returned promptly. He approached her with a platter of assorted fruits, picked up a piece of apple with a toothpick, and directly fed it to her. Nan Xiao obediently took a bite, her cheeks slightly flushed. Under normal circumstances, She would have kept her cool even with such behavior from Su Yang. But now, in front of his elder, she felt as if she might explode from embarrassment. Similarly, Ms. Chen found Su Yang's act of feeding quite peculiar. Wasn't he agreed that they were just ordinary friends? Did they truly resemble ordinary friends at all? Initially intending to hasten their budding relationship, Ms. Chen now realized that such an effort was entirely unnecessary. She even felt somewhat superfluous. After checking a few details, she concocted an excuse to step out, leaving Su Yang and Nen Xiao alone together. Now came the time for the solitary male and female to share the same space. How about a game of King of Glory? Nen Xiao suggested tentatively. Sure. Log in. You play as Yao, and I'll jungle, Su Yang replied, displaying his usual confidence. As long as you're happy. Humph. What's wrong? Still want to eat fruit? If you want some, just open your mouth. Chapter 25. Nen Xiao as gift. Su Yang's vacation had slipped away. It was now September 4th, the day before the school year commenced. During this time, Su Yang's daily routine remained unchanged. Aside from a small amount of studying, most of his time was spent chatting with Nen Xiao, playing games with her, and going out for strolls. It is worth mentioning that Matcha Cake has recently ceased to invite him for companionship, leaving Su Yang with ample free time to devote to Nen Xiao. The boss has completely transitioned into a strategist. In truth, Su Yang contemplated returning those 5 items to Matcha Cake, but hesitated, fearing she might inadvertently add an extra 0 upon receiving them back. Thus he refrained from doing so. Su Yang sat in his room, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window, gently brushing aside his bangs, and casting a glance at the reflection of Wu Yinzu on his idle phone screen, nodding in satisfaction. Perhaps it was time to slightly alter his style upon entering university, not in terms of appearance, but rather in behavioral demeanor. It is said that the retention rate of college roommates is remarkably high, and once they step into society, they are likely to maintain contact. Moreover, considering they would be living together for several years, fostering good relations with roommates is invariably advantageous. A message arrived. Yao, open the door. Yang. Knock, knock. Knock. The slumbering door was gently rapped upon. Su Yang furrowed his brows slightly and approached to open the door. As expected, the aloof goddess stood outside his room. She wore a matcha-colored shirt paired with white shorts, and atop her head rested a small hat. Additionally, Nen Xiao clutched a blue folder under her arm. The problem was that neither Mr. Su nor Mrs. Chun was home. Perceiving Su Yang's confusion, Nen Xiao waved a silver key in front of him. Annie gave me a copy of the key. This revelation took Su Yang by surprise. Nen Xiao had occasionally visited during this time. Yet their mutual understanding of being merely friends had led Mrs. Chun to refrain from further comments. Why, then, had Mrs. Chun entrusted a key to Nen Xiao? Do you wish to retrieve the key? Nen Xiao tilted her head. Not at all, keep it. I suppose you can come and go as you please. Oh, and take this. Nen Xiao produced a set of keys from her pocket. This includes the key to my home, as well as the one to the shop. The shop? Su Yang noted the emphasis. Yes, the main reason I came to find you is to discuss this. Nen Xiao effortlessly entered Su Yang's room, placing the folder and the keys upon the table before sitting down beside him, crossing her long, graceful legs, and nodding towards Su Yang. Go ahead and take a look, and kindly sign the document. With a heart tinged with curiosity, Su Yang opened the folder. Shop transfer contract agreement, huh? Upon seeing the bold letters at the beginning, Su Yang found himself momentarily stunned. He directed a perplexed gaze toward Nen Xiao. What does this mean? Sister Xiao has acquired a few too many shops for me to manage, so I'm giving you one. If that is insufficient, I can offer you another. Su Yang fell into a state of hesitation, grappling with the notion of whether she had just mentioned something rather mundane. To be fair, when it comes to Nen Xiao's endeavors, be it purchasing a car, a house, or a shop, Su Yang could only marvel at her prowess, without delving into further contemplation. However, gifting him an entire store transforms the concept entirely. Rest assured, this is a milk tea shop, situated in a prime location. The staff requires no training from you. You simply need to lend your name and await the profits. Hold on, why didn't you inform me about this beforehand? This was meant to be a surprise for you. Consider it more of a shock. I apologize. Nen Xiao pouted in slight distress. No, this is indeed a surprise, and I am genuinely delighted. Thank you. Very well. Let us proceed with the signing. There are no hidden clauses in the contract. I have reviewed it for you. Su Yang pinched himself, and upon realizing this was not a mere dream, he sighed, signing his name, Su Yang, with a resigned expression behind the transferee, Party B. Noticing his discomfort, Nan Xiao quickly added, "Do not overthink it. Simply regard it as my birthday gift to you, considering your birthday is on the 27th of this month." "All right, thank you. We are good friends, so there is no need for thanks." Nan Xiao kicked off her slippers, her delicate feet restlessly fidgeting. Su Yang, who dutifully completed the signature, remained bewildered. This birthday gift carries quite a weight. Nan Xiao's birthday falls on November 1st. What could he possibly give her in return? Perhaps he should just present himself as a gift. In truth, you might consider it from another perspective. It's not about the value of the gift. The essence lies in my inability to manage it, hence my decision to entrust it to you. Think of it as a favor, and it should pose no issue. Nan, your reasoning may jeopardize the integrity of our friendship. Why? Which close friends do not occasionally gift each other a store? I've seen numerous short videos of friends gifting Ferraris. Why not let me give you mine? Su Yang was rendered speechless. After a few seconds of silence, he chose to shift the topic. Tomorrow we return to school. Have you prepared everything you need? I have packed everything myself, without troubling Xiao Jia. What about your mental preparation? Nan Xiao tilted her head. Have you considered how to interact with your roommates? Not really. Then allow me to guide you. Do you have many friends? Su Yang's lips twitched slightly at the pointed question, yet he maintained a facade of composure. It's not a significant issue. My theoretical knowledge is quite ample. TSK. A look of disdain crossed Nan Xiao's cool visage. Shanda South Road, Commercial Street. Chu Mumu and Lu Haoran held hands, each clutching a cup of milk tea. Li Ling, who studies at Jiangnan University, had already departed, leaving only her boyfriend Lu Haoran to accompany Chu Mumu. This milk tea is quite delightful. I shall visit more frequently once school resumes. Mumu, have you prepared everything you need? Of course, you should worry about yourself. Do not forget your flight tomorrow morning. Chu Mumu slurped her milk tea. After spending over half a month with Lu Haoran, she naturally no longer perceived him as merely a sycophant, but rather engaged with him as a normal couple would. During a recent date, the atmosphere reached a peak, and she bestowed her first kiss upon Lu Haoran. She felt it was nothing particularly special, yet Lu Haoran was immensely excited, both emotionally and physically. I will be studying in Jinyang, and although it is not too far away, I will undoubtedly be unable to take care of you regularly. Lu Haoran gently brushed a strand of Chu Mumu's hair and inadvertently grazed her cheek. Each touch was, in essence, a subtle exploration. However, Chu Mumu, the one involved, expressed no dissatisfaction. After all, they were in a romantic relationship now, and such touches fell well within the realm of normalcy. I understand, Chu Mumu said. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she diverted her gaze elsewhere. On the final day, he suggested, how about we have a meal, watch a movie, and then head to a bar for some drinks? We are both of age, and you have always wanted to go, haven't you? Oh, let us go then. Chapter 26. A blushing figure in the crowd on a rainy night. Xiao Yuhan drove her Maybach, bringing Su Yang and Nan Xiao to the commercial street on South Shanda Road. Their ultimate destination was a quaint establishment known as the Cloud Milk Coffee House. Upon disembarking, Su Yang and Nan Xiao shared an umbrella, while Xiao Yuhan opted to embrace the rain. It was not due to a lack of umbrellas. Rather, she simply relished the sensation of rain upon her skin. The trio entered the CAF, shielded from the gentle drizzle. Due to the weather, the CAF was not particularly crowded, though diligent delivery workers clad in blue and yellow occasionally entered. Here we are, Xiao Yuhan announced, placing her hands on her hips. A middle-aged woman hurried over from the counter. Xiao, you've arrived. Is this the young lady? You guessed correctly. Allow me to introduce. This is Li Fang, the assistant manager of the establishment. Xiao Yuhan then gestured towards Nan Xiao and Su Yang. This is indeed the young lady. But this CAF will henceforth belong to Su Yang, this handsome young man. Please take note of that and add him to your contacts. And create a new group for future matters to facilitate our dealings. Of course, Li Fang replied, albeit with a hint of surprise, yet she voiced no objections. Though she held the position of assistant manager, she was still an employee, and for her, as long as she could continue to earn her salary, it mattered little who the owner was. Upon learning that the CAF was to be sold by the previous manager, Li Fang had felt apprehensive about potentially losing her job, especially after having worked hard to achieve her current position. However, when she discovered that the new owner had no intention of terminating her employment, she felt a wave of relief. Thus, regardless of Su Yang's age, as long as he did not impose excessive pressure, he would be a good boss. All right, you two get acquainted. Oh, and may I have a word with you in private? Xiao Yuhan suddenly pulled Li Fang aside to a corner. The esteemed Su Yang, the proprietor, will commence the new academic term tomorrow. As a distinguished student from Shanda, his scholarly pursuits keep him rather occupied. Thus, should any issues arise, please feel free to contact me directly. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, we typically encounter minimal problems here. In any case, your salary will assuredly not diminish compared to before. And Su Yang's amiable disposition makes communication quite effortless. May I inquire a question? Go ahead. But I suspect you wish to know about Su Yang's relationship with the young lady. Haha, indeed. Whatever they resemble, that is precisely their relationship. No need for further inquiry. A subtle smile graced Xiao Yuhan's face. Understood. It is indeed a case of beauty and talent. Meanwhile, the somewhat bewildered Su Yang and Nan Xiao quietly seated themselves in a distant corner. The perceptive waitress, Wang Jing, prepared several cups of the establishment's signature milk tea. She had previously heard from Li Fang about the arrival of a new boss, seemingly a young lady. Having overheard the recent conversation, she was now aware of who the true owner was. However, compared to the notions of bosses and young ladies, the beauty of Nan Xiao captivated Wang Jing far more. Her allure was astonishing. Such a stunning young woman, possessing natural beauty without filters or heavy makeup, was akin to a living goddess. Equally, the true boss, Su Yang, was quite handsome, a charm she had seldom encountered. After serving the milk tea to the guests, Wang Jing remained at the counter, occasionally glancing at the aloof couple. Su Yang and Nan Xiao were expressionless as they sipped their drinks. If compelled to articulate, Su Yang felt a hint of unreality in his situation. He lacked the consciousness of being a boss. The monetary gift he received previously for the matcha cake seemed, to some extent, reasonable. However, Nan Xiao's direct gift of the store felt excessively abstract. What are you pondering? Nan Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Su Yang. Thinking of you. Oh. The two exchanged ohs for a minute, until Nan Xiao ultimately surrendered. She endeavored to steer the conversation back on track, considering holidays. This establishment will likely break even in about a year. However, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Just await the profits. Su Yang offered no response, lost in contemplation regarding his future. Now that the proverbial soft rice had been served to him, it would be impolite to spit it out. Yet, it was equally difficult for him to accept Nan Xiao's generosity without qualm, even if this slight gift was trivial to her. Should he strive for future accomplishments to repay this kindness in earnest? That seemed implausible, given that Nan Xiao had long reached a level where she need not regard prices when making purchases. Offering monetary compensation would indeed be akin to brandishing a broadsword before Guangdong. After much thought, Su Yang realized the optimal solution lay in offering himself to Nan Xiao. Wait, he suddenly remembered he had a strategist at his disposal. This perplexity, perhaps the strategist could indeed resolve it. At the mere thought of this, Su Yang could not help but emit a soft hum. Nan Xiao remained silent, engrossed in her drink. However, upon noticing Su Yang's expression had returned to its natural state, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, making the milk tea seem remarkably sweeter. The following day, after a night of relentless rain, the sun shone brightly. After enjoying a hearty breakfast at Su Yang's residence, Nan Xiao, accompanied by Xiao Yuhan, set off for school to complete their registration. In the back seat of the Maybach, Su Yang perused messages on WeChat. His instructor had reached out to him beforehand and added him to a freshman group. The group mainly discussed the reporting location and various important reminders, emphasizing the necessity of bringing relevant documents. Both Su Yang and Nan Xiao were enrolled in the finance department. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, they would likely remain paired through the dormitory check-in. Having confirmed the information, Su Yang swiftly switched screens to chat privately with Matcha Cake, briefly reviewing their conversation from the previous night. Yang, boss, my good friend gifted me a store. How should I interpret this? Matcha Cake. It's all good. Yang, Matcha Cake. This means you are considered family, so whether it's opening a store or gifting it to you, they are essentially the same. Yang, Matcha Cake. Since it's a gift, you should accept it. Don't overthink it. They've bestowed upon you such a grand present. You ought to make more of an effort to engage with them. Have you been following my advice to pursue them? I haven't heard any good news from you. Yang, I'm trying, but the ice mountain remains unmelted. Matcha Cake. Then you should be more direct. Yang, I'll do my best. That concluded the entirety of Su Yang's conversation with the strategist from yesterday. He set his phone down and glanced at the obediently seated Nan Xiao. By the way, did the instructor add you to the freshman group? The instructor added Sister Xiao, so it's similar. All right. Although he did not dwell on the matter, it was rather peculiar that Nan Xiao did not use WeChat. School is here. Xiao Yuhan parked the car and turned to the two, advising, under normal circumstances, the bodyguards do not accompany students into the school, so Su Yang, you must take good care of my young lady while at school. Absolutely, Su Yang replied instantly. One after another, they exited the vehicle, with Xiao Yuhan following to assist with their luggage. Only freshmen were starting classes. Yet the entrance of Shanda University was still bustling with cars and people. Unsurprisingly, the appearance of Nan Xiao and Su Yang stirred a small wave of excitement. Among the crowd, a blushing figure emerged. Chu Mumu, having just dragged her suitcase over, turned crimson upon spotting Su Yang and Nan Xiao. Moreover, her gait appeared somewhat awkward, as if she had recently sustained an injury. Chapter 27. Roommates' Freshman Reception. Zhang Jing wore a standard professional smile as she assisted the teachers in the student affairs office, welcoming new students one by one. After a brief exchange with fellow student council members, she finally secured a moment of respite. Sigh. Last year she admired the senior students for their charm and coolness, but now that she had experienced student council life, she felt only the burdensome toil. The student council was far from glamorous. She had merely become a tool for others. During the holiday, several of her classmates indulged in sweet moments with their boyfriends, while she found herself running errands for teachers. Presently, many second-year students had returned to campus early, with others either lounging in dorms or flirting with freshmen, while she was left assisting the student affairs office, a rather comical situation. Zhang Jing had accumulated too much pent-up frustration and couldn't resist the urge to voice her feelings in the WeChat group for her dormitory. Upon entering, she discovered her roommates engaged in lively conversation. Lily, hey everyone, there's a super handsome guy among this year's freshmen. Don't you dare compete with me. Lan, are you referring to this one? Accompanying her message was a close-up photo of a profile. Zhang Jing paused. The person in the image was Su Yang, whom she had encountered during a previous visit to the school. Lily, yes, that's him. Did you sneak a photo? How scandalous. TSK. I represent the entire 206 in condemning your actions. Lan, I took it openly. Lily, is that true? Did you ask for his consent? Lan, I took it openly with my phone. It wasn't a covert shot. Lily, isn't that still a sneak shot? Lan, the final say belongs to me. Lily, with disdain. Lan, but enough of that. This handsome guy is with a stunning beauty. Lily, I noticed that too. They're strikingly beautiful, almost unreal. But they might not be a couple. Perhaps they're just from the same department and coincidentally grouped together. Lan, those two were queuing near the finance department. By the way, where's Zhang Jing helping out? Why haven't we seen her? Lily, I haven't seen her either. Should we call her and lend a hand? Lan, not interested. We're not part of the student council. Oh, I've already returned to the dorm. Could you bring me some instant coffee when you come back? Lily, with disdain, planning to hide under the covers alone, are we? Lan, it's only natural. After listening to her roommates chatter on, Zhang Jing found herself at a loss for how to explain her situation. Perhaps she would address it later upon returning to the dormitory. She was well aware of the stunning beauty her roommates mentioned. More importantly, she knew that the handsome guy and the beautiful girl were indeed a couple, having visited the school together during the holiday. At that moment, the handsome Su Yang and the beautiful Nan Xiao walked side by side toward the dormitory area. Su Yang grasped a pink suitcase, while Nan Xiao clutched a black one. Initially, Su Yang was to carry both, but Nan Xiao insisted on assisting him with one, resulting in the current exchange of luggage. There are so many people, Nan Xiao remarked coldly. Indeed. So, how should one interact with roommates? You mentioned you would teach me. Did you not think I was unreliable? I never said such a thing. All right then. You seem rather aloof. What about the strategy? You claim to possess ample theoretical knowledge. Do you not have theoretical knowledge as well? Speak up. Nan Xiao cast a sideways glance at Su Yang. Well, adaptability is key. Communicate frequently, engage in interactions, share a smile. If all else fails, perhaps treat your roommate to some milk tea, like a sycophant. Nan Xiao scrutinized Su Yang more closely. He felt as though he were under the scrutiny of her gaze, yet lacked any evidence. No, not quite. Simply extend a polite invitation to treat, and they will likely reciprocate the offer. It will eventually lead to each paying their own way. Is that so? Since everyone is a stranger, they generally do not approach with the intention of freeloading, but once familiarity has developed, a gesture of treating will likely be warmly accepted. Your theoretical knowledge appears quite robust. Of course, Su Yang declared proudly. He relished the feeling of providing guidance, gaining some insight into the sensation of a matcha cake. Before long, they arrived at the girls' dormitory. Today, some male students were allowed limited entry, and Su Yang clearly met this criterion. The entrance was bustling with activity, filled with newcomers and senior students observing the freshmen. Indeed, some seniors were there to assist younger students with their luggage, much like Su Yang. The arrival of Su Yang and Nan Xiao undoubtedly attracted numerous gazes. The two maintained a tacit understanding, donning solemn expressions as they entered the dormitory together. After successfully settling Nan Xiao into her room 406, Su Yang disbanded their partnership and proceeded to the boys' dormitory with his own luggage. During this transition, several freshmen and seniors approached him for his WeChat, all of which he politely declined, citing that he did not use the app. Upon reaching the boys' dormitory, an inexplicable tension enveloped him. While he appeared knowledgeable when advising Nan Xiao, the prospect of navigating his own social interactions left him uncertain. Alas, what if social failure resulted in a prolonged atmosphere of coldness throughout his university experience? Such anxieties plagued Su Yang. Yet, he resolved not to remain stagnant and ultimately ventured into the dormitory building to confirm his room assignment and collect his keys. He was assigned to room 502. The climb up the stairs proved somewhat arduous, but Su Yang persevered. Upon opening the door to his dormitory, he discovered that someone had arrived before him. As soon as he stepped inside, he heard a voice exclaim, "Morata?" At the bed near the door lay a boy with a mullet, incessantly scrolling on his phone screen. Through sound, Su Yang could roughly comprehend that he was playing Naruto. Upon entering, he cast a glance at Su Yang before silencing the sound. "Hello, my name is Lu Haoyu." Lu Haoyu wore a neutral expression, still focused on safeguarding Konoha. "I am Su Yang." After that, there was no further interaction. After placing his suitcase down, Su Yang opted for a spot adjacent to Lu Haoyu by the balcony. He swiftly tidied his bed, and once finished, he sat on it. Lost in contemplation. What should he say at such a moment? If a socially adept roommate did not appear next, Su Yang would genuinely feel bewildered about his future dormitory life. As fortune would have it, the dormitory door was suddenly flung open. "Brothers, I have an announcement. From today onwards, we shall be roommates. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chi Haitao, a timid and humble individual." Chi Haitao's voice was resonant, and a sunny smile adorned his face. This manner of introduction left both Su Yang and Lu Haoyu momentarily stunned. Yet they proceeded to state their names once more. There were indeed more than one skilled individuals. Following Chi Haitao's introduction, another robust young man clad in traditional Han attire entered. "Ha ha ha, esteemed friends, it seems you have all arrived before me. No matter, I am Lin Xian, and I look forward to your guidance henceforth." Chapter 28. Two Great Ice Blocks. Brother, your entrance is quite unique. You are indeed wearing Han clothing, right? Indeed. So what is your name, esteemed friend? Lin Xian wore a gentle smile, seemingly exuding an air of charisma. "I am Chi Haitao, generally more reserved. I hope you will take care of me," he chuckled. "Such humor, esteemed friend." Lin Xian then turned his gaze towards Su Yang and Lu Haoyu. "And you too?" "Su Yang, Lu Haoyu. Excellent. I have committed your names to memory." Su Yang felt a complex array of emotions. Although Lin Xian's personality was quite distinct, he did not find it off-putting. Rather, he found it rather intriguing. With someone like Chi Haitao, who appeared to possess exceptional social skills, Su Yang need not worry excessively about navigating social interactions. Chi Haitao and Lin Xian did not engage in discussions regarding their beds. Chi Haitao chose a spot near the door, while Lin Xian settled by the balcony. After placing their belongings and making simple arrangements to their beds, Chi Haitao turned to Su Yang. "Brother Su, where are you from? With such good looks, I believe I saw many girls asking for your WeChat just now." "A local." Su Yang brushed aside the mention of WeChat, as he had not added anyone in the end. "That is quite convenient. And what about you, Brother Lu?" "I am from Jincheng." "The Jincheng known for nurturing its people?" "Yes." "Ha ha ha, that is not too far. Quite good indeed." "And Brother Lin?" "I hail from Jiangnan." "That is a bit far, I assent it. Was the journey arduous?" "Indeed, I felt a bit fatigued." The following is a delightful time for checking household registrations. Initially, the conversation revolves around family addresses, then it transitions to discussing the reasons for attending Shanda University, and even delves into future aspirations and plans. Su Yang politely engages with the topics, but refrains from excessive dialogue, emphasizing participation over verbosity. To be candid, his new roommates leave a favorable impression on him, However, familiarity is still lacking, and he remains somewhat reserved. Thus, Su-young turns his attention to another front. How are things on your side? Have your roommates arrived? Are you getting along well with them? He inquires in rapid succession. When Su-young assisted Nan Xiao with her luggage, she was the first to arrive, but by now, others are likely trickling in as well. Not too great, she responds. Really? Su-young had an inkling that matters on her end might not be proceeding smoothly. Yet he was unprepared for such a direct answer. Care to elaborate? I can play the role of a strategist, he messages, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, he has become someone who can offer counsel. If Matcha Cake were to learn of this, she would likely feel quite pleased. My roommate is a bit aloof, Nan Xiao replies. Can anyone be more aloof than you? He teases. I am not aloof, she retorts. You are correct. So how many roommates do you have? Surely, not an entire dormitory of aloof individuals? Just one. That's manageable. Don't worry. What if a sociable roommate appears? So what should I do now? She asks. No need to rush. There will always be opportunities to engage in conversation over time, he reassures her. Okay. Nan Xiao sighs softly as she sets down her phone. She has chosen a bed near the balcony, and Su-young had helped arrange her bedding upon his arrival. Her gaze shifts to the aloof girl across from her. She possesses a striking beauty, her fair, exquisite complexion adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. Her expression as impassive as that of a lovely doll. The emphasis, however, lies in her attire, a black Lolita dress, complete with a crinoline, making her appear as if encircled by a black swimming ring. Moreover, she is adorned with Gothic-style accessories on her hands, feet, and head. Clutching a copy of Walden, she is not currently reading, but instead observes Nan Xiao. Both girls maintain stern expressions, openly appraising one another, yet no words are exchanged. This peculiar atmosphere lingers for quite some time until, after a quarter of an hour, the dormitory door swings open. Li Ruodong steps in, startled by the sight. Two beautiful girls, both with stern faces, direct their gazes towards her, and she suddenly feels an inexplicable sense of pressure. Forcing a smile, she places her suitcase down, not immediately rushing to choose a bed, but instead approaching the two icy figures. Hello, I am Li Ruodong. We will be roommates from now on. Oh. The responses from the two frozen figures are surprisingly uniform. What are your names? Nan Xiao and Luo Yuran. All right. Li Ruodong wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. This was not quite what she had envisioned for her university roommates. As modern female university students, shouldn't they first greet each other with laughter, then discuss some current hot topics, and finally wait for everyone to gather before heading out for a shopping spree? That being said, despite the awkwardness, Li Ruodong considered herself fortunate. It is not uncommon for girls to feel jealousy towards attractive peers, but developing a favorable impression of them initially is equally natural. She was one of those. On her way here, she had heard whispers about a goddess among the freshmen, and she believed that must be Nan Xiao. As for Luo Yuran, with her unique style, she was indeed beautiful, but perhaps the term adorable would be more fitting. What Li Ruodong did not realize was that Nan Xiao was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. Although her mind was brimming with thoughts she wished to express, her lips felt as though they were sealed, unable to part. It was akin to her initial inability to confess to Su-young that she was, in fact, a matcha cake. The awkwardness in the dormitory lingered for quite some time, until the arrival of the next roommate abruptly interrupted the silence. Everyone. The voice of the new roommate was cut short. It was Chu Mumu. Initially, Chu Mumu wore a friendly smile, ready to foster a good relationship with her new roommates. However, upon laying eyes on the aloof goddess, she froze in place, momentarily questioning whether she was still dreaming. Once she regained her composure, she immediately turned to leave, rushing to request a room change. Staying even a second longer would be a humiliation. Nan Xiao and Luo Yuran exchanged puzzled glances, tilting their heads in unison. Li Ruodong's expression was markedly more vivid. Instead of a savior, they had received a deserter. Even if these two ice-cold roommates were somewhat intimidating, surely they wouldn't frighten someone away so easily? With the hope of a last-minute rescue extinguished, Li Ruodong sighed and resolved to take on the key task of uplifting the dormitory atmosphere. Shall we go out for a bit? If you need any daily necessities, we can buy them together. Good, Nan Xiao nodded. Luo Yuran followed suit. We can wait a little longer. That last student might have just taken a wrong turn. I'll go check with the dormitory supervisor. Oh. Chapter 29, Sister Sue? In the boys' dormitory 502, The four of them had tidied their respective beds. And after a brief cleaning session, they paired up to sit together. Su-yang was still struggling to remember the names of his roommates, while Chi Haitao had already reached a level of camaraderie with everyone. Su-gu, if I were as handsome as you, I wouldn't bother with school at all. I would just seek out a rich woman to support me, and I'd never have to strive again. My friend, such thoughts are ill-advised. Moreover, your appearance is not lacking, so there is no need for self-deprecation. Lin Xian maintained a half-closed gaze, embodying an air of superiority. Clad in traditional Han attire, he indeed exuded a certain charm. Do you not have anything to purchase? It seems our class meeting is scheduled for 5 in the afternoon, and there is still ample time remaining. Su-yang deftly steered the conversation back on track. The theme of the meeting is the first lesson of the new semester. Likely, once the instructor provides a brief introduction, we shall be dismissed. I need to acquire some toiletries, and, while I'm at it, purchase a couple of basins and a thermos. Lu Haoyu was also actively engaging with the group, though he wore a rather disinterested expression. While Su Yang's serious demeanor came across as natural, it carried a hint of aloofness. In contrast, Lu Haoyu, with his wolfish appearance, exuded an air of menace. Very well. I too require some items. Let us prepare to depart. Oh, by the way, Chi Haitao suddenly bent down slightly and whispered among the group. Did any of you happen to see that goddess everyone is talking about? It seems she has become a trending topic among the new students of this year. My friend, I have faced many hardships and have not heard any rumors about this goddess, though I have certainly heard plenty about myself. What are they saying? Are they discussing your Han attire? Not at all. On my way to school, an elderly gentleman even inquired about my ethnic background. As he lamented, Lin Xian's tone and choice of words returned to a more typical state. What about you, Lu and Su? Did you see that goddess? I certainly did not. So I can only relay hearsay. The more it spreads, the more exaggerated it becomes. They have already elevated her to the status of campus flower. I did not see her. I am not interested. Lu Haoyu tossed his hair dismissively. And you, Su? Chi Haitao shifted his gaze to Su Yang. Su Yang understood that Chi Haitao was attempting to foster conversation to strengthen their camaraderie. To alleviate Chi Haitao's awkwardness, Su Yang reluctantly replied, I did see her. She is indeed quite attractive. Is she really as enchanting as the rumors suggest? She is easily the most beautiful I have encountered. I trust your judgment, Su. However, it is likely that someone of her caliber is beyond our reach, so it is futile to speculate. You make a valid point. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Just then, his phone rang, emitting a distinctive notification sound that drew the attention of the entire dormitory toward him. Su, is that a message from your partner? Chi Haitao squinted, a broad grin spreading across his face, appearing somewhat mischievous. She is merely a good friend with whom I play games. What kind of friend receives such a special notification? A friend from my own household. Su Yang quietly silenced his phone. Although it was a moment that warranted some explanation, confirming the message from Nan Xiao took precedence. Yao, it seems that Chu Mumu has been assigned to my dormitory, but she ran away upon seeing me. It's quite strange. Yang, is that so? Yao, yes. Although we have crossed paths a few times, I do not believe I have offended her. Yang, you needn't concern yourself with her. She has probably gone to change dorms. Aside from her, how do you get along with the other roommates? Yao, the aloof one is called Luo Yuran, and the one who arrived later is Li Ruodong. Li Ruodong is attempting to foster a friendly dormitory relationship, and so far, there are no issues. Yang, that's good to hear. Things are going smoothly on my end as well. Nan Xiao tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and sent Su Yang a playful cat emoji before setting her phone aside. She then redirected her gaze to Luo Yuran, not out of concern, but because Luo Yuran had been fixated on her. After Li Ruodong went to consult the dormitory manager regarding Chu Mumu, Luo Yuran continued to watch her intently. Prior to that, Luo Yuran had also been observing her closely. Nan Xiao contemplated several possibilities. First, that Luo Yuran harbored animosity towards her, signaling hostility. Second, that Luo Yuran might have an interest in her. However, Nan Xiao believed in a third possibility, that Luo Yuran was the type who desired to speak, but found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. Consequently, Nan Xiao decided to descend from her bed. Strangely, upon her descent, Luo Yuran followed suit. Nan Xiao stood tall at approximately 1.74 meters, quite statuesque among her peers, while Luo Yuran was nearly 2 heads shorter, resembling a child in comparison. Nan Xiao looked down at Luo Yuran from her elevated position, while Luo Yuran gazed up at her. The stalemate was broken by Nan Xiao, who gently placed her hand on Luo Yuan's head, ruffling her hair. Luo Yuan furrowed her delicate brows. Good girl. Without uttering a word, Nan Xiao continued to affectionately stroke the little girl's head. After approximately half a minute, Luo Yuan finally stepped back, retreating to her bed to retrieve a piece of rabbit candy, which she then extended to Nan Xiao. Upon receiving the candy, Nan Xiao once again patted Luo Yuan's head. Thank you. It seemed that the third option was indeed correct. At that moment, the door swung open, and Li Ruodong returned. Upon witnessing the scene of the stoic girl affectionately touching the head of the shy girl, she paused momentarily in surprise. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of confusion, she chose to address the matter at hand. The one who ran off is indeed our roommate. She just went to the dorm manager to request a room change and is currently in contact with the instructor. The process will likely take some time, so let us attend to our own affairs in the meantime. Oh, then let us not worry about her for now. Shall we go out to buy something? Sure. I'll treat you both to milk tea. Li Ruodong realized that these two seemingly frosty roommates were not as intimidating as they appeared. They simply preferred silence. As Nan Xiao offered to treat, she felt it inappropriate to accept without contributing, leading to a compromise where they would each pay their own way. Consequently, her impression of Nan Xiao improved significantly. 3 individuals are currently clutching cups of milk tea, while simultaneously holding wash basins and various personal items. To avoid complications, Li Ruodong has insisted that Nan Xiao and Luo Yuan don masks. Although their allure remains somewhat concealed, the aura of keeping strangers at bay has certainly intensified. The sole dilemma lies in the fact that these two ice queens rarely initiate conversation. No matter, she can engage in her own monologue. When I venture out with the two of you, should I feel a sense of pride or embarrassment? By the way, Xiao, where are you from? Locally. And you're on? From Shanghai. Wow, Shanghai. Aren't you too curious about where I hail from? Luo Yuan remains silent. Go ahead, speak. Nan Xiao responds with a hint of exasperation. Hee. I'm from Sichuan and Chongqing. Oh right. By the way, there's a particularly handsome guy in our cohort. I inquired with the senior, and it seems he is from our department. You two probably aren't interested in such matters, are you? If you're not vying for him, I still hold a chance. Chapter 30. The goddess appears in the classroom, teaching building, office. Zhang Suping sighed, feeling that her teaching career had entered a gloomy phase. Today, she was set to guide the freshmen. Ordinarily, this would pose no issue. However, not long ago, several school leaders had summoned her to emphasize that the finance class she was overseeing included some rather unusual individuals. The most notable among them was the young lady from Nanyun Group, Nan Xiao. Nanyun Group is a colossal entity spanning nearly every industry, and more importantly, it provides substantial unsolicited support to the school, rendering it a debt of gratitude that cannot be easily repaid. The leaders advised her not to be intimidated and to treat this young lady as a regular student. Yet, if she were to genuinely adopt a casual attitude, why the need for such a stern reminder? Nevertheless, despite how extravagant her background may be, she was still attending school, and Zhang Suping could rationalize it this way. However, her troubles did not end there. Another student, named Chu Mumu, was adamant about changing dormitories. While seeking a change isn't unusual, what raised eyebrows was her desire to move out of the dormitory shared with Nan Xiao. Could there be an underlying issue? Would Miss Nan engage in conflicts? Should she, as the advisor, investigate this matter? Yet, what if it turned out to be a non-issue and her overreaction caused discomfort to Miss Nan? Such dilemmas continually plagued Zhang Suping. Whenever matters intertwined with Nan Xiao, she found herself uncertain, caught in a dilemma. All this because of those insufferable leaders. Sigh. If she could foster a good relationship with Miss Nan, even if she didn't expect to ascend to great heights, securing a promising job upon graduation should be feasible. Right? Why couldn't she see the bigger picture? Zhang Suping felt an urge to slap Chu Mumu awake. Yet, she needed to rouse herself. For the class meeting was about to commence. Class 202, Teaching Building. Su Yang's emotions were currently quite intricate, although he had long been mentally prepared. Seeing Chu Mumu once again in the same classroom left him feeling slightly unsettled. Su Yang held no regrets about the severance of their prior connection. His only reaction upon encountering Chu Mumu was to question why he had once pursued her. Upon confirming that Nan Xiao was not present, Su Yang buried his head on the desk in dismay. In front of him, Chu Mumu was engaging in cheerful interactions with her new roommates. It was the beginning of the semester, so the process of changing dormitories was not overly cumbersome, and there were vacant spots available without the need for exchanges. In short, she had successfully settled into her new dormitory, and her efforts to forge friendships with her roommates were progressing smoothly. Mumu, did you say that handsome guy named Suyong once pursued you, but didn't he succeed? This is quite well known among many at the affiliated high school. But it's nothing significant. We no longer have any ties. I've heard that many girls tried to get his contact information, but failed. Could it be that after you rejected him, he has closed his heart to love? Who knows? Chu Mumu felt elated, recalling the sensation of being pursued by Suyong. He was indeed handsome, and upon arriving at the university, he naturally attracted the attention of many girls. Yet, even if he no longer pursued her, the fact remained that he had once shown interest, and she was merely stating the truth. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted. All the students in room 202 turned their gazes toward the door where the goddess had appeared. Nan Xiao entered like a beam of icy light, instantly penetrating the previously noisy space, rendering the classroom silent. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, with a waist so slender it could be encircled by a single hand. Yet her curves retained their fullness in all the right places. Her smooth, long black hair cascaded around her exquisitely pale and beautiful face, and her deep, cold eyes resembled a tranquil pool, emanating an invisible pressure with just a fleeting glance. Some students recognized Nan Xiao, as they shared the same department and had inevitably crossed paths during the enrollment process. Others, unable to identify her, still sensed that she was indeed the rumored goddess. As the sun began to stealthily retreat, Nan Xiao shone even brighter than the fading sunlight. She was the true sun. Zhang Suping, who had been maintaining her role at the podium, was momentarily taken aback, although the class meeting had yet to officially commence. As the counselor sitting there for half the day, she had received little attention. In that instant of Nan Xiao's arrival, she even contemplated offering her seat to the goddess. Striving to uphold her dignity as a teacher, Zhang Suping chose not to gaze upon Nan Xiao. Damn! How could someone of such noble status, a wealthy young lady, also possess such breathtaking beauty? The crowd, gradually coming to their senses, noticed that Nan Xiao was accompanied by another striking presence. A petite girl, nearly 2 heads shorter than her, trailed behind like a charming little Gothic doll. For many, the allure of Luo Yuran is hardly inferior to that of Nan Xiao. This striking combination of an aloof and elegant woman with a charmingly cute girl accentuates each other's virtues, forming an unbeatable duo. Of course, Li Ruodong is not without admirers. Both boys and girls alike are currently contemplating the honor of being able to associate with these two individuals. Hey, Sue, that bag belongs to the rumored goddess. Look, is this her? She truly is from our class. Friend, this moment must not be missed. It is like a celestial being descending to earth. Lin Xian remarked with a hint of emotion. Su Yang, however, kept his head buried on the desk, appearing to be asleep. Chi Haitao was puzzled by Su Yang's feigned slumber, yet he noticed the wolf-tailed boy, Lu Haoyu, also gazing towards the entrance. However, it seemed Lu was not fixated on Nan Xiao, but rather on Luo Yuran. Upon sensing Chi Haitao's gaze, Lu Haoyu averted his eyes, his cheeks flushed. Yet he maintained a stoic expression. Oh dear, what's this with Lu? Quiet down, the mood is tense. Lu Haoyu's tone had grown considerably colder, but paired with his slightly blushing cheeks, it evoked more amusement than intimidation. Understood, I respect that. Chi Haitao decided to refrain from further scrutiny of the newly arrived goddess. Overindulgence in such sights would be impolite. A mere glance sufficed for him to comprehend that Nan Xiao and someone of his ordinariness belonged to entirely different realms. Thus he chose not to look further, sparing himself from raising his standards to unattainable heights in future pursuits. Many others shared similar sentiments. The boys feigned nonchalance while some girls whispered enviously of how beautiful Nan Xiao was. Others spoke of how adorable Luo Yuran appeared. As for the subject of their admiration, Nan Xiao remained oblivious to the stir she had incited within the classroom. As her gaze swept across her classmates, apart from the blushing Chu Mumu, most boys and girls displayed a hint of nervousness. One particularly aloof, handsome boy, still resting his head on the desk, stood out as an anomaly. Nan Xiao then approached Su Yang expressionlessly, tapping his head. Oh, you've arrived, Su Yang yawned. Yes, I have. Chapter 31. Old married couple. Upon entering the classroom, Nan Xiao successfully silenced the entire room. Her interaction with Su Yang thereafter triggered a veritable explosion of reactions. At this moment, Countless unspoken words coalesced into a singular expression. Huh? This included Chu Mumu's roommates. Huh? Mumu, didn't you say that Su Yang was pursuing you before? How could he possibly be involved with this goddess? The implication was clear. Chu Mumu was unworthy of even being in the same sphere as Nan Xiao, while Su Yang, who knew Nan Xiao, had no reason to be her sycophant. Chu Mumu's face flushed deeper than any words could convey. She spoke the truth. Even with Nan Xiao's presence, Su Yang had indeed once courted her. The imposing presence of Nan Xiao lingered at the scene, her explanations as feeble as having consumed a bowl of noodles and itching. Even if she spoke the truth, it was likely that the crowd would remain skeptical. They had only recently acquainted, having attended the same school. This, too, was a fact. Yet, it was evident that Chu Mumu's roommates had no intention of delving deeper into this topic, instead labeling her as someone who feigned sophistication. This stigma would likely require Chu Mumu to host a treat to alleviate. Meanwhile, Su Yang seemed to become the epicenter of the universe, undoubtedly captivating everyone's attention. Nan Xiao paid little heed, merely casting a fleeting glance at Chi Haitao, who sat beside Su Yang. Chi Haitao gasped, suppressing his inquiries towards Su Yang, and promptly vacated his seat. The burly figure clad in hanfu, Lin Xian, and the boy with a wolf tail, Lu Haoyu, silently followed suit, relocating to the rear behind Su Yang and his companions. Abandoned by his roommates, Su Yang quietly shifted to Chi Haitao's former seat. Nan Xiao then settled into the spot recently occupied by Su Yang, still warm from his presence. Luo Yuran, taking the place once held by Lu Haoyu, regarded Su Yang and Nan Xiao with a curious gaze. Arriving almost last, Nan Xiao's entry prompted Zhang Suping at the podium to clear her throat. Classmates, it seems we are nearly assembled. Allow me to share a few words. She then picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed her name on the blackboard, along with her phone number. My name is Zhang Suping, and I am the advisor for our finance class too. Should you encounter any issues during your studies, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Following this were various announcements, including a reminder for everyone to review the school's handbook. The only matter that consumed a bit of time was the selection of class representatives. Ultimately, the position of class leader was bestowed upon Chi Haitao, as he had seemingly forged connections with numerous classmates in a short span and radiated vitality, making this choice largely uncontroversial. Given the class's size, a vice class leader was also elected, and the role fell to Chu Mumu, not due to her popularity, but rather because most were indifferent to the position. The selection for roles such as the discipline committee was rather casual, with anyone raising their hand likely to be appointed. The meeting concluded with a reiteration of the impending 21 days of military training. As nightfall quietly descended, both Su Yang and Nan Xiao, disliking attention and commotion, opted to retreat to their dormitories to avoid the limelight. Upon returning to the boys' dormitory 502, Su Yang found himself cornered by Chi Haitao and Lin Xian. Su Ge, care to explain? My friend, what exactly is your relationship with that fairy? They seemed intent on dissecting him, each word laced with intensity. We are good friends, Su Yang stated candidly. Good friends? Wait, Su Ge, your special friend wouldn't be Nan, would it? She is indeed a female classmate. Do not attempt to divert the topic. Su, please speak candidly. My brother does not harbor envy. He merely seeks clarity in his heart. Yes, she is indeed someone special, but our friendship is genuine as well. If it were any other relationship, there would be no need for concealment. Very well, Chi Haitao acquiesced. While envy exists, it seems that someone as dashing as Su Yang, who enjoys maintaining an air of mystery, is quite compatible with that goddess. Fellow cultivator, you have yet to disclose how you two became acquainted. We are both alumni of Shanda University. It is not surprising that we know each other. Although our acquaintance began with a serendipitous meeting at a CAF after the college entrance examination, Su Yang believed that such an explanation would only lead to a barrage of questions. Upon hearing his response, Lin Xian, sensing the mood, refrained from further inquiries, letting out a resigned sigh akin to Chi Haitao's. Their disconnect from the goddess was inconsequential, as they were never part of the same world. However, the association of those around them with her evoked a subtle discomfort. Lu Haoyu appeared to be on the verge of speaking, but ultimately remained silent, retreating to his bed to gaze blankly at the wall, lost in thought. In the girls' dormitory 406, Nan Xiao and Luo Yuran returned to their rooms, each quietly settling into their chairs, synchronously engrossed in their phones. The atmosphere, charged with their icy demeanor, soon became palpable with chill. Li Ruodong felt a tinge of fatigue. Accompanying two top-tier roommates naturally brought immense pressure. What was even more challenging was that both were reticent. The moment they fell silent, the dormitory descended into utter stillness. Xiao, what is your relationship with Suyang? Li Ruodong could not suppress her curiosity. Good friends. Good friends? I hardly perceive you two as friends. Li Ruodong recalled the interaction between Nan Xiao and the strikingly handsome Suyang. Their exchange consisted mostly of glances and body language rather than conversation. It seemed less like a friendship and more akin to a couple who had long since settled into a comfortable rapport. We are indeed good friends, Nan Xiao reiterated. All right. With Nan Xiao emphasizing this friendship once more, Li Ruodong surmised that pressing further might irritate her. Ultimately, it was safe to assume that Nan Xiao and Suyang were on the verge of something more. However, this meant that certain topics could no longer be broached with Nan Xiao. Thus, Li Ruodong turned her attention to the other ice queen. Yuran, do you feel there are any types in our class that appeal to you? Oh, it's not about liking or disliking. Is there anyone you find visually appealing? I'm not looking at anyone. Very well. Li Ruodong initially intended to remark on the fact that most boys in their class were quite tall. But Yuran's demeanor thwarted the continuation of the conversation. She felt that if this continued, she would inevitably be assimilated into their icy disposition. Please, let another roommate come soon. Of course, Nan Xiao was oblivious to Li Ruodong's inner plea. She felt the atmosphere in the dormitory was quite pleasant and proceeded to reach out to Suyang. Chapter 32. The insole of Nan Xiao. As night descended, the school's small shopping mall and various stores had opened, illuminating vast areas despite the darkness. Today, primarily new students had arrived on campus. Yet numerous pairs of couples were already seen wandering about. Suyang and Nan Xiao were among them. Are you prepared for the military training? Suyang inquired. Have you got sunscreen and such? Yes, I'm all set. What about you? Naturally, I am prepared as well. But what about your insoles? Standing in military posture can be quite uncomfortable without them. That is unnecessary, she replied. It is indeed necessary. Suyang sensed that Nan Xiao was unusually talkative today. Could it be that she had been holding back her words with her roommates? Was she truly fine with them? Is everything all right in your dorm? He asked. Li Ruodong is a good person, and Luo Yuran is quite adorable. And you? I am also a good person, she asserted. You are rather charming as well. Suyang nearly uttered but managed to restrain himself. Nan Xiao then sat on a bench by the roadside, elegantly crossing her long, beautiful legs. I wanted to treat them to milk tea, but they, as you said, refused me in the end. That is normal. If they were shamelessly taking advantage of you, that would indeed be problematic. Oh. Once Suyang settled beside Nan Xiao and noticed her silence, he allowed his thoughts to wander. How could he earn money during his university years? His interaction time with the owner of the matcha cake shop had dramatically decreased, and he had effectively abandoned the idea of pursuing live streaming and video content. Shifting his focus to offline ventures could be a topic to discuss with Xiao Jie, but it was not something he could share with Nan Xiao. The reason? He feared that during their conversation, this good friend might bluntly remind him that he didn't need to strive at all. This maneuver seemed somewhat familiar. While Suyang's thoughts drifted, Nan Xiao's soared to the heavens. Was he disregarding her role as a strategist? She had long noticed Suyang's insincere compliance with her guidance regarding the matcha cake. In her capacity as a strategist, she had previously suggested that they could try holding hands, as it was a perfectly normal gesture among good friends. Suyang had said he would try, but in reality, he had no inclination to attempt it at all. Ironically, the only instance of physical contact between them occurred earlier in the library when Suyang had briefly held her foot. Does Suyang have a penchant for feet? Previously, when I took pictures of stockings for him, he candidly expressed a preference for black silk. The more I pondered, the more my thoughts veered astray. And a faint blush of cherry blossom hue crept onto Nan Xiao's cool cheeks. She pinched her thigh to regain composure. Then, she extended her legs, resting her feet on Suyang's thigh. Suyang clicked his tongue and promptly pushed her feet away. Unfazed, Nan Xiao placed her feet back on him, even emphasizing, "My feet are sore. Rub them yourself. Do you expect me to serve you?" Suyang shot her a sidelong glance. "Oh," Nan Xiao pouted. "No, that's not right." It seemed that Suyang did not harbor such inclinations, and the earlier incident was merely her deliberate choice to go without shoes, leading to that peculiar situation. Perhaps it was best to continue as friends for now. Initially, when she had asked Suyang to coincidentally meet her at the CAF, her intention was merely to forge an offline friendship. So, Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Why did she keep yearning for Su Yang to flirt with her? Then Xiao fell into contemplation. By the way, I should reach out to Sister Xiao later. You have no objections, right? What do you need Sister Xiao for? Nan Xiao's delicate face abruptly turned cold, and her earlier chaotic thoughts vanished. I want to consult her about a few matters. Oh, why not inquire about the miraculous matcha cake instead? Even if you don't ask about the cake, what could you not discuss directly with her? Sensing that Nan Xiao's chill had not dissipated, Su Yang added, I might also ask her about you. Sister Xiao likely knows you better than you know yourself. So discussing such matters with her would certainly be worthwhile. Nan Xiao shivered imperceptibly, her previously whimsical thoughts instantly evaporating, leaving her mind as blank as a melting ice cube. Once she managed to restore her capacity for thought, she endeavored to maintain a stern expression and replied coolly, If you wish to contact her, do so. Such trivial matters do not necessitate my consultation. Indeed, but I thought it best to inform you first, even if it is a bit of a hassle. I would prefer to avoid misunderstandings. What misunderstandings could arise? It's hard to say, but it may impact our unbreakable friendship. Oh, friendship lasts forever. Friendship lasts forever. Nan Xiao silently reiterated in her mind. Are you truly all right in the dormitory? Su Yang suddenly inquired. You've confirmed several times. I am not a child, so there is no need for concern. Then let me ask you, how many times have you initiated conversations with your roommates? Nan Xiao chose selective silence. After some reflection, it seemed she had not spoken much at all. Speak. You're so fierce. Nan Xiao attempted to divert the topic. As long as you're happy. Just make sure to find some topics to discuss when you return. It doesn't have to be extensive, just a token gesture will suffice. The main thing is to avoid giving the impression that you are sending hostile signals. It is of no concern. Lu Yuran is much like me. The other roommate must be even more difficult to deal with. I imagine they are either contemplating escape or hastily seeking a new roommate. You are quite strict. Alas, if you truly wish to avoid communication, so be it. Su Yang does not intend to pressure Nan Xiao excessively. As a compromise, it is unnecessary for Nan Xiao to reside on campus, considering the distance is not great. However, not living on campus tends to diminish the sense of campus experience. And even though it is nearby, the commutes can indeed be bothersome. I am capable of communicating. Nan Xiao held her head high, exuding a sense of unwavering determination. Very well. You maintain an air of aloofness. I do not possess such coldness, so please send me Xiao Jie's contact information. Oh. After escorting Nan Xiao back to her dormitory, Su Yang stretched languidly. Originally, they had planned to dine together, but upon reflection, it seemed wiser to first solidify their foundational relationships with their respective roommates. Following their separation, Su Yang's demeanor swiftly shifted from the previous aloofness to a subtle hesitation. Before departing, Nan Xiao gifted him a pack of insoles. Although Su Yang had no intention of fortifying himself in this regard, he accepted it without hesitation, recognizing it as a token of Nan Xiao's goodwill. The moment he touched the insole, an extraordinarily soft and comfortable sensation enveloped him. Initially, he intended to marvel at the high-quality material of Nan Xiao's insole, but upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a sanitary pad. Chapter 33. Qi Haitao and Chu Mumu. Su Yang, clutching Nan Xiao's sanitary pad, returned to the dormitory as if nothing had transpired. Upon entering, he was met with a chorus of sighs. Ah, Su Gu, honestly, have you been out with the goddess Nan? Qi Haitao clapped Su Yang on the shoulder. Indeed. Oh. Su Yang recognized that Qi Haitao was attempting to deflect attention, having just returned from his own foray to engage with the opposite sex. Lin Xian's tone seemed to revert to that of a normal person. Oh. Su Yang regarded Qi Haitao with a rather subtle expression. Oh, I haven't committed any wrongdoing. I merely added a girl on WeChat and chatted a bit. Qi Haitao struggled to suppress a grin, as if to say, you should all be envious. Though he dared not reveal this expression to Su Yang. Shall we go out for a meal? There are quite a few establishments along Shanda South Road. Su Yang redirected the conversation. Lu Haoyu and Lin Xian nodded in agreement. While Qi Haitao looked at the others with curiosity. Aren't you all curious about which department the girl I mentioned belongs to? You could just say it. But I suspect she is from our department, likely from our class, Su Yang remarked as he patted Qi Haitao's shoulder. To be fair, Su Gu, your guess is remarkably accurate. Qi Haitao gave Su Yang a thumbs up before letting out a sigh. I must confess, she is indeed from our class. I wonder if you all remember our assistant class leader, Chu Mumu? A question mark floated above Su Yang's head, and for a moment, he doubted his own hearing. While it might not have been a direct attempt to win someone over, he felt a glimmer of hope in his prospects. Chi Haitao smiled with confidence. Su Yang remained silent, quietly retrieving his phone to open WeChat. Lacking a contact note for Lu Haoran, he searched for a considerable time, ultimately locating a friend named Regret by searching the keyword class reunion. Su Yang had forgotten to delete Lu Haoran from his friends list, and it seemed that his moments were not locked, making the content easily accessible. Regret, it feels empty being in different schools from my girlfriend. Regret, no worries. Even if we are apart, I will still buy you the things I promised. These posts were made today. Su Yang scrutinized them, noticing that the post about buying things included a picture, revealing an order for several cups of milk tea. The address was Yunduo Milk Coffee House on Shanda South Road. This was the very shop that Nan Xiao had recommended to him, and it was clear that Lu Haoran was treating Chu Mumu and her roommates. Su Yang found himself in a perplexing state of amusement, seriousness, and confusion all at once. He tentatively suggested, Haitao, perhaps you should first ascertain whether she has a boyfriend? She probably doesn't. If she did, she likely wouldn't engage with me so much, Chi Haitao replied. Probably? Well, that's somewhat reassuring. If Chu Mumu had directly informed Chi Haitao about her single status, Su Yang would certainly assign her an extraordinary label. As for her attention toward Chi Haitao, given their roles as class leader and vice leader, engaging with one another seemed entirely normal. Most likely, Chi Haitao was merely indulging in a fanciful interpretation of events. Desiring to avoid future complications, Su Yang opted for a direct explanation. We both attend Shanda affiliated school. She does have a boyfriend. If you are considering pursuing her, my advice would be to let go while you still can. What? Is that true? Chi Haitao was taken aback. Lu Haoyu and Lin Xian stifled their laughter. After all, since Chi Haitao's return, he had been acting as though Chu Mumu were already his girlfriend. Why would I deceive you? I once pursued her myself, Su Yang confessed candidly. He chose the perfect moment for this revelation. Regardless of whether he spoke now or later, if the news were to reach Chi Haitao through Chu Mumu, the embarrassment would only escalate. Thus, it was far better to seize this opportunity to share the tale. The fact that he could decisively block Chu Mumu and treat this related topic as a self-deprecating joke made it evident that this experience held little significance for Su Yang. Following his revelation, everyone expressed their surprise. Lin Xian leaned in closer, his face brimming with curiosity. No way that happened? Although Chu Mumu is quite attractive, she pales in comparison to your goddess, Nan. I honestly don't know what I was thinking back then. Su Yang merely shrugged in response. Might you elaborate a bit? Lin Xian seems quite intrigued by Su Yang's gossip. There is little to discuss, as it is nothing but awkwardness. Su, my dear, if even this Chu Mumu is beneath your notice, then surely her partner must be some paragon of masculinity? Chi Haitao expressed his bewilderment. A paragon, perhaps not. Merely affluent and rather sycophantic. Is he from our institution? I am uncertain. However, he is at least not one of our peers. Then does that imply I still have a chance? Remarkable. Su Yang harbored suspicions regarding whether Chu Mumu possessed some insidious charm over others. Yet, judging by Chi Haitao's tone, he was likely jesting? Ha ha ha. Merely a jest. I would never engage in such treachery as poaching. Indeed. Su Yang felt he had gained a deeper understanding of Chi Haitao's mannerisms. Meanwhile, Lu Haoyu, who had remained aloof throughout the conversation, cleared his throat. So, shall we proceed to dine? I am famished. In the girls' dormitory 406, Nan Xiao was affectionately patting Luo Yuran's head, akin to caressing an adorable kitten. Initially, Luo Yuran would exhibit some discomfort, but now she responded with indifference, even managing to engage with her phone while being patted. At present, they were alone, although Li Ruodong would soon return. Alas, it seems our dormitory shall consist solely of the three of us. The dormitory matron has informed us that no additional students will be assigned to our quarters for the time being. That is perfectly fine. Just the three of us is quite agreeable. Li Ruodong blinked vacantly. After a few seconds of pause, she realized it was Nan Xiao speaking. Yes, indeed. Having just three of us simplifies matters. It would truly be troublesome if an incompatible individual were to join us. Li Ruodong replied with an awkward smile. So, are you both hungry? Shall we head out for a meal? Oh yes, let us go. Li Ruodong's verbal prowess seemed to have suffered a significant blow. Presently, Nan Xiao not only initiated conversation, but had become rather loquacious. Yet, this change made Li Ruodong noticeably tense. Whether it was a sense of pressure or the aura of superiority, or perhaps simply her own discomfort, she felt that Nan Xiao would be better off maintaining her aloof demeanor. It appeared that only Li Ruodong was feeling the strain. Luo Yuran remained unaffected. This little girl seemed to recall something, extricating herself from Nan Xiao's affection and swiftly climbing onto her bed, from which she retrieved several large white rabbit milk candies. She offered some to Nan Xiao and also to Li Ruodong. "Thank you," Li Ruodong sighed in relief. She had previously thought that Luo Yuran disliked her, as this little ice princess seemed even colder than the larger ice queen, often rejecting interaction. "So, where shall we dine? Shall we sample the fare at the canteen? There are numerous eateries within the school, or we could venture outside." Nan Road boasts a variety of offerings. Nang Xiao harbored a mild case of decision-making anxiety. She wished to treat her friends, but found it difficult to determine a suitable venue. At that moment, the ever-pragmatic Lu Yuran interjected, suggesting, "Let us go to Nanlu. I've already made reservations. It's on me." Chapter 34, Matcha Cake, a significant dilemma. Situated on Shanda Nanlu, opposite the Yun Duo Milk Coffee House, was a renowned Lu cuisine restaurant. Chu Mumu was currently enjoying a delightful gathering with her roommates. "Your boyfriend is truly impressive. He treats us to both milk tea and dinner. I feel a tad guilty for mooching off him," one roommate remarked. "To him, it's merely a trifling matter," Chu Mumu replied, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. "In my opinion, a handsome face pales in comparison to a wealthy and reliable partner. Of course, you must possess an undeniable charm to attract such a boyfriend, Mumu." With a playful huff, Chu Mumu felt her spirits lift. Although the initial awkwardness stemming from the dynamic between Su Yang and Nang Xiao had affected her interactions with her roommates, she had evidently become the focal point of her dormitory following a few instances of Lu Haoran picking up the tab. "This is splendid. Regardless of what transpired between Su Yang and Nang Xiao, it bears no consequence to me." Unfortunately, such a calm and objective perspective did not endure for long. She soon noticed a group entering the adjacent milk coffee house, Su Yang accompanied by 3 of his roommates. It appeared they had made a reservation. As they swiftly emerged with takeout milk tea, heading directly toward the Lu cuisine restaurant. Upon encountering each other, both parties exhibited expressions of surprise, with Chi Haitao wearing the most awkward countenance. Had he known of the unpleasant history between Su Yang and Chu Mumu, he would have refrained from any interaction with her. Fortunately, he had a professional reason to serve as an excuse. To alleviate the tension, the affable Chi Haitao took the initiative to speak first. "Su Gu, I must admit I misjudged you. I thought you were merely handsome, but I didn't realize that the milk tea shop next door was yours." Chu Mumu and her roommates were left momentarily speechless. Be discreet, Su Yang thought. Ignoring the presence of Chu Mumu's group, but choosing not to explain the origin of the milk tea shop. In truth, had Li Fong not called out manager upon his entrance, he would have kept this matter private. He preferred a low profile. And this establishment was a gift from his close friend, Nang Xiao, making it rather inappropriate to flaunt it. Thus, with an air of nonchalance, Su Yang began to peruse the menu. "This meal is on me. Feel free to order whatever you fancy. This 4-person meal seems delightful." His invitation was not a test of generosity, as it would have been rather unreasonable not to treat his friends following the revelation of his ownership of the shop. Everyone accepted Su Yang's offer with enthusiasm, though Chi Haitao added, "Su Gu, let this one be on you, but next time, allow me to treat." His rationale was sound. Taking turns treating one another was a fine tradition, and it allowed them all to bask in the glory. Lin Xian resumed his enigmatic demeanor, perhaps having glanced at his phone moments prior. "Yes, let us take turns," Lu Haoyu concurred. Agreed. Su Yang found himself both amused and exasperated by the reactions of those around him. Meanwhile, Chu Mumu's cheeks flushed more vividly than any words could convey. She urged her roommates to begin their meal while she hurried next door to verify Su Yang's identity. Within less than a minute, she returned, her expression akin to that of someone who had just seen a ghost. It was indeed true. When had Su Yang opened a shop here? No. The more pressing question was not when, but how he had acquired the means to establish a business. Although Chu Mumu did not claim to be intimately familiar with Su Yang's familial background, she had a general understanding. Both of his parents were civil servants with stable incomes. While their household could be considered reasonably affluent, it hardly seemed sufficient to fund a shop. During the time Su Yang pursued her, he had often resorted to earning money through gaming to buy her gifts, far from the profile of a wealthy heir. So, What could this possibly mean? Had he won the lottery? Upon returning to the restaurant, Chu Mumu found herself glancing at Su Yang from time to time. Her roommates, sensing her current state of mind, were equally astonished by the revelation that Su Yang was the owner of the neighboring establishment. The prices at the Cloudy Milk Tea House were somewhat steep for students, with even a basic cup of milk tea costing around 20. They often shared their outings on social media for a bit of flair. But if this shop truly belonged to Su Yang, how would she navigate this situation? The absurdity of it all was mirrored in the deepening crimson of her cheeks. Moments later, the trio of Nan Xiao made their grand entrance. Fittingly, they had also chosen this place for their meal. Upon entering, Luo Yuran opened her phone to access the group purchase order and handed it to Li Ruotong, simultaneously slipping her a piece of candy, seemingly as a token of compensation for her assistance in negotiating. You all find a place to sit. Li Ruotong reluctantly accepted the task of liaising with the shop staff. Nan Xiao scanned the interior with an impassive expression. With her arrival, the atmosphere of the restaurant shifted palpably, most notably affecting Chu Mumu and Su Yang. Nan Xiao, uninterested in the goings-on at Chu Mumu's table, approached Su Yang directly. What a coincidence. Indeed, quite a coincidence, he replied, for neither had anticipated this encounter. It was purely serendipitous. Chi Haitao, however, held a different view. Su Gu, why are you dining here with such a crowd? Brothers are in sync with you. Shouldn't you be treating us? His words were laced with feigned indignation, as if he had misjudged Su Yang's character. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, his face reflecting a mix of disappointment and anger. Lu Haoyu remained silent, his attention seemingly elsewhere. Such a coincidence, but if you don't believe it, just sit over here. Su Yang gestured to the table beside them. All right, Yuran, take a seat. Oh. The little ice block obediently followed the big ice block to their seats. The dynamic between them resembled that of an older sister guiding her younger sibling. At this moment, Li Ruotong returned from the counter. Her expression subtly shifted as she glanced back and forth between Su Yang and Nan Xiao. Unsure of how to engage directly with the two, Li Ruotong opted for a more indirect approach, directing her attention to Chi Haitao. Class monitor, is it truly a coincidence that we meet here? Difficult to say. Chi Haitao replied curtly, casting an annoyed glance at Su Yang. Su Yang, disinterested, chose not to elaborate. The mealtime was pleasant and, naturally, passed swiftly. Some found joy even in dining, while others remained as cold as ice during the meal. Meanwhile, a few individuals had flushed faces throughout the dining experience. Once the meal concluded, the group had no intention of strolling together, each returning to their respective dormitories in preparation for the military training the following day. After freshening up with his dorm mates, Su Yang climbed back into bed and sent a good-night message to Nan Xiao. Uncharacteristically, she did not respond immediately. But Su Yang thought little of it and nestled back under the covers, ready to sleep. He had initially planned to reach out to Xiao Yuhan, but deemed it inappropriate to disturb her at night, deciding to wait for a more suitable moment. Just then, a message popped up on WeChat. Matcha cake, school has begun. How are you and your goddess? Any developments? Yang, not bad. Matcha cake, elaborate. Let me see if there are any details to address. Yang, don't worry, I can handle it. Matcha cake, I don't believe you. Yang, so? Does her not replying to my goodnight count as a problem? Matcha cake, definitely, it's a major issue. Chapter 35, Hearts linked in the dormitory. Yang, is that really a major issue? She might have already gone to sleep. Matcha cake, look at you. That simpering dog mentality is resurfacing, isn't it? Yang, surely not. The corner of Su Yang's mouth twitched. Sending a good night didn't necessitate a response from Nan Xiao. Matcha cake, has she ever left you hanging before? Yang, not really. She usually replies immediately. Matcha cake, doesn't that amplify the seriousness of the situation? Yang, really, is there? Su Yang reflected on all his interactions with Nan Xiao that day and found no indication of any issues. Matcha cake, then just consider me overly concerned. No worries. Reach out when there's a problem. Yang, with what you've said, I'm starting to lose confidence. The fright instilled by matcha cake completely dispelled Su Yang's drowsiness. Matcha cake, first, be honest with me. Are you genuinely pursuing her? Yang, if I were to pursue her, I would start by being friends. Matcha cake, alas, here I am devising strategies for you, hoping fervently for any developments on your end, only to receive mere evasion and insincerity in return. Yang, military strategist, it's not that I'm being evasive. If there were a problem, I would definitely consult you first. As he replied, a question mark gradually began to form in Su Yong's mind. He sensed that the matcha cake felt somewhat anxious today. Recently, the matcha cake had been particularly attentive to the matters between him and Nan Xiao. Yet their usual conversations flowed effortlessly, leaving him unaware of any issues. However, today, the matcha cake conveyed an unmistakable sense of discomfort. The topic at hand seemed forced. At that very moment, Su Yang found himself contemplating the subtle awkwardness in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nan Xiao, clutching her phone, inhaled sharply. It seemed she had perhaps overstepped. Her intention was to instill a sense of urgency in Su Yang, hoping to approach him from the perspective of the matcha cake, prompting him to soften his stubbornness and act with greater sincerity. The challenge lay in the inadequate synergy between the identities of the matcha cake and Nan Xiao. The only crisis she could impose on Su Yang appeared to be her failure to wish him good night. She found herself incapable of deliberately sulking or ignoring him in person. Thus, attempting to provoke Su Yang's sense of crisis by withholding her goodnight message was evidently ineffective. In fact, it might lead him to suspect something was amiss with the matcha cake. With this in mind, Nan Xiao activated her brain, which had achieved a score of 722 in the college entrance examination, and rapidly devised a strategy. Matcha cake. Alas, I had a bit to drink today, and my mind feels somewhat clouded. You are indeed not at fault. Yang, I see. Upon reading Su Yang's message, Nan Xiao finally exhaled in relief. However, she became aware of a gaze upon her. Little ice block Luo Yuran was staring intently. Yuran, go to sleep, Nan Xiao said coldly. Oh. Luo Yuran obediently curled up under the covers. Are you all going to sleep now? Then I shall turn off the lights, Li Ruodong announced, taking on the responsibility of extinguishing the illumination. Regardless of the seating arrangement, it was expected that she would also take on the important duty of closing the windows in the future. Although Nan Xiao had arranged for the meal, she could not decline the invitation from Luo Yuran. When she mentioned it, Luo Yuran had remained silent, tacitly accepting that she would have to bear the cost. Therefore, having enjoyed a free meal, it was only reasonable to assist with minor tasks, such as turning off the lights and closing the windows. After the lights were dimmed, Li Ruodong lay on her bed, gazing at the ceiling, yet she felt no trace of drowsiness. Are you all feeling sleepy now? Not really, was Luo Yuran's response. I'm fine as well, Nan Xiao added. Shall we chat then? After all, this is our first day of acquaintance. And there are still things we haven't had the chance to learn about each other. The ambience after the lights are off is just perfect. Oh, is your family quite well off? Besides being beautiful, you all exude a refined aura akin to that of young ladies. I'm not well versed in clothing brands and cannot discern much. Not affluent. My parents are unemployed. I merely possess a household registration in Shanghai, Luo Yuran remarked, unusually articulating an entire segment. I was just asking casually. No malice intended. You need not feel obliged to respond. Li Ruodong, concerned that she had inadvertently upset Luo Yuran, quickly attempted to remedy the situation. It's nothing, she said, yet it was Nan Xiao who fell silent first. Having noticed that while Li Ruodong's nature was indeed kind, she was somewhat naive and a bit slow-witted. The fact that she could linger in Shanghai without a job was rather intriguing. Yet Nan Xiao was disinclined to ponder it further and had no interest in engaging in this topic. Thus, the dormitory soon succumbed to silence. Meanwhile, after explaining that the matcha cake incident was merely the result of excessive drinking, Su Yang felt a sense of relief. This made perfect sense, indeed. Just as Su Yang was preparing to sleep, someone unexpectedly crawled up beside his bed. Su Ge, are you still awake? What is it? What's on your mind? We've only recently become acquainted, after all. As long as you're happy, he replied, reluctantly rising. Then Chi Haitao called out to Lin Xian and Lu Haoyu in succession. Haha, the heavens did not give birth to me, Lin Xian. The mountains are eternally shrouded in darkness. Lu Haoyu nearly burst into laughter. Hey, brothers, let us discuss something serious. What do you want to eat tomorrow? Chi Haitao was met with 3 indifferent replies. If it's indifferent, we're stuck with the cafeteria then. That is fine. It'll be interesting to see what the cafeteria has to offer, Su Yang affirmed. Indeed, Lin Xian and Lu Haoyu chimed in. All right then. All right, Lu Ge. Calling you that feels a bit odd. How about I call you Yu Ge instead? Whatever. Lu Haoyu maintained his consistent demeanor. All right, Yu Ge, by the way. Were you watching that classmate Luo today? So what? Just watching ISNT enough? Why not add her on WeChat? Chi Haitao completely overlooked the slight aggression Lu Haoyu had displayed. Lu Haoyu retreated into his blanket, withdrawing from the conversation. What should we name our dormitory group? How about 502? A bond stronger than gold. Just name it whatever. Lin Xian also exited the chat, engrossed in a novel. Hey, Sugu. It seems we're left with just the two of us. It's fine. I'm going to sleep too. Wait, Sugu, can I gossip a bit about you? Go ahead. I'll respond as I see fit. I want to pry into how you run your shop, but I'm curious about your relationship with Chu Mumu. Do you still have feelings for her? No, not at all. How should I put it? When we were dining earlier, she looked at you strangely, leading me to think that it seems unlike you to pursue her. Rather, she must have pursued you unsuccessfully. You're overthinking it. All right. Can I ask about things between you and Su Sa? No. Chapter 36. The military training turmoil. The military training quietly descended upon them. Su Yang, betraying the dormitory, ventured out for breakfast with Nan Xiao in the morning. Today, Nan Xiao promptly replied to his morning greeting, additionally clarifying that she had gone to bed early the previous night. The visibility in the morning was undoubtedly greater than at night, making the two prominent figures, Nan Xiao and Su Yang, quite conspicuous wherever they went. Fortunately, both individuals had long since grown accustomed to the act of maintaining a focused gaze. The cafeteria appeared quite appealing. Su Yang surveyed the surroundings and nodded in approval of the ambience. The decor within the cafeteria exuded comfort, and the sanitation was impeccable. The campus boasted two cafeterias, one in the north and the other in the south, both standing 3 stories high. They currently occupied the southern cafeteria, conveniently located near the training grounds for military drills. The selection of food was quite comprehensive, nearly mirroring the offerings found on the streets outside. What will you have? Take a guess, asked Nin Xiao, crossing her arms. I suppose something akin to my own choice would suffice, Su Yang replied thoughtfully. He opted for the classic sweet porridge accompanied by a stuffed pancake and a tea egg, ordering the same for Nan Xiao. The two of them carried their meals to a quieter corner where fewer patrons were seated. You ventured out to join me. Has your roommate mentioned anything? He inquired. Nothing of significance, Nan Xiao replied, quietly peeling her tea egg. Her mind briefly wandered back to the words spoken by Li Ruodong as she left the house. Ah, Xiao, are you off to dine with your handsome boyfriend? To which she had answered affirmatively. Indeed, there had been little more than a mundane exchange of inquiries. Nan Xiao offered the peeled tea egg to Su Yang. Open wide, she urged. With a swift motion, he consumed the egg in one bite and reciprocated by presenting his own to her. Without a word, Nan Xiao parted her lips slightly. Given the circumstances, Su Yang felt it only right to feed her in return, gently offering the tea egg towards her mouth. She took her time, savoring each bite like a delicate kitten, prompting many onlookers to marvel at the affectionate exchange between the couple. As Nan Xiao finished the last morsel of the tea egg, she inadvertently nibbled at his finger. Both fell into a momentary silence, continuing their meal without further feeding each other. It is not uncommon for close friends to share such gestures during meals. Reminding himself of this, Su Yang hastened his pace. By the time he had finished, Nan Xiao was only halfway through her meal. By the way, when will Sister Xiao be available? I would like to find an opportune moment to pay my respects, he asked. She's probably resting now. Perhaps around noon, she responded. Very well. The first day of military training had proceeded without significant issues. The morning was predominantly occupied by standing at attention, forming ranks, and practicing basic stances. Fortunately, the weather was overcast, preventing any oppressive heat. The instructor possessed a laid-back demeanor and, recognizing the students' compliance, graciously allowed for an earlier break. During the recess, Nan Xiao led Luo Yuran and Li Ruodong over to Su Yang's side. He cast an expressionless glance at the group of followers trailing behind Nan Xiao. Indeed, it was quite the entourage. Originally, Nan Xiao was merely accompanied by her 2 roommates, but it wasn't long before a multitude of other girls gathered around, eager to engage with her. As the number of girls increased, several boys, intrigued by the commotion, also squeezed in. Ultimately, a significant portion of the class congregated together. Nan Xiao, what is your relationship with Su Yang? Are you two dating? You are truly beautiful, Nan Xiao. I, as a girl, envy you immensely. Faced with the inquiries from unfamiliar classmates, Nan Xiao chose to remain silent, subtly drawing closer to Su Yang. At that moment, Li Ruodong decided to take the initiative. Hey, class monitor, why don't you show us something? Huh, what can I possibly show? Chi Haitao, who had been called out, was momentarily taken aback. Just perform whatever you can. All right, I'll do a street dance for everyone. Wow, you can dance. Hurry, Everyone, make some space for our class monitor. The focus had shifted. Su Yang and Nan Xiao were now almost touching, with Lu Haoyu and Luo Yuran flanking them. Lin Xian had gone to help Qi Haitao create a lively atmosphere, leaving only the four of them in the group. Shall we take a stroll? Su Yang invited Nan Xiao. If they remained stationary, even with Qi Haitao drawing attention, many would still approach. However, when they acted together, few dared to intrude, making their departure from the group a wise choice. Nan Xiao nodded, preparing to leave with Su Yang, noticing the two ice blocks about to depart. The petite Luo Yuran wished to follow but realized that being a third wheel would be awkward, so she quietly sat back down, hugging her knees and remaining still. Remarkably, no one pursued Nan Xiao and Su Yang. Meanwhile, the adorable ones left behind faced a different fate. Cute girls like Luo Yuran attracted not only boys, but also girls. While Nan Xiao's goddess-like presence elicited envy, Luo Yuran inspired a desire to pinch her cheeks. Luo Yuran, are you really our age? Luo Yuran, you are so adorable. Luo Yuran, you smell lovely. Shall we exchange WeChat? We're all girls and classmates. Don't be shy. Exactly. Luo Yuran tightened her grip on her legs, remaining silent. A voice filled with palpable tension erupted, drawing everyone's gaze to Lu Haoyu, who was sitting not far away, his brow furrowed and eyes sharp, glaring fiercely in their direction. Are you annoyed or not? Do you really think they want to engage with you? Enough is enough. It was an unmistakably confrontational moment. The girls huddled around Luo Yuran wore expressions of acute embarrassment, yet they refrained from retaliating against Lu Haoyu. Instead, they gradually departed, shifting their focus to the battleground where Qi Haitao was. Typically, when confronted with an explosive outburst, a reasonable person would avoid a direct confrontation, preferring to evade rather than engage. Rather than confront Lu Haoyu, they opted to discuss the day's events in the comfort of their dormitory later. Luo Yuran, feeling somewhat taken aback, cast a glance at the fierce Lu Haoyu. Upon being noticed by her, Lu Haoyu, who had seemed ready to erupt moments earlier, suddenly quelled his fervor, diverting his gaze elsewhere. Stealing another furtive glance at Luo Yuran, he realized she was still intently watching him, prompting him to lower his head, attempting to bury himself in his own lap. Chapter 37. The peculiar Nan Xiao leaving the throng. Su Yang and Nan Xiao simultaneously exhaled with relief. Finally, silence prevailed. I am a bit concerned about Yuran, Nan Xiao mused quietly, reflecting on their previous location. Why didn't you call her to come along? Su Yang inquired. You specifically called for me, and she didn't seem inclined to follow. Nan Xiao had her hands tucked into her pockets. She was reluctant to engage with those classmates. Yet she didn't feel the need to flee. As long as she maintained her distance during the initial days, it was unlikely anyone would attempt to engage her further. Su Yang likely understood this, which is why he had invited her to leave. There must have been another reason behind it. It's nothing, really. It's just that Lu Haoyu from our dorm seems quite concerned about your roommate. I wanted to see if giving them some time together might yield any developments. Yuran is quite naive and easily taken advantage of, Nan Xiao remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. Rest assured, my roommate has good character. And even if they manage to converse in this brief time, that itself would be a success. Oh, did you find the insoles I gave you useful? No, they feel rather odd, and it's not particularly tiring, so it seems unnecessary. Humph, Nan Xiao raised her head coolly. I'm not pleased. Don't say that. Shall we return then? I'm ignoring you today. Nan Xiao's few retorts caught Su Yang off guard. He pondered whether the issue lay with his lack of insoles or with the awkwardness between Lu Haoyu and Luo Yuran. Let us go, we're heading back, he declared, turning to lead Nan Xiao. She offered no reply but obediently followed at his side. With a spirit of experimentation, Su Yang veered in another direction. Nan Xiao mirrored his movements, her silence unbroken, her expression devoid of emotion. What is wrong with you? Su Yang ventured tentatively. Nan Xiao remained unresponsive. You're so aloof. How peculiar. If Nan Xiao had dashed away immediately after her remarks, Su Yang might have interpreted it as anger. Yet, her demeanor hardly conveyed any semblance of irritation. Continuing with a hint of hesitation, Su Yang opened the bottle of Nongfu Spring he had been carrying and offered it to Nan Xiao. This was a new bottle. His own had already been half consumed. Nan Xiao obediently pouted her lips to drink. Su Yang grew increasingly perplexed. Ignoring him meant ignoring him, yet everything else remained unchanged. What did this signify? In that fleeting moment, Su Yang once again recognized the significance of the matcha cake. If he had a strategist by his side, perhaps they would comprehend the underlying reasons. However, his phone rang at that opportune moment. It was Ms. Chun. Suppressing his bewilderment regarding Nan Xiao, Su-Yang opted to answer the call. Hello, Mom. Oh my, you answered so quickly. Aren't you supposed to be in military training today? Does that mean you have a break now? Yes. And where is Xiao? She's right beside me. Then let me talk to her. Pass the phone to Xiao. Su-Yang tentatively handed the phone to Nan Xiao. With swift precision, she snatched the phone from him, her icy demeanor softening slightly. Hello, Auntie, I'm here. Oh, Xiao. You're doing military training with Su-Yang, right? It's not sunny now, but make sure to take care of your skin. Girls should learn to maintain themselves. Don't worry, Auntie, I'm mindful of that. That's good. Anyway, if you encounter any issues at school, feel free to reach out to my son. Whether it's for meals or running errands, you can send him on any task. If he dares to refuse, I'll have words with him when he returns. That's unnecessary. We usually act together. Oh, well, that's splendid. But if he ever does anything to upset you, do let me know, and I'll deal with him. All right, but please rest assured, Auntie, we don't have any issues. My dear, just hearing you speak brings me such joy. I also enjoy chatting with you, Auntie. Haha, very well, I won't keep you any longer. Take care. Okay. Nan Xiao pressed the end call button and coldly returned the phone to Su-Yang. So, why don't you point out where I might be lacking? I could use some reflection. Nan Xiao remained silent. Su-Yang opened the water again and offered her another sip. She obediently pouted her lips to drink once more. How peculiar. The morning military training had come to a complete end. The weather forecast predicted rain in the afternoon, so all scheduled activities would be convened in the classroom. Su-Yang found himself, after a long time, in solitary action. He first dialed Xiao Yuhan's number. The call connected swiftly, but before Su-Yang could speak, a voice filled with curiosity came through. You wouldn't happen to be Su-Yang, would you? Sister Xiao, how did you know? Did Nan Xiao give you my number? Aha. Yes, that is precisely the case. So, do you need something from me? I'd like to seek your advice on some academic and work-related matters, as well as confirm a few of Nan Xiao's preferences. I shall summarize the preferences of the young lady in writing. But are you truly so diligent? Balancing studies and work? Why not seek guidance from your teachers? It seems that your experience would be invaluable, dear Xiao, as you appear quite dependable. Enough of that. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I am curious about the operations of running a store, how to accumulate wealth, and matters pertaining to investment and entrepreneurship. On the other end of the line, Xiao Yuhan fell into silence. Xiao, hold on, do not rush. I still need to arrange a permit for the young lady, so she can drive in and out of campus. Once that is completed, I shall deliver her car, and we can discuss these matters in person. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, Xiao. You are welcome. If you have any other inquiries, do not hesitate to reach out. There is no need to time your calls. I am available at any moment. Very well. Until then, goodbye. Farewell, Xiao. After hanging up the phone, Su-Yang let out a gentle sigh. Thus, this matter has been placed on the agenda. Next, it is time to review today's issues with Nan Xiao concerning the matcha cake. Meanwhile, in the city center of Qizhou, within a tall building adorned with the name of the Nanyun Group, Xiao Yuhan sat in a spacious office. After ending the call, she set her elegantly crossed black silk legs down and stretched leisurely. Isn't it delightful to live off others' success? Why entertain thoughts of striving? With a sigh of contemplation, Xiao Yuhan thoughtfully stroked her chin. However, since she intends to be with the young lady, familiarizing herself with these matters beforehand may prove beneficial. Thus, Xiao Yuhan dialed a number. Hello, Xiaozhang. The store on Shanda South Road is now under our management. Please compile some information for me. I will need it when I visit the young lady. Be swift, please. Chapter 38. Hand in hand. Together we walk in the girls' dormitory, room 406. Nan Xiao curled up on her bed, gazing at the lengthy messages sent by Su-Yang via WeChat. Su-Yang succinctly conveyed the events of their time together today, seeking her assistance in identifying any issues. There were no issues at all. At that moment, she had impulsively considered ignoring Su-Yang and acting on that impulse. In truth, the outcome was not favorable. Despite her best efforts, she could only refrain from speaking to Su-Yang, yet ultimately, she was still led around by him. While the outcome was not ideal, from a results-oriented perspective, Su-Yang did seek out her counsel as a strategist. Matcha cake. I am still recovering from my intoxication. Feeling a bit dizzy, allow me to ponder this slowly. One must perform the entire act. Since she mentioned yesterday that she had overindulged, discussing it today would render it more authentic. Yang, Your health is paramount. When you have the time, please assist me in analyzing this. There is no rush. Perhaps she will respond to me shortly. Matcha cake. No worries, my mind can still function. Yang, I am eternally indebted to your wisdom, strategist. Matcha cake. It's not a big deal, is it? After all, the person can still move along with you, just not speaking. Perhaps it's merely a minor quarrel. Yang, I simply wish to understand the origin of this minor quarrel. Matcha cake. Don't just think about your own issues. It could be that the other person is having a sudden episode. Girls do have those few days every month, don't they? Nan Xiao felt that such self-deprecation was not entirely unwarranted. Setting aside the impulsive thoughts of the moment, the sensation of playing two roles alone felt rather abstract. More alarming was the realization that she had grown accustomed to this feeling. Yang, what is your perspective, strategist? Despite the hardness of her words, Nan Xiao nearly let slip that they were soft when it came to a kiss. Recalling relevant scenes, her previously stern expression bore a hint of blush. After calming her mind and taking a few deep breaths, she resumed typing. Matcha cake. Regardless of who has the problem, first invite the person out. Either engage in frequent conversation to break down their defenses, or maintain silence and see who falters first. If you choose the latter, I suggest incorporating small touches, like holding hands, to transform it from a cold war into a unique and special interaction solely between you. Matcha cake. In any case, don't overthink it. Just treat it as if the person doesn't wish to speak today. Yang, that indeed makes sense. Thank you for your guidance, strategist. I have gained enlightenment. Matcha cake. Also, some of your thoughts may deceive me and even trick the other person, but do not allow yourself to be deceived. This is something you should truly reflect upon. Yang, understood. Matcha cake. I shall take a break. There is a drinking gathering tonight. Yang, please take care of yourself, strategist. Drink sparingly. Only then did Nan Xiao set her phone down. Meanwhile, Luo Yuran, sitting beside her, appeared to have been watching her for quite some time. Yuran, I did not steal a glance at your expression, the little ice cube stated earnestly. During morning training, when I left, everything was fine on your end, right? Nan Xiao furrowed her brows slightly. She had not been gone for long with Su Yang, but upon returning, Luo Yuran's demeanor seemed somewhat peculiar. No issues there. Oh, so everything is all right then? Li Ruodong, who had been on the line, could no longer contain herself and spoke up. She turned to Nan Xiao and slowly explained. After you and Su Yang left, all the girls in the class gathered around Yuran. I intended to help her out. But Su Yang's roommate got there first and sent them all away. I was quite taken aback. Su Yang's roommate? Nan Xiao recalled Su Yang mentioning that he had a roommate who cared a lot for Luo Yuran. If all went as expected, it should be the same individual. She then fixed her gaze upon Luo Yuran. Feeling a bit guilty under the scrutiny, Luo Yuran had no choice but to nod obediently. That did happen. But everything is fine. In truth, Nan Xiao wished to inquire about Luo Yuran's opinion regarding Su Yang's roommate. However, she found it challenging to broach such gossip. Ah, Yuran, why did Su Yang's roommate come to your aid? Li Ruodong seized upon this topic, acting as Nan Xiao's voice. I don't know. So what do you think of him? A little. Oh, please elaborate. I personally find that boy with the wolf tail rather handsome, though he pales in comparison to our Xiao's boyfriend. He certainly belongs to the attractive category. I think he seems fierce. Luo Yuran's explanation successfully silenced the dormitory. Nan Xiao now felt a subtle, ambiguous expression, caught between a smile and something else. Should she relay this information to Su Yang later? Yet, it seemed unnecessary. Nan Xiao sent a message, particularly concerned. Yang, come out for a stroll. If she was to pretend, she would do so thoroughly. Before Su Yang could take any action, she was resolutely determined to adhere to the unspoken rule of not speaking to him. Subsequently, she sent Su Yang a playful cat emoji and, with great sincerity, hastily leapt from her bed. Where are you going, Xiao? Off to find your boyfriend? Nan Xiao had already donned her icy demeanor. However, before exiting, she gently patted Luo Yuran's head. The sun was obscured by clouds, and a gloomy summer day was one of the most beautiful intervals. Su Yang, clutching a portable umbrella, leaned against the wall at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, carefully assessing the reflection of Wu Yinzu in his dimmed phone screen. Satisfied that Wu Yinzu appeared impeccable in every regard, he tucked the phone into his pocket. If the melancholic, aloof type of boy were still in vogue, he would likely be regarded as a god among men. Alas, he was merely handsome enough to attract a few extra glances, but not to the extent of eliciting shrieks from countless girls. sensing a familiar fragrance wafting toward him. Su Yang turned to see Nin Xiao, her expression stern, approaching gracefully. Hi. Su Yang's lips curled into a confident, yet enigmatic smile. You seem rather aloof. I surrender. Su Yang acknowledged that he was ill-suited for high-frequency conversations to breach Nin Xiao's defenses. He opted for silence. The fortunate aspect was that during the early days of their acquaintance over the holiday, he and Nin Xiao had cultivated much tacit understanding, allowing them to roam aimlessly together for extended periods without the need for interaction. Remarkably, Su Yang found this lack of conversation utterly engaging. Perhaps this is what it means to be good friends. The two walked side by side, leisurely strolling along a path adorned with lush greenery. The afternoon class was scheduled for 2:30, leaving them ample time to wander freely before then. As time slipped away, Su Yang was quite successfully assimilated into Nan Xiao's rhythm, not uttering a single word throughout the process, until Nan Xiao stumbled over the floor. She did not fall to the ground, but the momentary imbalance startled Su Yang. As a master in the gaming realm, Su Yang's reflexes were naturally swift. In an instant, he grasped Nin Xiao's hand, steadying her. Her hand was cold and petite, providing a delightful sensation not inferior to that of her feet. After this, the two remained silent, yet neither showed any intention of letting go. Chapter 39. Good friends should support each other. The first day of military training concluded swiftly and smoothly. The instructor successfully integrated with the group, and various small cliques within the class began to take shape. Chi Haitao, who described himself as timid and insignificant, shone brightly. He not only forged friendly interactions with several boys, but even mingled with a few girls. Night fell. In Su Yang's dormitory, the brothers began their heartfelt exchanges. Lu Gu. It seems there are quite a few girls gossiping about you. Chi Haitao remarked with a nuanced expression. Let them chatter. I couldn't care less, Lu Haoyu replied, seemingly indifferent to Chi Haitao's revelations. This morning, you were helping Luo Yuran, weren't you? Lu Haoyu chose to remain selectively silent. Lu Gu, we're all brothers here. What is there to be embarrassed about? If you fancy someone, the brothers will help you devise a plan to pursue her. We are your loyal wingmen. Then, the dormitory fell into silence. Lin Xian was engrossed in a book, while Su Yang was reading a text message from Sister Xiao, which enumerated Nan Xiao's various preferences, which he noted down. Come on, guys, say something. This is so awkward, Chi Haitao sighed. My suggestion is to sleep early and rise early. I'm off to bed. Good night. Lu Haoyu was the first to withdraw from the heartfelt exchange. Seeing him retreat, Chi Haitao turned his attention to Su Yang. Su Gu. I understand Lin Gu is reading, but what are you fiddling with? It doesn't seem like you're replying to Su Sa's message. I'm looking at gaming strategies. The title at the top of Su Yang's phone screen read, Profound Reflections on Entrepreneurship and Investment. For Su Yang, the emotional value derived from such readings was no less rewarding than playing games. He found great joy in it. Studying gaming strategies is great as long as it's not about dating or secretly hitting the books. Then we are lifelong good brothers. Chi Haitao's words resonated with Su Yang. He appreciated the sentiment. The thrill of secretly studying while his roommates were unwinding felt rather pleasant. He then switched his phone screen to check his good friend, Nan Xiao. It was past midnight. Interpreting Nan Xiao's words literally, she seemed to imply that she was merely refraining from conversation for the day. His assumption proved accurate. Before he could type a response, Nan Xiao's message arrived first, accompanied by her signature cat emoji. Yang, can we text? Yao, can we call? I'm too lazy to type. Yang, is your roommate still awake? Yao, everyone is asleep. Yang, then why call? Aren't you afraid of disturbing them? Yao, I can type, you just need to speak. I'm wearing headphones. Yang, I'm sorry, but I refuse. Yao, oh. Yang, oh. Then followed a minute-long flurry of messages. During this brief span, they seemed to unleash all the words they had held back throughout the day, even if their expressions were reduced to mere oaths. Su Yang had no intention of inquiring about the events of the day. Indeed, as the matcha cake suggested, some matters do not warrant excessive contemplation. Overthinking could lead to awkwardness. He sensed that Nan Xiao was a rather genuine and carefree individual. If he were to indulge in incessant speculation, it would undoubtedly appear peculiar. Thus, in this regard, the matcha cake had truly enlightened him. Yang, tomorrow we have a morning run. I suggest you turn in early. Yao, oh good night. Yang, good night. Su Yang, feeling relieved, tossed his phone aside. The next day, after the morning run, the freshman hurried to the cafeteria, visibly relieved. Chu Mumu was dining with her roommates. This time, she did not treat them. It wasn't that Lu Haoran was unwilling. Rather, she understood that such acts of generosity could not be a daily affair. If people became accustomed to taking advantage of her kindness, her goodwill would be taken for granted. Overall, Chu Mumu was in good spirits today. She had been observing Su Yang and Nen Xiao yesterday. It was evident to her that they were not in a romantic relationship. Who in a relationship would ignore one another for such an extended period? Even she, at the beginning of her relationship with Lu Haoran, never behaved that way. Moreover, her current interactions with Lu Haoran were akin to those of a normal couple. Since Su Yang and Nan Xiao were not romantically involved, there were fewer reasons for her discomfort. First and foremost, she had to admit that Su Yang was quite handsome, and with the inexplicable addition of a new store, he had elevated his status to an even higher echelon. Yet, this remarkably exceptional Su Yang had indeed pursued her. Furthermore, since he had not become a couple with Nan Xiao, in some sense, she could regard herself as equal to Nan Xiao. The more she pondered this, the more she realized her own remarkable qualities. Unfortunately, this line of thought did not persist for long, for soon after, Su Yang and Nan Xiao entered the cafeteria hand in hand. Given that many had already assumed the two to be a couple, their actions did not attract much attention. Only Chu Mumu found it difficult to swallow her meal. What was the situation with these two? Hadn't they been ignoring each other just yesterday? The joy she had felt moments ago was now replaced by discomfort. Her breakfast no longer held any appeal. She contemplated confronting Su Yang to demand clarity on the matter, but her roommates were not close enough to her as Li Ling was. Thus, if a quarrel ensued, her confidence would wane. Amid the swirling emotions, the redness in Chu Mumu's face gradually eclipsed her ability to articulate her thoughts. From beginning to end, Su Yang and Nan Xiao were completely oblivious to the presence of Chu Mumu. Their breakfast consisted of soy milk and hand-grabbed pancakes, a delightful combination enhanced with eggs, ham, and pork loin. Truly a luxurious selection. Once they acquired their meal, they concluded their hand-holding, a gesture emblematic of their enduring friendship, and settled into a corner to consume their breakfast in silence. Su Yang enthusiastically showcased his hand-grabbed pancake, yet by the time he finished, Nan Xiao had barely touched half of hers. Suddenly, she paused her eating. "What's wrong?" Su Yang inquired, eyeing her curiously. "I'm too tired to eat. I can't lift it anymore," she replied, remaining motionless. Good friends should assist one another. Your excuse is rather flimsy. Hurry up and eat. No waste allowed. You're so fierce. Indeed, I am fierce, so eat quickly. I won't talk to you anymore. With a resigned sigh, Su Yang took her unfinished pancake and gently offered it to her mouth. Under his attentive feeding, Nan Xiao's pace of eating noticeably quickened, a development that left Su Yang speechless. Meanwhile, Chu Mumu observed this scene unfold before her eyes. Witnessing Su Yang feed Nan Xiao, a question mark slowly formed in her mind. Even though she and Lu Haoran had done everything they ought to do, they had never been this intimate. How could they be so bold, one feeding while the other eagerly consumed? The more she pondered, the more discomfort she felt, watching the annoying pair bask in their sweetness. She reflected on her own relationship with her boyfriend, which felt more like an online romance. The emotions swirling within her were indeed ineffable. Chapter 40. Thoughts of Xiao Yuhan to prevent a recurrence of the predicament faced by Luo Yuran yesterday. A strategic alliance was formed between Su Yang's dormitory and Nan Xiao's. During their breaks, they ventured out as a 7-member team, creating a relatively sophisticated little collective. However, this team was not particularly sturdy. The issue did not lie with the social butterfly Chi Hai Tao, but rather with Su Yang and Nan Xiao's detachment from the group. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely, and despite the strong winds, the outdoors remained oppressive. Su Yang and Nan Xiao were seated at the Cloud Milk Tea House, sipping on milk tea. As the proprietor, Su Yang could not merely be a hands-off manager. He made time to check in at the shop. He also learned how to make milk tea, and the beverage they were currently enjoying was crafted by him. This task was not difficult. The key was to remember the ingredients, and without the pressure of speed and efficiency, he had mastered it completely. When will Sister Xiao arrive? When do you want her to come? Nan Xiao tilted her head. Isn't Sister Xiao busy? She can be busy or not. Then let us wait until she finishes her tasks. Oh. As the two interacted, the staff member Wang Jing approached them. Boss, madam, how does the air conditioning in your area feel? If it isn't cool enough, I can adjust it for you, Wang Jing said, a gentle smile gracing her face. It was not a mere facade. With such charming and amiable employers, she felt a genuine happiness, prompting her to seek their favor. However, Wang Jing was oblivious to the fact that her recent address had inflicted considerable emotional distress on Su Yang and Nan Xiao. "No need. Please carry on with your work. We have finished confirming everything for today," Su Yang replied. "All right, boss, if you have any questions, feel free to summon me," Wang Jing responded before hurrying back to the counter. Once she departed, a delicate atmosphere enveloped Su Yang and Nan Xiao. In his heart, Su Yang believed that as long as he acted with integrity, the misunderstandings of others were inconsequential, thus rendering any explanation unnecessary. Yet, while comforting himself, he recalled the lesson from the matcha cake, urging him not to deceive himself. His face flushed, surpassing the need for words, and he turned his head slightly away, silently sipping the nearly finished milk tea. Nan Xiao caught a glimpse of Su Yang, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. She had always found his awkwardness endearing. However, she quickly suppressed her smile, adopting a serious expression as she grasped Su Yang's hand. "It is time to go." "Yes, it is about time we head back," Su Yang replied, taking a deep breath in an attempt to calm his racing heart. The simple act of holding hands, a gesture symbolizing enduring friendship, had a profound impact on him. Even if he managed to feign composure, the instant Nan Xiao's hand touched his, he experienced a delightful shiver coursing through him. He endeavored to quell his emotions with the incantation of everlasting friendship, yet the moment he mentally recited it, the words of the matcha cake echoed in his mind. "Do not deceive yourself." The bad news was that the spell had lost its efficacy. The good news was that his mind was somewhat muddled, which, to some extent, mitigated the overwhelming sensations brought about by their clasped hands. Thus, this celestial couple, under the watchful gaze of the smiling Wang Jing, departed the establishment hand in hand. Su Yang felt that the journey back to the dormitory was longer than usual. After escorting Nan Xiao to her dorm, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, returning to his own quarters to rest and prepare for the afternoon's military training. "Su Ge, we brothers need to be united in heart. There is no need for you and Su Sa to drift apart from the team, is there?" Chi Haitao looked at Su Yang with a hint of melancholy. His words posed a question, yet they were laden with envy. After all, Nan Xiao had undeniably become the goddess of the school. In recent days, she had shunned interaction with anyone, yet her fame continued to grow. Her reputation as the most beautiful among the new students had been elevated by the upperclassmen to that of the most beautiful in the entire university. Thus, she had become the campus belle. Tomorrow marks the official return of the senior students to school, and I fear that Nan Xiao will inevitably stir quite a commotion. I must visit the store to clock in, and she insists on accompanying me, leaving me with no choice in the matter. It seems that Su Yang was indeed truthful. During her leisure time, Nan Xiao tends to adhere to him, following him wherever he goes. Alas, the scent of romance permeates the air. We are merely good friends. Or so I pretend. Chi Haitao, feeling disillusioned with Su Yang, turned away and retreated to his bed, opening Naruto on his device. He had recently been drawn into this obsession by Lu Haoyu, and after frequently being bested by him, he resolved to secretly hone his skills. The dormitory returned to a state of tranquility. Lu Haoyu was engrossed in his screen with headphones on, while Lin Xian was classically absorbed in a book. Unlike other dormitories that gathered for gaming and socializing, their room exhibited a rather unique ambience. Su Yang found this atmosphere quite pleasant. He climbed back into bed and sent a message to Nan Xiao. "Yang, good afternoon." "Yao, afternoon." Following this was an adorable cat emoji. One must admit, it was rather charming. Not only the emoji, but Su Yang also found Nan Xiao quite endearing. Although she often wore a serious expression, exuding a cool demeanor, her feet being perpetually cold, he had recognized during their initial acquaintance over the holiday that her inner warmth shone through. No need to deceive oneself, he murmured inwardly. He was indeed aware of what the reference to matcha cake entailed. However, he was not entirely fooling himself. Su Yang genuinely appreciated the friendship he shared with Nan Xiao. Given his lack of friends, her presence was uniquely significant. At that moment, a call came from Xiao Yuan. "Hello, young master." "Xiao Jia, what with this address?" "Oh, it feels more affectionate this way. Calling you by your name seems distant, and referring to you as Xiao Su makes me feel impertinent. Just think of it as a nickname I've bestowed upon you, Su the young master, as long as it brings you joy. So, when will you be coming to school?" "No rush, probably in the afternoon. However, If you want me to come over now, that is also fine. Xiaojia, please finish your tasks first. So you call me to tell me about this nickname? Is there anything else? Oh, the young master is quite perceptive. I wanted to ask when your military training is expected to conclude. Around 5 o'clock. That works perfectly. Nothing. Just trying to pin down the timing. We'll connect then. Xiao Yuhan hung up. Su Yang felt a tinge of curiosity, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what felt odd. Meanwhile, on the other end, Xiao Yuhan was at home, sorting through a multitude of newly purchased clothes and stockings, hesitating as she picked up one after another, her expression rife with uncertainty. Would wearing something too polished make her appear older? However, dressing too lightly might come across as frivolous. As the military training drew to a close, it was natural for the freshmen to gather closely. Xiao Yuhan intended to seize this opportunity to engage with a spirited male university student. She had a preference for those younger than herself, yet her demanding work schedule often left her with little time to seek a partner. However, now, due to Nan Xiao's presence, she would undoubtedly frequent Shanda, making it quite reasonable to pursue a romance with a male student there. Chapter 41. The young master of Su University. The intensity of the afternoon military training remained relatively low. The instructor overseeing Su Yang and his peers was notably laid back, unlike other instructors who relentlessly pushed their students. Here, they enjoyed frequent breaks. Ah, how delightful it is to be young. Instructor Wu Lei squatted beside Su Yang, with Nan Xiao naturally seated on his other side, accompanied by a petite ice cube, Luo Yuran. Nearby, Li Ruodong and Su Yang's 3 roommates engaged in lively conversation. Instructor Wu Lei found great pleasure in mingling with their little group. When he was elsewhere, he would often be surrounded by inquisitive freshmen. Yet this particular cluster seemed to repel any such attention. Hey, aren't you only a few years older than us? Su Yang remarked as he sipped from a bottle of Nongfu Spring. It tasted rather sweet. Only then did he realize he had inadvertently taken a drink from Nan Xiao's bottle. His hand trembled slightly, but he endeavored to maintain a calm facade. Oh, I'm already 30. I might as well be among your ranks. Really? I can't tell. You look barely over 20, Su Yang responded with a chuckle. Haha, you have quite the way with words. Wu Lei patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Are you sure this easygoing approach won't pose any issues? Not really. We haven't covered much in the past couple of days. Once we wrap this up, you'll just have to double up on the missed training. All right. Perhaps I shouldn't have asked. Su Yang sighed, inadvertently grasping the reality of the situation. What are you worried about? During regular training and morning runs, haven't you managed quite well? You do stay active, don't you? Even so, I still think a more relaxed military training would be preferable. Oh, I believe it's not your ability to endure that troubles you, but rather concern for your girlfriend. Instructor, we are merely good friends. Spare me the act. It's clear to anyone that you two are a couple. Su Yang cast a silent glance at Nan Xiao, who sat beside him, seemingly unfazed by the exchange. She likely heard every word spoken, yet her expression remained unchanged. Enough chatter. Let us wrap up with one last drill before we disperse. Wu Lei activated the loudspeaker in his hand. After moving a short distance away from Su Yang and the others, he raised the speaker and called out, "Gather. The military training has concluded." Chu Mumu's face flushed more than words could convey, undoubtedly from the heat. She pressed a bottle of Baishuishan against her face to cool down. Her roommate was nearby, discussing how handsome the instructor was and expressing a desire to obtain his WeChat contact. This topic did not appeal to her, and she had no interest in participating. It seemed that the instructor held a particular admiration for Su Yang, often gravitating towards him during breaks. What was it about Su Yang that even the instructor found attractive? Recently, Chu Mumu's mind was consumed with thoughts of Su Yang. At that moment, her phone rang. It was Lu Haoran. Mumu, your military training must have concluded for the day, right? What is up? Are you unhappy? Is it too hot? Perhaps you should buy some chilled fruit tea. Return to the dorm, and I'll order you some takeout. Got it. I'll tell you more once I'm back. Chu Mumu replied, somewhat impatient. All right, just let me know when you arrive. Hom. She hung up the phone, her expression darker than before. Despite Lu Haoran's concern, he could only remotely provide her with some items, whereas Su Yang and Nan Xiao were inseparable, constantly displaying their affection. Furthermore, she increasingly felt that Lu Haoran could not compare to Su Yang. Initially, Lu Haoran's advantages were his wealth and his eagerness to please. But now Su Yang's financial standing was evidently not lacking. As for the eagerness to please, after entering into a serious relationship, she found Lu Haoran both cloying and repugnant. especially after their night of drinking the day before school started, when she awoke in a hotel bed. She was neither angry nor sad at that moment, but could not help but wonder how it would be if she were dating Su-young. At the very least, Su-young would never take advantage of her inebriated state. Why couldn't Su-young pursue her a little longer? She had often envisioned dating him once they enrolled at Shanda. Meanwhile, Nen Xiao clung to Su-young, and concurrently, a call from Xiao Yuhan came through. Big young master, your military training must be nearing its end, right? It's time for me to make a dazzling entrance. Xiao Jia, as long as you're happy. But if it's too noisy, it could be troublesome, Su-young remarked, glancing at Nan Xiao. Presumably, Xiao Yuhan would be arriving in Nan Xiao's red Ferrari, which would undoubtedly attract attention. Are you worried that being too ostentatious will affect the young lady? No worries, I've discussed it with her. We have a little trick up our sleeves. Anyway, you all head outside first. You're at the southern playground, right? I'll be there shortly. Su-young looked at Nan Xiao, puzzled. She raised her small hand. Hold hands. No, I meant to ask. What did you and Xiao Jie discuss? What is this little trick? In order to avoid making her friend uncomfortable while maintaining the raised hand gesture, Su-young kindly took her hand. It's nothing. It was Xiao Jie's idea. So what is Xiao Jie's idea? You'll find out soon enough. Nan Xiao teased, continuing to speak in riddles. This only intensified Su-young's curiosity into a faint sense of unease. He sensed that Xiao Yuhan was up to something intriguing. To be frank, her arrival in a Ferrari was undoubtedly attention-grabbing. His interaction with Nan Xiao only amplified this intrigue. Should Xiao Yuhan engage in any further antics, it would be an extraordinary spectacle. Su-young had an inkling that the normalcy of campus life was drifting away from him. Finding Xiao Yuhan was not a daunting task. It wasn't long before he noticed the commotion in the distance. Gasps of astonishment and lively discussions rippled through the crowd. Swiftly reaching Su-young and Nan Xiao. Wow, it seems a Ferrari has entered our school. Who possesses such clout? I've scarcely seen a handful of Ferraris in my life. Let us go take a look. As expected, the stir was considerable. He glanced at Nan Xiao, detecting no hint of reluctance on her face. Rather, she appeared remarkably composed. Although puzzled, Su-young led Nan Xiao through the throng, heading straight toward the striking red Ferrari. Their approach naturally attracted numerous gazes, and as they advanced toward the vehicle, a wave of excitement surged around them. The Ferrari was parked by the roadside, and Xiao Yuhan promptly emerged from the car, clad in a white shirt and a black skirt, accentuated by sheer black stockings. This minimalist ensemble showcased her elegance to perfection. Before the crowd had a chance to marvel at her beauty and figure, Xiao Yuhan had already reached Su-young. Young master, I brought the car for you. Until you obtain your driving license, I shall trouble Miss Nan to drive for you. Su-young inhaled sharply, his heart momentarily halting. Undoubtedly, at the moment Xiao Yuhan spoke, all eyes were upon him. At that instant, Su-young shone even brighter than Nan Xiao. The irony was that he was not a young master at all. He was merely a good friend of the young lady. Feeling somewhat flattered, Su-young yearned to voice his thoughts. However, it was undeniable that this diversion of attention would alleviate the pressure on Nan Xiao, rendering her campus life much more effortless. Time was of the essence for Su-young. Nan Xiao cooperated wholeheartedly with Xiao Yuhan, gesturing for Su-young to enter the vehicle. Young master, please get in. She then took the keys from Xiao Yuhan and settled into the driver's seat. With a sense of resignation, Su-young followed suit, but glanced at Xiao Yuhan. Sister Xiao, do you have other matters to attend to? Ah, you wish to inquire about those matters, don't you? Fear not. I shall seek you out once I am done. All right. Su-young took his place in the passenger seat, doing his utmost to ignore the myriad of gazes and murmurs surrounding them. Was the normalcy of campus life truly slipping away? He hoped that once the novelty wore off, things would return to normal. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Su-young cast a glance at the obediently driving Nan Xiao. Are you dissatisfied, young master? Difficult to be content. The car belongs to you, and it holds little significance for me to be seen in it. Consider it a means to shield you from harm. Is that so? Nan Xiao inclined her head slightly, pondering for a moment before continuing. Then this car could be yours, but you must first obtain a driver's license. Let us pretend I have said nothing. It's nothing. True friends can gift each other a Ferrari. Do refrain from watching too many short videos. Oh. Neither Nan Xiao nor Su-young wished to engage in pretense. Upon parking the car in the campus lot, they exited hand in hand. If Su-young were to express his thoughts, he would deem the car rather inconvenient. The parking area was a tad distant from the dormitory. Requiring time for back and forth, and there was little need to drive to other locations on campus. In summary, the utility of this Ferrari paled in comparison to a simple electric scooter. Yet, he had no intention of voicing his opinions, as long as Nen Xiao was content. That sufficed. Shall we sneak off to dine or join the main group? Su Yang relinquished the choice to Nen Xiao. Either way is fine. Theoretically, we should join the larger group. Our habitual separation is not conducive to unity. Oh, Su Yang's phone rang. It was Sister Xiao. Oh dear young master. Send me your location. I shall come find you. Have you completed your tasks? It seems things did not proceed as smoothly as I had envisioned. But let fate take its course. Xiao Yuhan's words bore a self-reflective tone that left Su Yang somewhat perplexed. He understood that inquiring further would yield no answers, so he chose to remain silent. As fortune would have it, Nen Xiao's phone also rang. It was Luo Yuran. Xiao, where are you? At the parking lot. On my way back to the dorm. What is the matter? There has been a situation, and I wanted to discuss it with you. All right, wait for me to return. After hanging up, the two exchanged glances. Shall we split up then? Su Yang shrugged. Yes, I will first seek out Yuran. You have matters to discuss with Sister Xiao. So it's perfect timing. Agreed. They continued walking hand in hand, a gentle breeze stirring the air, and the fragrance emanating from Nen Xiao enveloped Su Yang's senses, permeating his mind. Despite having grown accustomed to it, he still occasionally experienced a slight reaction. Just in case, he tucked his other hand, along with his phone, into his clothing pocket, adjusting his attire slightly. This subtle action caught Nen Xiao's attention. Is something the matter? She inquired, curiosity piqued. Nothing in particular. What issue could there be with a hand in a pocket? Yet you seem a bit unnatural. That is merely your illusion. Oh, Nen Xiao obediently redirected her gaze. Though perplexity lingered, Su Yang did appear somewhat odd, but without understanding the cause, she found little amusement in it. Perhaps later, she could attempt to extract some information from Su Yang under the guise of a matcha cake. As the two walked for a while, they soon spotted the mature lady not far ahead. Among a crowd of innocent university students, Xiao Yuhan stood out distinctly. Curiously, some seemingly earnest freshmen, upon seeing Xiao Yuhan, immediately greeted her with "Hello, teacher." This left Su Yang both amused and exasperated. After successfully meeting up with Xiao Yuhan, Nen Xiao declined their offer to escort her back to the dormitory and swiftly made her way in that direction. This left Xiao Yuhan and Su Yang in a prolonged silence. "Young master, you seem rather aloof," Xiao Yuhan remarked. "Oh, have you been influenced by the young lady?" Her expression was subtle. She had indeed noticed a marked change in Su Yang's demeanor since their acquaintance began. Perhaps it was the adage that proximity to a virtuous person fosters virtue. Maybe a little, Su Yang conceded, feeling a slight shift within himself. Though he believed his disposition had been largely consistent for quite some time. There is a change, but not significant. "Will the young lady dismiss me for having a private conversation with you?" Su Yang inquired. "Xiao Jia, your jest lacks humor. Well, let's not indulge in such frivolities. Let us discuss your academic concerns, but I have a few matters to clarify first." Xiao Yuhan prompted. "Did you initially harbor these thoughts? Or did the young lady's small gifts inspire you to strive harder in return?" Su Yang fell silent, pondering the question. After a few moments of contemplation, he nodded. Both aspects play a role. There was no need to conceal this thought. "Oh, then I must acknowledge your intentions. However, I believe there's no need for you to feel obligated to repay the young lady." "Why? Simply being kind to her is the best form of gratitude," Xiao Yuhan said, placing her hands on her hips. In her view, Su Yang was already firmly within the young lady's sphere, and they would soon be akin to family, rendering the notion of repayment rather extraneous. Nonetheless, Su Yang's ambition was commendable, and there was no conflict in that. Su Yang did not intend to delve deeper into this topic with Xiao Yuhan. He shifted the conversation, asking, "By the way, Xiao Jia, what brings you to our school? May I inquire?" It's nothing much," Xiao Yuhan replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. In terms of results, no one had approached her for contact information. Some naive and polite freshman merely greeted her with "Hello, teacher," which seemed to encapsulate the issue. Xiao Yuhan certainly could not confess this to Su Yang. How could she explain that she had intended to flirt with male university students, but ended up experiencing the role of a teacher? That would be utterly humiliating. "My matters are inconsequential. Let us focus on your issues. Where shall we begin?" "Let us start with the operational strategy. I have a bold idea, and I would like you to help me assess its viability." Chapter 43, Luo Yuran and Lu Haoyu. In dormitory 406, Nen Xiao hurried back. She was quite anxious about the little mascot in the dormitory. As soon as Nan Xiao entered the room, she noticed Luo Yuran sitting with Li Ruodong, seemingly engrossed in discussion. "Yuran, what's the matter?" Nan Xiao inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Initially, upon seeing Nan Xiao, Luo Yuran felt a sense of relief. Yet she remained silent for an extended period. Li Ruodong, taking the initiative, spoke on her behalf. "It's about your boyfriend's roommate, Lu Haoyu. He added Yuran on WeChat." And she felt too shy to refuse. Now she is unsure of how to proceed. Nan Xiao leaned back, surprised. It seemed that after her departure from the team with Su Yang, such developments had transpired. "You should stick with the team. Such intriguing matters should not be missed." Maintaining her composed demeanor, Nan Xiao kept a serious expression as she squeezed in beside Luo Yuran. Adding someone on WeChat isn't inherently problematic, she stated, though her tone lacked confidence. In her friend list, apart from family, she only had Xiao Jie and Su Yang. Upon hearing Nan Xiao's words, Li Ruodong was the first to wave her hand dismissively. "Ah, Xiao, you don't understand. When a boy suddenly adds a girl on WeChat, it typically signifies an intention to pursue her. Are you trying to frighten Yuran?" Nan Xiao shot Li Ruodong a sideways glance. It was evident that Luo Yuran was not the type to overthink such matters. Her current unease was likely fueled by Li Ruodong's provocations. "How can this be frightening? I'm merely stating the facts. I confirmed with Chi Haitao that Lu Haoyu indeed cares for our Yuran. Chi Haitao mentioned this to you?" Nan Xiao seized upon this crucial detail. It seemed he had inadvertently let slip some information. Yet he appeared to harbor intentions of assisting Lu Haoyu by seeking confirmation regarding Yuran's feelings. Luo Yuran lowered her head slightly, although her expression remained neutral. The way she fiddled with her fingers revealed her inner turmoil. Drawing upon her strategic experience, Nan Xiao tentatively inquired, "So, Yuran, what are your thoughts? Or what concerns do you have?" I don't want to be in a relationship." Luo Yuran's voice trembled. Being petite and endearing, she easily evoked a sense of protectiveness in others, making her seem quite vulnerable. Nan Xiao gently patted her head. "Do not overthink it. If you do not wish to pursue a relationship, no one will force you." "Oh," Luo Yuran replied, feeling somewhat reassured. "But speaking of which, what do you think of Lu Haoyu? I feel he seems rather fierce." Nan Xiao deemed it necessary to relay this information to Su Yang. Meanwhile, as she comforted Luo Yuran, Li Ruodong observed her thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Why does it feel like this aloof goddess transforms into someone entirely different when discussing such topics? A fleeting moment of confusion crossed her mind before Li Ruodong suddenly clapped her hands together in realization. "Indeed, Xiao. I heard them say that someone drove Su Yang's Ferrari to school today. Is that true?" "It is true," Nan Xiao replied affirmatively. "Wow. I previously heard Chi Haitao mention that the Cloud Milk Coffee House belongs to Su Yang. I thought he was just boasting. Are you serious? A Ferrari?" Li Ruodong looked at Nan Xiao with a serious expression. "Yes, it's true." Nan Xiao felt that such flattery towards Su Yang was somewhat excessive. Therefore, she genuinely wished for Su Yang to learn to drive quickly so that she could gift him the car, making his ownership legitimate. My goodness, how handsome. And he is also so wealthy. Xiao, having such a boyfriend is truly remarkable. I am envious to the point of being sour, Li Ruodong remarked with a pout. In truth, she was indifferent to all this, merely offering polite flattery. After all, with Nan Xiao's beauty, it was difficult for her to genuinely feel envious. Yes, Nan Xiao did not pursue the topic further. Luo Yuran remained in a state of disengagement, seemingly trapped in the previous conversation. On the other side, Su Yang walked back to the dormitory with his hands in his pockets. After discussing some experiences, Xiao Yuhan took a taxi and left. While he needed time to reflect in his dorm, his bold idea was indeed feasible. As the owner of the Cloud Milk Coffee House, he could not simply wait for profits. He needed to consider operational aspects as well. During this period, Su Yang had been attentive to various facets of the Cloud Milk Coffee House. Firstly, its location on Shanda South Road was quite decent, and the quality of its products and ingredients was assured, earning it a relatively good reputation. However, the prices were not very student-friendly, targeting more of the general public, which somewhat deterred the student demographic, and there were not many promotional activities. Su Yang's idea was simple: to focus on the student market and organize more eye-catching promotional events. For instance, emulating leading dining establishments, he could offer value-for-money meal packages on specific days each week, creating a sense of significant savings for students. Although this idea might not lead to meteoric success, even a slight increase in revenue would be considered an achievement. Xiao Yuhan affirmed his thoughts. Regarding entrepreneurial matters, she sent him a list of a few establishments, suggesting he take the time to explore simple investments, such as sponsoring these businesses to open branches at Shanda, contributing some funds while also facilitating connections with the school authorities. However, this approach still seemed inadequate. Although it could lead to steady growth, the efficiency was rather disheartening. Su Yang was still inclined to continue developing online, but aside from matcha cakes, the online industry was currently saturated, allowing for minimal gains but making growth difficult. The most challenging part was that it was hard for him to perform various acts and create entertaining content in front of a screen. After organizing his thoughts, Su Yang climbed the stairs back to the dormitory 502, Qing by Jinjian. Upon entering, he saw 3 people sitting together on benches. Was this a small group that did not include him? At long last, you have returned, Su. Come, let us devise a strategy for Lu. Chi Haitao pulled Su Yang aside, generously offering him the warm chair while he squatted nearby. What is the matter? Su, this pertains to Lu's momentous affair. Oh, is it concerning that Luo Yuran? Is he attempting to pursue her? Su Yang took a sip from the half-empty bottle of Nongfu Spring on the bed. My goodness, Su. You are truly perceptive. It's hardly a mystery. So, what do you have to say? Su Yang turned to the protagonist of the matter. I added her on WeChat, but aside from a brief discussion about the note, she hasn't responded since. The usually aloof Lu Haoyu displayed an air of uncertainty and a hint of shyness, a stark contrast to his usual cool demeanor. Su Yang patted his shoulder earnestly, saying, Do not rush, take your time. I shall inquire on your behalf. Thus, Su Yang opened the chat. Yang, there is an urgent matter I need to confirm with you. Yao. Perfect timing. I have something to discuss with you as well. Chapter 44. Nan Xiao's WeChat. Yang, you're not about to mention Luo Yuran, are you? Yao. Indeed. So I presume you wish to talk about Lu Haoyu? Yang. Precisely. We seem to have a mutual understanding. What is the situation on your end? Yao. Yuran is on the verge of tears. She feels a bit intimidated by Lu Haoyu. Yang. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the shy Lu Haoyu and frowned slightly. Yang, are you certain? He merely added her on WeChat, right? Yao. She was frightened by Li Ruado. However, she indeed perceives Lu Haoyu as rather intimidating. Yang. Yao. So, does Lu Haoyu genuinely wish to pursue Yuran? Yang. He seems to have some interest. What do you think? Yao. It's hard to say. Su Yang temporarily set his phone aside. The other 3 turned their attention to him. Su, what do you think? What is Luo Yuran's opinion of our Lu? Not much to say. But let us take it slow. She is rather introverted. Being overly proactive at the outset might frighten her. Su Yang chose to conceal certain information for the moment. Lu Haoyu's unfavorable impression on Luo Yuran likely stemmed from their unfamiliarity. Yet, he was indifferent to playing the wingman, as he was still uncertain about Nen Xiao's intentions. Very well. Lu Haoyu nodded. Su Yang gave his shoulder another reassuring pat, and then turned back to his own bed. Su, what are you up to now? Surely, you're not planning to study? Chi Haitao gazed at Su Yang with suspicion, as he now appeared quite serious, radiating an aura of positivity. Su Yang's phone screen was aglow with the document information sent by Xiao Yuan. He intended to open it on his computer for a more comfortable viewing experience. No, I'm just looking up some game strategies. There are certain challenges I cannot overcome, Su Yang replied readily. I seldom see you playing games. With the new semester just beginning, I've spent most of my time outside, leaving little opportunity for gaming. I can only focus on theoretical knowledge for now. All right, I shall take your word for it. It was at this moment that Chi Haitao felt reassured. Lin Xian suddenly interjected. Chi, have you forgotten the main point? We haven't confirmed the rumor with Su yet. All right, Su. I've heard numerous whispers about you and Su's sister driving a Ferrari. This has become quite the hot topic. Second only to the chatter about Su's sister being the campus belle. You can dismiss that as mere gossip. So what about what you mentioned later? The campus belle? Is there truly a school that concerns itself with such things? Are you unaware of Su's sister's beauty? She is the epitome of a goddess, which is why many have taken it upon themselves to exalt her as the campus belle on forums and in groups. Surely, no one has taken candid shots? Su Yang's expression suddenly turned cold, startling Chi Haitao. Su, you needn't worry. After all, we trained together, and most have seen Su's sister's magnificence in person. So there's no need for photographs. Even if someone were to seek them, they would certainly request Su's sister's permission. Our school is filled with upstanding gentlemen. Chi Haitao hastily clarified. Oh, Su Yang nodded. He held no interest in such topics and did not feel the need for the world to know of Nen Xiao's beauty. He deftly sidestepped both subjects. Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward, Chi Haitao took the initiative to suggest, Su, why don't we play a couple of games together? What do you usually play, mobile or computer? Well, I'm indifferent. I could play anything. Su Yang exited the document on his phone. Shall we play some Honor of Kings? Or chess? The group soon embarked on a delightful session of Honor of Kings, one of the few games they all had downloaded. Su Yang dabbled in various games, while Chi Haitao frequently played Gold Shovel and had recently teamed up with Lu Haoyu to play Naruto. Lu Haoyu primarily engaged in Naruto and mobile battle royale games, occasionally playing Honor of Kings. Notably, Lin Xian appeared to be one of the few in their dorm who indulged in the world of anime when not reading novels. He spent his time watching anime and playing mobile games. However, Lin Xian typically kept to himself, often donning headphones and curling up in bed, living a rather low-profile existence. The thrilling gaming sessions in the dormitory soon commenced. Aside from Lu Haoyu's relatively decent skills, both Chi Haitao and Lin Xian played like bots, relying on Su Yang to carry them. What began as expressions of dismay at the opposing team's prowess gradually morphed into praises for Su Yang's exceptional skills. They played until dusk, around 6 in the evening, with Su Yang leading the charge in the battlefield of Honor of Kings when his phone suddenly rang. The only person who could call him unexpectedly was Nen Xiao. Should I put it on speaker or temporarily mute it? Su Yang opted for his Bluetooth headset. Hello? Let's go eat, Nen Xiao stated coolly. Oh, just a moment. Let me finish this game. Are you bringing your roommate along? After hanging up the phone, Su Yang hastened the pace of the game, even taking on a few commanding roles, ultimately succeeding in destroying the opponent's crystal. The boys' dormitory 502 and the girls' dormitory 406 united once again, with no doubt that the bond between Su Yang and Nen Xiao was the catalyst for this collaboration. These two pivotal figures were presently holding hands. Li Ruodong leaned closer to Chi Haitao and whispered, "Look at them. They claim to be just ordinary friends. Oh, how superficial. This is merely a playful intimacy between brother Su and sister Su. They can call it whatever they wish." That makes sense. By the way, Li Ruodong, may I inquire about something? Hold on, we aren't that close. Li Ruodong anticipated that Chi Haitao was about to mention Lu Haoyu and Luo Yuran, so she promptly cut him off. Meanwhile, the two individuals, who cherished their enduring friendship, gazed ahead with eyes as steadfast as if they were about to join a political party. Thoughts of escape fleetingly crossed their minds. Su Yang found himself in a state of mild confusion. They were all friends, yet being out with their respective roommates felt so unnatural. They had previously ventured out together without this sensation. Was it the hand-holding that caused this feeling? It seemed he had found an answer. Yet Su Yang had no intention of letting go. After all, this hand-holding symbolized a lasting friendship. Eventually, the group arrived at a Sichuan restaurant. This destination was intentionally chosen by Su Yang, as it was one of the recommendations provided by Xiao Yuhan. Without prior notice, the staff would likely not recognize him or Nen Xiao. Su Yang had come to scout the place firsthand. Upon entering, the group split into two tables, with Su Yang seated at the table with Nen Xiao. Lu Haoyu soon declared his intention to treat everyone. He had previously mentioned taking turns, and clearly, he wished to seize this opportunity to enhance his presence before Luo Yuran. Su Yang and the others graciously allowed him this chance to shine. Luo Yuran tactically lowered her head to play with her phone, opening the dormitory group chat, which they had created. Noticing the message notifications, Nen Xiao also opened her phone. But at the moment she unlocked the screen, her heart nearly stopped, for her phone now displayed the WeChat interface. Chapter 45. It seems they think she is simple-minded. Nen Xiao did not remain in a daze. In an instant, she switched her phone back to the main screen. Before leaving the dormitory, Sister Xiao had sent her a message on WeChat, and in her eagerness to meet Su Yang, she had forgotten to disable WeChat. This oversight proved to be quite perilous. Was that WeChat just now? Su Yang inquired, puzzled. Nen Xiao's heart sank. She endeavored to maintain an impassive expression, her mind racing as she explained. Sister Xiao didn't need it, which is why I closed it. Ah, Xiao, I thought you didn't use WeChat. Let's quickly add each other as friends, otherwise it might feel awkward between us, Li Ruodong remarked with enthusiasm. After all, when WeChat was first created and contact information was exchanged, Nen Xiao had claimed she did not utilize the platform. A wave of panic surged through Nanxiao's heart as she pondered the nature of her oversight. It was evidently imprudent to approach the situation with a matcha cake as a means to exchange contact details, as such a move could jeopardize her relationship with Su Yang, potentially leading to more severe consequences. Even if her secret were to be unveiled, it would be unwise to do so hastily. She resolved to postpone the matter until later and focus on enjoying her meal. As they journeyed back, she could certainly seize an opportunity to create a secondary account. Li Ruotong, however, did not rush to add her. Meanwhile, while Nanxiao endeavored to engage Li Ruotong, Su Yang found himself lost in contemplation. Something felt amiss. It was rather unremarkable for Nanxiao to have WeChat, given its convenience for payments and contacting elders. What struck him as peculiar was her noticeably unnatural reaction. Alarm bells rang in Nanxiao's mind as she recognized that her exaggerated response might have aroused Su Yang's suspicions. What should she do? This was indeed a critical crisis for her. It seemed there was only one solution. Swiftly, Nanxiao grasped Su Yang's hand. Su Yang, momentarily taken aback, looked puzzled. "What are you thinking?" he asked. Nanxiao decided to shift from defense to offense. "I was wondering, since you have WeChat, why not add me?" "Because I dislike using WeChat. I prefer to connect with you through something I enjoy," she replied. Su Yang quietly poured himself a glass of water, and his earlier confusion dissipated, replaced by a slight disarray in his breathing. Observing his reaction, Nanxiao felt a sense of relief. But soon she was overwhelmed by a twinge of guilt. Was she being too mischievous by toying with Su Yang like this? Initially, she had failed to explain her identity, leading her to weave one lie after another as a cover. She detested the feeling of deceiving Su Yang, yet the prospect of confessing her true self seemed daunting. This predicament left her ensnared in a web of awkward tension. To alleviate her sense of wrongdoing, she resolved to reward Su Yang as she had done previously. Though both Su Yang and Nanxiao had navigated through a tempest of thoughts, their exchanges appeared to Li Ruotong and Luo Yuran as merely the endearing banter of a couple. Li Ruotong wore a cryptic, amused smile, while Luo Yuran gazed innocently at Su Yang and Nanxiao. In contrast, the atmosphere at another table was markedly different. Chi Haitao sat with his arms crossed beneath his chin, his expression grave and serious. "Perhaps we should expel Su from the dormitory. Our brother shares a deep bond with him, yet he remains utterly captivated by Su's partner, disregarding our camaraderie." Chi Daoyu's words ring true. Lin Xian mirrored Chi Haitao's demeanor and expression. To onlookers, their synchronized stance appeared less than cool and rather amusing. Lu Haoyu, disinterested in this absurd performance art, cast a fleeting glance towards Luo Yuran while awaiting their meal. Since encountering her, he found her irresistibly charming, an impulse to pay her closer attention overwhelming him. The idea of adding her on WeChat felt impulsive, spurred on by his lively roommates. Perhaps this is what they call love at first sight. Initially, Lu Haoyu prided himself on preferring mature women, yet every time he laid eyes on Luo Yuran, his heart skipped a beat. Luo Yuran, to some extent, sensed his gaze. She glanced at him, and in that moment of eye contact, Lu Haoyu faltered first, obediently mimicking Chi Haitao and the others to alleviate the awkwardness. The trio appeared resolute, as if embarking on a perilous mission, when in reality, they were merely awaiting their meal. Luo Yuran tilted her head in confusion. At a barbecue restaurant on Nanlu, Xiao Yuhan sat outdoors, her table overflowing with grilled delicacies and several local craft beers. Without a care for appearances, she devoured her food and drank heartily, perhaps attempting to drown her worries in this indulgence. Perhaps she was destined to remain single for life. The innocent younger male university students showed no interest in her, while those who approached her were often unreliable types. She yearned for a partner who was younger, handsome, kind-hearted, loyal, and preferably affluent. It was not enough to merely meet the initial criteria. Should I enlist the eldest young master to help me find someone? Yet, if this were to reach the young lady's ears, it might imply that I intend to pursue the eldest young master. Lost in a tangle of thoughts, Xiao Yuhan's emotions were complex, prompting her to continue her feast. Dressed in a professional ensemble that accentuated her mature aura, her current position squatting by the roadside, indulging in barbecue, created a striking contrast. As she continued her culinary display, four female university students sat down nearby. Xiao Yuhan cast a cursory glance and recognized one among them. "Hey, who was present at that time?" Everyone is now saying that Su Yang's family owns a Ferrari. Yet he appears so unassuming. It's hard to believe. Wasn't he that bubble tea shop also claimed to be his? Although it pales in comparison to a Ferrari. Well, Moo, you didn't know? Didn't you say Su Yang pursued you? Humph. I've always wondered about that bubble tea shop. Now it all makes sense. It wasn't he even Su Yang's. It is all about that Nan Xiao, whose family is quite affluent, while Su Yang is nothing of the sort. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuhan nodded with keen interest. She suddenly recalled who this was. Wasn't she the classmate and former crush of Su Yang by Yue Guang? So, it turns out to be Chu Mu, residing at Unit 902, Building 21, Zhongshan Road, North District, Island City. Xiao Yuhan remembered the information about Chu Mu. The young lady had initially prevented her from investigating Su Yang, thus she diligently looked into those with subtle connections to him. Although she couldn't resist a brief inquiry into Su Yang, it was merely a cursory glance at his hometown address, without delving too deeply. While dining, Xiao Yuhan observed the situation surrounding Chu Mu. Her experience was quite rich, especially regarding the thoughts of young girls. She could fathom their sentiments with just a glance. Oh, it seemed that her roommate viewed her as somewhat simple-minded. Chapter 46. No problem. The night sky was adorned with countless stars. Su Yang and Nan Xiao strolled hand in hand along the streets outside the campus. An extended silence enveloped them. Su Yang pondered the Sichuan restaurant they had visited earlier that evening. The flavors were delightful, and the establishment thrived. If they were to open a branch on campus, it would likely flourish as well. The challenge lay in how to communicate with the proprietors. This was the crux of the matter. Perhaps the eateries Xiao Yuhan had suggested were relatively manageable, yet as a first endeavor, Su Yang believed it would still pose some difficulty. However, if he wished to maintain a positive outlook, this hurdle must be overcome. Furthermore, he needed to reach out to the instructor and navigate the necessary school procedures. What are you thinking about? Nan Xiao suddenly pinched Su Yang's cheek. Just some thoughts regarding my career. Why not share them with me? I'm afraid you might simply wave your hand and resolve my dilemmas, which would deprive me of the experience. This isn't a game. Is the experience truly that vital? Indeed, it is. Oh, what are you contemplating? Su Yang casually shifted the topic. Recently, he had been preoccupied with thoughts about his career and future plans. And conversing with Nan Xiao provided a welcome relief from stress. I was wondering if you genuinely like black stockings. You mentioned your fondness for them before. Yet when I wear them, you seem to overlook them. Because I am quite the gentleman, Su Yang replied with conviction. However, we are good friends. Good friends should assist each other, refrain from excessive fanciful thoughts, and focus more on what truly matters, Nan Xiao earnestly explained. What kind of nonsensical reasoning is that? Su Yang chuckled at Nan Xiao's logic. He reached out and pinched her cheek in retaliation for her earlier pinch. The sensation was quite pleasant, in Su Yang's assessment. Nan Xiao furrowed her brow slightly, raising both hands to Su Yang's face and playfully kneading it. Seeing her determination, Su Yang retaliated with another pinch. The two individuals stood on the street, playfully tugging at each other's faces, reminiscent of petulant children. Nan Xiao was the first to relent, and upon her release, Su Yang followed suit. Their cheeks were flushed from the playful pinching. Soon after, having just emerged from a spirited skirmish, they strolled aimlessly forward as if nothing had transpired. Until Nan Xiao playfully slapped Su Yang's backside. Humph. With her arms crossed, a hint of triumph danced across her face. The once aloof goddess appeared less haughty, even a tad mischievous. Su Yang found himself at a loss, as there was truly no way to retaliate. Undeterred, Nan Xiao continued her playful attempts to swat his rear. Su Yang seized her hand and affectionately ruffled her hair. I want to ruffle your hair too, she said coldly. Not a chance. I'm ignoring you today. Then go home and sleep early. We can talk tomorrow. Fine, you may ruffle my hair. Now that is more like it. Meanwhile, on the other side of campus, the alliance between the two dormitories remained unbroken after Su Yang and Nan Xiao had separated from the group. The crowd meandered about, engaging in conversation predominantly centered around Su Yang and Nan Xiao, with Chi Haitao and Li Ruodong taking the lead in dialogue. Do you feel pressured when you're with Sister Su? Goodness, the pressure is immense. In the dorm, I merely serve as the green leaf. Complimenting the vibrant blossoms of the dormitory, Li Ruodong remarked, lightly patting Luo Yuran's head. Luo Yuran gently shifted away, escaping Li Ruodong's affectionate gesture. It's understandable. After all, Sister Su is a rare gem even online, let alone without filters. She is a natural goddess. Indeed, I envy her immensely. You know, when I'm with Brother Su, I can't help but think, how is this guy so handsome? Many girls adding me aren't interested in me, but are merely confirming whether brother Su is taken. Chi Haitao lamented, on the verge of tears. Ha. This celestial couple is simply extraordinary, and Su Yang is quite wealthy as well. Indeed, it's not just that his family runs a shop. Brother Su is the boss. That's genuinely impressive. Absolutely. But what is even more astonishing is that Su Yang has a Ferrari. What? Brother Su told me that was a rumor. What rumor? The car is parked right in our school's parking lot. I've seen it and confirmed with Xiao. It belongs to Su Yang. Chi Haitao turned to Lin Xian, finding him equally perplexed. We've been duped by Brother Su. Brothers share a bond. He is scheming against us. Li Ruodong couldn't help but laugh at Chi Haitao's exaggerated reaction, finding Su Yang's quirky friends quite amusing. Her gaze then shifted to the quietly observing Lu Haoyu. The boy with the wolf tail was undeniably handsome. His hair was well-groomed, his attire fashionable, and he exuded a refined aura. Though handsome, Lu Haoyu, when devoid of expression, certainly appears somewhat intimidating. Li Ruodong, however, finds this demeanor rather appealing. Moreover, having just treated her to a meal, her perception of Lu Haoyu is significantly more favorable in both sentiment and reason. Oh, I suddenly recall that I must consult a senior about something. Why don't you continue your conversation? Li Ruodong prepared to make her exit. Xiao Bingquai Li Yuran slightly furrowed her brow. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp Li Ruodong, but before she could lift her hand, Li Ruodong had already dashed away. Chi Haitao seemed to grasp the situation, sending Lu Haoyu a knowing glance. How unfortunate. I too have remembered that I need to assist the instructor with some matters and prepare for joining the student council, so I shall not intrude any longer. I'll take my leave. Following this, Chi Haitao pulled Lin Xian along with him, offering no explanation for his companion's inclusion. In the end, only Lu Haoyu and Li Yuran remained. The wolf-tailed boy and the little girl were both taken aback. Just moments ago, their conversation flowed seamlessly. How had it so abruptly come to an end? Alone with Li Yuran, Lu Haoyu felt an unprecedented wave of anxiety wash over him. His current sensation resembled that of playing Naruto, devoid of summoning or chakra, with only one ninja left. The pressure was immense. The atmosphere gradually grew awkward. With all the eloquent speakers having departed, the two stood there, frozen in place. Lu Haoyu recognized this as a prime opportunity. Yet his mind was entirely devoid of thoughts regarding such chances, having forgotten the counsel of the three strategists back in the dormitory. After a lengthy pause, he slowly uttered, "Hello." "Hello," Li Yuran replied, her lips pressed together tightly, her small hands clenched. "How did you find the flavors at that Sichuan restaurant?" It was acceptable. That's good. Lu Haoyu had intended to continue the conversation, but at that moment, he noticed Li Yuran's eyes glistening with unshed tears, a small pearl rolling down her cheek. Upon meeting his gaze, which mirrored her own vulnerable expression, she hurriedly turned and fled. Lu Haoyu was left utterly perplexed. Not far away, the trio who had departed for a moment fortuitously reconvened. Is there truly nothing to worry about with just the two of them? Lin Xian voiced his concerns, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed. Not at all. Brother Lu is quite the composed individual and wouldn't engage in any reckless behavior. If they manage to exchange a few words, that's already a success. In response, Li Ruodong nodded. Rest assured, our Li Yuran is simply a bit shy. Having interacted so many times, they are familiar with one another. Besides, Lu Haoyu just treated her to a meal. Everything will be fine. Very well. Lin Xian ceased further discussion. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The three of them noticed Li Yuran running away in tears not far off. Chapter 47. The Mysterious Brilliance of Nan Xiao. Su Yang, following the information provided by Sister Xiao, purchased some of Nan Xiao's preferred snacks. After escorting Nan Xiao, who was carrying 2 large bags of snacks, back to the dormitory, Su Yang returned to room 502. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a tense and heavy atmosphere. What is the matter? Su Yang nonchalantly sipped his calcium milk, contrasting sharply with the seriousness of the 3 others. Su Gu, we have a major problem. Lu Gu and Luo Yuran had a brief interaction, and before anything could be said, she ran off in tears. Su Yang fell silent for a few seconds before responding. Why were they alone together? Was it an opportunity you orchestrated? Indeed, Lin Xian nodded. Lu Haoyu wore the most dismal expression, his face etched with disappointment and self-reproach. Su Yang approached and patted his shoulder. Don't overthink it. Since you didn't say anything, the issue does not lie with you. Sigh, the wolf-tailed boy lamented. his cool demeanor fading away. If she hates me or finds me repulsive, that would be one thing, but her crying is quite another. She may simply be unaccustomed to being away from her roommates or to interacting with boys alone. You're quite handsome, but to someone like her, you might seem like a big bad wolf if she thinks that way, which could explain her reaction, Su Yang analyzed thoughtfully. He had intel on Nan Xiao and understood that the reality was somewhat aligned with his observations. Although it was a bit of an exaggeration, Luo Yuran indeed perceived Lu Haoyu as intimidating. It was not entirely surprising that she was frightened into tears by the sudden encounter. It could only be said that the teammates had not executed their assist very well. They were too hasty. Su Gu, your reasoning seems quite sound. Lu Haoyu nodded, the gloom on his face lifting significantly. Su Yang patted his arm again. Perhaps this is also an opportunity. The reason she cried is likely due to unfamiliarity. But once you both grow closer, this could become a rather good topic of conversation. Right? Joy began to dawn on Lu Haoyu's face. Chi Haitao, standing nearby, gave Su Yang a thumbs up. Su Gu, your strategic insights are far more reliable, logical, and convincing. Nonetheless, regardless of strategy, it ultimately depends on how you himself. We should avoid any more sudden surprises and proceed steadily. Su Yang directed his gaze towards Chi Haitao and Lin Xian. All right, I really need to reflect on this. I nearly ruined Lu Ji's prospects. Lin Gu was dragged into this by me, so the blame lies with me. Let us have a meal together tomorrow. I'll treat everyone. Su Yang meaningfully patted his shoulder before turning to his bed. Chi Haitao suddenly seemed to recall something and quickly approached Su Yang's bed. By the way, Su Gu, could you inquire with Su Sa about what kind of person Luo Yuran is? Don't worry, that is precisely my intention, Su Yang replied. In the girls' dormitory 406, Nan Xiao was in high spirits. After playfully tapping Su Yang on the backside, she found his awkward yet endearing reaction, one of wanting to resist but feeling shy, quite charming. She also planned to re-engage her matcha cake persona to investigate Su Yang's mental state. Upon entering the dormitory, Nan Xiao immediately beheld Li Yuran, a petite figure curled up on a chair, clutching her legs. The little girl had her head bowed, her eyes rimmed with red, occasionally stifling sobs, exuding an aura of profound vulnerability. The atmosphere around Nan Xiao grew noticeably colder in an instant. She hastened towards Li Yuran, gently caressing her head. What troubles you, Li Yuran? Li Yuran remained silent. Nan Xiao then cast a sidelong glance at Li Ruodong. What transpired? Well, Li Ruodong was drenched in perspiration, her gaze evasive. The pressure emanating from Nan Xiao was palpable, and she felt a twinge of guilt. Speak quickly. Li Yuran had a brief encounter with Lu Haoyu alone, and then she ran back in tears. Lu Haoyu bullied Li Yuran? Nan Xiao furrowed her brow. Not quite, I suppose. Li Yuran didn't say anything upon returning. So I inquired with Chi Haitao. He mentioned that Lu Haoyu hadn't said much. They merely exchanged a couple of words, greeting one another and inquiring about the meal's taste, after which Li Yuran fled in tears. Then, what prompted Li Yuran to be alone with him? Nan Xiao tilted her head, honing in on the crux of the matter. At that moment, I was seeking a senior for a matter, so I allowed them to proceed together. However, Chi Haitao and Lin Xianyao seemed to have their own business to attend to, leaving only Li Yuran and Lu Haoyu behind. Li Ruotong felt tears welling up within her. How could she articulate this? To imply she wished to facilitate a connection between Li Yuran and Lu Haoyu? That was an impossibility. Nan Xiao regarded Li Yuran as her own daughter. Such a statement would be tantamount to courting disaster, especially in Li Yuran's presence. Li Yuran trembled, remaining aloof from the conversation. Nan Xiao refrained from further questioning Li Ruotong, instead offering comfort to Li Yuran, drawing closer and gently patting her back. There, Li Yuran. Do not fear. Remarkably, Li Yuran's distress began to dissipate. Noticing her improved state, Nan Xiao continued to stroke her head. With her astute analytical skills, Nan Xiao swiftly pieced together the general outline of the situation. It appeared that Li Ruodong had shared a meal with Lu Haoyu, prompting her to take an abstract approach to facilitate a budding connection between Li Yuran and him. Over the past weeks, Nan Xiao had gleaned a fair understanding of Li Ruodong. She was chatty yet straightforward and innocent. Li Ruodong's anxious demeanor since her arrival made it clear that she felt considerable remorse. Turning, Nan Xiao approached Li Ruodong directly. Li Ruodong gasped in surprise. Then, Nan Xiao placed her hand atop Li Ruodong's head. It is understandable to leave for a matter, but leaving Li Yuran, who is shy, alone with a boy was certainly inappropriate. Nan Xiao exuded a warmth that transcended mere coldness, radiating an enigmatic brilliance. This luminescence only deepened Li Ruotong's sense of guilt, to the point where she felt a genuine urge to weep. What was this sensation? The feeling of being reprimanded by a teacher after a misstep? Guidance from a parent? It's all my fault. It is not your fault. After all, you have matters to attend to, but next time, do ensure to greet Yuran properly. Or at least settle her first. Nan Xiao gently patted Li Ruotong's head. Li Ruotong is not a bad person, like Luo Yuran. She is a part of the dormitory. Nan Xiao cannot disregard the feelings of one roommate simply because the other is charming. Fairness must be maintained. Thus, under Nan Xiao's enigmatic influence, Dormitory 406 gradually returned to its usual state. Once Yuran was thoroughly comforted, Nan Xiao intended to wash up and retire for the night, but she decided to first discuss the matter with Su Yang. Yeah. Yang. Yeah. Yuran has been crying. What is your roommate's current situation? Yang. She has been feeling guilty, wondering if there is something wrong with her. Yeah. Some individuals did not provide adequate support. Yang. Indeed, let them take their time. It is best to be natural. A forced outcome is seldom sweet. Yeah, agreed. Nan Xiao recalled that she ought to reward Su Yang. She swiftly went to freshen up, meticulously washed her feet, and afterward donned an array of stockings, taking photos of each to send to Su Yang. Yang. Chapter 48. Teacher Zhang must maintain a calm heart on the third day of military training. The intensity increased slightly. Instructor Wu Lei, having shed his earlier lax demeanor, adopted an unusually stern approach, granting little reprieve before the lunch break. Some complained, others made remarks, and upon hearing these sentiments, Wu Lei humanely rewarded everyone with planks and push-ups. During the previous days, many had affectionately referred to him as Brother Lei, but by the end of the morning, the moniker had shifted to Lazy. Following the morning's military training, most lay sprawled on the ground, attempting to recuperate on the playground. However, Su Yang and Nan Xiao were not among them. This young couple appeared unperturbed, leaning casually in a corner of the playground, seemingly unfazed by the day's rigorous training. To Su Yang's right was Nan Xiao, and to his left was Instructor Wu Lei. Oh, you two seem to possess quite good physical fitness, the instructor remarked. Instructor, will the training intensity remain the same tomorrow? Su Yang inquired. Capable of enduring it, but preferring a more leisurely pace if possible. He was somewhat surprised by Nan Xiao. He had initially anticipated seeing her reaction when utterly exhausted. Let us see how it goes. Although there are a couple who enjoy causing mischief, for the most part, you all obey quite well. Tomorrow, just ensure that those marching in step are synchronized, Wu Lei yawned. He then chuckled softly and leaned in closer to Su Yang's ear, whispering, primarily, there has been a discreet inspection by the leaders these past couple of days. Extraordinary measures for extraordinary times. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother training you lot. But do keep this under wraps. Otherwise, I might have to ramp up the intensity again. All right then, goodbye, instructor. Su Yang took Nan Xiao's hand, preparing to leave. Nan Xiao opted to first retrieve the little ice block Luo Yuran to bring along. As the upperclassmen have returned to campus in full force, Li Ruotong has indeed set out to forge connections with her senior, to prevent Luo Yuran from feeling isolated and to avert a repeat of previous incidents. Nan Xiao has chosen to accompany her. Hey Su, have you forgotten about your brothers? Chi Haitao exclaimed as he rushed over with Lin Xian and Lu Haoyu. No, I just finished a conversation with the instructor and was about to look for you, Su Yang replied. I apologize, I initially intended to slip away unnoticed. Su Yang's intentions were for Chi Haitao and the others' benefit. Although Chi Haitao had mentioned treating everyone today, the absence of Li Ruotong, along with the presence of the two ice blocks from their dormitory, would likely render the atmosphere rather awkward. All right, I trust you, brother. But what about Li Ruotong? Let us find a place to eat. Today's my treat, as a way to apologize for yesterday's abrupt departure. She has gone to find her senior. Su Yang explained. Chi Haitao paused momentarily, remembering that Li Ruotong had also mentioned seeking her senior during their respective hasty exits yesterday. Don't overthink it. It's just the four of us. Let's go. I have some matters to attend to later. Counselor Zhang Suping sat on the second floor of the North District cafeteria, letting out a weary sigh. She had previously served as a counselor, but she felt that guiding this cohort was the most exhausting task yet. While accompanying her class during military training posed no issues, she had to pay special attention to the young lady Nan Xiao, as school leaders frequently sought her out for discussions. Xiao Zhang, Is there any problem with Nin Xiao? You don't need to give her any special treatment. Just treat her like any other student. She had heard similar reassurances several times. Then why don't you leaders just monitor her yourself? Zhang Suping mused, wishing she could express her frustration. However, she eventually grasped the deeper meaning behind their words. It was not about avoiding special treatment altogether, but rather ensuring that Nan Xiao remained unaware of any preferential treatment, allowing her to maintain a normal demeanor while attending school. Thus, apart from her own observations, Zhang Suping occasionally reached out to the instructors, employing multiple perspectives to confirm that Nan Xiao was doing well. Sighing deeply, Zhang Suping, feeling disenchanted, took several bites of her fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl. At that moment, a colleague approached her, a striking woman dressed in professional attire, radiating an air of sophistication that blended seamlessly among the faculty. Hello? Zhang Suping regarded her colleague with a hint of curiosity, recognizing a faint familiarity. Greetings, Teacher Zhang. I am Xiao Yuhan, a supervisor at Nanyun Group. I am currently the legal representative of the Qizhou branch and also serve as a partial guardian for Miss Nin Xiao. As she spoke, Xiao Yuhan placed her business card in front of Zhang Suping. Upon hearing the name of Nanyun Group, Zhang Suping's weariness dissipated. Miss Nin Xiao should be doing well, Shun Tishi? A faint smile graced her face, though internally, she still felt a twinge of anxiety. Regardless of how formidable a student's background may be, they remained a student, and she could still manage to cope, albeit with some difficulty. However, it is likely that Manager Xiao will have to attend to the school leaders properly, right? Do not be anxious. I am not here to cause trouble. Nor am I referring to the young lady's matters. Relax. After giving this assurance, Xiao Yuhan hurried to the cafeteria to fetch her meal. Abalone rice, seaweed egg drop soup, 2 eggs, 2 meat pies, and 3 chicken legs. Zhang Suping initially thought that Xiao Yuhan had prepared a meal for 2. Teacher Zhang, is it all right for you to eat so little? No problem, Zhang Suping replied with a resigned smile. By the way, I wanted to inquire about Su Yang. Xiao Yuhan casually remarked. Su Yang? The image of that sunny and handsome boy quickly surfaced in Zhang Suping's mind. Su Yang often spent time with Nan Xiao, presumably in a romantic relationship. However, given the situation, could it be that Nan Xiao's family disapproves of her having a free romance? Zhang Suping suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. If Xiao Yuhan ultimately wanted her assistance in separating the young couple, it would pose a dilemma for her. Has Su Yang reached out to you recently to discuss anything? Not at all. That's fine, but it should be soon. I believe he will contact you shortly as he needs to handle some matters with the school. What does Manager Xiao mean by that? Rest assured, I have already navigated the necessary procedures with the school leaders. You simply need to inform Su Yang that there are no issues. So what exactly is the matter? Zhang Suping wanted to ask, but nodded instead. Xiao Yuhan's commanding presence was formidable, rivaling even that of the school's more obstinate leaders, making it difficult for her to speak up. She would simply confirm with the leaders after finishing her meal. That's all I wanted to say. Let us continue our meal before it grows cold. Xiao Yuhan smiled, gesturing for her to proceed. All right, Zhang Suping replied awkwardly, returning to her meal. In these times, one cannot even enjoy a meal in peace. But speaking of which, Teacher Zhang, I hope my young lady hasn't caused you any trouble? Cough, no. Nan Xiao has had no issues at all. She is quite a worry-free student. I thought as much. Teacher Zhang, you need not overthink it. Just treat my young lady as an ordinary student, without any special considerations. Maintain a sense of normalcy. Chapter 49. Fondness in the afternoon, under a radiant sun. Su Yang and Nan Xiao lingered in the Cloud Coffee House, while the assistant manager, Li Feng, sat opposite them. Boss, your promotional plan is quite commendable. And since the shop is now yours, I have no objections. From her demeanor, it was evident that Li Feng held a newfound respect for Su Yang. After all, she originally believed he would merely wait to collect money, yet he continued to ponder operational matters. Su Yang proposed hosting a grand discount event on Saturday or Sunday. The Cloud Coffee House uses quality ingredients, and even with significant discounts, it still retains a considerable profit margin. Indeed, Li Feng had long sensed that the prices of products in the store were somewhat elevated, failing to captivate the hearts of the student demographic. However, the former owner had been rather obstinate, steadfastly adhering to a premium pricing strategy. One cannot entirely fault this approach, as the establishment had remained profitable thus far, a commendable feat in an era where many dining enterprises face closure. In any case, Su Yang's proposal resonated perfectly with her aspirations. Let us first observe the outcomes before delving into more comprehensive plans. As for advertising, I may need to trouble you, Sister Li. Given your familiarity with the store's online and offline operations, should there be any expenses, feel free to seek reimbursement from me. Li Feng readily acquiesced without further ado. Setting aside her satisfaction with Su Yang as a proprietor, she was acutely aware that he was currently a university student. Having a child of her own in school, she instinctively felt inclined to look after Su Yang. I appreciate your assistance, Sister Li, though I assure you it will not be without compensation. I will provide you with a stipend upon completion of the task. There is no need for that. It's hardly a bother. Nevertheless, I insist. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to contact me. We have additional matters to discuss. Very well. Take care, boss. Please, just call me Su Yang. There's no need for formalities. Understood, boss. Su Yang took the small hand of Nan Xiao as they departed. Throughout the encounter, Nan Xiao remained silent. Yet she did not exude an air of aloofness. Instead, she appeared quite docile. A man who is earnest in his endeavors is undeniably handsome, and Su Yang, through her eyes, seemed to possess a certain charm, prompting her to gaze at him intently. Having left the Cloud Milk Coffee House, Su Yang did not rush back to school but stood on the street, surveying the various establishments along Shanda South Road. At noon, Chi Haitao had treated everyone to a meal at the newly opened Haidaleo, which, coincidentally, was also on Xiao Yuhan's list. At that moment, Su Yang contemplated whether to communicate with this Haidaleo, but he swiftly dismissed the notion. Not only this Haidaleo, but the previous Sichuan restaurant also needed to be excluded from consideration. In his prior deliberations, he had neglected to factor in the importance of the campus canteen. The canteen at Shanda is top-notch, with prices significantly lower than market rates, making it a veritable friend to students seeking value. In contrast, it appeared that only snacks, fast food, and bubble tea thrived within the campus environment. Su Yang opted to contact his instructor. Hello, is this Su Yang? Yes, hello, Teacher Zhang. I hope I'm not intruding, but I would like to discuss a matter with you. Not at all, not at all. Su Yang regarded his phone with curiosity, sensing an oddity in instructor Zhang Suping's demeanor. The matter is this. I am preparing to make a modest investment to enable several shops to open branches on campus. I would like to inquire about the procedural steps involved in this endeavor. That is quite straightforward. The school is very supportive of student entrepreneurship, and there are some subsidies available. There happens to be vacant space in the school's commercial area, and the annual rent is just over 1, approaching 2. In such moments, should one not first question the situation, then deliberate, and ultimately report back to the higher authorities? Su Yang had anticipated the counselor's series of responses. Yet the counselor unexpectedly deviated from the expected script. Hello? Su Yang, what seems to be the problem? Is the price too steep? The leadership has stated that this price is unprecedentedly low for our institution. However, if you find it unsatisfactory, I could relay your concerns to them. Please, take your time. I am rather surprised at how smoothly things are proceeding. Kindly reserve that position for me. I need to discuss further with the vendor, and afterward, we shall continue with the formalities. All right, feel free to contact me directly if anything arises. Su Yang ended the call, a bit bewildered by the unexpected ease of the situation. What is the matter? Nan Xiao inquired, noticing Su Yang's peculiar expression, and playfully pinched his cheek. Su Yang responded with a gentle pat on her head. It's nothing, merely more seamless than I anticipated. Now, it is time to select the shop. Which one do you prefer? Su Yang's finger traced over the nearby establishments, reminiscent of a ruler showcasing his domain. In truth, the dominion had already been established by Nan Xiao. She was somewhat aware of Su Yang's intentions, as Sister Xiao had been briefing her on the matter. It was merely a matter of making a modest investment. They were still in the selection phase. Mishue, Nan Xiao casually remarked. One of her shops was a franchise of Mishue, and coincidentally, there was only one on this street. Even more fortuitously, the campus mall lacked one as well. Thus, it seemed fitting for Su Yang to seize this opportunity. Very well. Is there a reason for your choice? Su Yang asked, bemused. Is there a reason? He chuckled lightly. Do ask me. Nan Xiao nodded in anticipation. All right, then, dear classmate Nan Xiao, may I inquire why you favor Mishue so? Because their slogan is quite appealing. Su Yang's mind momentarily drifted to the catchy lyrics of mutual affection. Why the silence? Nan Xiao teased, tugging at his cheek. Shall we pay a visit to Mishue? Su Yang grasped her mischievous hand, redirecting his thoughts. When one's energy is focused on specific pursuits, time elapses swiftly. Negotiations with Mi Xue progressed smoothly. The proprietor was a kind-hearted lady, and Su Yang confirmed that the list provided by Xiao Yuhan comprised manageable prospects. Ultimately, he decided to invest 60,000 to assist Mi Xue in establishing a presence on campus, and upon completion, he would receive a 20% share of the profits. Contracts could be signed as early as tomorrow. To assuage Su Yang's concerns, the owner explained that many were eager to tap into the lucrative market surrounding Shanda. Yet without connections, gaining entry to open a shop was nearly impossible. Thus, Su Yang's ability to facilitate such connections was already a significant contribution. He reluctantly accepted this reasoning. While the haste was somewhat reckless, the matter was successfully resolved, and Su Yang and Nan Xiao returned to their dormitories for a brief respite. However, Su Yang did not rest. Instead, he lay on his bed, contemplating as he gazed at WeChat. Matcha cake, what is your current situation with your goddess? Yang, it's just like that. Matcha cake, what does like that mean? Speak properly. Yang, it's very harmonious, nothing problematic. Matcha cake, stop. Just say if you're going to pursue her. Yang, that is not urgent, is it? Matcha cake, then let me ask you, do you like her? Su Yang fell into a moment of silence. Despite his continual assertions of everlasting friendship, Nin Xiao undeniably held a special place in his heart, one far surpassing that of Chu Mumu. Initially, he could remain unaffected by her playful banter, but now, even a casual tease from her left him momentarily dazed. Thus, the answer was evident. Su Yang felt he could confide in Matcha Cake. Certain thoughts he was not yet courageous or prepared enough to disclose to Nan Xiao, but sharing them with Matcha Cake posed no issue. After all, the strategist had considered numerous matters on his behalf. To keep evading the conversation was no longer justifiable. Hence, Su Yang typed sincerely, Yang, I like her. However, Matcha Cake remained unresponsive for a considerable time regarding Su Yang's confession. Chapter 50. The Wicked Woman Nan Xiao in the Girls' Dormitory 406. Nan Xiao's face flushed more vividly than any words could convey. She trembled uncontrollably, eager to respond to Su Yang's message, yet found herself at a loss for words. It was as if her brain were gradually evaporating. Nan Xiao was aware of her rising temperature, but at that moment, she could not even control her thoughts, her mind a blank slate. She maintained this state for a while, until her roommate, Luo Yuran, noticed her unusual behavior. The petite girl anxiously perched on the edge of her bed, seemingly ready to leap into action. Xiao, what's wrong? Hearing Luo Yuran's inquiry, Li Ruodong immediately turned to look at Nan Xiao. The usually aloof goddess still bore a flushed countenance, her body occasionally trembling as if electrified. Hey, Xiao, what is going on? Are you unwell, or what? Should I call the instructor? Ugh, should I dial 120? Li Ruodong was equally agitated. Feeling her roommate's concern, Nin Xiao's mind began to regain some clarity. She turned her head toward the wall, awkwardly explaining, No, it's nothing, don't mind me. Really? You don't seem fine at all. Did you get heat stroke when we went out at noon? Oh right, let me tell Su Yang don't. Nan Xiao's voice suddenly escalated, startling Li Ruodong. Realizing her outburst, she quickly added, I really am fine. All right. Li Ruodong still cast a few worried glances at Nan Xiao, but upon seeing her appear slightly more composed, she reluctantly eased her concern. The frosty Luo Yuran continued to observe Nan Xiao intently. Though she had ceased to worry excessively, her gaze remained fixed. Initially, it was somewhat alarming, but now Nan Xiao's reaction resembles her usual demeanor when engrossed in her phone, indicating that there is likely no cause for concern. Luo Yuran surmised that she must be chatting with Su Yang. Noticing that Luo Yuran was still staring, Nin Xiao coldly commanded, Yuran, lie down. Oh. Luo Yuran obediently laid down facing the wall. After managing her roommate, Nan Xiao also turned to face the wall and glanced at her phone once more. As her gaze refocused on the word like, she suddenly felt her heart racing uncontrollably, covering her head with the blanket. She wanted to let out a scream, but ultimately stifled it. Really? You actually said it? At this moment, Nan Xiao felt compelled to question both Su Yang and herself. Using the guise of a matcha cake to tease Su Yang was a classic move. Her earlier inquiry was merely an attempt to observe how Su Yang would awkwardly respond. To her surprise, Su Yang softened. The indescribable words had a profound effect on her, leaving her with a tinge of regret. If possible, she would have preferred to hear Su Yang utter those words in person, with a more atmospheric setting enhancing the moment. Her emotions were complex, yet overall, she felt relatively content. However, this led to another dilemma. Having confirmed Su Yang's feelings, how should she proceed under the guise of a matcha cake? The most efficient approach would be to urge Su Yang to confess, allowing her to graciously accept, resulting in mutual happiness. Yet, Su Yang would undoubtedly resist. If she pushed this way, she would be reduced to a manipulative woman pulling Su Yang's strings. No, while becoming a bad woman seemed inevitable, Su Yang had often disregarded the matcha cake's advice from the start. If Su Yang wasn't listening, it was as if she had never spoken at all. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Nan Xiao's mouth as she nestled under the covers and softly hummed to herself, beginning to message Su Yang. Matcha cake. I had something come up just now. Yang, that's only natural. Matcha cake. Matcha cake. Don't mind me. So you're finally not being stubborn? Yang. Matcha cake. Just confess directly. Your feelings should be sufficiently established by now. It should work out. Yang, I refuse. It's too rushed. I need to wait for the right atmosphere. If it fails, I could lose a long-lasting friendship. Nan Xiao raised her middle finger at the phone screen, but then belatedly recognized that Su Yang's attitude deserved commendation, so her middle finger transformed into a thumbs up. Matcha cake, you don't trust the strategist's judgment? Yang, I can't rely entirely on the strategist. I need my own discernment. Matcha cake, thumbs up? Matcha cake. By the way, aside from interacting with your goddess, what else have you been up to? Enjoying a delightful, carefree university life? Nan Xiao needed to patch up some gaps in the conversation. In her early days, she occasionally posed trivial questions about life to Su Yang, which made it quite natural for Su Yang to politely inquire after starting school. I've recently been experimenting with small investments, he mentioned. Impressive, replied Matcha Cake, with a slight curl of her lips, indicating that serious topics seemed rather dull. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the entire campus of Shando was bathed in the warm hues of twilight. In the student council, Zhang Jing meticulously organized a multitude of piled-up documents, finally letting out a sigh of relief as she stretched her limbs. She pondered how she ended up in this seemingly troublesome student council. Ah, yes, a senior had mentioned that after completing tasks, one could enter the archives, promising numerous benefits. Zhang Jing was about to continue her reflections when a commotion from outside made her gasp in surprise. This was soon followed by a polite knock and a cautious peek through the door. It was Qi Haitao and Li Ruodong, two freshmen preparing to join the student council. A smile instantly illuminated Zhang Jing's face. So, your military training has concluded for the day? Come in and make yourselves at home. Sure, Li Ruodong responded, stepping into the classroom, followed closely by Qi Haitao. Your enthusiasm assures me that joining the student council will be a breeze. I've already registered you. All that's left is for the president to confirm, Zhang Jing said with a warm smile. Senior, what will we need to do once we join the student council? Qi Haitao inquired. Well, that will depend on the president's arrangements, but rest assured, the student council is quite relaxed. Just treat it like an ordinary club. The atmosphere here is delightful. Oh, and most importantly, being part of the council will grant you access to the archives, which will be advantageous when you graduate and seek employment, she added. Indeed, Li Ruodong listened attentively, as her motivation for joining the student council stemmed from this very benefit. As for Qi Haitao, he initially had no intention of joining, but upon his instructor's suggestion that he, as class monitor, should participate, he complied, finding the student council quite appealing after all. Thus, the two of them stepped away from their previous alliance and ventured into the student council together. By the way, I need to deliver some documents to the various advisors. You are both from the finance department, correct? Would you mind assisting me with this? Of course, senior. Qi Haitao signaled affirmatively. You know where the office is, right? Or perhaps I should lead you there. It wouldn't be ideal for you to wander around. Senior, I am the class monitor, so I certainly know the way. You can rest easy, he assured her. All right, then I truly appreciate your help. Zhang Jing maintained her gentle smile throughout. Chapter 51. Confrontation in the mall. The military training period was quite arduous for most freshmen, who had yet to recover from their post-examination hiatus. Chu Mumu was no exception. The recent high-intensity training had left her feeling exceedingly irritable. Thus, she dragged her roommate, Gao Yaru, along for a shopping excursion. After several days of getting acquainted and adjusting, she had come to understand the personalities of her dorm mates and had chosen with whom she wished to grow closer. Gao Yaru left a positive impression on her. Two of her roommates indulged in the disconcerting habit of taking advantage of her goodwill, often cloaking their insincerity in hollow compliments. Occasionally, they would resort to veiled jabs concerning Su Yang and Nan Xiao, which only served to heighten her discomfort. This was particularly palpable during their barbecue outing, where the discussion of Ferraris left her acutely aware of the peculiar glances directed her way, indescribable yet undeniably unsettling. Navigating campus life, especially within the confines of a shared dormitory, became increasingly vexatious under such circumstances. Although she found her roommates irksome, confronting them directly was out of the question. After all, they were bound to cross paths daily, and the prospect of an icy standoff was far too awkward to entertain. Hayaru, too, shared an unspoken discord with the other two, thus naturally gravitating towards one another. Yaru, do you wish to purchase anything? I'm happy to accompany you for a casual stroll. You wouldn't want your boyfriend to treat us, would you? Hayaru's expression was enigmatic. He would gladly foot the bill. A few times is acceptable, but not on a regular basis. Would you like something to drink? It's on me. No, thank you. A rare smile graced Chu Mumu's face. The presence of a friend provided a sense of comfort amidst the tumult of social dynamics. Since the semester began, she and Li Ling had not exchanged a single message, and it seemed likely that non-holiday periods would continue in this manner. Chu Mumu harbored a deep-seated fear of isolation. She felt constrained when partaking in group activities with her dorm mates, leading her to conclude that forming a duo would be the most advantageous course of action. Mumu, I wish to broach a topic you're not particularly fond of. Knowing I dislike it, yet you still inquire? Chu Mumu huffed, though she bore no resentment. On the contrary, she found Hayaru's straightforwardness refreshing. I'm simply curious, what was your relationship with Su Yang prior? Your reactions upon encountering him seem rather peculiar. Humph. I've made it clear before. He pursued me unsuccessfully and then turned to Nan Xiao, intending to provoke me. She sighed. You see, even if I tell you, you wouldn't believe me, but that is the truth. Anyone who deceives you is merely a fool. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I perceive Su Yang to be quite admirable in many respects. Mumu, why didn't you choose him? Hayaru queried, her expression one of genuine confusion. She had seen a photo of Chu Mumu's boyfriend, Lu Haoran, through her introduction. A perfectly average fellow, neither unattractive nor particularly handsome. And certainly not in Su Yang's league. What use is good looks if he doesn't care for me like Lu Haoran does? Although she explained her rationale, Chu Mumu still grappled with unpalatable feelings. Upon reflection, Su Yang truly seemed commendable in many ways, and more importantly, he was currently at Shanda. Thus, the two continued their aimless wanderings through the mall until they fortuitously encountered Su Yang and Nan Xiao, who were also meandering about. Su Yang, clad in a crisp white shirt and beige shorts, radiated an aura of vitality. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao had donned a light blue and white dress, her hair tied back simply in a ponytail. The two of them held hands, symbolizing an everlasting friendship. Individuals like Su Yang and Nan Xiao, possessing exceptional looks and figures, exude unparalleled charm, regardless of how simply they are attired. Su Yang couldn't help but reflect on the smallness of the world. Despite the numerous places surrounding the university and the school's ample facilities, it was a fortuitous encounter with Chu Mumu at this mall outside campus. The unexpected nature of this meeting, coupled with the sparsely populated floor of the mall, created an atmosphere that left both parties standing still, locked in a silent standoff. Su Yang, what do you mean by this? Chu Mumu could no longer contain herself and spoke first. Having scarcely exchanged words with Su Yang for some time, she felt a surge of pent-up emotions that threatened to explode if she continued to internalize them. What do you mean by that? Su Yang tilted his head in confusion. He regretted halting his steps and felt it would have been wiser to ignore her. Yet, he was genuinely puzzled by Chu Mumu's reaction and words. It was she who had insisted on no further contact, and now she was indeed with Lu Haoran. Was it not simpler for them to remain as strangers? This notion had remained constant in Su Yang's mind. Are you deliberately waiting for me at the place I intend to go, just to irritate me? Chu Mumu's tone grew increasingly heated. Gao Yaru, standing nearby, wished to interject, but was at a loss for words, ultimately opting to remain silent. Su Yang, puzzled, glanced at Nan Xiao, who exhibited no reaction, before turning his attention back to Chu Mumu. Classmate Chu, why do you harbor such a misconception? What motive do I have to intentionally provoke you? You dumped me, and now you're unable to accept it, seeking out Nan Xiao to accompany you just to vex me. Chu Mumu's face flushed with embarrassment, her cheeks reddening more than any words could express. Interestingly, although Chu Mumu was articulating her feelings with fervor, she refrained from making eye contact with Nan Xiao, finding her brilliance overwhelming and thus avoiding direct confrontation. A wry smile crept onto Su Yang's lips. Isn't laughter a challenge? If so, then I concede. Having expressed his thoughts, he deemed further dialogue with Chu Mumu a waste of time. Spending a minute conversing with her was far less appealing than holding hands with Nan Xiao for an hour. Thus, Su Yang grasped Nan Xiao's hand and made to leave. Su Yang, stop. Chu Mumu's voice was tinged with desperation. The more he disregarded her, the more unsettled she became. Yet, Su Yang showed no inclination to turn back at her plea. Not directly responding to her was already a testament to his composure. However, Nan Xiao did respond to Chu Mumu. She turned and shot her a cold glare, then raised her middle finger in an act of defiance. The impact was significant, laden with insult. Chu Mumu felt as though her mind had erupted in a moment of fury, to the extent that she overlooked Gao Yaru, who stood beside her. In that instant, she yearned to rush forward and deliver a couple of slaps to Nan Xiao's flawless visage. Alas, this thought was fleeting. Chu Mumu soon noticed that numerous merchants in the vicinity had emerged from their shops, most of them casting her glances filled with hostility. From within a ladies' clothing store, two burly men clad in black attire and sunglasses stepped out, arms crossed. This scene was reminiscent of her experiences at her affiliated school, as these were undoubtedly Nan Xiao's bodyguards. Subsequently, Chu Mumu's face lost its color, her mind cleared, and she bit her lip, hastily pulling Gao Yaru away from them all. Chapter 52. Love must be open-hearted. Time continued to slip away for Su Yang. The military training had reached its 6th day. Matters concerning investments had been thoroughly resolved, and Mi Shui had commenced renovations and equipment installations within the campus mall. Simultaneously, the Saturday promotion at the Yunduo Milk Coffee House had officially launched. Customer traffic had seen a significant increase, and this effect was bound to gradually intensify, promising a bright future. This promotional event not only captured the hearts of students, but also garnered satisfaction from office workers and loyal patrons alike. The business was thriving. In a corner of the playground, Su Yang sat closely beside Nan Xiao. Leaning against him, Nan Xiao closed her eyes to rejuvenate, while Su Yang lowered his gaze to his phone, perusing discussions about work matters in the Yunduo Milk Coffee House WeChat group. Wang Jing, our promotional efforts are quite effective. Although the discounts are substantial, we are certainly earning more than usual. Many customers have expressed interest in having us extend this event to 2 consecutive days on the weekend. Li Feng, for now, let's maintain the current schedule. Otherwise, if we only open on the 6th day, will we not be closed on other days? Wang Jing, you make a valid point, Li Jia. Li Feng, the promotional products also cannot remain fixed. They must rotate, or we might encounter similar issues. Observing that everyone was discussing work during their break, Su Yang, as the boss, naturally felt compelled to show his approval. However, his mind soon became blank. He struggled to contemplate the next steps for development, or the direction in which to steer the business. But the scent emanating from Nan Xiao, whether it was shampoo or perfume, was rather overwhelming. It was not pungent, yet once it infiltrated his nostrils, it slightly hindered his cognitive processes. Was there even a hint of milk fragrance? Su Yang wished to distance himself from Nan Xiao to regain his composure, yet he was her reliable support and could not easily withdraw. He turned his head to glance at the unsuspecting Nan Xiao, a faint smile tugging at his lips. She was quite adorable, even in slumber. The cold aura surrounding her did not diminish in the slightest, yet Su Yang found her irresistibly charming regardless of how he viewed her. Perhaps it was the influence of some unseen filter. Ultimately, Su Yang chose to focus on his phone once more. The essence of Ninyo, her tender touch, combined with thoughts of her, converged to elicit perilous reactions, necessitating a diversion of attention. Su Yang opened a popular app, not out of a penchant for short videos, but rather to gauge current trends and the prevailing winds of the times. Immediately, he was met with a similar singing video. Love should be candid, devoid of pretense. He scowled, promptly exiting the application and uninstalling it. It was indeed prudent to limit exposure to such short clips. Once more, he opened WeChat, this time selecting the chat with Matcha Cake, which contained exchanges from the previous night. Matcha Cake, you've made no progress all day. Haven't you already held hands? Hurry and confess. If she were going to reject you, she would have done so already. Such exhortations had become rather frequent in recent days, and a scroll upwards revealed similar dialogues. Su Yang understood Matcha Cake's impatience. It was akin to a strategist urging him to march north while he remained stagnant. Anyone would feel anxious in her position. Yet, Su-young was not in a hurry. He had conveyed to matcha cake on numerous occasions that he was content with the current state, preferring a natural progression when the time was right. The relationship would flourish accordingly. After each explanation, matcha cake would lapse into tactical silence for a while, only to resume her urging. Increasingly unsettled by staring at his phone, Su-young turned his gaze back to Nanyo. He gently prodded her soft cheek, and she abruptly opened her eyes, playfully attempting to bite his finger. Were you just awakening, or had you merely been resting your eyes? Oh, you are quite aloof. No, you are the one who is aloof. Before the two could continue their playful banter, Su-young's phone rang. It was Ms. Chun. He quickly answered, "Hello, Mom. My dear son, how have you been at school? The sun has been quite intense lately. Have you been using sunscreen? Remember to drink plenty of water and eat on time. Don't worry, Mom. I can take care of myself. And what about Nanyo? She is right beside me. Good. Then please hand the phone to Nanyo." Su-young felt as though he had suddenly regressed from a beloved son to an abandoned child. Reluctantly, he handed the phone to Nanyo. "Hello, Auntie. Oh my. Hearing your voice makes me so happy, Nanyo. I'd love to chat with you for a moment. I hope you don't mind?" "Of course not. I enjoy talking with you, Auntie." Nanyo's tone was calm, imbued with a gentle warmth. Once again, Su-young felt the unfairness of the world. Nanyo had never expressed such tenderness towards him. "So, you share a bond as mother and daughter, while I remain the outsider. Nanyo, have you been getting along well with Su-young lately? Has he been treating you well? Previously, Annie had given you a call, and you may directly communicate any concerns with her. Rest assured, Auntie, everything remains as it was. There are no issues, and Su-young is a wonderful person. Just as before, all is well. By the way, Xiao, do you have the weekend off? If so, can you come back? You should visit Auntie's home, where she will prepare delicious food for you. Auntie, we do not have any breaks until the military training concludes. Otherwise, we would have returned today." "Oh, I understand now. How could Su-young, that mischievous child, not inform me with a call? All right, I shall refrain from being overly verbose. Xiao, do remember to take care of your skin and stay hydrated." "All right, goodbye, Auntie." Nan Xiao handed the phone back to Su-young. Before Su-young could utter a word, Miss Chen abruptly ended the call, seemingly indifferent to offering Su-young a farewell. Su-young's lips twitched slightly. He then turned to look at Nan Xiao, who had transitioned from her gentle demeanor back to her aloof goddess persona, as if the previous warmth and politeness were merely figments of his imagination. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "I was curious. Why do you speak with my mother so naturally? Am I not natural in my usual conversations?" Nan Xiao retorted. "Aside from me, Sister Xiao, and your roommates, have you conversed with anyone else since arriving at school?" "Not at all." "Then do you consider yourself natural?" Su-young pinched Nan Xiao's cheek. "Not really." "Then why? You say I'm not natural. So I want to engage with you anymore." Nan Xiao huffed, sidestepping Su-young's question. How to prevent a zero-frame initiation? Su-young pondered how to appease Nan Xiao when a message arrived on his WeChat. It was from Ms. Chun. Upon opening it, he found a lengthy message from her. "Ms. Chun, how can you still be friends after all this time? Shouldn't you be contemplating what to name your future children?" Chapter 53. Chi Haitao and Li Ruodong. "Ms. Chun, how can you sleep at night without dating at your age? You are worse than your father. Other children are diligently pursuing relationships in college. And what are you doing? Starting a business?" It seems she has a point. However, Su-young currently has no intention of discussing his investment endeavors with his family. He plans to wait until he has something substantial to present before broaching the subject, especially since his current foundation relies on matcha cake and Nan Xiao's generosity, making it difficult to justify. "Young, aren't you afraid I might mess up and end up with no friends?" "Ms. Chun, mess up? If that were possible, would anyone willingly converse with your mother? I hope that next time you bring Xiao home, she is no longer just a friend. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this family." When he first brought Nan Xiao home, Ms. Chun had expressed similar sentiments. Yang understood. At that moment, Nan Xiao poked Su-young's cheek. "Who were you chatting with?" "My mother." "What were you discussing?" "You." Nan Xiao paused in surprise. She was somewhat taken aback by Su-young's forthrightness. Once she regained her composure, she continued to inquire. "What did you tell my mother?" "My mom wants you to visit our home more often." "I don't believe it." Nan Xiao pouted. "Why don't you believe it? Such words could have been directly conveyed by my mother without the need for a private conversation with you." "But that is essentially the message," Su-young replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Ms. Chin's urging could indeed be interpreted as a desire for Nan Xiao to frequent their home. Thus his words were not entirely deceptive. "I won't talk to you anymore," Nan Xiao declared coolly, turning her face away. However, it wasn't long before she realized that facing the corner of the playground felt rather odd, prompting her to obediently turn back. "Stop messing around. Are you going to speak with the instructor? I need to handle the procedures for leaving campus this weekend. And afterwards I want to check the store to see if they require assistance." Although Nan Xiao ignored Su Yang, her body had already betrayed her. Leaning comfortably against him, Su Yang seized her small hand, pulling her along. "There's still about 2 weeks of military training left. Isn't 3 weeks of training just torturous? Why can't it be shortened to 1 or 2 weeks? Instructor Zhang Su-ping muttered to herself in the office. The recent training intensity had been quite high, and many students were struggling and seeking to take leave, with some even suffering from heat exhaustion. She felt a sense of equal concern for every student, as preventing issues was part of her responsibility as an instructor. Therefore, Zhang Su-ping hoped for a reduction in the training intensity. Of course, she paid particular attention to Nan Xiao, who seemed to be handling the military training with surprising ease. She had observed and confirmed with the instructor that this young lady was always composed, regardless of the circumstances. To maintain an impartial stance and avoid giving Nan Xiao any preferential treatment, she had casually inquired with Xiao Yuhan about her background. Aside from her well-known academic excellence, this young lady had acquired numerous skills, such as playing the piano and violin, as well as practicing taekwondo and sanda. It was no surprise, really. Setting aside thoughts of Nan Xiao for the moment, Zhang Su-ping prepared to indulge in a couple of episodes of her currently watched drama during her leisure time. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Su Yang and Nan Xiao promptly entered the office. Zhang Su-ping instinctively leaned back, nearly rising from her seat upon spotting the two young individuals. "Teacher Zhang, we have something to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it?" Zhang Su-ping asked, slightly puzzled, as Xiao Yuhan had not provided any prior notice. "The procedures for leaving campus this weekend." "Oh, that? You could have just called me about it. There's no need to make a special trip," Zhang Su-ping replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. "I thought I might need to sign something." "It's no trouble. I remember you are local, right? There are no issues then. I will print something for you. I have signed it, and you simply need to fill it out. Afterward, you can have the dormitory supervisor sign it as well." "Very well. And what about classmate Nan Xiao?" Zhang Su-ping glanced at Nan Xiao, who was idly sitting beside Su Yang. "She can do it too." "Excellent. Let us handle it together to save time." At this moment, Zhang Su-ping should have raised a question, as Nan Xiao's household registration is not local. However, given that the Nan Yun Group is engaged in considerable real estate business, it seemed unnecessary to inquire further. Thus, without any hesitation or questioning, Zhang Su-ping swiftly completed the procedures for both individuals to leave campus over the weekend. At the Cloud Milk Tea House, due to a promotional event, the orders today were slightly more abundant, with a steady stream of customers and delivery requests even in the afternoon. Su Yang, the proprietor, led by example, directly lending a hand. Although his movements were not yet refined, he indeed alleviated some pressure from Wang Jing, who was on duty. Tasks such as boiling pearls, preparing milk tea, and cutting fruits did not require Su Yang to possess an advanced level of skill. Adhering to the standards sufficed. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao, who had chosen to ignore Su Yang, refrained from idly lingering in the shop and instead assisted him. After successfully managing a busy rush, Wang Jing promptly encouraged the boss and his partner to take a break. Su Yang then prepared a few cups of milk tea and, with a casual demeanor, took Nan Xiao back to the school. In the boys' dormitory, room 502, upon entering, Su Yang noticed everyone present and placed the milk tea on Qi Haitao's desk. "Here is a little something I brought for you all. If Brother Su does not mind, I, Qi, would gladly adopt you as my godfather," Qi Haitao exclaimed dramatically, seemingly influenced by Lin Xian. "Ah, Su Daoist, you are too kind. How can we accept this?" Lin Xian approached, naturally grabbing a strawberry-flavored milk tea. "We are all brothers here. It would be remiss not to treat the brothers to a little something, especially since business has been decent lately." "Thank you." Lu Haoyu said little, his focus on the computer in front of him. From a distance, Su Yang observed that he was playing Apex Legends, utilizing the popular character Wraith. Just as he was about to execute a move to phase out, he was struck down before he could complete it. Su Yang offered a salute to every player still engrossed in Apex Legends. Had it not been for the matcha cake, he would have long since stopped playing. He took his seat and stared at the computer, falling into a brief silence. Today, it seemed, Nin Xiao would likely ignore him all day, making the hours ahead appear rather arduous. As fate would have it, just as Su Yang was contemplating how to expedite his interaction with Nin Xiao, her call came through first. What is the matter? Weren't you planning to ignore me? Do you wish to converse now? From her tone, Su Yang could easily envision Nin Xiao pouting on the other end. Very well, but I suspect you have other matters to attend to? Indeed. Following that, Nin Xiao fell silent, continuing to type in the ongoing phone call. Yao, is Ruodong dating Chi Haitao from your dorm? Yang. Chapter 54. Returning home with Nan Xiao. Upon receiving Nan Xiao's message, Su Yang cast a probing glance towards Chi Haitao. Haitao remained engrossed in his phone, exhibiting no discernible change. During this period, Su Yang had not heard him mention anything regarding Li Ruodong, and their usual interactions seemed devoid of any notable differences. Yang, what makes you think that? Yao. Recently, they have been spending time together in the student council, and Ruodong has mentioned to me that she finds Haitao quite likable and dependable. Yang, perhaps she is just somewhat interested. Secretly dating seems rather exaggerated. Given Haitao's character, if they were indeed involved, he would have informed us by now. Yao, perhaps. Yang, so why not just text about it? Is there some ritualistic significance to making a phone call first? Su Yang observed with a bemused smile as the call window opened. The camera was activated, revealing Nin Xiao lounging against her wall on her bed, giving a middle finger to the screen. This piqued Su Yang's interest. He activated his camera and reciprocated the gesture. The two exchanged silent, polite gestures for a minute. Su Yang eventually surrendered, turning off his camera and typing. Yang, I'll investigate further. Su Yang lay on his bed, peering over to where Chi Haitao was situated. Haitao. What is up, Su Gu? By the way, have you been getting a bit close to Li Ruodong lately? Not at all, Su Gu. No matter how close we are, it can't compare to your relationship with Su Sa. Besides, we merely attend student council activities together. Don't read too much into it. Haitao waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this topic, Lin Xian promptly set aside his phone to join the conversation. Su Yang typically spent time with the goddess of Nan University, so he was unaware. But you also hang out with Li Ruodong when you have free time, right? Lin Xian spoke in a manner that seemed influenced by whatever book he had been reading recently. Brother Lin, that is a bit of a stretch. We're classmates, and our two dorms often interact. It's quite normal for us to go shopping together. Isn't it? Is your friendship everlasting? Su Yang asked tentatively. Yes. You understand me, Su Gu. Su Yang nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and quietly picked up his phone. Yang, Haitao might like Li Ruodong, but what is Ruodong's situation? Yao, Ruodong should like him too. Why? If these two mutually like each other, haven't they made it official? Su Yang initially intended to type this, but found his fingers stiffening, feeling as though he would be slapping his own face. After much contemplation, he opted for a more cautious approach. Let them take their time. We mustn't stir up trouble, as it may hinder rather than help, considering there are precedents, Yang remarked. Indeed, Yao concurred. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory 406, Nan Xiao raised her middle finger at her phone, which was still on the line, before promptly hanging up. She had initially intended to drop subtle hints to Su Yang through the connections of others, yet he remained oblivious. No, he was not merely dense. He was simply a bit obstinate. However, Nan Xiao could hardly fault Su Yang, as her own situation was not much better. With her thoughts in disarray, she decided to get out of bed and climbed onto the adjacent bed of Luo Yuran, gently patting her head. Following that, she made her way to Li Ruodong's spot for another head pat. After completing this seemingly senseless activity, Nin Xiao returned to her bed to read. The military training concluded unusually early today, finishing around 4 in the afternoon. According to instructor Wu Lei, there was no leadership inspection today, allowing for a more relaxed atmosphere. Lazy transformed back into Lei Gu for the occasion. After dismissal, Su Yang and Nan Xiao intertwined their fingers and headed towards the parking lot. Nan Xiao intended to start her Ferrari for a leisurely drive back to Island City, while Su Yang chose to accompany her. Originally, Nan Xiao planned to visit Mrs. Chun and Mr. Su at their home, but Su Yang, fearing potential interrogation from Mrs. Chun, dismissed that idea. The clouds obscured the sun, accompanied by a refreshing breeze, as many students strolled about the campus. Among them, Su Yang and Nan Xiao stood out as the most radiant couple, drawing no unwelcome advances from those around them. Although the distance was not particularly far, the round trip would still take some time. Su Yang settled into the passenger seat. Aside from the initial delivery of the car, Nan Xiao had scarcely driven the Ferrari, mainly using it as a backdrop for most students' photographs. It's exhausting to drive. When will you learn to drive? She asked. During the holidays. No rush, he replied. I'm in a hurry. Don't rush. Fasten your seatbelt, Nan Xiao said, her expression stern. Oh, with that, the Ferrari roared to life. The moment it exited the parking lot, it captured numerous gazes. Many had witnessed Su Yang and Nan Xiao walking towards the parking area and naturally connected the dots between the two events. Upperclassmen began to realize that the rumors circulating among the freshmen might indeed hold some truth. However, Su Yang remained unaware of the commotion. As he gazed at the swiftly passing scenery outside the window, his thoughts drifting back to the initial moments spent beside Nan Xiao in the passenger seat. It felt as though something had shifted. Back then, during their first interactions and indeed during his inaugural ride in the Ferrari, he had felt quite anxious. Now, however, it felt completely natural. On the road, Nan Xiao focused intently on driving, while Su Yang remained lost in thought, both enveloped in a tacit silence. Soon, they arrived in the island city, the sky still aglow with daylight. As Su Yang gazed at the familiar streets, memories of his solitary life here flooded back. It seemed that the present moment felt far more fulfilling and gratifying. Where shall we go first? Su Yang inquired. To my home. You haven't been there yet, have you? Will we encounter your parents? No. They are currently in Beijing. All right. Do you feel a sense of regret? Nan Xiao glanced at Su Yang. Not regret, quite the opposite. I feel fortunate. Why is that? If I were to meet my parents, I would need to prepare myself in advance to avoid any embarrassment. Oh. Nan Xiao did not press further, for she too understood the necessity of mental preparation when visiting Su Yang's home. Before long, Nan Xiao drove into a villa district by the sea, her location affording a splendid view of the ocean. Though the faint scent of fish carried by the sea breeze was somewhat unwelcome. We have arrived. In the courtyard, a woman resembling Xiao Yuhan in her professional attire approached them. Xiao Yuhan referred to her as Xiao Li, but her full name was Li Ting. As soon as Nan Xiao and Su Yang alighted from the car, Li Ting hurried over. Young miss, young master, you have finally returned. Do you need me to arrange a hotel meal for you? No need. Please attend to your own matters, Nan Xiao replied, immediately taking Su Yang's hand as they headed indoors. Chapter 55. Let us go to the seaside. The villa's interior was exquisitely decorated and elegant. The air fresh with a hint of perfume that easily lifted one's spirits. Su Yang, however, remained perplexed as to why Nan Xiao had specifically returned for this visit. Setting aside her residence in Qizhou, her return here seemed devoid of purpose. Nan Xiao led Su Yang up the stairs, guiding him into a spacious room on the second floor adorned with numerous plush toys. This is my room. Please stay here while I attend to some matters. Can I accompany you? Su Yang's smile appeared somewhat forced. The pressure of being inexplicably brought back here was already overwhelming, and being left alone in Nan Xiao's room was more than he could bear. You cannot, Nan Xiao replied coldly. At least tell me why we are back here. We still need to return to school tonight. Do not rush, Nan Xiao said, before closing the door behind her as she departed. Su Yang's mind was filled with an increasing number of questions. If Nan Xiao was to run around, he could accompany her, as she often followed him in daily life, a fitting exchange of courtesy. What does this disjointed situation signify? Su Yang took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. Certain matters, particularly those concerning family, are indeed difficult to broach, even with close friends. Nan Xiao must have her reasons for returning to this place. It would not do to cling to her incessantly, yet remaining still was not an option for him. He opted for urgent counsel from matcha cake. Naturally, Su Yang could not fathom what Nan Xiao was contemplating, for she herself was uncertain of her thoughts. Confirming that Su Yang had not followed her out of the room, Nan Xiao descended the stairs and sank into the sofa in the hall, her body slumping backward. Initially, she intended to take Su Yang back to the place where they first met, hoping to provoke him into taking the initiative. She also wished to confront him directly. However, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Although she held the advantage of familiarity, courage eluded her. A message arrived via WeChat. Yang, Strategist, urgent situation. I have been unexpectedly invited to my good friend's home. Nan Xiao hesitated, almost sending a message that read, "Isn't this rather obvious?" but ultimately deleted it, opting for a more cautious and gradual approach. Matcha cake, aren't you supposed to be in military training? Why are you home suddenly? Such an inquiry was far more appropriate and left no room for suspicion. Yang, the training was dismissed early today. She drove me home. But she didn't mention any specific reason, just left me in her room, unsure of what to do next. Matcha cake. How do you feel about it now? Yang, naturally, I'm extremely nervous. Matcha cake, why? A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Nan Xiao's lips. She could nearly grasp Su Yang's feelings. Yet asking would make the situation all the more intriguing. Yang, are you deliberately teasing me, strategist? I like her, so of course I'm nervous in her room. Upon receiving the anticipated response, Nan Xiao felt a tremor of excitement. She forced herself to regain composure, gently patting her slightly flushed cheeks. Aware of her role as the femme fatale, she recognized that her offensive and defensive strategies were lacking. Matcha cake, don't rush. Think about it. This is precisely the opportunity you claim to desire, isn't it? No more waiting, right? Yang, it still feels somewhat lacking. And I have no idea what she plans to do. If it's something serious, then my more frivolous thoughts might not be appropriate. Nan Xiao gestured a middle finger at her phone. How positively healthy and optimistic. Was one to become a saint? Matcha cake, adapt as the situation unfolds. Yet, as your strategist, I must say that regardless of whether your recent interactions have been normal, the fact that she brought you home and into her room speaks volumes. Whying? Well, I must say, someone has harbored feelings for you for quite some time, yet has found it challenging to express them. Today presents a unique opportunity for both of you. If you let this moment slip away, you may lose the chance to forge a lifelong friendship, one that could endure the test of time. Do consider this carefully. NXYO could only convey her thoughts to this extent. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. She rummaged through her phone's contact list and found LT Ying, who is an associate of Xiao-YHN. With Xiao-YHN currently absent from the island city, it falls upon LT Ying to oversee various matters in her stead. Hello, Sister L, she greeted. Miss, what can I do for you? LT Ying responded, having dashed in from the courtyard upon answering the call. I might head to the beach shortly. Please make arrangements for a reserved area. Certainly. Does the young lady have any additional instructions? Also, please prepare some refreshments for later. Understood. LT Ying exited the room to commence her various tasks. NXYO began contemplating her next course of action. The message she had sent to S. Ying was as much for herself as it was for him. Continuing in this awkward, strained manner would likely lead to an ambiguous relationship that lacked the initial politeness of their acquaintance and the intimacy of a romantic partnership, hovering in an uncomfortable limbo. The crux of the matter was her own cowardice in addressing S. Ying directly, a sentiment he seemingly shared. NXYO began to strategize her approach. However, before she could finalize her plans, Xiao-YHN's call interrupted her thoughts. Miss, so you and S. Ying made a swift return to the island city, and now you plan to go to the beach together? How romantic. NXYO fell into a tactical silence. Xiao-L is merely providing me with a status update. Miss, do not overthink it. I'm not overthinking anything. Ah, so you are feeling shy then. Xiao-G, you seem to be quite chatty lately. Let us disregard my comments. But miss, while I support your budding romance with the young master, please do be cautious not to let the atmosphere become too intense. With that, NXYO abruptly ended the call, sensing from Xiao-YHN's tone that she had likely indulged a bit too much in her libations. After a moment of contemplation, NXYO ascended the stairs to her room. Upon entering, she discovered S. Ying, his chin resting in his hands, his gaze resolute as if preparing for a significant endeavor. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he failed to notice her quiet return. Seizing the moment, NXYO moved closer and playfully ruffled his hair, a reversal of their usual dynamic where he would often pat her head. Only then did S. Ying snap back to reality. Have you completed your errands? He inquired. Yes, and NXYO nodded. What are our plans now? Should we head back to school early, or? Do you have any suggestions? You have spent some time here before. Is there anything you wish to do? She countered. Well then, let us go to the beach. Chapter 56. Because I like you, the two of them were already at the seaside villa. So reaching the so-called beach merely required a few steps. Much like in school, they held hands, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. Su Yang felt a twinge of confusion. At this moment, many freshmen were indeed undergoing military training. However, considering it was the weekend, there should still be a considerable number of people around. Nevertheless, the foot traffic in this villa area was inherently sparse. So Su Yang merely felt a slight curiosity without dwelling on it. Perhaps other locations were hosting events. Nan Xiao, with her expression as frosty as ever, showed no signs of fluster, her hand already warmed by Su Yang's grasp. Are we going to stroll here until nightfall? Su Yang inquired. I don't know. If any issues arise, we should contact our instructor in advance to inform the dormitory supervisor. No need. We'll head back. All right. Su Yang fell silent, quietly savoring the not-so-pleasant sea breeze. Though not particularly fragrant, it still imparted a refreshing and invigorating sensation, a complex interplay of feelings. His mind drifted back to the initial moments spent with Nan Xiao, wandering through the park. It hadn't been long since then, just the transition from vacation to the start of the school year, but the shift in perception was substantial. Back then, the distance between him and Nan Xiao felt quite healthy. While maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, he often found himself lost in a myriad of thoughts about her. Now, however, things felt much more natural. What are you thinking about? Nan Xiao asked. Thinking about the past. The past? The vacation, when we first met. Oh, Nan Xiao nodded. And you? Nothing in particular. Really? Just kidding. Oh, Su Yang nodded. In many respects, their compatibility was remarkable, similar, and in sync. Nan Xiao took a seat on a nearby bench, and Su Yang followed suit. Neither of them paid attention to the distance between them, once seated. Their arms brushed against one another. They gazed out at the ocean, yet had no intention of turning towards it, simply remaining in that moment. It was not long before Nan Xiao grasped Su Yang's hand once more. She remained silent, her only action being the simple act of holding his hand. You seem to have stopped playing games lately, Nan Xiao initiated. I still play occasionally with my roommates in the dorm, but you don't play with me. You never said you wanted to play. You didn't ask me. Do you enjoy playing games? Not particularly. Then why didn't you ask? Nan Xiao puffed her cheeks slightly, releasing Su Yang's hand and crossing her arms. All right, my fault. I'll make sure to ask you every day from now on. Nan Xiao turned, playfully placing her hand atop Su Yang's head. She had a fondness for patting heads. The gentle touch of Mo Liuran and Li Ruodong evokes a subtle sensation, akin to caressing a small creature. In contrast, touching Su Yang elicits an indescribable feeling, tinged with a sense of accomplishment. Su Yang did not deter Nan Xiao from petting his head. Instead, he reached out to pinch her cheek. Observing this, Nan Xiao ceased her gentle strokes and reciprocated by pinching Su Yang's face. They were nestled closely together, yet their interaction resembled that of children playfully bickering, each teasingly pinching the other's face. This playful contest concluded once more with Nan Xiao playfully slapping Su Yang's rear. After their frolic, they resumed their idle pastime. Their sudden bursts of mischief followed by stretches of silence were commonplace for the two. Under the protective embrace of the sea breeze, the sun lost its harshness, instead enveloping them in an exquisite warmth. Once again, Nan Xiao grasped Su Yang's hand. How has your life at school been lately? Su Yang inquired. It's been all right. And yours? I suppose I'm doing okay as well. Oh, by the way, Nan Xiao hesitated, beginning to speak but then falling silent midway. When you were pursuing that Chu Mumu, what thoughts occupied your mind? And what compelled you to chase after her? I believe you've asked this before, but you never answered directly. Back then, I was rather naive, so I suppose that counts as a genuine answer. It's rather peculiar, really. So, what does it feel like to be in love? Then Xiao pressed on. It's perhaps an overwhelming preoccupation with the other person, an irresistible urge to dwell on them, and the extraordinary sensation of being together, I suppose. Because I didn't experience such profound feelings initially. Pursuing a girl didn't necessarily require all those elements of affection. As long as she was pleasing to the eye, and with a rush of emotions, that was sufficient. This was Su Yang's self-reflection, a conclusion drawn after some observation. Oh, Nan Xiao nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, she continued, So, did you acquire this theoretical knowledge from videos? No, it's self-derived. Nan Xiao tilted her head curiously. Su Yang remained silent. Do you have any other romantic experiences? None. Then how do you know what love feels like if you don't watch videos? Nan Xiao pressed. Because I like you. That is my sentiment towards you. Nan Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She felt a ringing in her ears, her pupils slightly constricting, her lips parting, yet she remained speechless for an extended moment. The warmth within her was gradually rising, as this icy fade began to melt away. Su Yang, on the other hand, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Speaking his truth was indeed liberating. After uttering those words, Su Yang maintained his gaze on Nan Xiao, who was also looking at him. Yet, it was evident that she was not entirely composed. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, caught in a state of hesitation, her entire being rigid with tension. "Are you all right?" Suyang asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Nen Xiao has lost her ability to articulate. The pain she endures now far surpasses the hurt she experienced previously on WeChat. Suyang, too, finds himself at a loss for words in the presence of Nan Xiao. His courage has been entirely depleted. After confessing his feelings for her, he struggles to utter anything further, such as a desire to pursue a relationship. They have both become ensnared in a mysterious atmosphere. Su Yang's breathing grows increasingly erratic, mirroring the disarray of Nan Xiao's own breath. Neither dares to speak first, and they return to their previous posture of gazing at the sea, their hands tightly intertwined. Before long, Nan Xiao concedes. She softens, relinquishing her stiffness, and collapses into Su Yang's embrace, refusing to lift her head for an extended period. Perhaps this is her form of response. However, she need not articulate anything. Su Yang comprehends her sentiments through her actions. In the distance, Li Ting, wielding binoculars, concludes her observation of Su Yang and Nan Xiao, exclaiming with a hint of resignation, "Youth is truly a wonderful thing." Chapter 57. All busy. Busy is good time for Su Yang, and Nan Xiao has not slipped away. Their moments seem to have slowed to a crawl, and despite their efforts, they cannot escape this suspended state. Nan Xiao has yet to recover from her earlier intensity, now leaning against Su Yang, clutching his hand, enveloped in silence. What should she do now? She repeatedly questions herself. In her usual playful banter with Su Yang, there was always a hint of jest. Yet when he openly lays bare his feelings, she finds herself unable to withstand the weight of the moment. She had envisioned many scenarios of Su Yang confessing, and her accepting it with grace, leading to a joyful elevation of their friendship. The reality is that she cannot remain composed. To this day, she has not responded to his declaration of affection. Amidst the turmoil of her emotions, her mind is clouded with heavy thoughts. For instance, this might not be mutual affection. Rather, it could be a scenario meticulously orchestrated by her, the flawed woman. Can she, still embodying the persona of the matcha cake, accept Su Yang's feelings with tranquility? Can she bear the weight of such emotions? The more she contemplates, the more diminutive she feels, leading to a chaotic tangle of thoughts. Ultimately, she resorts to clearing her mind entirely and embraces Su Yang's arm. Her silence inadvertently places considerable pressure on him. Su Yang yearns to inquire, "What is our relationship now?" Such a question feels somewhat abrupt and peculiar, yet remaining unasked seems equally untenable. Nan Xiao neither expresses resistance nor pushes him away. Instead, she embraces him, which, to some extent, serves as a response to his feelings. So, can they now be considered a couple? It seems plausible, yet uncertain. Su Yang's thoughts spiral further, and in a moment of resolve, he places his hand on Nan Xiao's head, offering a comforting gesture. "Advisor, help me. What should we do now?" The confession was successfully made, and the feedback seems to be not negative, but what comes next? Su Yang, lacking in romantic experience, finds himself entangled in a web of joy and confusion. Little does he know, a strategist is right beside him, albeit in a far more disheartened state. In the girls' dormitory, room 406, the frosty little figure of Luo Yuran lies on her bed, facing the wall, toying with her small doll. "Yuran, shall we go for a meal?" Xiao has gone off to play with Su Yang, and likely won't return for a while. Li Ruodong leans over to her bedside. Oh, Luo Yuran obediently nods, turning to slip on her delicate black lace-trimmed ankle socks, then begins to don her skirt, ultimately putting on her black Lolita dress. The gothic little girl is resurrected. Luo Yuran descends from the bed, puts on her shoes, and glances at the empty bed of Nan Xiao, pouting ever so slightly. "Let us go?" Li Ruodong, noticing the little Lolita, is tempted to take her hand and walk together, but fearing the little one might flare up, she abandons the thought. Subsequently, Luo Yuran obediently follows behind Li Ruodong. Even after nearly a week since the start of the semester, this little Lolita still draws considerable attention from both boys and girls as she steps out. She is simply too adorable, and her attire stands out remarkably. Luo Yuran resembles a slightly enlarged exquisite doll, evoking a dreamy aura. Li Ruodong has evidently acclimated to the sensation of venturing out with her top-tier roommate. To prevent the atmosphere from growing increasingly awkward, she selectively engages the frosty little one in conversation. "Yuran, what do you think about Xiao and Su Yang? Why do they keep insisting they are just ordinary friends?" Xiao would not lie. They are merely friends, Luo Yuran asserts confidently. But look at how Xiao clings to Su Yang, and her demeanor when with him is clearly different from when she is with us. Oh, Luo Yuran initially intends to refute this. However, upon recalling Nan Xiao's habit of hugging her phone and messaging while in bed, it does seem rather distinct from her usual self. Being in love is quite magical, isn't it? Li Ruodong adds. I have no interest, replies Luo Yuran. All right. Li Ruodong swallows back her thoughts, having recently received subtle hints from Qi Haitao, urging her to facilitate a connection between Lu Haoyu and Luo Yuran. Yet, she thinks better of it, recalling the day Luo Yuran had cried. Lost in thought, Li Ruodong reaches out to pat Luo Yuran's head, only to have her hand swatted away. Why can Xiao touch me, but not you? Li Ruodong pouts. Luo Yuran responds coolly, remaining silent. When Nan Xiao touches her head, it brings a comforting maternal sensation, while Li Ruodong's touch evokes no feeling at all. Though not repulsed, she simply prefers not to be touched by her. Sigh. So what shall we eat? I shall refrain from summoning Qi Haitao and the others. It matters not. Shall we head to the cafeteria or venture outside? Indifferent. Then let us proceed to the cafeteria. It is more convenient. Oh, boys' dormitory, room 502. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qi Haitao let out a heavy sigh. He increasingly found the 5th floor to be quite tormenting. He truly admired those who could ascend after military training as if it were nothing. Lin Xian, engrossed in a novel, paid him no heed, while Lu Haoyu sat in his designated spot, cradling a guitar. So, you still run errands for the student council, torturing yourself. Are you? Lu Haoyu remarked. After a week of harmonious cohabitation with the group, this wolf-tail boy had adapted to engaging normally, seldom playing the aloof character. You see, Lu Gu, you don't understand. Joining the student council enhances one's arsum, making job hunting post-graduation considerably easier. Qi Haitao returned to his seat and took a sip of Sprite, feeling a sense of relief. Isn't there a plethora of arsum embellishments? Moreover, the merit of being in the student council pales in comparison to simply attending Shanda. Lu Haoyu replied with a smirk. One ought to be honest, and besides, the more connections, the better. Where's Su Gu? He hasn't mentioned what he is up to. Could it be that he is accompanying Su Sa to open a store? Silence. Do not utter what should remain unsaid. Lu Haoyu frowned, his expression suddenly becoming much more serious. What I meant to say was about opening a shop. Aren't those two perpetually entangled in entrepreneurial discussions? No need to rush. Oh. Lu Haoyu promptly fell silent, beginning to strum his guitar. He played skillfully and gently, providing a soothing background ambience in the dormitory. At least the nearby rooms did not come to inquire, indicating it was not overly loud. Sigh. Qi Haitao exhaled. Su Yang was undeniably a busy individual in the dormitory and a prominent star outside. Apart from military training and the occasional meal together, he was mostly elusive. Lin Xian dedicated his leisure time to reading, while Lu Haoyu oscillated between gaming and guitar playing. He could have connected with Lu Haoyu over gaming, but alas, he was rather inept, struggling with every game. This brings to mind Su Yang's gaming prowess. Su Yang had earned Lu Haoyu's high regard in this realm. In Lu Haoyu's words, Su Yang could effortlessly pursue a professional gaming career, live streaming, and coaching, as if it were his birthright. Qi Haitao longed to question Su Yang on how he managed to be handsome, kind-hearted, wealthy, skilled in gaming, and still attend Shanda. Alas, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. He acknowledged his envy of Su Yang in every aspect. Yet the thought that such an extraordinary individual was his roommate filled him with pride, providing ample opportunity for boasting. Qi Haitao glanced at Lu Haoyu, who was intently focused on his guitar, then at Lin Xian, who was immersed in his novel, and finally at Su Yang's empty spot. Sigh, everyone is busy. Being occupied is indeed preferable. Chapter 58. What is our current relationship? When Su Yang and Nan Xiao returned to school, darkness had already descended. As night descended, numerous students meandered around the campus, while Nan Xiao's striking red Ferrari remained conspicuous. After parking the car, the two took a slightly circuitous route to avoid drawing attention. Throughout this time, Su Yang and Nan Xiao held hands. Previously, such a gesture symbolized an everlasting friendship. What did it signify now? Su Yang found himself at a loss for words. Are we playing games after returning home? He inquired. Sure, Nan Xiao replied obediently. Su Yang fell into a brief silence before halting his steps. Nan Xiao paused as well, casting a puzzled glance at him. By the way, what is our current relationship? Su Yang could not resist asking. Having already confessed certain feelings, he deemed it best to speak freely. Bottling up emotions only to let the situation worsen was not in his nature. Good friends? Nan Xiao replied, her tone tinged with uncertainty. When it came to assisting others with their dilemmas, they were both remarkably objective and insightful. However, when it came to their own circumstances, they struggled to define their relationship. Su Yang felt as though he had never encountered a pig, nor had he seen one run. I like you, Su Yang reiterated emphatically. Nan Xiao trembled involuntarily, her previously composed expression beginning to falter, as if jolted by an electric current. I understand, I like you too. Although uttering those words should have been simple, it felt as if her lips were sealed. What's wrong? Su Yang attempted to mask his inner turmoil with a calm demeanor. He believed Nan Xiao's reaction indicated that she harbored feelings for him. Yet, her continued silence, despite his reassurance, stirred a flicker of unease within him. Crouch down. Nan Xiao finally managed to utter after a lengthy pause. Quickly crouch. Su Yang, slightly perplexed, complied with her request, lowering himself. Then, Nan Xiao leaned in and playfully ruffled his hair, leaving it a delightful mess. Didn't you say friendship lasts forever? Nan Xiao inquired. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her voice quivering slightly. Eternity can encompass more than just friendship. I consider you a good friend. Do you desire my body? Affection is not merely a base desire. You like me, yet do you not covet my body? What is wrong with me? You are perfect in every way. Then why do you not desire me? Is that something one can articulate? Su Yang found Nan Xiao's response somewhat perplexing. Yet, soon something even more bewildering occurred. Nan Xiao smiled. It was rare for her to exhibit such mirth around Su Yang, and in that moment, she seemed to be amused by her own silliness. Her smile was infectious. Nan Xiao's unusual demeanor did not unsettle Su Yang, for the charming contrast of her bashfulness was undeniably captivating. Su Yang smiled and said, So? We haven't finished our conversation yet. Nan Xiao bent down, placing her finger gently against Su Yang's lips. Having successfully silenced him, she lifted his chin with a commanding grace. I am not a virtuous woman. My regard for you is sufficient. In truth, my temperament leaves much to be desired, and you can sense that in our interactions. I find you rather charming, and that adds an intriguing element to our exchanges. I am not one to speak freely. I only dare to express myself through typed words online. It's all right, I am not fond of talking either. My gaming skills are rather lacking. I am quite capable. I shall lead you in the game. I am not proficient in cooking. I can manage, but if it proves too challenging, we can dine out or order takeout instead. I am rather clumsy. Your college entrance examination scores outshine mine by a considerable margin. Thus, they fell into a contemplative silence. Su Yang remained half-squatting, gazing up at Nan Xiao. Eventually, she took his hand and continued walking. She still had not defined their relationship, yet it seemed irrelevant whether she did or not. She held his hand, which served as the most profound affirmation. Her expression had also transformed. The icy demeanor had melted away, replaced by a gentle smile that suggested a sense of relief, as if she had finally summoned the courage to embrace her feelings. Su Yang's mind cleared. Akin to the completion of a significant personal quest, the enduring bond of friendship was replaced, perhaps, by an emblem of everlasting love. Meanwhile, Chu Mumu, strolling alone on campus, was on a phone call, the other end evidently belonging to Lu Haoran. To avoid encountering certain individuals, she had deliberately taken a less traveled route. Mumu, our military training concluded early. I will come find you once I'm done. By the time our training wraps up, the National Day holiday will be upon us. At the mention of military training, Chu Mumu's expression soured. Each day had become a struggle, and she was contemplating whether to request time off for her monthly discomfort. There's no rush. We can enjoy ourselves during National Day. Where would you like to go? Or what would you like to eat? Should we invite your roommates? I don't have any particular destinations in mind. I just want to indulge in some quality gaming. Besides, I've mentioned before, only Gao Yaru among my roommates is tolerable. The others, not so much. Everything is up to you. I will follow your lead. My father has recently engaged in some business with a large corporation, and if all goes well, our situation will improve significantly. That sounds promising. Chu Mumu was not particularly interested in this topic. It wasn't that she was indifferent to her boyfriend's financial status. Rather, she felt secure in his affections, compounded by her current unhappiness. Rather than hear Lu Haoran boast about his father's accomplishments, she longed for him to be by her side, engaging in conversation. Mumu, are you feeling a bit down today? It would be strange for military training to uplift one's spirits, especially with two others in the dorm. Chu Mumu's words trailed off abruptly. It was not merely a matter of overhearing ill words spoken about her. Rather, it was the sight of Su Yang and Nan Xiao that troubled her heart. This radiant couple, shining like the sun, had been a source of her effort to suppress her feelings. Su Yang could do as he pleased, after all. The past was immutable, and there was nothing she could change. Moreover, in the presence of Nan Xiao, she lacked even the courage to approach them with further inquiries. Yet, something felt different about Su Yang and Nan Xiao at this moment. Typically, they wore solemn expressions, despite their constant companionship and hand-holding. It always left a sense of incompleteness. But now, smiles adorned their faces. Particularly striking was Nan Xiao, the aloof beauty, whose subtle smile seemed to illuminate the entire night sky, rendering even another woman like herself unable to look away, yearning for a longer gaze. This was unsettling. Seeing the couple shine more brightly than usual made Chu Mumu feel increasingly uncomfortable, especially when considering that her own partner was in another city, rendering their relationship akin to a long-distance romance. Her cheeks flushed, surpassing any words that could express her discomfort. "Hey, Momo, what is going on over there? You're so annoying." Chapter 59. Couple Space. Su Yang returned to dormitory 502 with an air of nonchalance. The room was stagnant, devoid of fresh air. Although the strange odors were minimal, it still felt stifling, under the watchful gaze of his three roommates. He placed a bag containing 4 cups of milk tea on the table before silently opening the window. A gentle breeze swept through, and leaning against the window, his hair swayed softly as he placed his hands in his pockets, maintaining a composed demeanor. "It seems you have something to ask," he remarked. "Bro, shouldn't you have explained to the guys where you went first? You didn't even check in. Those who know might think you're out with Su's sister-in-law, while those who don't might assume something happened to you." Chi Haitao teased first. "There's a reason for that, but it's not easily explained. In any case, I'm fine, and I brought you some milk tea," he replied, though he intended to provide such an update and didn't deem it necessary. Furthermore, after leaving Nan Xiao's home for the seaside, he had not once checked his phone. Did something happen? Lu Haoyu asked, frowning slightly as he scrutinized Su Yang, seemingly trying to glean information from his expression. "Nothing at all. Su Ge, you seem a bit happy." "Just an illusion. Su Ge, we're all connected at heart. I'll drink the milk tea myself." "Su Ge, I believe everyone has their own privacy. Probing too deeply isn't advisable. Let us each go about our business." "As long as Su Ge is well," Chi Haitao said with a smile, lightening the mood, before being the first to grab a cup of taro pearl milk tea from the bag. With the most talkative member silenced, Lin Xian and Lu Haoyu resumed their own activities. Lin Xian, belatedly aware, set down his phone and went to grab some milk tea, also bringing a cup back for Lu Haoyu, who was still engaged in his own pursuits. "The atmosphere in the dormitory has returned to normal." Su Yang nodded slightly. This implies that the recent abnormality was due to everyone's concern for him. This notion is perhaps the closest to the truth, yet Su Yang still sensed a subtle awkwardness. The last male friend who showed him concern was Lu Haoran. Maintaining a contemplative state, Su Yang did not retire to his bed, but instead seated himself at the table, opening his phone and placing it there. Just moments ago, he was pondering his roommate's thoughts, which seamlessly transitioned to Nan Xiao. What is their current relationship? Are they a couple? Given the atmosphere and Nan Xiao's reactions, he could indeed entertain such an idea. However, it seemed that neither of them had explicitly stated the fact that they were dating. Would his address for Nan Xiao need to change? Terms of endearment? Dearest? Darling? Baby? Xiao? Yao Yao? None of these seemed quite right. During his contemplation, Su Yang gradually shifted his focus to WeChat. Such matters, shrouded in uncertainty and ambiguity, were best discussed with Matcha Cake, who would surely provide him with answers. Of course, while posing his questions to Matcha Cake, Su Yang was not idle. He opened his browser to search for what one should be mindful of when beginning a relationship and how to discern if one is dating a friend of the opposite sex. Meanwhile, as Su Yang earnestly wrestled with his phone, Lu Haoyu observed him intently. Lu Haoyu often took note of Su Yang. Firstly, his sexual orientation posed no issue. Secondly, he found Su Yang quite handsome, a true man among men. Su Yang looked particularly striking when he was serious, even more so than when he usually donned a stoic facade in public. Lu Haoyu pondered whether he should learn from Su Yang to adopt his style. Ever since he had upset Luo Yuran to tears, he appeared to have come to terms with it, yet he was persistently searching for faults within himself. Perhaps he should start with his hairstyle? His family had urged him on multiple occasions to rid himself of the wolf tail, deeming it unrefined. The dormitory atmosphere was indeed peculiar. Chi Haitao retreated to his bed, holding his phone horizontally as if launching a game. In reality, he had activated a recorded lecture by a finance professor, with notes and textbooks at hand. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Haoyu returned to his bed, picked up his phone, and began scrolling rapidly. He was browsing guitar tabs. In the meantime, Lin Xian, a robust figure clad in hanfu, fell into deep thought. Although, logically speaking, everyone seemed preoccupied with gaming, was the atmosphere not more earnest than usual? He had an inkling that everyone was secretly studying or researching something, perhaps clandestinely engaged in open book learning. However, he deemed this merely an illusion, so he settled into his seat and continued perusing a novel. Once again, he found himself daydreaming, wondering if amidst the monotony of school life, he might encounter a captivating older sister in black stockings, leading to a serendipitous encounter and ultimately a successful relationship. His reverie did not linger for long, and Lin Xian set his phone aside. He opened his computer and initiated an automated script for Arknights, then climbed into bed. Tucking himself in, ready to drift into slumber, he indulged in fleeting fantasies of a graceful sister in black stockings, but allowed himself only a light daydream, saving the rest for his dreams. Ah, another day survived. How remarkable I am. In the girls' dormitory 406, Nen Xiao stiffly handed 2 cups of milk tea to her roommate. Li Ruodong accepted them with a subtly nuanced expression, inquiring about the price, but ultimately received a gentle pat on the head and was pushed back into her seat. The ice princess, Luo Yuran, did not take her drink, remaining silent and blinking at Nen Xiao. Nen Xiao swiftly punctured 1 cup of milk tea with a straw and offered it to Luo Yuran's lips. Yuran, drink. Oh, Luo Yuran obediently pouted. Good girl. Do it yourself. Okay. Once her roommates were comfortably settled, Nen Xiao took out her phone and opened WeChat. Yang, strategist, I confess today, but I'm a bit uncertain about whether we are in a relationship. She seems to have feelings for me, but we've been awkwardly circling around it. And although we've expressed our thoughts, our relationship appears to remain unchanged. Nen Xiao sighed, resting her forehead in her palm. Could it be that their many interactions had already resembled those of a couple? At this moment, she felt less bashful, having developed some resistance. And with Su Yang not present, she cast a sidelong glance at Luo Yuran, who was still staring intently. Yuran, turn around. Oh. Only then did Nen Xiao begin to reply. Matcha cake. You needn't ask me. Just pose the question directly to her. Yang, actually I did ask. But she seems to shy away from such topics. Matcha cake. Then she's just being shy. Instead of asking, you should affirm that we are indeed a couple. Yang, wouldn't that be too abrupt? Matcha cake, abrupt? Nonsense. Why not just kiss her a couple of times? Are you waiting to draft a formal contract? Matcha cake, if all else fails, do you have her contact information? Send her an invitation to your couple's space. Yang, that makes sense. Chapter 60. I will not allow their opinions. Su Yang was quite receptive to advice. He clicked and sent a couple's space invitation to Nen Xiao. She accepted it promptly, as swiftly as she would reply to his messages. Unable to suppress a chuckle, a smile crept onto his lips. After 5 seconds, he realized his reaction was somewhat foolish. The significance of establishing this relationship paled in comparison to simply holding Nen Xiao's hand, which would feel far more tangible. Yao Yao hello. Yang hello. There was a certain beauty in their newfound acquaintance. Su Yang felt as though he had returned to the blissful days of his vacation in the island city. Yet reality loomed as he would have to rise early for a morning run and subsequent military training the next day. As their relationship was still in its nascent stages, he pondered whether he ought to express more, but ultimately decided against it. Rest early. Let us have breakfast together tomorrow, he texted. Oh, came the reply from Yao. Then, a call came through. Su Yang answered but remained silent, placing his phone aside while it continued to charge. Yao also refrained from speaking. And though their conversation was devoid of words, a tacit understanding lingered between them. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After grooming himself, Su Yang promptly made his way to the base of Nan Xiao's dormitory building, only to find her already waiting. Good morning, he greeted. Good morning, she replied. As he extended his hand, she sweetly took hold of it. Yet Su Yang, feeling mischievous, pulled her hand towards him and then entwined his arm with hers. Nan Xiao appeared slightly bewildered. Shall we have breakfast in the cafeteria or outside? Oh, whatever, she replied. Then let us go to the cafeteria, he decided. A blush crept across Nanshi Yao's cheeks, surpassing any words that could have been uttered. From breakfast to military training. Aside from their hands evolving into a more affectionate embrace, their interactions remained largely unchanged. The only notable incident was when Nanshi Yao was summoned away by an instructor during training. Maintaining an air of cool composure, she followed the instructor to the office. Once inside, she spotted Xiao Yuhan, who was not clad in her usual professional attire, but instead wore an elegantly enchanting black dress. She sat with her bare, fair legs crossed at the desk of Zhang Suping. Upon the arrival of both Zhang Suping and Nanshi Yao, she gestured for Zhang to proceed. Ms. Zhang, if there are no issues, please feel free to attend to your duties. I will inform you once my conversation with the young lady is concluded. Though Xiao Yuhan appeared approachable in her attire, her demeanor was notably more serious than usual. Zhang Suping, eager to distance herself from this formidable presence, acquiesced. All right, if Ms. Xiao has any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. Once Zhang had departed, Xiao Yuhan straightened herself, her expression now grave as she addressed Nanshi Yao. So, young lady, what prompted your urgency for this meeting? There are some pressing matters. Contacting you during military training seemed the opportune moment. Nanshi Yao casually took a seat. In this office setting, they both felt at ease, as if they were at home. Well, if there's something to discuss, please proceed, Nanshi Yao urged. Are you in a hurry? Is that outfit for a date? She inquired, raising an eyebrow. Miss, you've never shown this much concern for me before. Nanshi Yao replied, frowning slightly. I do care. Is it about Su Yang, and you are uncertain how to broach the subject? So is it a date? It seems there may be some issues in your relationship with Su Yang. Are you seeking my counsel or assistance? You should not be confiding in your roommate or Su Yang. Let us get straight to the point. Is your date someone from the school? No, my lady. I merely seek a romantic interest, not a date. Let us refrain from discussing this. If it is solely about chatting, may I update you gradually on WeChat? Xiao Yuhan leaned closer to Nanshi Yao, gently pinching her cheek. Nanshi Yao nodded, her face displaying a rare hint of conflict. After a few moments of contemplation, she finally spoke. I am in a relationship with Su Yang. Oh, Xiao Yuhan nodded. And then what? Do you expect me to be astonished that you are actually dating Su Yang? My lady, what is the crux of this matter? I am in a relationship with Su Yang. That is the crux, Nanshi Yao replied coldly. Very well, congratulations on your union. However, before you reach a marriageable age, please ensure you take precautions. So what is the issue? Xiao Yuhan sighed. I told a little white lie. About what specifically? I mentioned not to tell him I use WeChat, yet I have been engaging with him under another identity on WeChat since our initial acquaintance. Xiao Yuhan pondered for a moment before retorting. So, you are not fated to be together, nor is it serendipity. Rather, it is the result of your meticulous planning. Is that your perspective? Partially, but that is not the issue. The concern lies in not knowing how to proceed from here and how to confess. Well, that is simple. I can just send the recording to Su Yang. Immediately, Xiao Yuhan picked up her phone and showed Nanshi Yao the recording screen. My lady, you surely do not wish for this matter to be erased. Oh, I apologize. I merely thought it would create an intriguing atmosphere. Xiao Yuhan wore a wry smile as she hastily stopped and deleted the recording. Sister Xiao, I am quite earnest in seeking your advice. My lady, you have already ensnared Su Yang, yet you wait until now for my assistance? This is hardly a grave matter. Not grave. You have meticulously maneuvered him into becoming your boyfriend. Even if he were to discover the truth, I believe he would merely be startled for a moment, and perhaps even revel in the outcome. Is that truly the case? I cannot say for certain. My lady, you are aware of my naivety in matters of the heart. Indeed. My lady, I implore you to hesitate for a few moments. Oh, so is that all? Nanshi Yao maintained her silence. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yuhan inquired tentatively. Where are you headed? To attend to some matters. Personal? One might say so. Are you seeking someone at the school? My lady, if you can conceive of such matters, why consult me? Are you simply feeling stifled and in need of conversation? Can we not chat on WeChat? Your understanding is not without merit. Nanshi Yao crossed her elegant legs and folded her arms. She locked eyes with Xiao Yuhan, though no words were exchanged. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a notch. Miss, please do not hesitate to express your thoughts. Is there something specific you wish to discuss with me? Xiao Jia, I have already mentioned that the matter at hand is my relationship with Su Yang. And, will you inform my parents about this? Indeed, since you, miss, have openly acknowledged your relationship, I feel it is my duty to report this to Mr. Nan and his wife, Xiao Yuhan admitted candidly. Then, Xiao Jia, could you please relay a rather audacious sentiment on my behalf? Oh, what is it? I shall not permit them to voice any objections. Chapter 61 During lunch. Lin Xian distanced himself from the group, opting for solitary exploration. Following the completion of the morning military training, he exchanged his athletic attire for traditional Hanfu. Embodying a classic aesthetic, he meandered around the periphery of the dining hall, more accurately in pursuit of a particular target. He had long harbored a desire for romance, a yearning intensified by a pure love novel he had read the previous day. What if he stumbled upon a lone beauty? Though he recalled not encountering anyone of his preferred type among his contemporaries, he remained hopeful that fate might intervene. With this thought guiding him, Lin Xian ventured further, gradually losing sight of the student populace. He soon noticed a striking figure in the distance, a mature woman clad in a black dress. Her beauty was undeniable, and her alluring figure was accentuated by the delicate fabric of her attire. Lin Xian found himself captivated, aware that staring was impolite. Yet this was the very type he had only dared to dream of. Yet, alongside his infatuation, a sense of retreat began to creep in. Even a mere glance revealed the chasm that separated them, suggesting she was not a student at all. Perhaps she was a teacher? As these chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind, he found himself drawn closer. The more he observed, the more entranced he became. The only dilemma was that this enchanting woman was presently indulging in a cup of millet porridge, her other hand clutching a meat pie and chicken leg, devouring her meal with the ferocity of a hungry wolf. Midway through her meal, she noticed Lin Xian's gaze. Xiao Yuhan's movements momentarily froze. She had intentionally chosen to eat outside to avoid being scrutinized while dining, and Lin Xian's Hanfu piqued her interest. However, the moment their eyes met, Lin Xian's face flushed crimson. He quickly lowered his head, uttering no greeting, and fled. Lin Xian, with his robust physique, exhibited an expression that was rather peculiar. Xiao Yuhan suddenly found the chicken leg before her less appetizing. She had anticipated that the young man might approach her for a conversation, and though her demeanor remained poised, her attire today was not overly formal. She had received a few requests for her contact information from boys, yet none had been to her liking. Not only should she be youthful, but it would also be preferable for her to possess a hint of shyness, though not to the point of being dull. The individuals bold enough to approach her are often the stereotypical scoundrels. However, Lin Xian had just given her a rather favorable impression, and she was hopeful that today would finally yield some fruitful outcomes. Sigh, perhaps I should seek Su Yang's assistance in making an introduction. After all, the young lady is already aware that enlisting students to facilitate introductions is somewhat akin to matchmaking. Su Yang is reliable, and the individuals he recommends are likely to be trustworthy as well. Thus, Xiao Yuhan dialed Su Yang's number. Hello, young master. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, she began. Xiao Jia, came the cold voice from the other end, unmistakably that of Nan Xiao. Young lady, could you pass the phone to Su Yang? You wish for Su Yang to help you find a suitable match? Yes, Xiao Yuhan admitted with a hint of resignation. Goodbye. Hey, wait, young lady. The call was abruptly terminated. Xiao Yuhan let out a silent sigh. She chose to channel her sorrow into her appetite, deciding to purchase 2 meat-filled pastries. Meanwhile, on the other side, after hanging up the phone, Nin Xiao returned the device to Su Yang. The two were seated together in the Cloud Coffee House, arms linked. Su Yang often frequented this establishment as part of his routine, while also taking the opportunity to verify some material information. Once he had completed his confirmations, he exchanged pleasantries with Li Fong before departing. What do you feel like eating? He inquired casually. Anything, perhaps the nearby Shandong restaurant, she suggested. Oh, did the instructor have any particular reason to seek you out this morning? Xiao Jie came looking for me regarding a matter. So, Xiao Jie just ignore her. That doesn't seem quite right. After all, Xiao Jie is always bustling about. If she has specific intentions, I would like to assist her as much as possible. Oh, then perhaps you should introduce her to someone. You have quite the extensive network. Don't you? Stop scolding me, he replied with a chuckle. Are you suggesting I introduce her to your roommate? Let us see how it goes. However, it appears that only Lin Xian is a suitable candidate for introduction. Lin Xian? Oh, Nan Xiao momentarily struggled to recall who Su Yang's roommate was. She had a vague memory of Qi Haitao being talkative and some recollection of Lu Haoyu's interest in her friend, Yu Ran. Yet, as for Lin Xian, his presence was rather minimal within the larger group. and she could only vaguely remember him. However, introducing acquaintances to one another carries a certain risk. Should they experience any discord, it would lead to an awkward situation for us. Thus, I advise you to disregard her. We shall revisit this matter. Su Yang decided he needed to communicate with Xiao Yuhan first, followed by a conversation with Lin Xian. Upon entering the Shandong restaurant, Su Yang picked up the menu and began to browse. Boss, I'll have stir-fried kidneys, sweet and sour carp, salt and pepper squid, flavored eggplant, and 2 servings of rice. Very well. Isn't that a bit too much? Nan Xiao tugged at Su Yang's sleeve, her brow slightly furrowed. I have a decent appetite today, rest assured. I dislike waste. Anything left over can be packed for me to enjoy later. No leftover food. We shall finish everything here. Understood. The meal was served promptly. In less than 10 minutes, the dishes for Su Yang and Nan Xiao's table were served one after another. Having just walked a considerable distance, they were keen to rest. Nan Xiao showed no inclination to touch her utensils. We sat next door for quite a while, didn't we? It wasn't a far walk, she remarked, a hint of fatigue in her voice. Her cheeks were slightly puffed, retaining their usual coolness, yet they appeared softer and even possessed a charming contrast. Eat by yourself. This isn't kanji, and it's not appropriate to feed you. Very well. Su Yang rose to fetch a spoon and diligently served Nan Xiao, even spooning rice into her mouth. The sight of such a stunning pair naturally drew attention, and the act of feeding her elicited a wave of astonishment from those nearby. A couple at the adjacent table looked on in disbelief, prompting the girl to set down her utensils and nod at her partner. Feed me. Nan Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, Su Yang had fed her kanji before they started dating, so it seemed reasonable for him to feed her a meal now. She figured she would reciprocate by feeding him later, a fair exchange, she thought. Yet, being fed in such a manner felt somewhat shameful, prompting her to finally pick up her own utensils and eat. As she continued to eat, a sudden realization struck her. She wanted Su Yang to experience a hint of the same embarrassment. I'll feed you. I'll eat by myself. Let us finish quickly so we can return to what we need to do. All right, feed away. Chapter 62. Su Yang makes connections after lunch. Su Yang escorted Nan Xiao back to her dormitory. You fed well. Next time, let us just eat properly, he said, pinching her cheek. Oh, are you going to take a nap? Depends on the situation. Let us discuss it when I return. I need to call Sister Xiao first. Okay. Su Yang ruffled Nan Xiao's hair one last time before turning to leave. He swiftly made a phone call. Hello? Sister Xiao? Ah, young master. What can I do for you? Nothing much. Just wanted to ask about what you mentioned earlier. Let us not discuss this behind the young lady's back. Shall we? I've already spoken with her. The young lady has no objections? Could there be any objections? So what do you mean, Sister Xiao? Ah, young master. I'm not getting any younger, and my family has been urging me to find a partner and settle down. I've been quite busy, but I do have some thoughts on that front. Do you need my assistance in finding someone? Yes, that's the idea. Then I must be honest with you. My current social circle consists solely of my roommates. But just out of curiosity, do you happen to know any reliable and single individuals among them? Theoretically, they are all single. If I had to point out one person, I could introduce them to you. Really? Tell me more. Can I see them? How can I get in touch with them? Or could you arrange a meeting for us? Consider it a blind date. Am I too old for them? Xiao Yuhan asked repeatedly, her sudden self-awareness causing her to clear her throat a few times. In any case, it's up to you, young master. My roommate is quite presentable, tall and robust, yet rather introverted, I would say, if we disregard his peculiar habit of burying himself in books. Lin Xian indeed exhibits a degree of shyness. Goodness, tall yet introverted? How about his age? We're of the same generation. This is intriguing. A hint of amusement colored Xiao Yuhan's voice, as if she had become genuinely interested. I'll speak with him first. Let us discuss further later. All right, young master. My future happiness rests upon your shoulders. Very well, goodbye, Sister Xiao. Su Yang ended the call, having returned to the vicinity of the boys' dormitory. The sensation of playing matchmaker was rather nuanced. Should the two of them find themselves at odds, he would undoubtedly feel quite awkward as the intermediary. However, if things progressed well, it might evoke a sense of achievement. Thus, Su Yang bounded up the stairs, 2 steps at a time, reaching dormitory 502. Upon his return, he did not hasten to fulfill his task, but instead chose to connect with his friends. Chi Haitao was nowhere to be found, likely occupied with student council matters. Su Yang casually leaned beside Lu Haoyu, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. Brother Yu, did you get a haircut? Su Yang's address to Lu Haoyu was quite casual. He often referred to him as Haoyu, but occasionally opted for Brother Yu or Brother Hao. Nonetheless, that was not the crux of the matter. The boy with the wolf tail had vanished, replaced by a sunny lad with a hint of bangs. It must be said that without the wolf tail, Lu Haoyu radiated a revitalized aura, appearing much more spirited and less intimidating. I just decided to get it done. So, have you and Sister Su finished your meal? Just got back. Did you order takeout for lunch? Su Yang noted the takeout packaging on Lu Haoyu's desk, which bore a discount coupon. That's quite beneficial. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Yang began to move, while Lu Haoyu resumed his focus on his phone, browsing fashion trends. At that moment, his task target, Lin Xian, lay comfortably on his bed, engrossed in his phone, still lost in a novel. Lin Xian. What's up, Brother Su? Lin Xian set his phone aside and sat up to face Su Yang. What I am about to tell you, please do not be alarmed. Rest assured, Brother Su. I am professionally trained. I shall not be frightened. Please, go on. I would like to introduce you to someone. What? Lin Xian exclaimed loudly. Lu Haoyu, still perusing fashion tips nearby, nearly choked on his saliva upon hearing their exchange, but after regaining composure, he chose not to inquire further and continued his browsing. I am not joking. Su Gu, I am aware that you are not one to indulge in frivolities, but is this indeed our class? Lin Xian could not help but let a smile grace his lips. He had a fair understanding of Su Yang's character after their prolonged acquaintance. Handsome, earnest, and dependable. A bit older than us, perhaps, but rest assured, he possesses an undeniable charm and excels in all aspects. However, I believe it would be prudent for you to exchange contact information first and engage in conversation. I am merely facilitating an introduction. The favor that Su Gu has bestowed upon me is one I can never repay. Suddenly, Lin Xian knelt on the bed and offered a bow to Su Yang. Let us refrain from merely calling it an introduction. Whether you two can forge a connection is another matter entirely. Ah, that is indeed true. But I am still grateful to you, Su Gu. If you do not mind, I would be honored to consider you my adoptive father. Off with you. I will send you my WeChat shortly. Su Yang lowered his head to operate his phone, sending a message to Xiao Yuhan, requesting her to share her WeChat details. Xiao Yuhan responded swiftly, seemingly awaiting Su Yang's message. He then copied her reply and forwarded it to Lin Xian via WeChat. There, it is done. Beyond this point, it is no longer my concern. I must emphasize, should things not progress or come to an abrupt end, do not hold me accountable. Adoptive father? You are thinking too highly of yourself. I am already grateful enough. Lin Xian set aside his novels and games, promptly activating WeChat to add a friend. Meanwhile, Su Yang climbed back onto the bed and called Nan Xiao. What are you doing? Why the delay? Nan Xiao inquired sharply. I was merely facilitating an introduction. And what of the present? Currently, I am on the phone with you. Why are you calling me? Because I have feelings for you. A profound silence ensued. Upon Su Yang's declaration, not only did Nan Xiao on the other end of the line falter, but even Lin Xian and Lu Haoyu momentarily forgot their own pursuits. Casting their gazes towards Su Yang, it was evident to all that Su Yang and Nan Xiao were a couple, despite his previous insistence that they were merely friends. What could this sudden confession of affection possibly mean? As for Su Yang, he bore an expression of calm indifference. I merely spoke the truth. What is there to be bashful about? Why the silence? I have no desire to engage with you. Then I shall hang up. You dare. Apologies. I truly do not dare. Humph. I wish to hear you reciprocate my earlier sentiment. Sigh. The admission was scarcely audible over the phone. I cannot hear you. Yet. Su Yang did not receive the full confession he anticipated from Nan Xiao. Instead, she suddenly activated her camera and raised her middle finger. Chapter 63. Xiao Yuhan and Lin Xian. The afternoon military training passed by in a flash. Immediately following its conclusion, Su Yang and Nan Xiao entered a state of closeness. The sight of this young couple entwined was nothing out of the ordinary for many. Are we to move with the larger group? Su Yang inquired. Whatever you wish. Well then, let us depart. It is rather unwise to stray too far from the main group. At that moment, Su Yang's phone rang. It was Mrs. Chun. Mom. What is it? Son, has your military training concluded? I can almost predict what you are about to inquire. You little rascal, if you know. Hand the phone to Xiao promptly. With a subtle expression, Su Yang passed the phone to Nan Xiao. Hello, Auntie. Oh, how has Xiao been lately? Is the military training exhausting? Are you eating and resting well? Auntie, I am quite well. I am currently in a relationship with Su Yang, and he takes good care of me. Oh, that is wonderful. Wait a moment, Xiao. Did you just say what I think you said? I am well. No. The next part. I am dating Su Yang. Really? Is that true? Xiao, please do not jest with Auntie. Auntie, I do not enjoy making jokes. A silence enveloped the conversation. Noticing this, Su Yang discreetly reclaimed the phone. Mom, there is nothing more. I shall hang up now. You little rascal. How could you embark on such significant matters without informing your mother? Do you not regard me as your mother? What do you mean? This just happened. Please do not be so agitated. Su Yang cast a glance at Nan Xiao, who was looking elsewhere, as if to indicate she could not hear the conversation. Yet, given their closeness, even if Su Yang lowered the volume, she would likely catch some of it. You need to find an opportunity to bring her back soon. Mrs. Chen seemed slightly anxious. Didn't you visit frequently before? Let us wait for our next opportunity, or perhaps during the holidays. Bringing a regular friend home and bringing a girlfriend home are not the same thing. All right. Also, treat her kindly. Do not change your demeanor once you have won her over. Xiao is a good girl. You must cherish her. If you mistreat her, do not blame your mother for severing ties. Speak normally. Why act so aloof with your mother? Mom, I understand. That is more like it. Mrs. Chun ended the call. Su Yang wore a nuanced expression. Knowing Mrs. Chun, she would likely share this news with Mr. Su, leading to a discussion that would culminate in Mr. Su calling to interrogate him. What did Annie say? Nan Xiao asked. You must have heard everything. I did not hear it all. You need to tell me. Nan Xiao's small face was serious. You are quite aloof. Indeed, we must reunite with the main group. They seem to have left us behind. Quickly speak. My mom asked me to take good care of you. Oh. Nan Xiao lifted her head, a warm hue gracing her previously icy features. They quickened their pace, embarking on a pursuit of the main group, which had not strayed far. Most of the dormitory members were present, except for Lin Xian. Su Ge, aren't you going out with Su Sa? Chi Haitao was the first to express skepticism regarding Su Yang's gathering. He had ample reason to believe that Su Yang was not concerned about the collective, but rather intent on showcasing himself. He could discern, to some extent, the subtle changes between Su Yang and Nan Xiao. The most evident shift was their progression from holding hands to linking arms, and whenever they had a moment to spare, they would cling to one another, unabashedly displaying their affection without pretense. Today, as we moved with the larger group, Lin Xian's absence piqued Su Yang's curiosity. The lad had been rather enigmatic today, not disclosing any intentions. Should I inquire about it? Yet, it seemed unnecessary. It was quite normal to handle personal matters. This reasoning not only served to justify Lin Xian's usual detachment from the group, but also stemmed from Su Yang's speculations about Lin Xian's current circumstances. Could it be that there was indeed some progress with Xiao Yuhan? However, to meet so soon after conversing seemed rather hasty. Was it truly akin to a blind date? He had previously informed Nin Xiao about their connection, and the young lady had shown no sign of dissent. Therefore, shall we proceed to the cafeteria? What does Su Yang think? Li Ruodong glanced towards Su Yang, setting aside the Ferrari. It was undeniable that Su Yang was indeed the proprietor of the Cloud Milk Coffee House, and her address was not unwarranted. I have no objections. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xian approached the campus gate with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. The elder sister Su Yang had introduced him to his name Xiao Yuan. After a brief exchange and self-introduction, she suggested meeting in person first to establish some mutual impression. What impression? Lin Xian pondered but refrained from asking. Anxiety and exhilaration intertwined within him. Has it started to rain? Oh, it's just sweat. Lin Xian wiped away the perspiration that had emerged from his nerves. He took several selfies, ensuring he appeared presentable in every aspect, which somewhat eased his mind. He was still clad in traditional Hanfu, as it was his preference and long-standing style. Although it might seem peculiar to wear such attire upon first meeting, he thought it might leave a distinctive impression, be it good or bad, rather than leaving none at all. Lin Xian noticed a tall figure in a black dress not far away, one that seemed somewhat familiar. As one gazes into the abyss gazes back. Xiao Yuhan also recognized Lin Xian, her expression one of surprise. A flurry of thoughts and descriptions raced through her mind, and recalling the relatively archaic profile picture on WeChat, she realized that this was Lin Xian, the one she was to meet today, and Su Yang's roommate. However, what struck her first was the memory of being seen at lunch and how he had fled upon seeing her. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly as she hastened toward him. Classmate, you must be Lin Xian? Ah, yes, that's me. Are you? Xiao Yuhan. It would not be inappropriate to call me sister. Just refrain from addressing me as aunt. That is not necessary, Lin Xian stammered, feeling utterly awkward. Before his departure, he had envisioned several suave responses, yet upon encountering Xiao Yuhan in person, his courage evaporated into thin air. Earlier at noon, he had even fled the scene. Though he appeared composed, Lin Xian felt so awkward that he wished to vanish into a crevice in the wall. Why linger at the door? Shall we go dine? Xiao Yuhan responded with a newfound ease. After all, having spent years in the workplace, she was no stranger to maintaining her poise, and it was unlikely that a mere exchange of words would render her bashful. All right, Lin Xian said, striving to regain his composure. Shall I book a hotel? What's the matter? We're merely dining at the hotel, not checking in. There's no need to fret. No, Lin Xian genuinely misunderstood the situation. He felt both awkward and tense, consumed by the fear of embarrassing himself and being dismissed by Xiao Yuhan. Unbeknownst to him, his reaction only added to his appeal in her eyes. A top student from a prestigious university, decent-looking, physically robust, and relatively shy. These attributes made him quite endearing. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a smile inadvertently tugged at the corners of Xiao Yuhan's mouth. Chapter 64. I am quite aloof in the boys' dormitory 502. Following the conclusion of their collective outing, they naturally returned to their quarters. Su Yang, unusually, was not preoccupied with his studies but lay on his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. What should he do? This wasn't he about career matters. He simply found himself at a loss regarding how to approach Nin Xiao. Their friendship had transcended to a new level, and he ought to act from the perspective of a boyfriend. Should he buy her a gift? That seemed rather humorous. Considering Nin Xiao was a young lady who could effortlessly dismiss a shop, perhaps it would be wiser to take a more conventional route, focusing on companionship, going out on dates, and shopping together. Su Yang decided to consult his strategist for some advice. Yang, strategist, do you have any suggestions for a date? Matcha cake, shopping, arcade games, dining, watching movies, gentle hugs and kisses. Matcha cake. Avoid anything too risky too soon. It might frighten her. Yang understood. Su Yang silently noted these suggestions while intertwining them with Nan Xiao's preferences. He prepared to call her. However, before doing so, he momentarily drifted into deeper thoughts. Whether it was their initial encounter or the development of their relationship, he could not overlook the crucial role played by matcha cake. Not only had matcha cake successfully facilitated his connection with Nan Xiao, but he had also provided him with considerable support in the past, creating a debt of gratitude that he felt compelled to repay. How could he express this gratitude? With this thought came another question. Had matcha cake been overly indulgent towards him as a mere online acquaintance? While it was acceptable when he was merely a gaming companion, a slip of the fingers leading to an overpayment could be excused as mere extravagance on matcha cake's part. But why was matcha cake so eager to act as a strategist? After Mingming began his interactions with Nan Xiao, he gradually ceased participating in even the recreational activities. This felt somewhat peculiar. At first glance, there appeared to be no issue, yet upon deeper reflection, it seemed increasingly amiss. Su Yang's musings were interrupted by a call from Nan Xiao. I'm downstairs, she announced. All right. Su Yang gathered his thoughts, slipped on his shoes, and swiftly descended the stairs. What's the matter? Did something happen? He inquired, taking her delicate hand in his. It's nothing, she replied. He pressed. Can I call you out if there's nothing wrong? Nan Xiao frowned in displeasure. Of course, I'm always at your beck and call, but I still worry that something might be troubling you. Oh. As night fell, the campus lights flickered to life. Su Yang and Nan Xiao walked hand in hand, enveloped in silence, meandering through the university grounds. Since the semester began, they had explored nearly every corner of the campus together. Has your roommate, who went out with Sister Xiao, returned yet? Nan Xiao broke the silence first. Not yet. Aren't you worried about her? Sister Xiao should be fine, right? If anything, I should be concerned for her, but knowing Lin Xian's character, he likely won't do anything reckless. Nan Xiao nodded, choosing not to pursue the subject further. She had intended to express her concern about Xiao Yuhan's precarious age, as she might be in a phase fraught with temptation. After all, Xiao Yuhan was not a naive young girl. If she found herself attracted to Lin Xian, it wouldn't be surprising if they quickly became entangled. However, Nan Xiao preferred to maintain a favorable impression of Xiao Yuhan in Su Yang's eyes, so she refrained from discussing it any longer. After a pause, she asked, What about Ruodong and your dorm mate Chi Haitao? There's nothing to worry about at the moment, and their matters will unfold naturally without our concern. Oh, If military training ends early tomorrow, shall we go out and explore? Are there any recent movies you wish to see? Anything is fine. Oh, then let us just see what is available. Su Yang nodded. Oh. Nan Xiao chose not to continue the conversation and instead wrapped her arms around Su Yang's. Hey, junior students. A female voice called from a distance. Su Yang and Nan Xiao turned to see Zhang Jing, a senior from the student council, approaching with her slightly plump roommate, Lu Li. Wow, Zhang Jing, do you greet everyone you know like this? Of course I do. Zhang Jing replied with a proud tilt of her head as she stepped closer to Su Yang and Nan Xiao. Hello, senior, Su Yang greeted politely. Nan Xiao, embodying her classic demeanor of silence, tightened her grip on his arm, as if wishing for him to speak on her behalf. Zhang Jing, not thinking too much of the aloof goddess's silence, found it quite fitting. After all, that was the essence of a high and mighty goddess. You've been in military training for a week now. How does it feel? Zhang Jing asked, drawing Lu Li a little closer. It is quite acceptable. Only 2 weeks remain until its conclusion. Alas, can we not reconsider the tradition of 3 weeks of military training? Which university subjects their students to a 21-day regimen? Lu Li interjected at an opportune moment. In fact, prior to stepping out, she had just discussed with her roommates that since we endured 21 days of training, the freshmen ought to experience the same, and she suggested intensifying the program. Haha, it is evident that before the handsome gentleman, she wishes to articulate more flattering words, even though he is already in a relationship. Indeed, Su Yang did not elaborate further. Junior, you and your little partner have stirred quite a commotion across all grades at our school. Have you considered joining any clubs? Perhaps the student council? Zhang Jing inquired with a smile. She initially intended to casually engage with this enchanting couple to forge a connection, but could not resist probing further. This year's intake, including Qi Haitao and Li Ruodong, has seen only a handful join the student council. Apologies, senior, but we currently have no intention of joining any clubs, and we fear we might not be suitable for the responsibilities of the student council, came the reply. Very well, Zhang Jing conceded, opting not to press further. She contemplated that should Su Yang or Nan Xiao join the student council, it would undoubtedly enhance its prestige. Were it not for her limited position, she would have directly invited them to assume the role of president. You two lovebirds carry on with your stroll, we shan't intrude any longer. Zhang Jing pulled Lu Li away. Once they had departed, Su Yang and Nan Xiao exchanged glances and continued their leisurely walk as if nothing had occurred. After some distance, Nan Xiao was the first to find a bench to sit upon. It's a bit chilly. Shall I lend you my jacket? No, I'm not cold. In fact, I feel a bit warm. No, really. Su Yang sighed, seated himself beside Nan Xiao, and gently wrapped his arms around her. That's more like it, she hummed contentedly. You seem less aloof lately. I am still quite aloof. Very well, Su Yang teased, pinching her cheek. Chapter 65, Su Yang's Roommate. A perfect score in the boys' dormitory 502. Lin Xian returned to campus quite late, nearly missing the curfew. Brother Lin, what mysterious affairs have you been attending to? Do come clean. Have you found a romantic partner? You're overthinking it, Qi Daoyu. Lin Xian smiled, opting not to elaborate, and simply returned to his seat. In truth, only Qi Haitao expressed concern for Lin Xian. Su Yang was aware that he had met with Xiao Yuhan, and Lu Haoyu had gleaned some details that day, likely having an inkling. The atmosphere in the dormitory grew quiet. No, brothers, something feels amiss. Even if Su Gu has found a partner. Have you all secretly entered into relationships as well? Or are you clandestinely competing? Qi Haitao mused. This one do, we brothers must remain united. Amidst their banter, Qi Haitao discreetly covered his notes and textbooks with his blanket. Su Yang declined to engage in this topic, instead contemplating his next investment target. His recent investment in Mishue on campus has proven remarkably successful, yielding him comfortable dividends. Coupled with the flourishing Yun Duo Milk Coffee House, he is now fully prepared to consider his next course of action. Continuing to invest in the food and beverage sector near the school seems prudent, even when excluding the impact of holidays. However, Su Yang intends to pivot towards the new media industry, contemplating investments in related companies or perhaps embarking on an entrepreneurial venture himself. Registering a company is not a daunting task. The challenge lies in achieving profitability thereafter. Temporarily pausing his thoughts, Su Yang's mind seamlessly transitioned to another realm. What film should he watch tomorrow? The current schedule does not seem to feature any romantic films. Thus, He decided to choose at random and settled on Zhou Chu Eliminates the Three Evils. This film has garnered quite favorable reviews lately and aligns with the genre Su Yang is keen to explore. In the preferences list provided by Sister Xiao, there were no mentions of cinematic tastes, and Nan Xiao herself expressed indifference. A message arrived. Yao, what are you doing? Yang, thinking of you. Yao, I don't believe it. Yang, I was indeed thinking of serious matters, but I was also thinking of you. Yao, is my matter not serious? Yang, your matters are of greater importance, classified as special events. Yao, the phone call connected. Hey, Su Yang spoke softly, mindful that everyone in the dormitory was awake and he needed to modulate his voice. Is your roommate asleep? No. All right. What were you just thinking about? Be specific. Why do you ask that? Just ask. I was considering what movie to watch tomorrow. Have you decided? Zhou Chu Eliminates the Three Evils. Oh. Su Yang glanced at Lin Xian, who seemed to react upon hearing the film's title, yet Su Yang could not discern the nature of the issue. I'm going to sleep now. Nin Xiao's voice had softened considerably, revealing her evident fatigue. Shall we keep the call like this? Girls' Dormitory 406. Nan Xiao set her phone aside, preparing to embrace a restful slumber. However, before she could close her eyes, her phone lit up again with a WeChat message. Yang, has the strategist fallen asleep? Apologies for the interruption. I wish to consult on a few matters. Matcha cake. Matcha cake, go ahead. The phone call remained active as Nin Xiao endeavored to maintain silence. Yang, strategist, what is your profession? What are your thoughts on the development of the new media industry? I would like to inquire about these matters. Nin Xiao paused for a few seconds. Wasn't her role as a strategist focused on romantic advice? Why were they now discussing work? However, the persona she has crafted is relatively mature. So it is not surprising that Su Yang approaches her with inquiries. Matcha cake. I am currently unemployed, just managing a few stores. Yang, impressive. Matcha cake. The new media industry is accessible, although it is somewhat saturated. It remains in a phase of rapid development, thus riding the wave. Yang, is that so? I shall delve deeper into it once I am free. Matcha cake. Why are you, fresh out of university, so preoccupied with money? Yang, my girlfriend comes from a rather affluent family. I do not wish to rely on her financially. Matcha cake. You seem to have given this considerable thought. Nan Xiao nearly chuckled, realizing only then that they were still on a call. Matcha cake. Relying on someone is a skill in itself. Many would like to, yet cannot. Yang, indeed. Matcha cake. You still haven't sent me a photo of your little girlfriend. Yang, regardless of the circumstances, I cannot acquiesce to that. I would not have before, and I certainly won't now. Apologies, strategist. Matcha cake. Yet, do you not recall sending me your handsome photos previously? Yang, and so? Matcha cake. You wouldn't want your girlfriend to discover this, would you? Nan Xiao's lips curled slightly. Although it felt slightly inappropriate to play two roles to extract Su Yang's thoughts, she was nonetheless curious about his reaction. Yang, it is fine. I have posted those photos on my social media, albeit only for a month. Matcha cake, dull. Nan Xiao pouted, reverting to a cold demeanor on her phone. However, she soon realized that her boyfriend was being overly cautious, which should indeed be a cause for celebration. The corners of her mouth, previously downturned, now lifted once more. Matcha cake, let us shift topics. How are things with your little girlfriend? Yang, so far, everything is normal. Matcha cake, any progression? Yang, none. Matcha cake, well, shouldn't you expedite things? Kisses, hugs, and the like. She is your girlfriend now. Be a bit bolder, will you? Yang, no. Such matters should unfold naturally, heavily reliant on the atmosphere. Matcha cake, very well. Nin Xiao closed WeChat. In truth, she believed that matcha cake had become redundant. After all, matcha cake existed as Su Yang's strategist, but now that they had become a couple, the strategist role seemed largely unnecessary. Reverting to the past? Asking Su Yang to play games? Not only would Su Yang be uninterested, but she herself would also feel somewhat awkward. Thus, it would be better for matcha cake to vanish entirely, alleviating her fears of her identity being uncovered by Su Yang. But how to disappear? Matcha cake and Su Yang could be considered half-friends. If she were to directly block him or something similar, would it cause harm to Su Yang? If all else fails, should she be completely honest? Yet, that is a difficult conversation to initiate. Nan Xiao found herself entangled in these thoughts. Amidst her turmoil, she recalled that Sister Xiao had sent her a message today, which she had yet to read. When there was something urgent or significant, Xiao Yuhan would call. Her WeChat messages were mostly trivial updates and topic shares. Xiao Yuhan, young miss, Su Yang's roommate is simply extraordinary. Chapter 66. Yang Yang and Yao Yao on Su Yang's side. After concluding his interaction with the matcha cake, he prepared to retire for the night. However, some individuals seemed intent on disrupting his slumber. Lin Xian stealthily crept to the side of his bed. "Brother Su, are you asleep?" Su Yang turned in confusion to glance at Lin Xian, only for Lin Xian to promptly withdraw back to his own bed. Shortly thereafter, a WeChat message arrived. "Xian, Brother Su, there is something I wish to confirm with you." "Yang, go ahead." "Xian, that sister Xiao seems to call you young master. She mentioned working at your company." "Yang, no, that's just her being playful. Don't believe it. We merely know each other. There is no hierarchy involved." Su Yang truly did not wish to wear that label. Yet he had no intention of passing the blame onto Nan Xiao. He chose to deny it first and let the matter rest, leaving it to Xiao Yuhan to clarify. "Xian, I see. Yang, is that the reason you sought me out?" "Xian, well, Brother Su, aren't you acquainted with her? I was hoping to gather a bit more information and prepare accordingly." "Yang, let me ask, where did you go tonight?" "Xian, we just had dinner together and then strolled around." "Yang, all right." "Xian, so Brother Su, quickly share some insights or what I should be mindful of." "Yang, I'm not particularly close to her, so I can't say I know her well. You'll have to discover that on your own. From what I gather, it seems things are progressing smoothly between you two." "Xian, sigh, it is indeed going well. I feel like I'm in a dream. I doubt my performance was that impressive. Could it be that Brother Su hired an actor just to make me happy?" "Yang, that is unlikely." Su Yang was genuinely surprised by Xiao Yuhan's satisfaction with Lin Xian. Nevertheless, as a mediator between the two, he felt a sense of joy from their harmonious interactions. "Xian, I've never pursued anyone seriously before. Brother Su, help me out with some tips." "Yang, no, that is not something I can assist with. Have you considered that perhaps she appreciates your awkwardness and inexperience?" This excuse was one Su Yang conjured on a whim. Yet it felt quite plausible. "Xian, Brother Su, you make a valid point. Yang, by the way, I noticed you seemed to react a bit earlier. You two haven't arranged to see a movie tomorrow, have you? The Three Evils of the City?" "This is not the case. Rather, it pertains to a matter of homophonic puns. Su Yang has yet to arrive." Subsequently, Lin Xian shared an image that read "Kanji dispels three evils," accompanied by the icons of Honkai Impact, Honor of Kings, and Genshin Impact. Su Yang seemed to grasp the implication. "If there is nothing urgent, I shall retire for the night," he stated. "Don't, Su Gu," Lin Xian urged. "Take your time. After all, you have only just met. Patience is a virtue. One cannot rush such matters," Su Yang advised. "My primary concern is that Sister Zhao's rank is rather high, and I feel unworthy. I hesitate to pursue her." Lin Xian confessed. "Do not overthink it. If she held you in disdain, she would not interact with you so readily. The mere fact that you dine and stroll together speaks volumes," Su Yang reassured him. "Moreover, you've only just begun your freshman year, and military training has yet to conclude. Worrying about compatibility at this stage is rather premature. Fortunes may shift dramatically over time," he continued. "You have yet to reach a conclusion with her, and already you ponder such distant prospects. Shouldn't you be contemplating names for children next?" Listening to Su Yang's words was akin to receiving enlightenment. Lin Xian experienced a moment of clarity. Do not dwell on such thoughts, at least while interacting with her. Maintain a light-hearted demeanor within the bounds of politeness and gentlemanly conduct. With that, the interaction concluded, and Su Yang set his phone down with ease. He could inquire with Xiao Yuhan about the situation, but first, he decided to discuss it with Nan Xiao. The following day, clouds obscured the sun. Such weather incites a desire to cocoon oneself in bed. Nevertheless, Su Yang arrived outside the girls' dormitory early. Nan Xiao was not as prompt as he. Standing beside the door, he took out his phone, admiring his handsome visage on the screen, nodding in satisfaction, and adjusting his hair to achieve an optimal appearance. Suddenly, he felt a gentle pat on his head. Nan Xiao had stealthily approached from behind. She donned a crisp white shirt and beige shorts, her long legs clad in classic canvas shoes, sand stockings. "Did you bring an umbrella?" Su Yang inquired. "No, not to worry, I have one. It may rain today." "Oh, shall we dine?" "Oh, classmate Nan, you seem rather aloof." "I am merely a female classmate." "Female classmate, you come off as quite distant. Your manner of speaking feels so unfamiliar. I shall ignore you." "Darling." Nan Xiao recoiled at this address, her cheeks flushing, yet her expression was one of perplexity. "Very well. Such a term may not suit me. How should I address you then? Yao Yao? In that case, I shall call you Yang Yang. Suit yourself. Yang Yang. Yao Yao. Yao Yao, we ought to head to our meal. Very well, Yang Yang. What does classmate Yao Yao wish to eat today? I shall have whatever Yang Yang chooses. In the Don't Laugh challenge, Su Yang achieved an admirable second place. He could hardly tolerate Nen Xiao's serious demeanor as she repeatedly addressed him as Yang Yang. While chuckling, Su Yang affectionately ruffled Nen Xiao's hair. Yang Yang, please don't touch me, she replied. Be good, Yao Yao, he said, gently holding her small hand. With a hint of playfulness, Nan Xiao naturally intertwined her arm with his, establishing a connected state between them as they made their way toward the dining hall. So, Sister Xiao and my roommate seem to be getting along quite well. Su Yang picked up on Lin Xian's topic. Oh, are you not interested in this subject? Not at all, she answered. At times like this, shouldn't you be checking in on Sister Xiao and inquiring about my roommate's situation? It's unnecessary, she insisted, genuinely disinterested. After all, she had no reason to worry about Xiao Yuhan. If Xiao Yuhan wished to know, she could have easily gathered all the information about Su Yang's roommate by now. All right then, but I do intend to interact with Sister Xiao later, since my roommate is keen to learn more about her through me. Is that acceptable? You don't need to confirm that with me when seeking Sister Xiao. Despite her words, Nan Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Su Yang's assurance provided her ample comfort. Good. Su Yang noticed an unusual scene not far away. The peculiarity stemmed from the presence of Chu Mumu. How she fared was of no concern to him, and he had little desire to pay attention. However, it appeared that Chu Mumu was now getting close to a rather handsome young man, who handed her a packaged breakfast. After expressing her gratitude, Chu Mumu returned to her dormitory. Nan Xiao also observed the young man with Chu Mumu and glanced at Su Yang. What do you think? I see it with my eyes. Well, I have no particular opinion. So, you don't feel anything special about it? Nan Xiao pressed. What feelings could there be? If I had to say, I do find it somewhat delicate. I might as well take a moment to mourn for Lu Haoran. The more Su Yang regarded Chu Mumu, the more he felt that their earlier separation had been an astute choice. Even though she had entered a relationship with Lu Haoran, she still wielded her peculiar charm from afar. As long as she remained silent about her relationship status, she could still attract a few admirers. For now, everything seemed normal. While managing her admirers was manageable, it would be quite extraordinary if Chu Mumu maintained her relationship with Lu Haoran while simultaneously engaging with others at this school. Isn't she dating that certain someone? Why would she accept breakfast from another? Then Xiao inquired, puzzled. I am equally uncertain of her thoughts. Do you think that young man was aware she has a partner? He likely does not know. Oh, you seem quite intrigued by this topic, Su Yang remarked, raising an eyebrow slightly. In his memory, Nen Xiao had previously exhibited a profound curiosity regarding his relationship with Chu Mumu. Was it not acceptable? Certainly, it was. The two made their way to the classic cafeteria in the southern district. Su Yang ordered 2 servings of soy milk and fried dough sticks, along with a tea egg. He carried the meal to a corner where he and Nan Xiao sat down. This seemingly aloof couple, while maintaining a facade of silence, were anything but obedient as they dined. After taking a sip of the slightly hot soy milk, Nan Xiao nudged the bowl towards Su Yang, scooped up some soy milk with a spoon, blew gently on it, and then cast a glance at him. Drink. Oh. Su Yang obediently leaned in. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, he pondered whether this could be considered an indirect kiss. Continue drinking. Nan Xiao persisted in feeding him. Eat. She then offered him a piece of fried dough. She even took the time to peel the tea egg for him. Regrettably, Su Yang did not savor the tea egg, but rather swallowed it whole. Despite having witnessed this behavior on several occasions, Nan Xiao still found a touch of amusement in it. Aside from her initial sip of soy milk, she had scarcely eaten. She intended to continue feeding Su Yang soy milk and fried dough, but he waved his hand dismissively. You eat first. I'll wait until you're done. Then you feed me. Nan Xiao elegantly wiped her hands with a napkin and sat poised. Our dining efficiency is quite poor. Can't we do this during snack time instead? Nan Xiao remained silent, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Su Yang. All right, open your mouth. Su Yang began to feed her his portion bit by bit. Their feeding interaction captivated many onlookers in the cafeteria. Isn't this a bit too sweet? The boys envied Su Yang, while the girls admired Nan Xiao, and some neutral observers simply felt envious of their relationship. Among them was Counselor Zhang Suping, who, while lamenting the joys of youth, found herself drawn closer to this radiant couple. Holding a bowl of sweetened foam and a handheld pancake, she inquired, Is it all right if I sit beside you? Counselor, you can sit wherever you wish, Suyang replied, not paying much attention to Zhang Suping as he remained focused on feeding Nin Xiao, careful not to spill. How do you find the military training? Zhang Suping casually asked once seated. It's fine. Suyang continued to feed Nin Xiao, who remained unresponsive, content to accept his offerings. The intensity of this year's training is actually a bit lighter than in previous years. Oh, Zhang Suping hesitated, searching for the right words. Although Suyang would politely engage in conversation, his responses were indifferent, and his aloof nature could not be concealed by such perfunctory exchanges. Nan Xiao exhibited an even greater level of detachment. How did these two become a couple? Is it mutual attraction between similar types? Zhang Suping felt an undeniable sense of intrigue. Observations made on one's own, as well as confirmations sought from instructors, cannot guarantee Nin Xiao's experience in school. She must inquire tentatively to ascertain the satisfaction of others. Teacher Zhang, do eat. Suyang remarked as he noticed Zhang Suping staring at the two of them without touching her meal. He did not mind the company, yet found the persistent gaze somewhat disconcerting. I apologize, but seeing you two makes me feel youthful again. Very well. Suyang selectively chose to disregard Zhang Suping in his mind and continued to feed Nin Xiao. They were nearing the end of their meal. Nin Xiao, eating leisurely by herself, consumed more quickly when he assisted her. He peeled a tea egg and offered it to her. Unlike him, she took small bites and only swallowed the last morsel all at once, inadvertently nibbling on Suyang's finger. Though he felt a fleeting jolt of electricity from the touch, he maintained his composure, feigning indifference. Their mutual feeding, although seemingly awkward, was not overly time-consuming, and they swiftly finished each other's breakfast. With elegance, Nan Xiao wiped her mouth and hands, reminding him, you are not allowed to feed anyone else, except for uncles and aunts. Rest assured, I don't need to feed my parents either, Suyang replied, pinching her cheek before turning to Zhang Suping. Director, we shall take our leave now. Please enjoy your meal. Zhang Suping replied, still chewing her food. She wished to offer more advice to the young couple but refrained, feeling that excessive favoritism was inappropriate. Meanwhile, on another side, after finishing their morning run, many chose to return to their dormitories to lie down. Some attempted to catch a few more moments of sleep, while others simply could not muster the enthusiasm to have breakfast. Yet, there were those of a more noble disposition, who took it upon themselves to procure breakfast for their roommates. Chi Haitao was among them. Suyang had no knowledge of him and was relieved not to have to involve himself, but he had breakfast to buy for Lin Xian and Lu Haoyu. This led him to ponder that perhaps Lin was indeed single. Otherwise, he would have risen early to fetch breakfast for someone special. Brothers can indeed share a bond of understanding. As Chi Haitao made his way to the cafeteria, he noticed a familiar figure in the distance, Li Ruodong. Due to their frequent collaborations in the student council lately, aside from his roommates, she was the one he knew best. Oh, good morning, class monitor. Off to the cafeteria? Li Ruodong acknowledged him with a smile. Yes, I'm also picking up breakfast for my newly adopted son. What a coincidence. I'm getting breakfast for Yuran as well. Let us go together, then. Chapter 68. Mrs. Nan, Grandparents in Boys' Dormitory 502. Lin Xian was indeed ensconced in his blankets, yet he was awake. He was sending a message on WeChat. Xian, good morning, Sister Xiao. Xiao Yuhan, little brother, you are up so early. Xian, soon, I must attend military training. Xiao Yuhan, that sounds arduous. Do you need me to come and see you? Or perhaps we can find a place to unwind after your training. Xian, Sister Xiao, you must have your own commitments. Xiao Yuhan, I've met my performance targets, so I'll have more leisure time lately. Upon reading this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile. Truth be told, even after a day had passed, he still felt as though he were ensconced in a dream. How could a mature woman, possessing both beauty and grace, truly cross his path? Yet, apart from his secret delight, Lin Xian was also beset by anxiety. After all, she was a professional woman in the workforce, and as an ordinary university student, he felt the weight of pressure. He often pondered whether his words might seem too juvenile or whether his actions were appropriate. After much hesitation, Lin Xian resolved to broach a serious topic. Xian, Sister Xiao, Suyang mentioned that your work is unrelated to him. Is that true? Xiao Yuhan, there is a slight connection, but it's negligible. You needn't concern yourself. At the very least, we have no emotional entanglements. Xian, I hadn't considered it in that manner. Xiao Yuhan, haha, that's a relief. Please don't think like that. I wouldn't dare associate with a young master. Xian, Is it really that exaggerated? Lin Xian had always been quite curious about Su Yong's identity, and Xiao Yuhan's words only piqued his interest further. What exactly was the situation with young Master Su's family? All he knew was that Su Yong owned a milk tea shop and a Ferrari, but beyond that, he was in the dark, as his dorm mates were not inclined to pry into others' affairs, and Su Yong himself showed no intention of sharing. Meanwhile, on Xiao Yuhan's side, she now resided in the neighboring community of Su Yang's family, having settled into a house purchased by Nan Xiao in Qizhou. Since Nan Xiao was temporarily absent, it was only natural for her to inject some vitality into the property. At this moment, Xiao Yuhan was holding her phone, perusing WeChat, a faint smile gracing her lips. Xiao Yuhan, he has such an extravagant girlfriend, so I certainly wouldn't dare to entangle myself with him. After speaking, she set her phone aside and picked up a pair of black stockings that had been carelessly tossed aside. Xiao Yuhan flexed her delicate toes before carefully arranging the stockings, gradually slipping them onto her long, graceful legs. The computer beside her remained aglow, displaying various pieces of information about Su Yong. Her research on Su Yong was not born out of distrust, but rather a desire to better understand this young master, so she could assist more effectively. Naturally, a tinge of curiosity also colored her inquiries. Both of his parents are civil servants. One would assume that the young master would also aspire to a civil service career. That could indeed be quite favorable. If Su Yong were to pursue a career in public service, it would not seem incongruous for him to be paired with Nan Xiao, especially considering that her father was a prominent CEO and her mother had once been a civil servant. However, it appeared that Su Yong had no intention of entering public service. However, the fact that both of her parents are civil servants piqued Xiao Yuhan's interest. Her curiosity prompted her to delve deeper into her family's history, extending her inquiry to the previous generation, specifically concerning her grandparents, the Su family. A phone call abruptly interrupted her thoughts. The caller ID indicated it was Mrs. Nan. Xiao Yuhan, who had been wearing a somewhat languid expression, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The room was devoid of surveillance and any other individuals, yet she instinctively straightened her posture. She answered the call. "Madam, what can I do for you?" "Xiao, how has Xiao been faring at school lately?" The gentle voice on the other end inquired. "The young lady is doing quite well at school." "Has Xiao entered into a romantic relationship?" Xiao Yuhan's expression stiffened at once. "Your reports have been rather delayed. Remember, those under your guidance do not merely heed your words." "Apologies, madam. I was contemplating how best to convey this to you and Mr. Nan." "Did she instruct you to convey anything?" Yes." The gentle voice transformed into one of stern authority. Through the phone, Xiao Yuhan could almost sense a chill, causing her to break into a light sweat. The hierarchy of the food chain operates thusly. While Xiao Yuhan might appear as an imposing predator to some, in the presence of even greater predators, she could only be regarded as a mere kitten. "The young lady has instructed me to inform you and Mr. Nan that your opinions are not welcome." A profound silence enveloped the call, prompting Xiao Yuhan to ponder whether her decision to speak candidly was indeed the right one. "I understand," came the response. "Madam, the young lady possesses a strong character. However, that is of little consequence." "Have you verified the young man's character?" "He poses no issues." "Correct? If his character is lacking, then we must take decisive action to separate them." "Su Yong is no problem. I have verified that. And the young lady also exercises her own judgment." "Oh, Su Yong? Do you happen to know him?" "No, I do not, but the name feels quite familiar." "Very well. Regarding Xiao, please ensure that you report any developments without delay." "Understood, madam." The call finally ended, and Xiao Yuhan exhaled a sigh of relief. She felt no inclination to continue investigating Su Yong's background. Instead, she realized she needed to reach out to both Su Yong and Nan Xiao. The higher-ups had already taken note of Su Yong. Whether they would bypass her and directly engage with him was uncertain. At midday, following the conclusion of military training, Su Yong and Nan Xiao re-established their connection, accompanied by a little companion, Luo Yuran. The well-behaved Luo Yuran trailed closely beside Nan Xiao, resembling a charm or perhaps a good luck mascot. Qi Haitao and Li Ruodong were attending to matters at the student council, and Lin Xian had discreetly slipped away, making it impossible for the large group to assemble. Concerned that Lu Haoyu might feel isolated and helpless, Su Yong had intended to invite him along. But Lu Haoyu ultimately lacked the courage and returned to the dormitory alone. "Let us dine out. The cafeteria has become rather monotonous lately," Su Yong suggested. "Oh, indeed. The interaction between the two ice cubes is quite similar. Su Yang now feels a subtle shift, as though they are a family of three, with Luo Yuran evidently seated at the child's table. When others are present, Su Yang and Nan Xiao, the aloof couple, naturally reduce their conversation, opting instead for silence. The tranquility is disrupted by a phone call from Su Yang's father. "Hey, Dad, have you started dating that Xiao?" Yes. "Oh, so you called just to say that?" "No, I wanted to let you know that your grandparents are back from their trip. They've been complaining that you haven't made a video call since school started. Then I'll find an opportunity to go home directly. There's no rush. They're not going anywhere for the time being. You should make a call to check in with them first." All right. Chapter 69. Senior, you are truly kind. After the lunch segment concluded, Su Yang and Nan Xiao safely escorted Luo Yuran back to her dormitory. Rather than taking a nap, they decided to cherish their current moment of solitude. Nan Xiao started her Ferrari. "Let's go watch a movie. We should have enough time before afternoon military training," she suggested. As there were no cinemas in the vicinity of the school, driving was the most practical solution. All right. Su Yang obediently settled into the passenger seat. After fastening his seatbelt, he glanced at Nan Xiao. "Let me make a phone call. Do you need to inform me about making a call? Next time, I won't." Su Yang opened WeChat and found his grandfather. His profile picture featured a kindly elderly man in a classical scenic area. He initiated a video call. The elderly gentleman preferred video calls over voice calls. The phone rang for a few seconds before it connected. The man on the screen looked exactly like his WeChat avatar. He was aged and dignified, yet his warm smile radiated a sense of approachability. "Grandpa," Su Yang greeted him. Yang. It's been several days since you last called me. Your grandmother misses you terribly." Just then, Su Yang's grandmother, Yun Haiping, appeared on the screen, seemingly having just tidied up the house. Unlike his grandfather, who possessed a commanding presence, his grandmother exuded pure gentleness and kindness. Yang, when does your military training end? Hurry back. I'll prepare delicious food for you. It won't be over for another 2 weeks, but I can manage to return for a visit. All right. Make sure to let me know when you come back, and I'll buy you some extra meat." After exchanging just a couple of sentences, Mr. Su Wuqing redirected the camera back onto himself. "There's no need to rush. It's fine to return after your military training concludes. It's rather troublesome to hurry back and forth. Just being able to make a video call is sufficient. Grandfather, how have you and Grandma been lately?" "I am quite well, though your grandmother has been experiencing some leg pain. Now that we are back from our travels, I intend to take her to the hospital for a checkup." "Leg pain? Did she fall or something?" With age, it is quite normal to encounter various ailments. Do not burden yourself with such concerns and focus on your studies." "Oh." Su Yang nodded obediently. "Remember to eat well while you're out. Are your parents providing you with sufficient pocket money? If not, I can assist you." "It's enough. There seems to be some miscommunication." Ever since Su Yang moved out to live independently, he hadn't asked his family for money, yet it appeared that Mr. Su and Mrs. Chen had not updated the elders on this matter. Likewise, it seemed the grandparents were unaware of his romantic relationship. Perhaps it is for the best. There are many things that, if revealed to the elders, would inevitably lead to a barrage of chatter. Regarding Nan Xiao, there will be an opportunity to bring her back once more to surprise them in person. Take good care of yourself at school and maintain amicable relationships with your classmates. Do not emulate your father's aloof demeanor. University is akin to a small society where one must navigate interpersonal relations. Grandfather, I understand. As long as you comprehend, that is sufficient. Remember to send more video calls when you have the time. All right. The call ended. A myriad of emotions danced across Su Yang's face. He indeed missed his grandparents, yet his mind was preoccupied with concerns over his grandmother's leg. While the elder's words suggested that such issues were commonplace, once they began, they could escalate into further complications. Nonetheless, no amount of worry would change the situation. Yang. Suddenly, Nan Xiao, who was focused on driving, spoke up. "Xiao, please concentrate on the road. Is Yang your nickname?" Nan Xiao inquired further. "I suppose so." Yang. Xiao. Yang. Yang seems quite aloof. "Xiao, please focus on driving." However, Nan Xiao did not steer towards the cinema. Instead, she drove directly to Su Yang's home. It was only when Nan Xiao parked that Su Yang realized something was amiss. If they were headed to the cinema, they would return to school after the movie, which would be a bit tight on time, but it was nice to check on the elders to ensure they were well. This is how Nan Xiao explained her actions. Very well. Su Yang indeed wished to return for a glance, and Nan Xiao's thoughtfulness spared him from voicing his intentions. Yet, returning home immediately after their phone call, was this truly a surprise? Su Yang exited the car first, moving to the passenger side to open the door for her, gesturing graciously. My lady, please disembark. Please behave normally. All right, Xiao. When I drive you back later, I shall do the same for you. Then I shall momentarily put aside thoughts of the car. Go take the test. After Nan Xiao exited the vehicle, she cast a cool gaze upon Su Yang. I find the passenger seat quite inviting. I'm feeling quite fatigued from driving. Very well. Su Yang took hold of Nan Xiao's delicate hand. Are you certain you wish to return with me? Nan Xiao maintained a tactical silence. Then I shall head home to reflect for a while. Though her expression remained stern, her words revealed a hint of concession. Having eavesdropped on Su Yang's conversation, she deduced that he was quite eager to return home. Yet he refrained from voicing it out of consideration for her. Consequently, she altered her plans, allowing Su Yang the opportunity to visit his grandparents. However, she was unprepared for an encounter with Su Yang's grandparents. Each time she interacted with Su Yang's parents, she required a moment to gather herself. And meeting his grandparents for the first time necessitated even more contemplation. In truth, there's nothing to worry about. My grandparents are quite amiable. My grandfather is not as aloof as my father. I just happened to be returning to discuss something with Sister Xiao. Really? Yes. Meanwhile, at Wanda Plaza on Xinjian South Road in Lixia District, Chu Mumu and Gao Yaru walked arm in arm, accompanied by a rather handsome young man. Yang Shuai, a sophomore, was pursuing Chu Mumu. His invitation for dinner and a movie was what brought them here. Mumu, do we really have to watch this three noble love stories? Gao Yaru expressed her desire to escape. She had little interest in the film Chu Mumu wished to see and had only accompanied her due to Mumu's insistence. Gao Yaru was perplexed by the nature of the relationship between Chu Mumu and Yang Shuai, recalling that just a few days prior, Mumu had been conversing with her boyfriend. Had they broken up? Perhaps, but Gao Yaru had refrained from inquiring, feeling disinclined to indulge in gossip. The trailer seems decent. If you're keen on watching X's 4, we can go after this. After speaking with Gao Yaru, Chu Mumu turned to Yang Shuai with a sweet smile. Thank you, senior, for treating us to dinner and the movie. In that moment, Yang Shuai felt his efforts were well rewarded, sensing that Chu Mumu held him in her thoughts. It's nothing significant. If you wish to see that film at the end of the month, I shall treat you then as well. Thank you, senior. You're truly kind. Chapter 70. You are quite bad. Nan Xiao indeed had matters to discuss with Xiao Yuhan. Although it was not an urgent topic, she was not being deceitful. She unlocked the door and stepped into the somewhat unfamiliar abode. Xiao Yuhan was seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in her notebook, her shirt slightly unbuttoned, revealing a hint of her ample figure. She had just returned from lunch with Lin Xian, but with some projects still pending, she hurried back immediately after their meal. Xiao Yuhan looked up in surprise as Nan Xiao entered. Miss, why have you returned so suddenly? You didn't even inform me. She quickly fastened her shirt and closed her notebook. Just dropping by. That is rather perilous. I was just about to take a shower. If you were to bring Su Yang back, will I not explode? Very well, young lady. I am no longer jesting, even when I bathe. I shall change my garments within the bathroom, ensuring no issues arise. Should he return with you, I will inform you. So, what is it that you wish to discuss? Young lady, is there nothing on your mind? Nan Xiao crossed her arms. Well, there is something, but how did you know I had matters to address, young lady? Xiao Yuhan's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. I guessed. Your guess is quite sharp. The lady has sought me out, and I have yet to inform her. Yet she is already aware of Su Yang's circumstances. Xiao Yuhan's words subtly hinted that one of her subordinates had reported information upward. Or perhaps there are other covert arrangements keeping an eye on Nan Xiao. Nan Xiao comprehended this, but paid it little heed. So what was her reaction? Nan Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. The lady, of course, has no objections. She respects your choices, young lady. Oh, perhaps you should consider giving your parents a call? I shall not. Nan Xiao dismissed the suggestion. Both the general manager and the lady are quite concerned for you. I have not blocked them, nor have I seen them attempt to contact me. Sigh. Xiao Yuhan sighed in resignation and did not delve further into this topic. She leaned back, relaxing her body, then turned her gaze to Nan Xiao. Did you return specifically to confirm your suspicions? No, I have come to reflect. Reflect on what? You need not ponder before seeking out Su Yang's parents. Indeed, but it is not solely his parents. His grandparents have also returned. Oh. Communicating with the older generation can indeed be a bit daunting. I would also need to reflect in that case. Young lady, do you not wish to indulge in a bit of gossip about me? Xiao Yuhan chuckled. Not interested. Nan Xiao turned and retreated to her room to gather her belongings. Since I am back, I might as well bring along some fresh clothes and stockings. However, Xiao Yuhan paid no mind to Nan Xiao's disregard. She raised her voice slightly and called out, Young lady, you are unaware that Su Yang's roommate grows increasingly appealing to me. His bashful demeanor is rather amusing. He is quite shy on WeChat, often sending those animated expressions. Seeing Nan Xiao remain unresponsive, Xiao Yuhan pouted, losing interest in the conversation, and resumed organizing her work on the computer. Yet, after only a brief interval of typing, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Lin Xian. Xiao Yuhan, once I finish my matters, I shall come find you this evening. Xian, no problem, Sister Xiao. You focus on your tasks. A prompt reply. Su Yang had also returned home, and his arrival indeed brought joy to the two elders. Why have you returned so soon after just finishing a call? My child, did I not tell you not to rush back? At first glance, Mr. Su's words seemed to be a reproach, yet the smile on his face was uncontainable. It's nothing, anyway, it's not too far. I can return before the afternoon military training. However, the round trip appeared rather cumbersome. Have you lost weight, Mr. Su inquired, pinching Su Yang's arm. No, I haven't lost weight. Perhaps I've just grown a bit taller. Just then, Su Yang's grandmother emerged from the kitchen. Oh, Yang, why are you back so soon? Was your call just to tease us? It feels different from what we heard over the phone. Have you lost weight? No, I've just grown taller. Su Yang recalled that other relatives often commented on his weight, though his physique had remained relatively consistent. Are you rushing back this afternoon? Yes. I just wanted to see you all before heading back. Mr. Su sat on the sofa reading the newspaper, casting a mere cursory glance at Su Yang's return, without any significant reaction. Once Su Yang settled beside him, he finally spoke. You're back. Yes. Where's my mother? Out buying fruit. All right. Su Yang glanced toward his grandparents, who were also preparing to join him. As he opened his mouth to speak, Mr. Su interjected. The gaze of the venerable Su Wuqing was now fixed sternly upon Mr. Su. The kindness he had just shown to Su Yang vanished, replaced by an air of authority. Su Zhenggang, your son has returned, and you can't even muster a few words? Can't you set a better example for him? What kind of father spends all day ignoring his family? Mr. Su appeared resigned. Before Su Wuqing could continue his sharp critique of his son, Su Yang's grandmother, Yin Haiping, made a significant statement. Yang is still here. You should tone it down. Only then did Mr. Su relent, shifting his focus to engage in conversation with Su Yang about recent life events. Su Yang quietly poured himself a glass of water. Time slipped away unnoticed. Su Yang and Nan Xiao returned to campus. The weather grew increasingly gloomy, with dark clouds obscuring the sun, as if a torrential downpour could commence at any moment. Upon exiting the parking lot, Su Yang naturally held Nan Xiao's hand. I suppose we will be indoors today. Yes. Have you finished your errands? Was it something at home? Yes, just family matters. Oh, why aren't you asking more? Nan Xiao frowned. Do you wish to share? I could, or I could choose not to. Then let us leave it. No pressure. No pressure at all. Could you at least give me a brief overview? My family knows that I'm dating you. Is that so? Now I'm feeling a bit nervous, Su Yang replied, his expression unchanged. What was your uncle and aunt's reaction? Didn't you just want a general idea? I apologize. My earlier inquiry was merely polite, but now I am genuinely curious. Oh, then I won't say anything, Nan Xiao said coolly, lifting her chin. You're so bad. If being bad is what you call it, then so be it. No matter how bad it gets, I still like it. You are blushing. Furthermore, I shall ignore you today. Oh. Chapter 71. The mysterious family of three. Although the sky was densely shrouded with dark clouds, Instructor Wu Lei did not permit the group to languish indoors. Instead, he continued to relentlessly conduct various physical training exercises outdoors. Naturally, this decision incited considerable criticism, and the moniker lazy seemed inescapable. Wu Lei remained silent, merely insisting that everyone run a few more laps. There was, however, a precious break time. Is the instructor out of his mind? Most of the other instructors have taken their students back to the classroom. Why are we still out here? Chi Haitao slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Many others were in similar predicaments, and those who had previously maintained a neutral stance towards Instructor Wu Lei now joined in the chorus of sharp criticism. Of course, this did not include Su Yang and Nan Xiao, who, as a classic couple, remained in a corner. Su Yang was slightly out of breath and had worked up a bit of sweat, while Nan Xiao seemed unfazed, even using a wet tissue to wipe Su Yang's forehead. Predictably, Instructor Wu Lei appeared beside them. You two are performing quite well. After more than a week of this, you both have managed to keep up. It would not be unreasonable to award you the title of Outstanding Military Training Participants. Instructor, rather than receiving accolades. I would prefer you to lower the intensity of the training a bit. I cannot simply reduce it at will, and besides, isn't it quite pleasant to practice in this weather? It's certainly better than being scorched by the sun. Including myself, we initially anticipated a break in the afternoon. And today there shouldn't be any leadership inspections, right? Su Yang looked questioningly at Wu Lei. Wu Lei chuckled. An inspection is one matter. But this primarily depends on our mood. Can you share the reason? I can, but you mustn't let it slip outside. Damn it, just before the gathering today, I happened to pass by the cafeteria and overheard our people saying I was ugly, claiming I paled in comparison to the other instructors. I can tolerate being called lazy in secret. But this? I used to be quite the heartthrob myself. Although Wu Lei spoke with some irritation, the overall tone conveyed a light-hearted jest. All right. Upon learning the truth, Su Yang felt a sense of resignation. I want to linger with you all. You seem to find me disagreeable. If things go awry, your reputation will also be tarnished. Oh, and let me give you a little heads up. Wu Lei leaned in conspiratorially to whisper in Su Yang's ear. The training these past few days has merely been a warm-up. Starting the day after tomorrow, we will embark on a 15-kilometer march. You all should mentally prepare yourselves. Do I need to keep this a secret? Depends on your mood. I intended to announce it tomorrow, but perhaps the other instructors will mention it today. It will inevitably spread. After finishing his explanation, Instructor Wu Lei waved nonchalantly and quickly vanished from Su Yang's line of sight. He would likely reappear when it was time to resume training. 15 kilometers of marching. Are you all right with that? Su Yang inquired of Nan Xiao. Shouldn't I be asking you? NXYO gently wiped Yang's face with a wet tissue, rendering it tender, unable to resist. She playfully tugged at him. I am merely feeling warm today, not fatigued. I shall undoubtedly be fine later. Yang reciprocated with a playful tug of his own. Well, I shall be fine too. As the afternoon's military training finally came to a close, many appeared utterly exhausted, resembling individuals on the verge of collapse. Among them was naturally Qido. Oh dear, this has been quite torturous. I can't endure any longer. I shall take a leave tomorrow. Today has truly worn me out. Although he knew that tomorrow would likely proceed as usual, he could not help but grumble. He surrendered to exhaustion, sprawling out on the ground without a care for cleanliness, finding solace in the moment, until a bottle of water was thrust against his face. Why not find something to cushion yourself before lying down? Ru Ting placed a bottle of Nongfu Spring beside Qido. While the training was intense for all, the females enjoyed a comparatively lenient regimen. Cushion? What nonsense. This is meant for you to drink. Yet, you should indeed find something to prop yourself up with. Is it not dirty to lie directly on the ground? Are you offering me water? Don't tell me you plan to delegate all the student council duties to me today. I cannot be swayed by a mere bottle. Perhaps if you bring a few more, I might reconsider. Qido sat up and gulped down several large swigs before once again reclining to recuperate. Get lost. I merely offered you a bottle of water due to my good mood, and besides, there is hardly any work for the student council today. Regardless of whether there is or not, I wish to rest. What about your roommates? It seems you are quite isolated. Everyone is busy. It is better that way. SG and SG are no exception. That mysterious Lin Su-in seems to have vanished recently. Wally G has already returned to the dormitory to practice his guitar. Does that mean you are the only one in your dormitory whose physical fitness is lacking to the point of needing to remain on the playground to recover? Ru Ting teased with a smirk. Upon hearing her words, Qido sprang up, his expression turning serious. I am a man. There is no such thing as impossible in my vocabulary. This serious demeanor lasted all of 3 seconds before he collapsed back to the ground. Well, compared to those in my dormitory, I seem to indeed be lacking. Am I too weak, or are they simply too formidable? Perhaps a bit of both. Ru Ting sat cross-legged. What about your 2 aloof roommates? NXYO and Sying have run off, taking the little one, Lu Yrn, along with them. Are you also feeling isolated? Not isolated. Rather, I feel liberated. The pressure alongside those 2 ladies can be rather intense, though it is not without its charm. Oh, I just remembered. The instructor mentioned wanting to see me after the training. Being class monitor is no easy feat, El Ru-Ting remarked with a look of schadenfreude. It seems we still have a vice monitor, don't we? Is there? El Ru-Ting appeared taken aback. Sying and NNXYO were engaged in a clandestine task, accompanied by the little girl, Lu Yrin. The three of them donned hooded sweatshirts, Sying in blue, NNXYO in red, and Lu Yrin in black. Not only that, but they donned masks, shrouding themselves in an air of mystery. Even acquaintances would struggle to recognize the trio, likely mistaking them for a family engaged in some peculiar parent-child fashion. The target is slipping away, Su Yang murmured, but getting too close might attract attention. It should not pose a significant issue. Luo Yuran obediently followed closely behind Nin Xiao. Ahead of the three was Lin Xian, dressed in traditional Hanfu, who was indeed their target. Although Su Yang was concerned about the situation between Lin Xian and Xiao Yuhan, he did not feel the need to pursue confirmation. However, Nin Xiao was quite invested in the matter. Given her priorities, Su Yang postponed some of his original plans to accompany her instead. Soon after, a familiar Maybach appeared. Curiously, Xiao Yuhan emerged from the vehicle not adorned in the classic work attire, but rather in a beautiful female Hanfu. Chapter 72. An awkward encounter. Although her emergence in Hanfu from the Maybach was somewhat jarring, it did not detract from Xiao Yuhan's enchanting, traditional beauty. Her attire, predominantly purple, beautifully complemented her inherent mature elegance. Overall, she effortlessly commanded this style, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. For a fleeting moment, Nan Xiao thought she might have misjudged the situation. After all, she had never seen Xiao Yuhan in Hanfu, nor had she heard her mention anything of the sort. Hadn't she expressed disinterest in such garments? It seemed they intended to linger around this vicinity. Su Yang continued to analyze the situation. As for Xiao Yuhan's change of attire, he found no fault in it. From Lin Xian's perspective, Xiao Yuhan aligning with his style could be seen as a positive development. Nan Xiao continued to observe Xiao Yuhan. Interestingly, from a distance, Xiao Yuhan turned her head and cast a glance towards their location. Su Yang inhaled sharply. Should we hide again? There's no need. Nan Xiao confidently removed her hood and mask, boldly striding forward. The tracking mission had failed. Seeing her resolve, Su Yang and Luo Yuran likewise abandoned their disguises. Following their reveal, a slight commotion ensued. Setting aside the star couple of Su Yang and Nan Xiao, the little girl Luo Yuran was undoubtedly a captivating sight. The three of them gathering openly on campus would cause a stir, but outdoors, it would provoke an even greater reaction. For instance, wow, that family looks stunning. Are they celebrities? They appear so youthful, yet their daughter is already so grown up. Though they don't resemble each other much, they are all quite attractive. And they seem to share an aloof demeanor. Perhaps they truly are a family. It is not only the family of three that captures attention. The presence of Xiao Yuhan and Lin Xian, adorned in traditional Hanfu, is equally striking. Thus, these two groups engage in an epic encounter. Su Yang, Nin Xiao, and the young girl Luo Yuran all maintain a solemn demeanor, their faces set in stoic silence. Ah, what a coincidence. We meet here. Xiao Yuhan breaks the ice. The Hanfu, though voluminous, is rather thin, failing to conceal Xiao Yuhan's alluring figure, accentuating her enticing curves instead. Lin Xian appears still dazed by Xiao Yuhan's striking appearance, and the arrival of Su Yang's group only adds to his bewilderment. Su Gu, what a coincidence, he stammers. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Su Yang replies. Glancing at Nin Xiao, he contemplates making a hasty exit, as the gathering could lead to discomfort for both parties. Ultimately, however, it hinges on Nin Xiao's response. Regrettably, she remains silent, offering no indication of her feelings. It is Xiao Yuhan who again shatters the awkwardness, suggesting, shall we dine together? Oh, Nin Xiao replies coolly. The five of them eventually find themselves in a private room at a small restaurant. The atmosphere within the room is somewhat mysterious, with only 5 individuals present. 3 of whom wear serious expressions. The mood inevitably tilts towards the solemn. Lin Xian, in front of Xiao Yuhan, remains shy, even though he connects with Su Yang. His presence seems to hinder his ease. Xiao Yuhan, too, finds herself in a precarious position. Theoretically, she is the most uncomfortable, as she intends to flirt with Su Yang's roommate, which is inherently delicate. In a private setting, she could freely tease Lin Xian and engage in conversation with Nan Xiao. But this unexpected encounter escalates the awkwardness to an unbearable degree. As Xiao Yuhan ponders how to alleviate the tension, Su Yang rises. Sister Yuhan, Lin Xian. I just remembered I have something to attend to. You all enjoy your meal. He pulls Nin Xiao up alongside him. Where are we going? Nin Xiao inquires, puzzled. We're leaving, Su Yang asserts firmly, wrapping his arm around her and leading her away. Young Luo Yuran, of course, does not wish to be left behind and follows suit. Soon, only Xiao Yuhan and Lin Xian remain in the room. I'm saved. That was unbearable. Xiao Yuhan exhales in relief. Sister Yuhan, what was that about? Lin Xian asks, somewhat dazed. He senses the awkwardness, but does not comprehend why Xiao Yuhan feels uncomfortable, as he has yet to grasp the nature of the relationship between her, Su Yang, and Nan Xiao. Curious about my connection with the young lady and the young master? Want to know why I felt awkward? Xiao Yuhan swiftly regains her composure, transforming back into the mature, poised older sister. I am indeed curious, Lin Xian admits candidly. That's a secret for now. I shall reveal it when the time is right. What does it mean for conditions to be ripe? Can you guess? Xiao Yuhan squinted her eyes. I can't. Then let's not guess for now. Let's eat. Order whatever you like. It's on me. By the way, how do I look? Very beautiful. Like a fairy who stepped out of a television drama. Oh, that's good to hear. As they chatted, Xiao Yuhan crossed her lovely legs. However, in the process, she accidentally brushed against Lin Xian. Oh dear, I kicked you. It's a minor issue. Lin Xian initially intended to assure her that it was nothing. But Xiao Yuhan had already leaned in closely, bending slightly to pat the spot on his calf that she had just kicked. As she drew near, a fragrant breeze wafted into Lin Xian's mind, and when her delicate fingers made contact with his calf, an electrifying sensation surged throughout his body. Lin Xian gasped sharply. What's wrong? Xiao Yuhan raised her head in confusion to look at him. Nothing, it's fine. Lin Xian struggled to maintain his composure, unable to contain himself, and had to pull down his sleeves to cover up. Are you feeling unwell? I'm quite well. Sister Yuhan, please go ahead and order. All right. Meanwhile, a cold family of 3 was eating in silence on the street. Let's go eat somewhere else, suggested Su Yang. Yang, why are we leaving? Nan Xiao tugged at Su Yang's face, seemingly displeased with his sudden departure, as she genuinely believed he had something important to attend to. Classmate Yao, don't you also want to leave? Do I? Then Xiao frowned. Yes, I estimate you'll regret it once we reach the restaurant, and besides, their relationship isn't officially established yet. If we force ourselves together, it will be quite awkward for everyone. Oh, you actually care about Sister Xiao finding a partner, don't you? Su Yang probed further. No, I'm not interested. Then why did we follow along? Classmate Yao, do elaborate. Yang, if you keep talking, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Then I won't say anything. Let's eat. Su Yang turned his gaze to Luo Yuran. What do you want to eat? Shandong cuisine. All right, since it's not something casual, let us head to the Shandong restaurant then. Oh, the main quest has been confirmed. And the 3 of them fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 73, Su Yang, Nen Xiao, and the Sword. In the boys' dormitory 502, Su Yang stared at the multitude of messages on WeChat, lost in thought. It all began when Matcha Cake inquired about his recent circumstances, prompting him to provide a brief report. Following that, Matcha Cake bombarded him with numerous messages. Matcha Cake. Hey bro, you guys are already together. Why are you still acting like before? What about the affectionate gestures I mentioned? Let us not even discuss more intimate matters, at the very least. A kiss should be no problem, right? You can't expect the girl to take the initiative all the time. Matcha Cake, you can't be too honest, you know? Be more proactive in your pursuits. Based on my observations during this period, it appears that they harbor no defenses against you. So you should boldly act on your intentions. The sentiment expressed by Matcha Cake resonates. If both parties remain passive, progress is simply impossible. Inspired by Matcha Cake's words, Su Yang felt an inexplicable nostalgia and began to ponder taking action. He desired for his relationship with Nan Xiao to evolve naturally. However, he questioned the viability of such an approach. Nan Xiao preferred to be led, often concealing her thoughts deep within her heart without vocalizing them. Indeed, Matcha Cake's assertion that mutual initiative is essential holds substantial truth. Temporarily shifting his thoughts, Su Yang searched for new media companies nearby on a map and browser. Halfway through, he abandoned his search. The amount of money he could invest was comparable to a year's salary for employees at larger firms, making it unrealistic to target such lofty ambitions. Instead, he should seek out smaller companies that are developing and hold promise for the future. Many others likely share this ambition, thus limiting the resources available for him to seize. Could he perhaps find opportunities at school? It seemed plausible. His advisor had mentioned that the school encourages entrepreneurship and offers certain subsidies, particularly in the realm of new media, which is well suited for the youth of the new era. There might indeed be seniors venturing into startups. He needed to consult his remarkable advisor. With his primary objective updated, Su-Yang redirected his thoughts once more. He shifted closer to the edge of his bed, attempting to engage in the conversation his roommates were having. Lu, do you genuinely like Luo Yuran? Yet. I haven't seen you make any moves. Lu Haoyu remained silent, merely scrolling through his phone. Lin Xian, who had set aside his book, was gaming on his computer while seated next to Qi Haitao. Qi, with his insight, remarked, Lu, if you have feelings, you should express them boldly. At the very least, share your thoughts with us. Lin Xian resumed his enigmatic demeanor. Noticing Su Yang's curiosity, Qi Haitao stood and flashed a grin. What do you think, Su? I don't have much to say, but Haoyu seems to merely admire her from a distance. There is no rush to pursue her directly. He may not be ready yet. Besides, you're somewhat familiar with Luo Yuran's situation, right? It might be better to start as friends. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoyu exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yang, conveying that he understood him. However, Lu seemed stagnant, and it felt as though by the time they reached their second or third year, the opportunity for friendship might slip away. Qi Haitao appeared anxious for Lu, acknowledging that individuals of Luo Yuran's caliber, despite their aloofness, would undoubtedly attract many admirers. Lu Haoyu, at least, shared a community with Luo Yuran, giving him a slight edge over others. Su Yang fell into contemplation, choosing to maintain a neutral stance on the matter. Throughout this entire matter, Nan Xiao has remained non-committal. However, she has always regarded Luo Yuran as a daughter, suggesting her underlying opposition, albeit unexpressed. Suddenly, Lin Xian exited the chat and returned to his bed, clutching his phone to send a message. The subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips indicated that Xiao Yuhan had messaged him. Qi Haitao continued to encourage Lu Haoyu, while Su Yang discerned a flicker of impatience in Lu's demeanor. Before the atmosphere in the dormitory could escalate, Su Yang deftly redirected the conversation. Haitao, what is the situation between you and Li Ruotong lately? Huh, what do you mean? Aren't you two together every day? Su Yang pressed on honestly. Compared to Haoyu, you should be in the spotlight now. Well, there is nothing special. We're just ordinary friends of the opposite sex. Really? Your interactions with other friends don't seem as frequent as those with Li Ruotong, Su Yang countered. Haitao, love should be open and sincere, not pretentious. Is that a lyric from somewhere? It sounds familiar, Qi Haitao remarked. Just answer, do you like her? Su Yang continued to probe. Well, maybe a bit. Qi Haitao admitted, scratching his face and glancing around nervously. Then focus on yourself. Don't worry about Haoyu, Su Yang advised. All right, Qi Haitao complied, falling silent. Yet, he struggled to keep his mouth shut and turned his attention to Lin Xian. Lin, honestly, are you secretly dating behind our backs? You've been acting mysterious lately, and I saw you grinning while replying to messages. Qi Haitao accused, closing in on Lin Xian. Unfazed, Lin Xian set his phone down and replied calmly. Qi Daoyu, you jest. The one I hold dear exists only in my dreams. I cannot wield a million punches nor ascend the upside-down mountain. Qi Haitao was momentarily at a loss for Lin Xian's cryptic words, hesitating before ultimately retreating. Sensing the atmosphere had calmed, Qi Haitao shifted the topic. Shall we play a few rounds of Honor of Kings? What does Lu say? Whatever, came Lu's indifferent reply. And Lin? Sure. What about Su? We're counting on you to lead the charge. I didn't ask. I can't make it. You all play. Su Yang was about to agree when a call from Nan Xiao interrupted. What are you doing? Her voice was as consistent as ever. Thinking of you. If you keep lying, I want to talk to you. I'm sorry. Humph. The exchange between Su Yang and Nan Xiao inexplicably placed a mask of anguish on Qi Haitao, as if he had bitten into an overly sweet candy and desperately needed insulin. Qi Haitao realized there was a traitor in the dorm, and he shot Su Yang a middle finger, resigning himself to a silent protest. Su Yang ignored the slight and continued engaging with Nan Xiao. Any plans? At this hour, you shouldn't be asleep. Let us play some games. It's been a while. What to play? Honor of Kings? PUBG? Identity V? Let us play on the computer. Oh, that is a bit unusual. What game will you play on the computer? Su Yang expressed his surprise. Previously, I accompanied Nan Xiao in playing various mobile games, seldom initiating the use of a computer. Recently, His computer has also seen little use for gaming, primarily serving as a tool for research. Now, he yearns to engage in action games. How about Monster Hunter? This is quite unexpected from Su Yang. He thought Nen Xiao intended to launch a different game. Noticing Su Yang's prolonged silence, Nen Xiao inquired, "Can you play?" "I can manage a bit," came the reply. "Are we playing World or Rise?" "World, I suppose." "What weapon do you use?" "Great sword." "How coincidental. I use the same." "Why the hesitation then?" Su Yang opted to join her. In Chapter 74, Su Yang's blush surpassed any words. In the girls' dormitory 406, Nen Xiao deftly maneuvered the controller, appearing fierce as a tiger. Yet, on the screen, she was repeatedly knocked away by the dragon. However, the dragon, the target of their mission, soon succumbed. In a duo match in Monster Hunter, the monster's health increases, but Su Yang swiftly dispatched it solo. Am I progressing too quickly? Perhaps I should switch my gear and weapon to the initial setup to enhance your gaming experience? Su Yang inquired with concern from the other end of the call. It was evident that Nen Xiao was still inexperienced in the game, struggling to deliver substantial damage while inadvertently leading the monster astray. Nevertheless, Su Yang did not impose pressure on her. Instead, he prioritized her enjoyment of the game. "No need," she replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. In truth, she was not particularly keen on action games, but she was aware of Su Yang's fondness for them. Compared to mobile games, he preferred computer games. Yet he often devoted his time to accompany her. Earlier, Xiao Jie had sent her a humorous anecdote, detailing a boy who encountered a girl while playing Monster Hunter, and they subsequently fell in love. Xiao Yuhan found it somewhat far-fetched, while Nen Xiao remained nonchalant, silently downloading Monster Hunter, eager to share the experience with Su Yang. After all, following their increased interactions, Su Yang had played less frequently. Nen Xiao did not wish for Su Yang to suppress his passion for gaming on her account. The best approach was for her to take the initiative in inviting him to play together, thus creating a shared avenue for entertainment. "This game is a bit challenging. If you're uncomfortable, we can switch to another." Su Yang seemed to embody the essence of a caring companion. Nen Xiao raised her middle finger at the phone still connected to the call, when Su Yang had accompanied her during their time with matcha cake. Aside from her initiating the conversation, he had primarily provided silent companionship, lacking such affectionate gestures. Though she should have felt pleased, she was conflicted. "I'm not skilled, but I enjoy it. What about you?" "I think it's quite enjoyable." "I'm clumsy. You must find it uncomfortable to play with me." "Not at all. Other games are fine. But in this one, my guidance will make it more enjoyable for you." "Oh." Su Yang seemed somewhat puzzled. "All right, get some rest early." "Okay." Nanjia Yao placed her phone beside her pillow, preparing to enter a state of slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, she leaned in softly towards her phone and whispered, "Do not mute. You snored last night." "Nonsense." "Indeed, it is nonsense. But if you were to hear me snore, it would be quite embarrassing." "Do not mute." "Fine. You are quite dismissive. Report. I shall obediently keep the microphone on." "Now that is more like it. Good night." "Good night." After exchanging their good nights, Su Yang did not drift off to sleep. The other three occupants of the dormitory were engaged in their own lively activities, though not excessively loud. There was a certain commotion that made him reluctant to mute the microphone, fearing it might disturb Nanjia Yao. However, since she insisted on keeping it unmuted, he complied. Su Yang remained at his computer, having activated a speed booster before opening Nanjia Yao's messages. She had purchased numerous popular games, yet aside from the recently played Monster Hunter, she had little time invested in the others. It resembled a new account. This revelation sparked a myriad of questions in Su Yang's mind. His inquiry was merely to ascertain Nanjia Yao's gaming preferences, facilitating future discussions with her regarding this interest. After all, the list of preferences provided by Xiao Yuhan predominantly revolved around food and drinks, lacking any mention of games. Yet, discovering that Nanjia Yao was using a new account added an intriguing layer to the situation. Was she newly registered to accompany him in gaming? This was not entirely peculiar. Yet something felt slightly off. Setting aside her use of accessibility features, it seemed she had also played with a controller during the recent game session. She had not been seen playing other games, so when had she acquired the controller? Had she procured it days in advance specifically for today's Monster Hunter segment? This explanation felt somewhat forced. Su Yang rubbed his temples, attempting to clear his thoughts. Perhaps he could use this as a topic for conversation tomorrow. During their recent interaction, he sensed a subtle yet peculiar familiarity. It was not discomforting, rather a sense of déjà vu or an oddly familiar feeling. "Oh, Su Yang suddenly recalled that after the matcha cake incident, the cake had expressed concerns about being unpalatable, fearing he might not enjoy it. At that time, the cake had been nervous upon receiving its wages, leaving a strong impression on him. However, the strategist and her aloof girlfriend were entirely unrelated. Better to focus on tomorrow's itinerary and arrangements. The early bird catches the worm. After completing his morning run, Su Yang quickly tidied his appearance. Panting as he reached the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Nan Jiayao was still quicker than him. How long have you been out? Just came out. Doesn't seem like it. Believe it or not. I believe you. TSK. Oh, TSK. Su Yang ceased verbal interaction, grasping Nan Jiayao's small hand as they began to make their way to the cafeteria. The question arose whether to watch the movie at noon or in the afternoon. It matters not, came the casual reply. Then let it be the afternoon. I shall first seek confirmation on certain matters from my advisor. Oh right. Do you have any games in mind that you wish to play? Su Yang inquired nonchalantly. It's hard to say. We shall see later, was the evasive response. What games have you played previously? South Xiao fell into a tactical silence. In truth, her experience with games was quite extensive, with a rich inventory of titles, including numerous romance simulation games geared towards a male audience. Yet, in an effort to conceal this aspect of her gaming life, she had created a secondary account. However, South Xiao soon realized the gravity of her predicament. During their gaming session yesterday, Su Yang had asked if she found it uncomfortable to play Monster Hunter with a keyboard and mouse, to which she had replied that she utilized a controller. Yet, the new account posed a significant issue. Should Su Yang become aware of this inconsistency, he would likely uncover further discrepancies. Rapidly, South Xiao engaged her idle mind and devised a solution. She had previously played some single-player games on a console. Oh, do you prefer action games? She ventured. I play quite casually and am rather inexperienced. Are you interested in It Takes Two? Sure, that sounds good. Let us commence afterward. With that, South Xiao wrapped her arms around Su Yang's, to which he glanced at her with mild surprise. Today, she seemed exceptionally well-behaved and clingy, albeit not drastically different from her usual demeanor. I'm tired. I see you are neither flushed nor out of breath after your morning run. Regardless, I am fatigued. Then let us persevere. The cafeteria is just ahead. Oh, South Xiao maintained her icy demeanor, though she wished to playfully coax Su Yang into carrying her. However, having spun a few lies surrounding her secondary account, she felt a twinge of guilt and hesitated to voice her desires. It was not sustainable to continue deceiving him. While occasionally using her alternate persona to uplift Su Yang was acceptable, she did not wish to perpetually mislead him. Yet, to confess her true identity directly felt daunting. Perhaps she could gradually cultivate an opportunity for honesty? Indeed, but this would not alleviate the guilt she felt for her deceit. Su Yang. What is it? Yang. I am here. I like you. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, his mind momentarily blank, causing a lapse in his coordination as he nearly stumbled. South Xiao, with surprising strength, caught him. Watch where you are going. Su Yang's face flushed, surpassing the need for words. Chapter 75. South Xiao's stance in the office. Just before Zhang Suping's lunch break, Su Yang and South Xiao made their entrance. Advisor, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Su Yang, what is it? Please. Share, Zhang Suping greeted with a faint smile. The appearance of this young individual indeed caused her heart to skip a beat, yet Su Yang was always polite, and his inquiries were generally quite reasonable. What brought a sense of relief to Zhang Suping was the fact that Nan Xiao, the young lady who required no special attention, had not made any demands. She was merely an accessory to Su Yang. This was quite reassuring. Advisor, you previously mentioned that the school encourages entrepreneurship. I would like to inquire if any seniors are engaged in entrepreneurial ventures. Those involved in social media and new media would also count. If there are, I would like to reach out to them for some insights, whether to seek advice or to discuss potential collaborations. It seems there are some. Please wait while I confirm this, and I will notify you later. Thank you for your assistance, advisor. Not at all. It's no trouble. Su Yang took Nan Xiao's hand as they departed from the academic building. Although this matter could be settled with a simple phone call, strolling hand in hand with Nan Xiao also served as a pleasant walk. Shall we eat in the cafeteria? I'd prefer to dine outside today. I seek a bit of tranquility. Oh, Yang is quite aloof. If there's nothing else, let us refrain from calling me that. It feels rather odd. Yang, I like you. Su Yang hesitated, feeling as though Nan Xiao had discovered the secret to victory. It was challenging for Su Yang to articulate the overwhelming impact of those mere words of affection from Nan Xiao. despite their current relationship. She had not initially expressed her feelings so candidly. What should have been a significant revelation was now casually wielded by Nan Xiao, rendering it difficult to bear. What is wrong with you? Nan Xiao tilted her head slightly, awaiting Su Yang's response. You're quite mischievous. If being mischievous is a flaw, then so be it. Yang, you're blushing. What shall we eat outside? Don't say anything random. I relinquish the choice to you today. Su Yang deftly shifted the topic. Nan Xiao remained silent, fixating her cold gaze on Su Yang. All right, shall we have spicy mixed noodles? Su Yang quickly recalled this option from Nan Xiao's list of preferences. Sounds good. I'll also get you a soda. All right. Don't you need to bring along Luo Yuran? If Ruodong doesn't wander off today, she will keep an eye on her. Very well. The two of them strolled hand in hand toward the outskirts of the campus. It wasn't too far, and to avoid drawing attention, there was no need to start the Ferrari. Luck seemed to be on their side today. Upon reaching Nanlu, although they attracted a few glances, there were no overt disturbances. Boss, 2 servings of spicy mixed noodles with noodles, no enoki mushrooms, and 2 bottles of soda, please. Certainly. After placing their order, Su Yang and Nan Xiao found a table inside the establishment. Shall we go watch a movie this afternoon? Oh, classmate Yao Yao. I'm not aloof. Nan Xiao interjected. Yang is the one who is aloof. All right, I am aloof. Humph. I have something to ask you. Go ahead. Su Yang leaned back strategically, taking a sip of soda. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally ventured to ask, my roommate wishes to pursue Luo Yuran. I am aware, she replied. I know you know, but what is your stance on this matter? Nan Xiao remained silent, merely locking eyes with Su Yang. Ah, I see. Su Yang continued sipping his soda. Although he and Nan Xiao could not fully discern each other's innermost thoughts, they could grasp the nuances of their small gestures. It was evident that Nan Xiao held a disapproving view, yet due to the fact that Lu Haoyu was her roommate, she refrained from openly voicing her opposition, choosing instead to maintain a silent demeanor. With this understanding, Su Yang decided not to pursue the topic further. Perhaps he ought to engage in some persuasion with Lu Haoyu. Setting aside the fact that Luo Yuran's feelings for Lu Haoyu were decidedly negative, Nan Xiao's lack of support as a roommate indicated that there was scarcely a glimmer of hope to be found. In the midst of their silence, the spicy mixed dish was soon ready. Su Yang ate in silence, indulging in the dish. After a few bites, he felt the urge to sip his soda, only to discover that the bottle was no longer within reach. It had been taken by Nan Xiao. He cast a puzzled glance in her direction. What's wrong? I mistakenly drank from the wrong bottle. That one was mine. Oh, Nan Xiao continued sipping. When there was only a little left, she handed the remnants to Su Yang, along with her own half-finished soda. Here, it's all yours. Nan Xiao tilted her head. Was that intentional or accidental? Intentionally accidental. Very well, Su Yang sighed, accepting the soda. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he genuinely felt the soda had grown considerably sweeter. Nan Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. Your face seems a bit flushed. This soda has a rather high alcohol content. It's quite intoxicating. Oh. Su Yang resumed savoring the spicy dish. After their meal, Su Yang and Nan Xiao returned to campus. Although neither of them had the habit of taking afternoon naps, they opted to retreat to their respective dorms for a moment of reflection. After escorting Nan Xiao back to the girls' dormitory, his instructor called him. Hey, Su Yang. There are students in both the sophomore and senior classes engaged in entrepreneurship, but the senior is currently not at school, while the sophomore is a female student. Should I communicate with her first, or how would you like to proceed? I see. Could you please give her a heads up and share her contact information with me? Of course, I will reach out to her shortly and then send you her details. You can contact her at your convenience once I inform her. All right. Subsequently, Instructor Zhang Suping sent Su Yang a WeChat message with the contact details. The profile picture featured a lotus flower. Is this truly the sophomore senior? However, Su Yang hesitated to add her immediately, as he preferred the instructor to notify her first, and he needed some time to contemplate what he should say. It would be prudent to inform Nan Xiao as well. After all, as a senior, even if Nan Xiao felt assured about him, he still had to avoid the possibility of misunderstandings. Perhaps it was time to discuss the matter of the matcha cake. He had never mentioned to Nan Xiao that he had a strategist friend online. It could serve as an excellent conversation starter. Having briefly contemplated the arrangements for after today, Su Yang returned to the dormitory. Qi Haitao and Lin Xian were absent, leaving only Lu Haoyu behind. What did you have for lunch? Su Yang inquired politely. I went to the cafeteria with Haitao. I'm not sure where Lin Xian ran off to. Probably something important, he replied. Su-yong settled back into his seat. However, Lu Haoyu, unusually, leaned closer and spoke in a hushed tone. Brother Su, sincerity begets sincerity. I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Su-yong nodded. Sister Su must know something. She must have told you that Luo Yuran has an opinion about me? Chapter 76. Learning guitar regarding Lu Haoyu's earnest inquiry. Su-yong pondered for a few seconds. Do you want the honest truth? Yes, Brother Su, please tell me. I have a strong capacity for handling it. She is a bit intimidated by you. She feels you're quite fierce, and she isn't interested in dating during her university years. Su-yong candidly laid bare the reality without any hesitation. He had intended to communicate with Lu Haoyu anyway, and since he had taken the initiative to ask, he decided to be forthright. Is that so? Lu Haoyu seemed somewhat unsurprised. It's not that you have issues, nor does she. It's simply a matter of incompatibility. You're a good person and quite handsome. There's no need to hang all your hopes on one tree. Su-yong tried to reason with him and offer comfort as best as he could. Given the slim chances, he, as Lu Haoyu's roommate, certainly wished for him to explore other avenues. Of course, if Lu Haoyu still desired to pursue Luo Yuran, he would remain neutral and refrain from further comments. Thank you. Brother Su, I understand these principles. So what are your plans moving forward? The first impression wasn't great, and it will likely become a stereotype, which is hard to shake off, Lu Haoyu replied. You're right. There's no need to cling to one tree. Lu Haoyu smiled at Su-yong. This former wild boy, now a cool and composed individual, was revealing such a demeanor for the first time. He picked up his guitar and returned to his bed, beginning to strum the melancholic tune of a clock moving backward through time, evoking a hint of nostalgia. Perhaps this was an unavoidable aspect of youthful campus life. Yet, Su-yong remained concerned about Lu Haoyu's emotional state. He leaned closer to him. What's wrong, Brother Su? Is it too noisy? I can stop playing. Lu Haoyu's voice trembled slightly, reminiscent of a once wild wolf now transformed into a forsaken dog. Su-yong inquired with a calm demeanor. Your guitar playing is quite impressive. Could you possibly teach me? Lu Haoyu looked up in astonishment, taken aback by the request. I believe I'm not inept. I can be taught rather easily. But Su-go, you don't know how to play the guitar, do you? Do I appear to be a jack of all trades? Quite so. Yet your judgment may have faltered. Shall I purchase a guitar for you to teach me directly? No need for that. You can use my guitar for practice. What if you break a string? I have spares. I'm untroubled. Very well then. How shall we begin? I will briefly explain the basics. And then we can start with strumming and pressing chords. I've never taught anyone before, so I cannot guarantee proficiency. The master opens the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. Let us proceed. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, room 406, Nen Xiao rummaged through her clothing, pulling out various pairs of stockings. Lost in contemplation. It's not particularly suitable to wear this out. For comfort and convenience, I prefer ordinary cotton socks. But I wear stockings solely for Su-yong's eyes. Thus, it seemed most appropriate to wear them within the dormitory, perhaps for a photo shoot or video to share with him. The optimal solution had been found. She gathered several different styles of stockings and tossed them onto the bed before moving to the side of Luo Yuran's bed. The petite girl instinctively sat up upon sensing Nen Xiao's approach, only to receive a gentle pat on the head. Yuran, what are you doing? Just thinking. What about? Family matters. Is it complicated? Not really. I just don't know what I should do moving forward. Li Ruodong is not here. The typically reserved Luo Yuran only engaged in normal conversational exchanges when alone with Nen Xiao. What do you wish to do? Watch television dramas all day at home. Nen Xiao remained silent, continuing to pat her head. At that moment, Li Ruodong hurried back to the dormitory, holding 2 cups of bubble tea, which she handed to Nen Xiao and Luo Yuran. Sisters, here enjoy. Oh, thank you. Nen Xiao replied politely before returning to her bed to prepare for a video call with Su-yong. Thank you. Luo Yuran awkwardly expressed her gratitude. Oh, it's nothing. Li Ruodong waved her hand dismissively, then turned her curious gaze towards Luo Yuran. I think I just overheard you discussing some television drama? Nen Xiao, just climbing back onto her bed, appeared perplexed. You could hear that? Your ears are quite sharp. Indeed, Luo Yuran nodded. So, Yuran, what dramas do you enjoy watching? Do you like historical romances? The latest one? I prefer American dramas. All right then, which American dramas do you enjoy? I once watched Sherlock. It was simply magnificent. Indeed. While it may be an English drama, Luo Yuran softly interjected. Right. It can be considered a glimpse into the modern adventures of Sherlock Holmes, with Sherlock and Watson being utterly delightful. Yuran, what else have you watched? Any recommendations? With a cute gesture, Luo Yuran pondered, her finger resting thoughtfully on her lips. After a few moments, she slowly replied to Li Ruodong, Wednesday. Is that the title? You can also search for The Addams Family, though I would not recommend the series. I highly favor the earlier film adaptations. That sounds great. I'll take a look when I have the time. Before the afternoon military training, Nan Xiao summoned Su Yang from the dormitory. Without allowing Su Yang to speak, she playfully ruffled his hair, concerned about disheveling her locks. Su Yang refrained from returning the gesture and opted instead to pinch her cheek in jest. What is up? Why did it take you so long to answer? Were you busy with guitar practice? It seems quite cool to play the guitar. Are you self-taught? Then Xiao inquired. My roommate teaches me. Oh. She seemed disinterested in inquiring further about which roommate. Grasping Su Yang's hand, she led him away while casually mentioning, I could teach you too. You play the guitar as well? Su Yang was taken aback, yet it felt somewhat expected, given her talent. I know a little. A little is enough to teach me, but I'm at grade 10 for both piano and violin. Impressive. Su Yang had no further words. Nan Xiao proudly lifted her chin, relishing Su Yang's praise. On another note, has Sister Xiao mentioned anything about my roommate's situation? It seems not. I don't often use WeChat. And Sister Xiao mentioned that such updates are sent through it. Well, mainly I'm curious why Lin Xian hasn't returned yet. I wonder if he is out with Sister Xiao or busy with something else. Oh, Su Yang initially intended to continue his conversation with Nan Xiao, but fortuitously, he caught sight of an intriguing scene. Not far off, Chu Mumu was walking alongside the senior he had seen last time, both engaged in cheerful conversation. Chapter 77. Watching a movie, Su Yang harbored a bit of curiosity. He quickly glanced at his phone, scrolling through the list of missed connections, notably Lu Haoran. Subsequently, he classically opened his friend's circle to investigate. Lu Haoran was the type to frequently post on social media, particularly showcasing his indulgences in food, entertainment, and leisure. Quite fascinatingly, Su Yang discovered that Lu Haoran had posted a lengthy segment of cheesy romantic lines directed at Chu Mumu just this afternoon. He also shared images of orders for cosmetics and bags he had purchased for her. From this, it could be surmised that the two were indeed in a romantic relationship. Thus, Chu Mumu's current interactions with this senior became rather intriguing. However, Su Yang merely observed the commotion, having no intention of informing Lu Haoran about the matter, as that would be seeking trouble unnecessarily. He felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had decisively severed ties with Chu Mumu in the past. Suddenly, he felt a pinch on the soft flesh at his waist. He inhaled sharply, casting a bewildered glance at the culprit, Nan Xiao. Look at me more. And less at her. Are you jealous? Fine, I shall disregard you. No need to rush. It merely feels rather peculiar. I harbor no nostalgia. Only gratitude for having distanced myself from her, so do not overthink it. TSK. My apologies, I shall endeavor to ignore it in the future. Behave. Oh, with that, Su Yang managed to soothe Nan Xiao, and the two linked arms, proceeding together towards the afternoon military training. To their surprise, the afternoon session lacked the usual physical conditioning drills. Instructor Wu Lei, with a mysterious smile, announced, All eyes on me. I have an announcement. This afternoon, after a brief warm-up, you may engage in free activities. A chorus of cheers erupted. Lazy had transformed back into Lei Guo. Observing the exuberance of the crowd, Lei Guo could not suppress his upward curving lips. However, silence fell instantaneously. Wu Lei was known for his unconventional methods, and his use of however made many gasp in alarm. Tomorrow, there will be a 15-kilometer march. I suggest you prepare yourselves in advance. Silence lingered for several seconds, followed by a cacophony of confused inquiries. I heard others from different departments mention it, but I thought it was a joke. Why is this only being announced now? Shouldn't we have been informed earlier? Wasn't this news given to the other departments just yesterday? Is this meant to be a surprise for us? Is the march a one-time event, or will it occur every few days? I cannot handle daily drills. Silence. Instructor Wu Lei bellowed again, restoring order. As of now, the plan includes only tomorrow's march. Whether there will be more in the future depends on your performance. That is all I have to say. Begin your warm-up, and afterwards, you are free to engage in activities. During the free activity period, Su Yang and Nan Xiao did not retreat to a corner, but remained amidst the larger group. Goodness, why are we suddenly doing a march? Su Ge, did the instructor mention this to you earlier? Su-Yang quietly sipped his bottled water. He did mention it, but I forgot to relay that information to the group. However, he also recognized a blind spot. Chi Haitao, apart from occasionally visiting the student council with Li Ruodong, claimed to be visiting other dormitories when not in his own. Many of those were dorms from different departments. Yet, those departments should have been privy to this information, and such a topic would have been perfectly suitable for discussion. In other words, Chi Haitao did not visit the dormitory? Where did he go then? It was never mentioned. Su-Yang maintained his composure, his face unflushed and breath steady. At this juncture, it was difficult for him to claim it was merely a matter of forgetfulness. Clearly, the instructor had orchestrated this surprise for us. What a mischievous trickster Chi Haitao was. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Well, it's not so bad, after all. We were only informed in the last couple of days. It's already commendable that we weren't summoned for training on the same day they announced it. Providing us with some preparation time, Li Ruodong remarked with a relatively calm demeanor. However, it seemed that only the two of them were willing to speak. Lu Haoyu sat a bit farther away, engrossed in his phone, while Lin Xian remained lost in contemplation. As for the stoic trio, they showed little expression, merely disengaged. Brother Lin, let us exchange sincerity for sincerity. Are you honestly going to confess if you've been secretly dating a girl lately? Chi Haitao continued to press on this topic. Haha. Chi, you jest, Lin Xian replied with an air of nonchalance. So, what have you been up to lately? You've been acting mysteriously. Noticing Chi Haitao's relentless pursuit, Lin Xian sighed. Actually, I just got a gym membership. Oh, you sly one. So, you've been secretly working out without us. It's south at South Road, costing 800 a year, but I'm too lazy to actually work out. Treating it more like a shower pass. I was also considering getting a gym membership, but I suppose I'd be too lazy to run that far just to shower. Lin Xian's crisis of trust was completely alleviated. Suddenly, Nen Xiao poked Su-Yang, thrusting her phone screen into his face. Xiao Jia miss. I feel like we're getting close, but if it happens too quickly, won't it seem like I lack restraint? Xiao Jia, we've been shopping and dining together every day, but there is still a generational gap in our conversations. If we maintain a casual relationship, it will soon become awkward. Xiao Jia, things have been relatively relaxed these past few days, but soon it will get busy. We must seize this opportunity for a qualitative change in our relationship. Xiao Jia, why don't you remind Miss Su-Yang? Although I believe you both should be somewhat prepared. After reading the messages, Su-Yang fell silent. This news had been sent around noon. However, it wasn't too surprising for him, as he had already known that Lin Xian had been spending time with Xiao Yuhan. His frequent absences were likely due to that. As for the gym membership, perhaps it was half truth, half fiction. He chose not to comment on it, instead affectionately ruffling Nen Xiao's hair. She reciprocated the gesture, and soon the young couple began playfully tussling, enthusiastically tousling each other's hair and faces. The others in the group could only watch with a mix of exasperation and envy. To conserve energy for the training the next day, there were no activities in the afternoon, and they even dispersed rather early. Su-Yang successfully accompanied Nan Xiao to the cinema. After retrieving their reserved tickets from the automated machine, Su-Yang took her hand and led her to wait outside the corresponding screening room. Are you not going to confirm things with the senior? Nan Xiao playfully pinched Su-Yang's cheek. Su-Yang had already reported this matter to Nan Xiao. No rush. Our movie plans have been postponed so many times. We can reconnect after it's done. Oh. TSK. Chapter 78. Su-Yang's kissed the time spent watching the film passed rather swiftly. As the credits began to roll, the lights in the cinema gradually brightened. A subtle smile graced the corners of Su-Yang's mouth. How did you find it? Then Xiao clung to his arm. It was captivating. The narrative and the myriad artistic metaphors were profound. Even disregarding its depth, the inherent conflict and drama of the story were quite engaging. My personal impression is overwhelmingly positive. Oh, classmate Yao Yao, you seem so aloof. I just shared so many thoughts. Upon hearing this, the seemingly aloof Yao Yao inclined her head slightly. The elements of dark humor and the aesthetics of violence were commendable. The protagonist was well developed, embodying a blend of good and evil, placing great importance on familial bonds while being excessively obsessed with justice and reputation. The final act of confession and resolution truly elevated the narrative and encapsulated its essence. Nan Xiao swiftly articulated a lengthy perspective before coldly locking her gaze with Su-Yang, adding, "My impression is also quite favorable." That's good. But could you perhaps express it with a smile next time? It's about time, let us go eat. Su-Yang gently pinched Nan Xiao's serious face. Oh, As dusk fell, Su Yang initially intended to take Nen Xiao home for a leisurely stroll, but she still seemed unsettled. Ultimately, the two settled on a porridge shop, each ordering a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge along with a meat bun. As Su Yang ate, he contemplated. He was still hesitant to contact that senior, instead pondering the various suggestions inspired by the matcha cake. Perhaps he should take more initiative as her boyfriend? After all, they were indeed in a relationship, and a bit more interaction seemed reasonable, not excessive. I'm tired. Nen Xiao classically ceased her eating. Su Yang chose not to say much and simply picked up her bowl to feed her. After a few mouthfuls, Nen Xiao lifted her head once more. My feet hurt. Let us not dwell on unnecessary thoughts while at the restaurant. Let us maintain some decorum. What about when we return? We'll discuss it then. TSK. Let us eat. Su Yang sensed that Nen Xiao retained a hint of aggression, and now he found himself caught in her rhythm, easily manipulated. How should he counter this? If this continued, he might end up in a subordinate role. At least this phase made it challenging to seize an opportunity. Su Yang opted for restraint, gradually feeding Nen Xiao. This exchange required a back-and-forth dynamic. Once he finished feeding her, she began to feed him in return. Their mutual feeding drew the attention of other patrons in the restaurant, who couldn't help but express their amusement. After finishing their meal and confirming the bill, the two prepared to make a swift exit. There's an opportunity. Su Yang extracted a tissue from his pocket and gently lifted Nen Xiao's chin, wiping her mouth while she remained in a state of mild astonishment. Afterward, he took her hand and led her out of the shop. As they walked a fair distance, their arms entwined, there was a notable lack of interaction between them. It was not until Su Yang playfully pinched Nen Xiao's cheek that he remarked, "You are utterly adorable." "I am not adorable. I am quite aloof," Nen Xiao retorted. "After walking for so long, you must be tired. Weren't we just having a meal?" Nen Xiao questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice. Without further ado, Su Yang scooped her up in a princess carry. "You feel a bit light. You should eat more." "What's the meaning of this? What are you doing? Did you not always ask me to carry you?" "Oh, however, if I carry you for too long, it may become tiresome. Perhaps I should just give you a ride on my back? Please put me down." Nen Xiao averted her gaze, seemingly attempting to distract herself. "See, even when I carry you, you're not pleased." "I am not displeased," Nen Xiao murmured, her voice significantly softer. Oh, Su Yang nodded. "You are quite aloof. Then I shall remain aloof. Aren't you tired? Let me set you down." Nen Xiao playfully tugged at Su Yang's face. She did not exhibit any resistance. Instead, there was a hint of flirtation, as if she wished to prolong the moment. "I am not tired at the moment, and it feels rather nice." "What does it feel like?" "It is hard to articulate, but you are quite soft and fragrant." "You rogue." "My apologies, though it may not be proper to say. I prefer to speak the truth." "Humph." Nen Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, showing no sign of displeasure at Su Yang's teasing. After they had walked a little further, she noticeably felt a change in his grip and then gently pushed him away. "Let me down." "Oh." Su Yang complied and set Nen Xiao down. From her reaction, it seemed that his initiative was not only acceptable but welcomed. Before Su Yang could contemplate his next move, Nen Xiao suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone. "How about I carry you instead?" Su Yang's myriad of thoughts morphed into a single question mark. "I possess sufficient strength. I should be able to lift you." "Not a chance." Setting aside whether Nen Xiao could indeed manage it, the very thought of such a scenario felt absurd to Su Yang. "Come on, carry me. Weren't you just saying you didn't want me to carry you? Now you do?" "Women are fickle," Nen Xiao explained with calmness. "Oh." Su Yang crouched down, presenting his back to her. However, she hesitated to climb on. Just as Su Yang began to feel perplexed, Nen Xiao leaned in close, exhaling warm breath in his ear. "Forget it." A tingling sensation surged through Su Yang, nearly overwhelming him as Nen Xiao's whisper caught him off guard. He realized he had been played. As the answer surfaced in Su Yang's mind, Nen Xiao, seizing the moment before he could rise, playfully ruffled his hair. Yang, you are utterly adorable," she chimed, clearly retaliating against his earlier boldness. Though her expression remained stern, a hint of a smile curled at the corners of her lips. Being teased was just part of the game. Upon witnessing Nen Xiao's smile, Su Yang felt a stir within his heart. Why so silent? Such an aloof demeanor, she continued, her teasing unabated. "You are quite mischievous." "Oh, but I find it delightful." In an instant, Su Yang stood and gently pecked her cheek. Nen Xiao froze momentarily, the breeze tousling her hair and unsettling her thoughts. This was a kiss. Yet, she struggled to process this revelation, her mind gradually becoming a blank slate. She blinked vacantly, unable to utter a single word as her heart raced, threatening to escape. Her cheeks flushed more vividly than any words could convey. Although she had long fantasized about such scenarios in her mind, Su Yang's sudden move caught her completely off guard. "Let us go," Su Yang said, taking her small hand and continuing on their way. His face bore a slight blush, yet there was a sense of relief and exhilaration. Nan Xiao lowered her head slightly, seemingly attempting to revert to her cool demeanor. Clearly, in this playful duel, victory belonged to Su Yang. Chapter 79. Nan Xiao's counterattack upon returning to school. Even after reaching their destination, Nan Xiao remained disoriented. To be precise, she had regained her composure, yet was uncertain of how to proceed. Consequently, she fell into a somewhat withdrawn state. She would respond to Su Yang's hand-holding and engage in his conversation with a soft "oh," yet her head remained bowed, resembling a little girl caught in wrongdoing. "What's wrong?" Su Yang inquired, gently pinching her cheek. He had confirmed with her multiple times, and her responses had been consistently vague. Nothing. Su Yang opted for a tactical silence. Under normal circumstances, he would grasp the underlying meanings behind Nan Xiao's stoic facade. However, he found himself perplexed by his aloof girlfriend's current mood, whether she was pleased or displeased. Theoretically, it should be the former. Her initial reaction had been somewhat positive. Yet, her lingering silence felt peculiar. Su Yang had made a conscious effort to restrain himself. After all, Nan Xiao's playful teasing had stirred him quite a bit. In that moment, he had considered stealing a kiss, but thankfully refrained, choosing instead to take it slow. "I'll go wash up first," Nan Xiao finally spoke up. "All right. Will you come out later?" "Yes." She pinched Su Yang's cheek, lingering for a few seconds before dashing back to the dormitory. The situation seemed to have improved somewhat. Yet Su Yang found himself unable to gauge it accurately. He sensed that he still had a considerable distance to traverse before comprehending Nan Xiao fully. Although the path ahead was long, it did not feel interminable. Su Yang returned to his dormitory to collect himself. Upon entering the corridor of the female dormitory, the icy demeanor that Nan Xiao had desperately maintained vanished entirely, replaced by a look of bewilderment and helplessness. She gently caressed her delicate cheek, the very spot where Su Yang had just kissed her, and her temperature began to rise. Merely recalling that moment, the image of Su Yang, and the feelings they had shared, made her blush more profusely than words could express. Taking a deep breath, she thought to herself, "What is this?" It was just a kiss on the cheek. She struggled to remain composed, but tranquility eluded her. Before drawing the attention of other girls, Nan Xiao hastened her pace, her long legs propelling her in leaps up the staircase, 3 steps at a time, until she rushed back to her dormitory. Upon returning to room 406, Li Ruodong, who was still in the dorm, greeted her immediately. "Hey Xiao, you're back. How was the movie? Did you have fun with young Master Su?" Before Li Ruodong could finish her sentence, Nan Xiao gently patted her head, offering no further response as she swiftly retreated to her bed, burying her head beneath the covers. Xiao Luoyan, who was reading on her bed, cast a curious glance at Nan Xiao. In her memory, the only person capable of eliciting such strong reactions from Nan Xiao was Su Yang, so she refrained from probing further and returned to her book. Li Ruodong, familiar with Nan Xiao as character, couldn't he help but seek confirmation. "Xiao, are you alright? Everything okay?" "I'm fine," came Nan Xiao's muffled voice from under the blanket. "Are you really okay? Su Yang didn't bully you, did he?" "No." Nan Xiao abruptly broke free from her blanket confinement, sitting upright. "Your face is a bit red." "As long as you weren't bullied, I won't pry further," Li Ruodong mused, having deduced a likely answer. After all, they were a couple, frequently entwined in each other's company, so it was entirely normal for her to be unable to contain her excitement. She was particularly curious about who was more proactive in the relationship between Su Yang and Nan Xiao. Although her thoughts were not entirely precise, she was correct in sensing that Nan Xiao's unusual behavior stemmed from that simple kiss from Su Yang. Nan Xiao lightly slapped her own face to steady her emotions and began to contemplate her countermeasures. "Kiss him back." She swiftly dismissed this bold suggestion, lacking the courage at the moment. Thus, she decided to employ a different approach. Just then, a message arrived on her WeChat. "Yang, boss, are you there? We have a situation." "Matcha cake, oh? Do tell." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Nan Xiao's mouth. She had found her path to redemption. Just as she was pondering how to engage with Su Yang, he had come knocking at her door. This time, as the femme fatale, she felt no guilt. At least she wanted to witness Su Yang's bashful demeanor before proceeding. "Yang, I kissed her, but her reaction was somewhat peculiar. Was I too hasty? Matcha cake. You're overthinking it. There's a 99% chance she's merely shy. Young, what about the remaining 1%? Matcha cake. Perhaps she's anticipating something more audacious and daring from you? Upon uttering those words, Nin Xiao admired her own audacity. Matcha cake's exuberance had nothing to do with her. Young. In that case, I believe the former is more likely. Nan Xiao raised her middle finger at the screen. Matcha cake, so? Young, what should I do next? Should I proceed gradually, or follow the mood and see where it leads? Matcha cake, I have no strategy for this. It's hard for me to gauge the situation based solely on your words, and I can't offer you further advice at this moment. Young, true enough. Matcha cake, maintain a bit of restraint, don't rush things. Give it some time and observe her next moves. If she shows any inclination to act, you should cooperate as much as possible. Young, I'll do my best. Matcha cake, best of luck. I have a dinner engagement, so I must take my leave. Young, I appreciate your guidance amidst your busy schedule. No need for thanks. Nan Xiao set down her phone, unable to suppress the smile that lingered on her lips. She began to rush to freshen up, ensuring she meticulously prepared herself. Meanwhile, after receiving reassurance from the strategist, Su Yang felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for Nan Xiao's earlier teasing, he would have struggled to muster the courage to approach her. In the dormitory, Lin Xian was nowhere to be found, and Chi Haitao was engrossed in playing Apex Legends with Lu Haoyu. Su Yang glanced around, noting that Chi Haitao appeared to be the type who was still figuring things out, likely new to the game. The two, upon noticing Su Yang's return, exchanged brief greetings before returning their focus to the game. Not wanting to disturb them, Su Yang quickly went to wash up. Once he finished, Nin Xiao soon called him. Come out. Her tone was cool as she abruptly hung up the phone. Su Yang felt a twinge of confusion, but dismissed it. After confirming that everything was fine with Wu Yanzu, he hurriedly made his way out of the dormitory. Nan Xiao's demeanor was much like usual. She had shed the awkwardness of earlier and reverted to her typically aloof self. Without any dialogue, she immediately grasped Su Yang's hand and seemed to have a purpose as she began to lead him away. Where are we going? Just follow me. Su Yang allowed her to guide him until they reached a relatively deserted area on campus, where she finally pulled him down to sit. Then, Nan Xiao removed her boots and placed her delicate foot upon Su Yang's lap. Let us begin. Chapter 80. Nan Xiao's complete defeat on the bench. Su Yang and Nan Xiao exchanged glances, enveloped in a prolonged silence. Nan Xiao's delicate foot rested gently on Su Yang's leg. After maintaining this stiff atmosphere for a few seconds, Su Yang furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. During our visit to the restaurant, you mentioned that you would help me massage when we returned. I believe I did not phrase it that way. I merely suggested we discuss it upon our return, correct? It's sore, please massage it for me. I refuse. You deceived me. I never consented to that. You find me distasteful. I do not find you distasteful. However, it is somewhat difficult to initiate, and it is said to be quite crucial for girls. It would appear as though I am taking advantage of you. But we are dating. That requires a gradual approach. You do not like me, Nin Xiao said coldly. I do like you. Massage. She lifted her foot slightly. Su Yang realized this was her retort. He felt no embarrassment, as he was merely assisting in a massage, lacking any inclination to ponder further. He grasped her dainty foot that was so near. Nan Xiao involuntarily twitched, struggling against the impulse to withdraw her foot, but she could only endure for so long. Su Yang was genuinely providing a foot massage. The experience was both ticklish and embarrassing. Soon, Nan Xiao retracted her foot, obediently donned her shoes, and resumed her seat, as if nothing had transpired. Is it no longer sore? Su Yang inquired tentatively. Oh, Nin Xiao averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Does that mean I possess miraculous skills? TSK. Nin Xiao contemplated how to turn the situation in her favor. Her initial plan was quite sound. She would command Su Yang's attention from a position of superiority and, seizing the opportunity, provoke him into displaying a bashful and endearing demeanor. In reality, Su Yang exhibited little reaction, while she was the first to falter. This is not right, Nan Xiao mused, increasingly convinced that something was amiss. Previously, even a slight exertion of her charm would elicit an adorable response from Su Yang. Yet now, despite her full efforts, he seemed entirely unaffected. It was undoubtedly wrong. He was merely pretending. Feeling she had uncovered the truth, she rose and, taking advantage of Su Yang's bewilderment, sat sideways on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. What is the matter? Su Yang frowned, puzzled. Today, Nen Xiao's behavior had been rather enigmatic. Their proximity ignited an undeniable tension, and yet, it was Nan Xiao who surrendered first. As she sensed her temperature rising, she dutifully returned to sit beside Su Yang, quietly leaning against his shoulder. In that moment, Nan Xiao came to a realization. The issue did not lie with Su Yang, but rather, she had overthought matters today. In the realm of affectionate embraces, Su Yang had long since acclimated, thus rendering her recent actions rather ineffective. Compared to Su Yang's kiss, her series of gestures appeared almost trivial. Nan Xiao opted for surrender, acknowledging her complete defeat in today as confrontation. As for Nan Xiao's peculiar demeanor, Su Yang chose to acquiesce, dispelling any curiosity. After all, it was quite endearing. With a facade of aloofness, she engaged in a myriad of inexplicable maneuvers, ultimately yielding and logging off. Although her actions were ambiguous, this version of Nan Xiao possessed an undeniable charm in its contrast. Su Yang, I like you, Nan Xiao suddenly declared, seemingly attempting a final counteroffensive. I like you too, Yao Yao. With her complete capitulation, she nestled closer, wrapping her arms around Su Yang's, and softly inquired, What do you like about me? I appreciate your appearance, your figure, your voice, your personality, everything that has transpired since our paths crossed. I admire the way you arrived in your Ferrari to save the day, and I cherish the moments when you exhibit your adorable side. Stop. Nan Xiao tightened her embrace, her voice barely audible. The previously frosty demeanor of the stoic figure seemed to warm, as if on the verge of melting. Didn't you want to hear? I don't wish to hear it. It's too mushy. Yet, you did ask. I did not. Then let it be unasked. Humph. Nan Xiao began to regain her composure, attempting to restore her icy facade. Before silence could reclaim the atmosphere, Su Yang countered, What do you like about me? You don't like me, which saddens me, Su Yang sighed. I do like you. So what is it that you like about me? Nan Xiao felt an urge to chastise herself. Had she known better, she wouldn't have attempted any form of rebuttal. She felt akin to a little lamb gradually falling into the jaws of a big bad wolf, and yet, she found herself willingly trotting towards those jaws. Su Yang gently ruffled Nan Xiao's hair. I like everything, Nan Xiao managed to utter with reluctance. Too abstract. Be more specific. You are rather demanding. Nan Xiao pursed her lips. Indeed, I am quite demanding. Now speak. Well, I like your appearance, your figure, your voice, your personality. Merely regurgitating answers is not acceptable. I also admire your gaming persona. All of this is genuine. Yet, Nan Xiao found it challenging to articulate her sentiments. That's somewhat acceptable. Is there more? I shall ignore you. Oh, Su Yang nodded, albeit perplexed. Ugh. On the dimly lit outskirts of the campus, an undeniably radiant couple engaged in playful banter for 5 minutes. After their spirited exchange, Su Yang returned to the dormitory, having traversed the campus hand in hand with Nan Xiao following their lengthy skirmish. Today, there will be no gaming session. It is advisable to retire early in preparation for tomorrow's training. Curiously, after Su Yang stepped out for a while and returned, Lin Xian was still nowhere to be found. This led Su Yang to ponder whether Lin might be spending the night away. Regardless, it is best to respect and extend blessings. Chi Haitao is still engaged in a match with Lu Haoyu in Apex Legends. However, they are not currently in a game, but rather practicing at the shooting range. Hey, Lu, why not ease up a bit? Your relentless pursuit is diminishing my confidence in playing, Su Yang remarked. This approach is precisely what will help you refine your skills. Su Yang had no intention of joining the interaction and quietly returned to his seat. Has Brother Su wrapped up his sweet moments with Sister Su? He mused. Continue with your game, but do make sure to rest early. We have training tomorrow. Oh dear, I almost forgot about that. But there's still time. No need to rush. Haitao, you are the class monitor, after all. Monitors are human too. They need to unwind. It would be even better if Lu could lighten up a bit. By the way, where's Brother Lin? I've tried calling him on WeChat, but he hasn't responded. Perhaps his phone is dead. Su Yang attempted to provide an explanation for Lin Xian's absence. It feels a bit peculiar. Is Brother Lin genuinely at the gym? If someone intends to conceal something, no amount of concern will change that. Best not to dwell on it. After concluding this thought, Su Yang took out his phone, opened the conversation with their counselor, Zhang Suping, and sent a friend request to the newly acquainted Pingshui Xiangfeng. First, he added her as a friend, trusting that she would accept when she had the time. The acceptance came swiftly, and not only that, but she also sent a voice message almost immediately. Hey, you must be the handsome Su Yang? Chapter 81. Su Yang's clear conscience. Upon hearing her voice message, Su Yang fell into a brief silence. Yes, I am indeed Su Yang. Greetings, senior, he replied. Haha. The counselor has mentioned you. I know who you are. You are quite the star in the girls' dormitory now, she responded. Okay, he replied succinctly. Are you looking to discuss entrepreneurship with me, Junior? Yes. What would you like to inquire about? Shall we chat via text, voice, or perhaps meet in person? I have ample time lately, and conversing with a star like you would be my honor, she said. However, I recall that you have a significant other. Should you inform them about our discussion? Her playful tone was entirely at odds with her profile picture and name. Tomorrow, we have training. Perhaps we can converse later. How should I note you down, senior? Guo Longping, Zhang Jing's roommate. Surprised, aren't you? Su Yang nearly inquired. Who is Zhang Jing? After a moment of reflection, he vaguely remembered encountering a sophomore by that name. Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. He replied to her message before closing WeChat. He sought out this senior not merely to inquire about her entrepreneurial endeavors, but also to explore potential avenues for collaboration and investment. However, the hour was late, and such discussions could not be swiftly concluded. Su Yang opened the app and clicked on the pinned contact of classmate Yao Yao. Yang, are you there? Yao, yes. Yang, should I confirm the chat content with the senior? Yao, do I seem that insecure? Yang, then never mind. Shall we call instead? Yao, sure. Subsequently, Nen Xiao initiated a video call. Su Yang leaned against the wall, donned his headphones, and accepted the call. It was rather slow to connect. While adjusting his headphones, he imitated Nen Xiao's signature response. However, she unexpectedly shifted the camera downward, revealing her long, slender legs adorned in black stockings. The view lasted but a moment before Nen Xiao faced the screen again. Is it appealing? Fair enough, he replied dismissively. If I were to elaborate further, you might label me a beastly rogue. Then you are indeed less than beastly. Very well. Su Yang chose to acquiesce. Is the senior male or female? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. No, I meant to ask what the senior conveyed to you. Nan Xiao realized her slip and quickly corrected herself. Weren't you supposed to report back? Just a casual inquiry. We merely interacted briefly after adding each other. The rest can wait until there's time to connect again. Oh, Nan Xiao nodded, then closed her camera. Su Yang followed suit, and they both fell into a silence. Through the screen, Su Yang couldn't discern Nen Xiao's thoughts. Yet he had something he wished to clarify. Considering that Qi Haitao and Lu Haoyu were still in their dormitory, he refrained from speaking directly and opted to type quietly. Yang, has Xiao Jie mentioned anything to you? My roommate hasn't returned yet. Yao, it seems they have successfully begun dating. Your roommate's phone is dead, but she will return him before curfew. Yang. Su Yang was quite surprised, but after some contemplation, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, Xiao Yuhan was not a naive schoolgirl. Her straightforwardness in matters of relationships was understandable. He felt a sense of respect and blessing. Now that they were indeed together, Su Yang could only hope for their happiness, wishing that no complications arose, lest he find himself awkwardly caught in the middle. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory 406, after transitioning to a pure voice call with Su Yang, Nen Xiao had little interaction. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, this silence would likely persist until the morning. However, an unexpected event soon occurred. Not long after, Nen Xiao received a message on WeChat. Yang, advisor, your previous remarks were indeed quite insightful. One must be more proactive. Nan Xiao hesitated, pondering how to express that her words were largely empty rhetoric. Upon hearing her, Su Yang unintentionally ruffled her composure. Should she also shower praises upon him? Matcha cake. Didn't I just advise you to be more compliant? Yang, I am compliant. Matcha cake. Then why the lamentation now? I have already urged you to take initiative, haven't I? Yang, I merely wish to express my thoughts. Matcha cake. Well done, keep up the good work. After uttering this, Nen Xiao suddenly conceived a plan. After all, the call was still ongoing. What are you doing? She abruptly inquired. Silence enveloped the other end of the line. Is he pretending to sleep? Engaged in a WeChat chat? How could he not pretend to sleep? She mused that if Su Yang were feigning slumber, it would provide her leverage once she disclosed Matcha Cake's identity, thus maintaining a balance of power. Who is chatting with you, a senior? No, just a friend I've known for a while. Male or female? Nen Xiao probed cautiously. Uncertain, perhaps female. However, I must admit, our encounter was facilitated by this friend, and I have sought her counsel on numerous matters. Nan Xiao felt a wave of rigidity wash over her. Was the confession so straightforward? Shouldn't he have stammered or concealed something? Was he truly so guiltless? Oh, Nan Xiao was at a loss for words. Should she press further? She felt apathetic to inquire. Her mind was a tumultuous mess. Su Yang's assertive advance had already caught her off guard, and this revelation struck her like a mental blow, leaving her riddled with guilt. With Matcha Cake's hidden identity in play, she ought to have held the upper hand. Shouldn't she? The cards were favorable, yet poorly played. Then, an even more distressing incident unfolded. A WeChat message arrived. Yang, apologies, advisor, I was questioned. And I inadvertently revealed some details about you. Matcha Cake. Yang, you know me. I have never been fond of lies, especially now that we are a couple. I did not wish to deceive regarding these matters. I am truly sorry. Matcha Cake. It's all right, a minor issue, I understand. What to do now? Nan Xiao nearly forgot how to breathe. Su Yang's forthrightness had inflicted double the damage upon her. Most crucially, after this incident, she found it even more challenging to confess her true identity. When faced with uncertainty, one should take a long slumber. For the time being, Nan Xiao would likely refrain from attempting to manipulate Su Yang. She resolved to abandon all thoughts, clearing her mind, and softly whispered to her phone, "Good night." Good night. Chapter 82. Military training exercise. Lin Xian returned to the dormitory, having been momentarily detained at the entrance. As expected, upon his return, he was met with inquiries from Chi Haitao. Lin, what is going on? I thought something might have happened to you. I was about to contact the instructor. I'm fine. Just my phone ran out of battery, and I had to walk back, Lin replied. Where did you go? The gym? Chi Haitao scrutinized Lin with a hint of skepticism, his gaze assessing Lin's traditional Hanfu attire. If you were on a date, you would have presumably changed into something more appropriate. With this thought, Chi Haitao's doubts began to dissipate. No, I just went to a small comic exhibition nearby to join in the fun. Oh, so you're into the anime scene. Chi exclaimed. I'm exhausted. I need a break. I haven't even played any games yet. After alleviating the trust issue, Lin hurried back to his seat, booting up his computer and launching Arknights on the emulator. After completing his gaming session, instead of returning to bed, he conveyed a subtle glance towards Su Yang, discreetly signaling him to check his phone. Once his phone was charged and restarted, Su Yang promptly received a message. Su Gu, there is something going on. Are you dating your sister Xiao? What? How did you know? Did Sister Xiao tell you? No, I guessed. Your guess is spot on. Congratulations. But do you plan on keeping this a secret from the dorm? That would be rather inconvenient. I'll find an opportunity to discuss it, but such matters shouldn't be announced too ostentatiously. We'll deliberate further. Did you come to me just to share the good news? Not exactly, Su Gu. This is my first relationship, and I want to know what to pay attention to. Honestly, I feel like things are moving a bit too quickly. I confessed on a whim, and to my surprise, Sister Xiao actually agreed. Just be natural, she is a bit older than you. And there are some things she'll likely communicate directly to you without you needing to overthink. That makes sense. Take your time to process this. We have training tomorrow, so don't get overly excited. All right, but I still want to thank you, Su Gu, after all. You were the one who introduced us. When the opportunity arises, I'll treat you to a meal. You can have whatever you like. Sounds good. The day of the training exercise quietly arrived. Around 6:30, a group of freshmen clad in camouflage uniforms gathered on the playground, assembling into their respective formations under the direction of their instructors. A row of school leaders occupied the elevated platform on the playground. The principal politely commended this year's freshmen before outlining the details of the training exercise. The journey would commence from the school, involving a round trip totaling 15 kilometers. The exercise would not consist solely of walking. There would be intermittent running segments. After delivering a plethora of motivational words, the principal emphasized the importance of safety. The traffic police had been duly informed by the school, which ensured that there were personnel overseeing the students' safety throughout the process, as well as hydration stations along the way. In summary, the school had made comprehensive arrangements in advance. Ultimately, the drill commenced in earnest following the solemn rendition of the national anthem. The principal's passionate voice resonated throughout the campus. Military drill, commence. The main contingent set off in two parallel lines. Under the astute guidance of instructor Wu Lei, Nan Xiao and Su Yang led their formation. This aloof couple maintained their composure, gazing steadfastly ahead. They alternated between running and walking intermittently, while Su Yang and Nan Xiao remained largely silent, exchanging only fleeting glances and soft clicks of their tongues. Upon completing one-third of the journey, the group arrived at the first supply station, manned by several teachers and an abundance of bottled water. Although many students had prepared their own water supplies prior to departure, they were nonetheless eager to partake in this complimentary offering. Su Yang and Nan Xiao, however, did not partake. They exchanged another glance, accompanied by ambiguous clicks of their tongues. Su Yang sensed that Nan Xiao was not as docile today as she had been yesterday. Her demeanor seemed oddly spirited. Previously, she had merely expressed mild discontent, but now her clicks had become incessant. Nevertheless, this playful side of Nan Xiao was endearing to him. Regrettably, the current setting was not conducive to any intimate exchanges. The drill continued, albeit with a slight pause. The atmosphere was not overly serious. Su Yang could hear several students lamenting, while others engaged in hushed conversations. He even caught snippets of Instructor Wu Lei chatting with other students. The typically aloof Su Yang could not resist addressing Nan Xiao. Ahem. She shot him a sideways glance. You seem rather aloof. Oh, have you noticed how many people are tasked with ensuring our safety? Su Yang surveyed the multitude of support personnel accompanying their large group. To be precise, it appeared that the school had collaborated with a security company, as numerous individuals clad in security uniforms trailed them, nearly matching the size of their class. Additionally, several large vans followed closely behind. The occupants of these vans, however, did not wear security uniforms, but rather donned enigmatic black suits. This peculiar detail had become the subject of much discussion among the students. Wow. Although the notice was rather sudden, the school has certainly gone all out. Indeed, there was a feeling of grandeur. After all, we are the flowers of our nation, haha. But are they really security personnel? They seem awfully formal. What else could they be? Perhaps professional bodyguards? Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Just hiring this many security personnel is already quite impressive. Let us not exaggerate further. The discussions around them were incessant. In response, Nan Xiao remained silent, her gaze unwavering and resolute. Perhaps the school had exerted considerable effort in this regard. Su Yang gathered his thoughts and pressed onward. At that moment, Instructor Wu Lei appeared eager to set the tone. As we march forward, the atmosphere feels somewhat lacking. Let us invigorate the spirits of the other teams. Let us sing the strong army anthem together. If you don't know it, just follow my lead. 1, 2. Let the clarion call of a new journey sound. Although Wu Lei had transformed into a somewhat informal figure, his words carried weight, especially in the current animated atmosphere. The crowd began to join in, enthusiastically belting out the anthem. The other teams, hearing this, also followed suit with their own instructors. Su Yang cast a glance at Nan Xiao, the aloof student who showed no inclination to join in. Noticing Su Yang's gaze, Nan Xiao returned a glance. Neither spoke, but perhaps their eyes conveyed their thoughts, as they both eventually opened their mouths to feign singing along with the rhythm of the group. Chapter 83, Collaboration with the Senior Sister. The training segment concluded swiftly, leaving Chu Mu Mu in a decidedly foul mood. The sudden announcement of the training had been bewildering, and the experience was even more grueling than anticipated. Was there something amiss with the school leaders who devised this ordeal? Chu Mu Mu's WeChat buzzed with an incoming call. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Lu Haoran and answered with little enthusiasm. What is it? Mumu, your training must be nearly over, right? Yes, it's over. I'm utterly exhausted. Then take a good rest. Shall I order you some milk tea and takeout? Chu Mumu fell into a brief silence. Her gaze swept the surroundings. After the training, numerous couples had gathered, comforting and venting to one another. Among them, she quickly spotted the most striking pair of aloof lovers. I suppose I should hang up now. I need to rest properly. Chu Mumu's impatience was evident. All right, just head back to the dormitory, Lu Haoran replied. Chu Mumu ended the call, reluctant to speak further. Lu Haoran's obsequious demeanor was increasingly repulsive to her. Previously, he had merely been her devoted admirer, and she felt indifferent. However, now that they were in a relationship, ignoring him would cast her in a negative light. Of course, had it not been for Lu Haoran's ample financial support, she might have considered ending things long ago. At that moment, Senior Yang Shui approached. His interactions with Chu Mumu had become more frequent, often treating her to various delights. Mumu, has your training finished? Yes. Chu Mumu's lips curled into a slight smile. I bought you some fruit tea. Take it back to your dormitory and enjoy. You can share with your roommates or keep it all for yourself. It's entirely up to you. Thank you, Senior. Chu Mumu, with a sweet smile, took the milk tea from Yang Shui's hands. However, it was only after a moment that she noticed the packaging, causing her smile to falter. Cloud Coffee House. After the training ended, Su-Yang hurriedly took a shower. Once refreshed, he opened his phone to send a message to Nanshi Yao. Yang, 1. Yao, 0. Yang, are you there? Yao, I am still in the shower. Yang, are you replying to me while showering? Yao, just kidding, I'm drying my hair. Yang, all right. Do you have any plans after this? Yao, aren't you going to meet the senior? Yang, would you like to join me? There's no need for separate encounters, and I still need to check in at Cloud Coffee afterward. Yao, let us go. Upon seeing this, Su-Yang quickly tidied his appearance and grabbed a pack of gum for good measure. He was quite swift. When he arrived at the girls' dormitory entrance, Nanxiao had yet to emerge. He spotted Chimamu in the distance, carrying several bags of milk tea from Cloud Coffee House. Su-Yang almost chuckled aloud, but managed to suppress it, doing his best to ignore Chimamu. Upon noticing Su-Yang, Chimamu nearly dropped the milk tea in her hands, her face flushing more vividly than words could express. Fortunately, she escaped quickly, just as Nanxiao stepped out. The inquisitive Yao immediately questioned Su-Yang. You didn't interact with her, did you? I noticed the milk tea she was holding. Oh, I saw it too. Let us go? Su-Yang took Nanxiao's hand, and after a few steps, he asked with concern. Don't you need a moment to catch your breath after the training? Are you so eager to meet the senior alone? Yao, I'm merely concerned for you. And if you're tired, I can give you a massage. Ugh. Yao was not inclined to discuss this topic further with Yang, as she felt she had lost comprehensively in all her interactions with him that day. Ugh. Su-Yang opted to add to the silence. Humph, this Su-Yang is unapproachable. Nanxiao shot him a sidelong glance. Oh, Su-Yang had arranged to meet Senior Guo Lanping in the office, which also happened to be the office of their instructor, Zhang Suping. After the training, the instructor and several teachers were called to a meeting by the school leaders. While Guo Lanping's conversation with Su-Yang in the office was permitted, the aloof couple soon arrived at their destination. Inside the office were two girls. One seemed somewhat familiar to Su-Yang, as if he had seen her before, while the other was entirely unknown to him. The two girls sat casually in the office, chatting and laughing. Hey, the handsome guy has arrived. Wow, you even brought your girlfriend along. Lily, please be quiet. You are Su-Yang, right? I am Guo Lanping. Come, have a seat. Guo Lanping casually dragged two chairs over and placed them in front of Su-Yang and Nanxiao. Typically, the obedient Su-Yang felt somewhat unaccustomed to Guo Lanping's nonchalance. The handsome gentleman appeared rather aloof. Weren't they supposed to discuss matters? This is my roommate, Luli. You must have seen her before. Indeed, I've seen her, but my impression is rather vague. Luli chuckled. Hey, handsome, why not introduce your girlfriend? You are quite renowned among the girls, yet your girlfriend has already become a goddess in our school. Nanxiao, the girl introduced herself with a gentle demeanor. Her cool gaze swept over Luli, causing the latter's frivolous expression to vanish instantly, replaced by a palpable sense of pressure. Let's return to the main topic. Su-Yang, what do you wish to inquire about? Guo Lanping's expression shifted to a more serious tone. Her desire to converse with Su-Yang stemmed not only from her earlier covert photography of him at the start of the semester, but also from what teacher Zhang Suping had shared about him, indicating that Su-Yang had deeper inquiries than mere questions. I would like to first understand the entrepreneurial project you are currently undertaking, just the basics. And after that, then we can see if you require any investment support or collaboration. Oh, intriguing. What is the project's focus and direction? We are organizing a small team for simple content creation, followed by monetizing through advertisements and e-commerce. That's essentially it. Are there many people involved? Not many, as a larger team would be unsustainable. Moreover, several members are still in the learning phase, so we can only manage to operate and generate profit by working together. Su-Yang nodded thoughtfully. Observing his cool demeanor, Guo Lanping couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. What's the matter, Junior? Are you somewhat disappointed to discover that my new media venture is merely a small-scale operation? No, quite the opposite. I perceive that your endeavor possesses significant developmental potential and intrinsic value. Achieving profitability is already quite remarkable. Oh, Guo Lanping expressed her surprise. If possible, I would like to delve deeper into specifics, and I believe we can further discuss the amount of funding support necessary for our future development. Chapter 84. Nanxiao's middle finger, a serious man, is undeniably handsome. While Su-Yang conversed with Guo Lanping about various matters, Nanxiao silently observed Su-Yang's profile. Captivated by his charm, he looked increasingly handsome with each glance. Su Yang's serious demeanor while speaking rendered Nin Xiao somewhat entranced. Despite having known him for quite some time, she found herself unable to grow weary of his presence. Rather, she felt he grew more handsome, captivating her heart entirely. Consequently, her mind was filled with thoughts of Su Yang, her heart racing uncontrollably. The conversation continued for an extended period, flowing smoothly. Due to Guo Lanping's desire to significantly enhance her development, she indeed finds herself in need of financial resources, requiring a modest investment. Although she could easily attract numerous angel investors from outside, being a student, she remains uncertain about the intentions of seasoned investors, which only adds to her anxiety and apprehension. However, with her schoolmate Su Yang approaching her, she feels considerably more at ease. Su Yang's performance is commendable, and communication poses no barrier. Even if complications arise, the school could likely provide some support. Therefore, both parties leave the discussion quite satisfied. Nonetheless, Guo Lanping cannot make an immediate decision. She needs time to contemplate. While Su Yang appears unhurried. Well then, Junior, I hope our collaboration will be delightful. Let us forego the handshake, Guo Lanping remarked, glancing at the striking beauty beside Su Yang. All right. Su Yang took Nin Xiao's hand as they began to depart. Once outside the academic building, he playfully pinched her cheek. What do you think? What am I supposed to be thinking about? Is the senior attractive? Nin Xiao shot him a cold glare. No, I meant seriously. What do you think of the project she's working on? You never mentioned any of this before. Nin Xiao expressed her discontent, recalling how Su Yang previously only sought out Xiao Jia or the matcha cake, disregarding her entirely. Now that you're involved in the conversation, we might as well discuss it. He replied casually. Oh, so, seems promising. Indeed, the future looks bright, Nin Xiao commented succinctly. She felt no need for further evaluation since Su Yang's choices appeared sound. I also sense a promising future. Is the funding adequate? Nin Xiao wrapped her arms around Su Yang's. It depends on the scale the senior wishes to expand to. It should suffice, primarily concerning labor costs. However, I suspect she will try to persuade some alumni to serve as affordable labor. Let me know if it's not enough. Xiao, your approach is starting to resemble that of my parents. Xiaoyang, let us avoid the nickname changes. It feels rather odd, Su Yang replied, his lips twitching slightly. Xiaoyang, Xiao, shall we check in at the cloud? Oh, I should bring Yuran along. Since Ruodong is at the student council, it wouldn't be right to leave her alone in the dormitory. All right, I'll wait for you. At the south gate of the university, Xiao Yuhan stood adorned in a traditional hanfu, awaiting Lin Xian's arrival. Today, she had applied a bit more makeup than usual. With her naturally exquisite looks, she resembled a charming, sophisticated older sister, and the makeup accentuated her allure even further. More subtly, today was not just about the hanfu. She had also styled her hair with ornamental hairpins and a delicate veil, enhancing her ancient aesthetic. Standing outside the south gate, she presented a striking scene. Having just begun her relationship, Xiao Yuhan was particularly attentive to her appearance. Although her relationship with Lin Xian was somewhat unexpected, it posed no significant concern. Lin Xian indeed brought her emotional value, while notions of cultivating feelings and rituals were of little significance to her. However, Xiao Yuhan did not remain idle. She made calls one after another. Hello? Xiao Zhang, has your team completed the project yet? Please expedite the process, or you might find yourselves working overtime. Of course, there is compensation for that, but I still suggest you hasten. Hello? Xiao Wang, how is the construction of the new building progressing? The second floor must be situated directly above the first, you understand. Hello? Xiao Li, many projects in Island City require special attention. You must keep a close watch on that. Also, regarding the collaboration with Boss Lu that you mentioned, please hand over the details to me once it's finalized. After concluding these calls, Xiao Yuhan sighed in relief and placed her phone back into her bag. She usually preferred not to carry a bag, but her traditional hanfu lacked pockets, making a bag more convenient. Soon, Lin Xian, also clad in hanfu, jogged over. In the process, he seemed to step on his garment and nearly stumbled, startling Xiao Yuhan. Are you all right? I'm fine, Sister Yuhan, Lin Xian replied, unusually shy. Their transition from confessing feelings to being in a relationship had been rather abrupt, and due to the need to return to school before curfew, there had been no further interaction. Consequently, Lin Xian was uncertain about how to engage with Xiao Yuhan now. Hey, don't rush, take your time, Xiao Yuhan said as she wrapped her arm around Lin Xian's. Lin Xian felt as though he had been jolted by an electric shock. What's wrong? Don't you like it when I touch you? Aren't we dating now? Xiao Yuhan asked, a hint of confusion and a touch of petulance in her tone. No. I really like it, just a bit taken aback, Lin Xian stammered. He had prepared many things to say before they set off, yet now, he found himself at a loss for words. To make matters worse, being this close to Xiao Yuhan made him feel compelled to restrain himself. Thankfully, the loose fit of the hanfu provided some concealment. I see, Xiao Yuhan nodded, a smile of satisfaction playing on her lips. Lin Xian's reaction was delightful to her. Let us find an opportunity to share some kisses and embraces. After all, once we get busy, the frequency of our outings might diminish significantly. So, Sister Yuhan, where are we headed next? Shall we eat? No rush on the meal. Let us stroll around first. Accompany me to buy some clothes? All right, I'm fine with that. Well, since you're fine with it, I'll buy you something as well. I'll pay, considering I'm slightly older than you. No need. I already have several hanfu. What about your underwear? Lin Xian was taken aback. During military training, isn't it better to wear something looser? What type are you wearing now? Briefs or boxers? Boxers. Ha ha ha. I can't believe you actually answered that. You're so adorable. Can't I choose not to answer? You asked me first. Why not ask about mine? Care to guess if I'll tell you? With a sigh, Lin Xian resolved to let it go. His face flushed more vibrantly than any words could convey. Despite his considerable height, he felt like a small monkey ensnared beneath the weight of Wuzishan, utterly at the mercy of Xiao Yuhan. As fate would have it, a reserved trio emerged from the southern gate. Lin Xian had yet to notice their presence, but Xiao Yuhan was keenly aware. At that moment, Nan Xiao directed an obscene gesture towards her. Chapter 85. The arrival of Mrs. Nan in the student council. It appeared our abilities were finally acknowledged. Now we could operate without the watchful eyes of our seniors, a testament to the trust placed in us. Li Ruodong cheerfully arranged a stack of documents, then glanced at Chi Haitao. Hey, are you even listening? What is on your mind? Startled from his reverie by Li Ruodong's abrupt remark, Chi Haitao finally returned to the present. Oh, just some trivial matters about my roommate. What is the matter? Aren't you all supposed to be united as brothers in the dorm? Indeed, but recently Lin Ge has been rather secretive. I suspect he is secretly dating someone. Yet I wonder why he feels the need to conceal it. Is he embarrassed to speak of it? Afraid you'd tease him? Who doesn't he know how much you talk? Hey, that is not something I take lightly. I'm just a timid and humble boy. My chatter is merely a cover for my fragile inner self. Li Ruodong retorted with an eye roll. Have a little respect, and let me finish. Finish what? You should just go eat something, and then head back to the dorm to relax. Today's training has worn me out. Why the long face? Are you troubled? It's not so much trouble as I'd like to find some common ground with Yuran. I was thinking of asking her what shows she enjoys and to recommend one to me. And then, I did watch it, but I struggled to appreciate it. I feel awkward telling Yuran that, though. There is no need for that. Don't utter anything disheartening like it's not good. Just indulge in the discussion and throw in some compliments. If all else fails, look up a review. True enough. So let us not dawdle. I want to grab a meal and bring Lu Gu along. I suspect he is feeling isolated once more. Just so you know, Xiao messaged me earlier. She has already whisked Yuran away. Li, I've long ceased to play matchmaker for them. I'm too weary for it. Very well. At the Cloudy Milk Coffee House, the efficient staff member Wang Jing swiftly prepared 3 cups of the establishment's renowned milk tea, adding a touch of extra ingredients. Once completed, she cheerfully delivered the trio of beverages to the corner where the family sat. No need for all this fuss. We merely came to browse and have no intentions of giving instructions. You should carry on as usual, the proprietor remarked. Come now. It's not fair to have the boss lady join you and leave you standing idly, Wang Jing replied with an enigmatic smile. Though the aloof couple remained as composed as ever, she sensed an unspoken depth to their relationship that had subtly evolved. She hesitated to inquire further, but was content with the delightful prospect of their connection. Oh, I haven't asked yet. Boss, who is this? Wang Jing inquired, glancing at Luo Yuran, who was quietly sipping her milk tea. Classmate, your boss's roommate, came the reply. Wang Jing nodded, though her face still bore an expression of astonishment. After all, Luo Yuran did not resemble a college student. She appeared more like a middle schooler, and Wang Jing initially thought she was someone's younger sister. Luo Yuran had no objections to Su Yang's words, remaining unperturbed throughout, simply sitting obediently and now adding the action of sipping her milk tea. As for Nan Xiao, upon hearing Su Yang mention the words boss's wife, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. Adjacent to the Cloud Milk Coffee House was a Shandong cuisine restaurant. The trio of Su Yang chose not to wander aimlessly and opted for a nearby meal. The aloof family of three each ordered a simple rice bowl, prioritizing simplicity. However, the dining process felt somewhat awkward. Nan Xiao fed Su Yang bite by bite, a classic gesture he graciously accepted. Meanwhile, the little girl, Luo Yuran, blinked her eyes, curiously observing their mysterious feeding ritual. Noticing Luo Yuran's gaze, Nan Xiao patted her head. Be good, eat on your own. Oh, Luo Yuran replied, taking small bites while still occasionally glancing at Su Yang and Nan Xiao. The couple engaged in a turn-based feeding sequence. After several rounds of Nan Xiao feeding Su Yang, it was his turn to reciprocate. Luo Yuran had witnessed this couple feed each other before, yet the scene remained perpetually fascinating. Perhaps they were merely indulging in a form of indirect kissing? Luo Yuran speculated that this might be the answer, not only during meals, but the interactions between Nan Xiao and Su Yang often amused her. For instance, when Nan Xiao was in the dormitory messaging Su Yang on her phone, she often displayed exaggerated reactions. However, when interacting with Su Yang directly, Nan Xiao always maintained a serious demeanor, which was quite amusing. Perhaps noticing Luo Yuran's occasional glances, Nan Xiao abandoned the feeding ritual with Su Yang. Yuran, how does the training feel? Both Nan Xiao and Su Yang were at the front of the line, while Luo Yuran, due to her height, found herself at the back, resulting in a lack of communication and knowledge about each other's situations during the process. Tiring. Then let's rest well after the meal. Oh, did anything troublesome or annoying happen during training? Nan Xiao continued to inquire. No, that's good, she sighed in relief. Unconsciously, she confiscated Luo Yuran's spoon, beginning to feed the little girl bite by bite. When feeding Su Yang, Nan Xiao used her own spoon, and he did the same for her. Initially, Luo Yuran intended to refuse the feeding, as the occasional glances from other patrons made her feel like a child. However, she had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Ultimately, Luo Yuran exhibited no signs of resistance, gradually finishing her meal under the attentive feeding of Nan Xiao. Xiao Yuhan and Lin Xian had not ventured too far. They meandered a bit along the southern road and ultimately chose a small self-service hot pot restaurant for their dining experience. However, not long after they settled down, a phone call interrupted Xiao Yuhan. Her expression instantly turned serious upon seeing the caller ID, which read Madame Nan. Oh, all right. I will make the arrangements immediately. Lin Xian, sitting nearby, was taken aback. It seemed to be the first time he witnessed such a demeanor from Xiao Yuhan. After hanging up, she offered a sheepish smile to Lin Xian. I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I probably won't be able to accompany you today. It's fine, Sister Xiao. You go ahead with your business. We can talk later. Such understanding deserves a reward. Suddenly, Xiao Yuhan lifted Lin Xian's chin and swiftly pecked him on the cheek. Goodbye. I'm in a hurry. Let us save the kisses for next time. While Lin Xian was still in a daze, Xiao Yuhan had already made her swift exit. Once outside the hot pot restaurant, she lifted her skirt slightly and quickened her pace. Pulling out her phone, she dialed Nan Xiao. Miss, the madam has arrived, and she wishes to meet with Su Yang. Chapter 86. I will give you 5 million. Leave my daughter alone. On the other end, upon receiving Xiao Yuhan's call, Nan Xiao's expression grew colder. Do not allow her to meet. Send her back. Miss. I cannot convey that to the madam. Rest assured, the madam's attitude towards Su Yang should be quite favorable. Nan Xiao fell into silence. Xiao Yuhan had been specifically assigned by her parents to take care of her. If she were to disregard the madam's request, it would indeed put Xiao Yuhan in a difficult position. Nan Xiao cast a glance at Su Yang, who was quietly listening in. Yang, what's wrong? My mother is here. She wants to see you. Oh, do you want to meet her? If not, we can skip it. Wait, I didn't say I didn't want to, but why is she here so unexpectedly? I don't know. So is it all right with you? Nan Xiao tilted her head. I'm fine with it. Oh, only then did Nan Xiao return to the phone, saying, What's the location? It's already being arranged. I'll pick up Su Yang first. With that, Nan Xiao ended the call. So what's next? Su Yang asked, feeling a bit anxious. I will take Yuran back. You can coordinate with Sister Xiao. My mother likely wishes to have a private conversation with you, but I will join later. Don't look at me like that. I also find this sudden. Oh, good luck, Yang. Nan Xiao affectionately ruffled Su Yang's hair before leading the ever-obedient Luo Yuran back to school. Su Yang stood frozen for quite some time. Wasn't he meeting the parents a bit too sudden? Moreover, the manner of the meeting seemed rather unnatural, asking him to go alone, despite his reservations. Su-yang ultimately decided to place a call to Xiao Yuan. Sister Xiao, what are the arrangements moving forward? I'm currently in a vehicle. Let us discuss more once I'm inside. He spotted the swiftly approaching Maybach in the distance. So, this is an unexpected turn of events for you as well. Sister Xiao? Su-yang, seated in the back, wore an expression of discomfort. After all, he was about to meet the mother of Nanxiao, and the suddenness of the encounter left him little time to mentally prepare. The usually composed Su-yang found it challenging to maintain his aloof demeanor. Yes, I was just about to have a meal with Lin Xian when your call interrupted me. I have to make a personal visit now, and it seems I'll miss my meal. Lin Xian should understand your situation, Sister Xiao. Indeed, that child is quite sensible. Unfortunately, I hardly have time to change my clothes now. Young master, there's no need to be anxious. Just treat this as a normal interaction with an elder. That is precisely what I'm anxious about. Regardless, rest assured, the lady has long been aware of your relationship, yet she has never indicated a desire to impede it. Oh, Su-yang exhaled a sigh of relief and began to discreetly check his phone. Yang, are there any particular considerations for meeting your parents? Awaiting your reply. It's rather urgent. Yao, nothing special, just be casual. Yang, are you certain? With your mother suddenly seeking me out, I feel this warrants a more serious approach. Yao, once you arrive, send me your location. I'll drive my Ferrari to rescue you. Yang, I can't rely solely on you for salvation. I must navigate this alone. Yao, if you pass my test, that's all that matters. Her opinion is secondary. Yang, could there be a scenario where she offers me a substantial sum to distance myself from you? Yao, the likelihood is slim. Yang, so? There is still a slight chance. Yao, unless she intends to sever ties with me, such a situation is unlikely. Yang, what if? Yao, why would you fear that? If it comes to that, just accept the money. Unless there is a contract, it would simply be a reward. Yang. Yao, alternatively, you could accept the money and we can split it 50-50 afterward. Yang. Su-yang realized that seeking assistance from Nanxiao seemed futile. Furthermore, the relationship between mother and daughter appeared rather strained. While Mrs. Qin often contemplated expelling her son from the household, he maintained a relatively amicable rapport with her. In contrast, the attitudes exhibited by Nanxiao towards her mother were undeniably intriguing. Although Su-yang had conducted extensive research on Nanxiao's background, he had not delved into the intricacies of their familial dynamics. It was quite the headache. Initially intending to seek refuge with Nanxiao, he now felt the situation had become more complicated. Consulting a strategist would not be fruitful either. Merely outlining the situation would not enable them to devise a solution. However, the specifics are difficult to articulate, as they pertain to the familial relations of Nanxiao, a topic of considerable privacy. He would not even allow a photograph to be shown to matcha cake, let alone divulge such personal family matters. Thus, Su-yang could only endure his anxiety alone. The Maybach swiftly arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel, situated in the Lixia district, not too far away. Before Su-yang could alight from the vehicle, he found himself momentarily stunned. A group of individuals clad in black attire and dark sunglasses stood resolutely outside the entrance, their gazes uniformly fixed upon the Maybach. Nevertheless, Su-yang considered this a standard procedure and did not display overt astonishment. Instead, he quietly exited the car, following the lead of Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan appeared as a living passport, and none of the black-clad bodyguards impeded their passage. It seemed that the hotel had been duly informed in advance. The smooth journey only heightened Su-yang's unease. They soon arrived at the threshold of an opulent private room, where Xiao Yuan came to a halt. We have arrived. Do your best. I have other matters to attend to. Understood. At a glance, Su-yang's face bore no expression, but internally, he was so flustered he forgot his own name. As he watched Xiao Yuan gradually walk away, questions began to surface in his mind. Shouldn't Sister Xiao have escorted her inside to make the necessary introductions before departing? Was it due to her attire being insufficiently formal that she feared reprimand from the higher-ups? Su-yang felt he had arrived at an answer. However, lingering in indecision was not in his nature. He first sent Nanxiao his location, then took a deep breath, summoning his courage to enter the lavish room before him. Upon entering, he found himself locking eyes with a piercing gaze. A graceful woman sat poised in her seat. She bore a resemblance to Nanxiao, yet exuded a greater air of dignity and elegance, appearing altogether more mature. Without a doubt, this was Nanxiao's mother. The room was devoid of bodyguards, save for a blonde woman of mixed heritage who awaited nearby. You are Su-yang. Good day, Andy. Indeed, I am Su-yang. You must be aware of who I am. I am Nan Xiao's mother, Bai Wanru, the wife of Nan Yunlong, president of the Nan Yun Group. Do you know why I have summoned you? I do not. I offer you 5 million. Leave my daughter. Bai Wanru produced a black card. Very well, auntie. Farewell. Su Yang took the black card and turned to leave. Chapter 87. Nan Xiao's test. Su Yang's decisive acceptance of the card and subsequent departure left Bai Wanru momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to exit the room, the blonde woman beside Bai Wanru urgently called out, "Wait." Su Yang turned back, only to realize it was not the woman who wished to speak, but Bai Wanru who had more to say. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? It seems unnecessary. What is your relationship with my daughter? Bai Wanru crossed her legs. We are in a romantic relationship. So, you just accepted the money like that? Bai Wanru furrowed her brow slightly. Su Yang's approach was rather abstract, causing her initial thoughts to become disordered. Normally, one would show some resistance at this stage, either by outright refusal to demonstrate integrity or by bargaining for a higher amount. In contrast, Su Yang's demeanor was entirely detached from either approach, making it quite perplexing. Su Yang did not elaborate further. How could he explain that he had momentarily lost his composure? He had previously confirmed such matters with Nan Xiao. Yet he never anticipated that a situation like this would actually arise, given her prior comments. Nevertheless, it happened, and he impulsively followed Nan Xiao's suggestion and accepted the money. So, will you obediently leave my daughter alone? No. If you would like me to sign a contract, then I shall not accept this money. Bai Wanru remained silent, taking a moment to organize her thoughts. Is this aunt testing me? Perhaps, but I expected you to be more resolute in refusing the money. The coldness in Bai Wanru's gaze softened slightly. Then I shall return it to you. Su Yang placed the black card back on the table. If I hadn't stopped you earlier, what were your plans for this money? To give it to your daughter, or to split it evenly between us? Have you discussed this? We made some bold assumptions, but I never thought you would approach me like this. You certainly have the audacity to say anything. So, did you invite me here to test me? How did I perform? In truth, my intentions in this line of work are quite simple. I merely wish to see the kind of person my daughter is fond of. As for this card, consider it a gift. Thank you, auntie. Su Yang obediently accepted the card. Don't you need to hesitate for a moment? Or perhaps refuse politely before reluctantly accepting it? Bai Wanru was amused by Su Yang's decisiveness. That would be too cumbersome. Auntie, I am a rather honest person. How interesting. If possible, I would prefer things to be less interesting and simply normal. I do find you quite intriguing. However, when you meet Xiao's father, do not behave this way. He is not one for jokes and will not attempt to test you. Oh, understood. Don't you have any questions? Yes, for instance, when will I meet uncle? In what capacity? It will be when Xiao wishes to bring you home. All right. Su Yang nodded, his expression indifferent. This meant he could indeed go home with Nan Xiao. The information was quite substantial. The beginning was somewhat abstract, but he seemed to have passed the test, didn't he? Enough of this. Have you had your meal? Bai Wanru's demeanor shifted entirely, becoming that of a gentle elder. I have already eaten. Su Yang obediently sat across from Bai Wanru. Were you with Xiao? Yes. Allow me to introduce Sophia, our household steward. She is unrelated to the group and is simply our caretaker. Hello. Su Yang remains unaware of Sophia's nationality. Sophia responds briefly and then continues to stand quietly to the side. It must be said that her posture is erect, exuding an air of competence that makes her role as a steward quite fitting. Su Yang, could you elaborate on why you are fond of Xiao and what it is like to be with her? There is no need for hesitation. Just speak freely. It is somewhat difficult to articulate. After spending some time together, I naturally developed feelings for her, and we consequently entered into a relationship. Ah, youth is indeed like that. It is quite normal. But Xiao often wears such a cold expression. Can you endure it? Su Yang remains silent, maintaining an air of indifference. He says nothing, yet it seems he has conveyed everything. It appears that you two are quite compatible. Perhaps. The reason I called you here today was not solely to speak with you. This might be Xiao testing me. Is that so? Su Yang had not considered this perspective. It is possible. That child may later ask you how you perceive me and request your assessment. Su Yang grows increasingly curious about the dynamics of this family. However, such inquiries feel somewhat inappropriate, so he opts for silence, deciding to seek answers from Nan Xiao later. Do you have any questions? Not really. Then I shall not waste your time. You should return, as your military training must be quite exhausting. After speaking, Bai Wanru casts a glance at Sophia. Please escort Su Yang out. Certainly. Sophia responds firmly and steps out first. Goodbye, Aunt. Su Yang politely bids farewell before following Sophia. His emotions are rather complex. He feels that his interaction with Nan Xiao's mother is shrouded in mystery and tinged with a dreamlike quality, particularly due to the black card in his pocket. Madam has no objections regarding you. She merely wished to see you, Sophia adds on behalf of Bai Wanru. Understood. It seems I need not escort you further. As they exit the hotel, a red Ferrari approaches. After parking, Nan Xiao quickly exits the vehicle and jogs over to Su Yang. Let us go? Since you're here. Wouldn't you like to go inside and greet them? Su Yang inquires tentatively. I won't go. Sophia, you may return. You have no business here. Very well. Sophia refrains from further comment and promptly turns back to the hotel. Su Yang and Nan Xiao share a moment of silence, gazing at each other. He then produces the black card, presenting it to her. It is said to be 500,000. Consider it a gift. Keep it for yourself. The amount is rather substantial. It feels overwhelming. Then why accept it? You insisted I take it. Oh, rest assured, my dear. The aunt has neither expressed dissatisfaction towards me nor urged me to depart from your side. This money seems to be a gift without strings attached. Oh, so what is the nature of your familial relations? Could you enlighten me? Is there an issue with our family dynamics? Nan Xiao inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Is there truly no problem? Are there no concerns at all? Su Yang noticed that Nan Xiao appeared to be quite earnest in her inquiries. Is there indeed an issue?